but I'm not real jazzed up about either team. They're both great teams. Obviously, they're in the Super Bowl, but if you're going to root for one side or the other in this Super Bowl and you're not a fan of either of those teams, there probably is a lot of bargaining that goes on with yourself.
Really? Do people hate the Eagles that much? I'm full bore into the Eagles on this one. I'm all about it.
I think Philadelphia fans are deplorable people. They're awful. They're awful people, and I don't want good things. And I say that with my mom's whole side of the family being from Philadelphia. They're all
awful people.
They're awful sports people. Okay. Now, my relatives, they're fine people. They've treated me well through the years and everything. But by and large, the people that I watch, like literally people walking up to Washington fans after the game and yanking their hats off their head and running away with it, filming Washington fans walking out and taunting them and cursing at them and whatnot. The legions of people in the street that are shimmying up poles and destroying property and whatnot.
Talking smack to Mattress Mac. I forgot about that.
Yeah. Okay.
The one to Verlander's wife there, that was actually more playful, it turned out. They basically requested that she flip him off because Verlander had that fun one. Maybe that's what softened me with Phillies fans, was that the Verlanders actually had fun with it. Yeah. Remember, Verlander flipped him off, and they thought it was the coolest thing ever. That's a little window into the way a Philadelphia sports fan operates. They respected the hell out of Verlander for actually flipping him off.
No, they're self-aware.
It was endearing to them.
They're self-aware. They know that they're bad people. I think they lean into it.
My favorite Philly moment was when I got mooned by one 13-year-old boy and then flipped off by the other one as their father stood next to them, proudly cheering them on. He'd never been a more proud as the bus went into the locker room there in Philadelphia.
Start him young.
I'm this is my God, yeah.
Now I'm looking at the TV in our studio and Jalen Hurts is up on the screen, and I like Jalen Hurts, so that makes it easier to root for Philly. I'm rooting for Philly in this. I do not want the three-peat. With all due respect to who was it, Maggie this morning on the show before ours, saying people want to see greatness. People want to see what they want to see, and I want to see the Chiefs lose this game. I do not want to see the three-peat.
Ask your do a Pender poll today. Like, are you genuinely interested in watching a team do you want the Chiefs to win because of the three-peat, or do you not care about the three-peat?
Got it.
I'll be astounded if fewer than 80% say they don't want to see a three-peat.
I'm 100% with you on that.
Maybe that's the best question. Do you want to see a three-peat or don't you?
Right. Okay.
Because then you're witnessing greatness. As if there's no other opportunities to witness greatness.
Right. People want to see greatness. I'm like, no, people want to see what they want to see. I want to see greatness at times if I like the people that are achieving the greatness, if I like the team that is achieving the greatness. Like, if I don't like that team, then I don't want to see them achieve greatness.
Let's boil it down to this.
Yeah.
If the Chiefs were to win, should a reporter ask one of the Eagles players, boy, is there a part of you that just feel lucky to have been on the field as the Chiefs achieved greatness? Are you, like apparently all other sports fans, more interested than anything else in watching the Chiefs achieve greatness? So you must have loved being out here and losing. They could go up and whichever tight end this week is the one that drops a game-winning or game-tying.
I'm going to tell you right. I'm going to tell you right now. Like you've been to the Super Bowl many times, like I have as a media member. The span of reporter that is covering the Super Bowl is vast. It's wide.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, they're all over from the non-sports world.
World, or just there's good reporters and there's bad reporters and there's silly questions and there's this and that. Now the silliest questions come on opening night, on media night.
Yeah.
But you're talking about like after the game. I guarantee, I would be willing to guarantee you that if the Eagles were to lose this game, that there would be some sort of question about, does it dull the sting of losing that you're losing to a team that just three-peated for the first time ever? Like some question like that.
Right, yeah.
Where the Eagle player, I mean, you're the former player here. I would guess if I was a player and I got that question, I would be ready to strangle that reporter. Like, does it dull the sting of losing? No.
No. What the hell are you talking about? What do I care about what this looks like in the sports almanac 20 years from now?
Right. That's right.
It just, I guess, like sometimes, if you're, I guess, when this comes up in baseball is when somebody breaks a record and like they were the guy was the pitcher that was pitching to whomever when they had a consecutive win streak or something. Pitchers tend to be pretty cool about that stuff, but that's like a one-off in a moment where it's a regular season game or what have you. It's not after the World Series.
Right.
It's not. Yeah, boy, I'm just glad I could be the pitcher that allowed this guy to be the hero. Sure, yes. I get to be remembered throughout history as that guy.
Hey, Acevedo, how do you like being shown on the anniversary of Yordan Alvarez's home run every year against the Phillies? How does that feel? How does it make you? How do you like the attention that you're getting? All right. I thought it'd be fun to look back at the Texans season. We won't get to do that very much anymore. It just ended a week and a half ago. But the best plays from the season for the Texans. Best 4 plays. I'm doing 4 so that I can put up a poll for this as well and let you people vote on it. I picked the 4. So I may have missed one here. If I missed one, text in 713-572-4610. I've got what in my mind, Seth, were the 4 best / most significant, however I couched it, plays, offensive plays. And I will tell you, part of this exercise was very depressing, going through and like trying to find a gaggle of offensive plays to pick from here that would qualify for something. Joe Mixon had a lot of nice runs this year. But he had a 59-yard run against the Patriots that got them down to the 20 or something like that. Generally, that doesn't qualify for something like a poll like this. But it was going through the offensive part of it, you really felt acutely why the team is looking for a new offensive coordinator right now. There's not a lot of great in the offense this year.
Yeah. The first one that you've got on here is interesting because I feel like we saw it at the very beginning of the season, and then we saw it again in the playoffs, but not nearly as much in between. This type of catch from Nico Collins.
Yep, from Nico Collins. This was week 1. Texans have the ball. They're up at the end of the game. They're up 2, and they do not want to give the ball back to the Colts. It's 29-27. It's 3rd and 11, and the crowd is going insane at this point in Indianapolis. Here's what it sounded like.
3rd down and 11 from the Houston 29-yard line. C.J. Stroud, shotgun, Dare to his right, Dell in motion to the left. Crowd deafening. Here's the snap. C.J. looking, firing right sideline, and Nico Collins with the catch. He gets the feet down for a first down at the 41-yard line.
Okay, and Andre Ware was about to go insane right there. And people may be listening and going, really? Like, this is the 4 best plays, a 3rd down conversion in week 1. You got to remember, go back and watch the throw. B, go back and watch the catch and watch Nico get his feet down. C, at that point in week 1 in the season, we thought the Colts were going to be like right there with, and to be fair, they finished 2nd in the division. But there was a chance we thought it might be, that's the battle in the division. Like, that was the most important game on the schedule because it was the road game against the 2nd best team in the division.
Well, in that kind of throw to Nico Collins and Tank Dell in 2023 were some of the most impressive throws all season long, and they came pretty regularly. Man, this pinpoint accuracy to a guy who looks like he's covered on the sidelines, and in real time, it doesn't look like it could possibly be a catch. Then you watch it in slow motion, and there's no doubt. That was it was in week 1 of the season. You think, okay, it's going to be business as usual. Here we go.
Yep.
And then they had a similar throw and catch like that in the Kansas City game, which was really nice to see. But it wasn't a reliable staple the same way it had been last year for so much of the season.
Got to get back to that, man.
And part of it, too, in all of the discussion about Bobby Slowick and everything, I don't want to forget that, man, there were broad stretches of time this season where CJ just didn't look as accurate as he usually is or was. And the fact that he looked as good as he did in the playoffs in terms of accuracy, I think that I'm more comfortable thinking that there were some injuries involved there. And, I know CJ alluded to it towards the end of the year, but it doesn't – guys don't just go from being accurate to all of a sudden not accurate.
Agreed.
The injuries are really the only realistic explanation, even with or without pass rush or pass pressure. I mean, I think the pass pressure definitely affected CJ's decision-making process and some of the way he operated in the pocket. But when it comes down to the throws themselves and when he had time to throw, there were just way more errant throws, sometimes egregiously errant, than we'd ever seen out of CJ before. So hopefully that was injuries, and hopefully if they can fix the pass protection, that's not as much of an issue this year.
That would be great. All right, so that's number one. Number two candidate, Dare Gumbawale. Week 4, drive at the end of the game. The Texans go on a length of the field drive to win the game.
Offset eye, CJ rolls out to the right, throws to the end zone, hits Dare, and the Texans score. They lead. CJ Stroud to Dare Gumbawale, who's had a huge game, puts the Texans on top.
Yeah, that was, people forget. I say people forget. Maybe you didn't forget, but I had to be reminded just now with Mark saying Dare Gumbawale, a huge game. Like, he had some big third down conversions. That was one of the games where they didn't have Joe Mixon. Joe Mixon was out for that game. So that was almost, Seth, that was kind of the last we saw for a long time of sort of that end of game, make a drive. You just know CJ's going to make plays to get you that game-winning score. I know the next week they beat Buffalo on that 59-yard field goal, but they didn't do anything in the second half of that game other than that 59-yard field goal at the end of the game. That was sort of the last time for a long time that we saw CJ engineer like clutch plays at the end of games here.
I think that, Dare as a receiver was promising there for a little while, and they were getting into a nice little rhythm where at times they'd have him as an option on a quick outlet, or on a wheel route or something, and it looked really good. Teams picked it up and adjusted to it. I think the one thing with the next offensive coordinator that I hope improves as well is the running back pass protection, the actual pass blocking. You look at Saquon Barkley in that game this last weekend, he had a couple of beautiful blocks. He had one hold he got away with, but he also just had a couple where he smothered dudes.
Yes.
Where at the end of that Chiefs game, those blitzers, even if they got kind of blocked, there were a couple times where they could have leg whipped CJ if he hadn't gotten out of the pocket. Mm-hmm. So that's where there were times they're technically blocked up or slowed down, but that is a way more compressed pocket than it needs to be. The running back pass protection, nobody likes talking about it, but it was a factor this year. It was one of the sum total. The pass protection, it wasn't just the offensive line. It was the tight ends. It was the running backs. It was everything.
Yep, it was everybody. All right, so that's number 2, the Dare game-winning catch against Jacksonville. Fast forward to Week 18. That's how the rest of the season went offensively in my mind. I do this almost symbolically because it did feel that way for all the rest of the year, the offense was stuck in mud.
So we go to the end of the season, an absolutely meaningless game versus Tennessee, except one where the Tennessee starters were still playing on defense.
Oh, yeah. This is the first half, man. This made it 14-0. Plus we love Dameon Pierce. This is Dameon Pierce, 92 yards to the house.
Davis feeds Pierce through a hole, 15, 20. He's gone! 40, 50, the 40 of Tennessee, the 30. Will he be caught? The 10, 5, rock and roll! Dameon Pierce, coast to coast.
Wow, like he was shot out of a cannon.
Do you think that Mark was nervous that he said he's gone a little too early? Because the guys were catching up to Pierce at the end there.
Yeah.
He said he's gone. He goes, he's gone. The 40, the 50, the 40.
He had defensive backs in pursuit.
Yeah.
And that's where we realized, though, they did, as he put it, he said the Hellcat had a flat or blew a tire.
He blew a tire, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he said it in the postgame very entertainingly.
Yeah.
I think it was good to see a well-blocked play where the running back had a hole and only had to beat one guy and then was off to the races. So that was nice to see. It was a little bit of the beginning of what we would see in the playoffs, which is, all right, this offensive line, when they can get movement. They started mashing people a little bit. There was some hope for the future, perhaps, if they change up the play calling a little bit. Maybe if they go to more of a power-based attack instead of an outside zone-based scheme with the next coordinator, you might have something here. But that also, okay, Dameon Pierce, maybe we see the rookie version of Dameon Pierce with a different offensive coordinator.
Yeah. And
with the play calling a little bit different. But because he looked way faster than I remember from his rookie year.
Yeah. And all that said, I realized 2 of the 4 highlights are going to end up being Dare Gumbawale and Dameon Pierce, backup running backs. I didn't realize that as I was putting this together. And yet I would tell you, they need to find more talent at running back in this offseason.
Cody Stutz is at the Senior Bowl, and he had mentioned the only guy that he was watching Nick and D'Amico all day long, and he said there was only one guy.
Hold up. He was just watching the Texans GM and the Texans head coach while he was at the Senior Bowl.
Had his binoculars trained on him the whole time.
What it sounded
trying
like.
to lip read.
Yeah.
No, Cody was watching the prospects as well, but he said the only time he really noticed Nick and D'Amico really examining one guy and doing some hand gestures was when they were watching a running back. I forget who it was. So for whatever that's worth, Cody was not presenting that like it's breaking news or anything.
Right.
It was just what he picked up from watching them. I don't know. It's the backup running back position. As multiple people pointed out when I was kind of just wondering what they were doing with Dameon Pierce during training camp. Most teams, it's awesome if you do have a 1-2 punch. Most teams don't have their backup running back play all that much, but it's nice if you're in a situation like Detroit where you've got two running backs that can be an absolute pain in the butt. And Joe Mixon's going to be 1 year older after heavy usage this year. I 100% would love to see somebody come in that could either end up being the successor or be part of a combo or whatever it might be and provide some competition at the very least during training camp.
Yeah, like I'm assuming that they're going to bring in an offensive coordinator that is more creative and more innovative than Bobby Slowick was this year, where Bobby Slowick it felt like kept doing the same things over and over again. Like if it's Chip Kelly, someone like that. And I'm like, I don't want just Joe Mixon. You get a couple other talented running backs back there that have a little wiggle to them and a pass-catching element to them.
Yeah.
And a creative offensive coordinator could have a field day with that.
But I guess, though, that's what either Chip Kelly or Nick Caley or any of these other guys that they've interviewed, Jeff Nixon. Jeff Nixon didn't run the ball a lot, but he's the Syracuse offensive coordinator who interviewed with the Texans. They didn't run much at all, but they used their running backs. They had their running back had 1,500 yards of all-purpose yardage. Like they use the running back. It's just not always in the running game. So I think their evaluation of Dameon Pierce would be really interesting because they're going to want to look at Dameon and look at where he struggled in this previous scheme, and then obviously watch the good runs from this year and then from his rookie year and wonder, all right, can we? Is that version of Dameon Pierce? Is that still the same guy?
Yep. Yeah. Well, we know Damien's going to get the benefit of the doubt from D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. They really like him, and so if a new OC comes in and sees some things they can do with Dameon Pierce, look, the big thing for Dameon Pierce was that he couldn't get his head wrapped around the Kubshanistani system. Like he wasn't comfortable in it. Dameon Pierce might be a guy, Seth, that if they come in and run something different, could look like he did back in 2022 again.
Right.
Like the skill set is still there,
Yeah. Now, like just by way of illustration, LaQuint Allen was the running back for Syracuse.
Yeah.
He led the NCAA in catches for running backs.
There you go.
And I don't think Damien's going to be that guy.
Okay.
So if it were hypothetically Jeff Nixon, I think if they hire Jeff Nixon, I think then you start looking at they'll probably take a running back in the second or third round.
Could be that guy. I mean, Jeff Nixon was his OC.
Yeah.
So there you go. All right. Boy, that's interesting. So that's the guy they got excited about, Cody said, huh?
No, not LaQuint Allen, a running back.
Oh, a running back. Okay.
I was talking about Syracuse's running back last year.
Oh, okay. I thought you were looking up the guy I thought you were looking up Cody's list of who Nick and D'Amico got excited about at the Senior Bowl.
I'll tell you who that was. Let me control F this.
Okay.
Oh, it was Devin Neal, Kansas running back Devin Neal.
Okay, there you go. All right.
He didn't say they got excited about it. He said they seemed to pay a little bit more attention to Devin Neal.
Okay.
That was a guess based. This is a quote from him. That's just a guess based on gestures and their eyes during Neal's reps.
Okay, well, I just changed my entire big board based on that. So, Devin Neal, first-round pick. All right, the last one. We're doing the 4 best plays and talking off of these. This is kind of fun. So we got Nico's 3rd and 11 catch late in the Indy game. We got Dare Ogunbowale's game-winning touchdown against Jacksonville. We just had Dameon Pierce shot out of a cannon against the Tennessee Titans. And then the playoff.
By the way, when he said Dameon Pierce shot out of a cannon, I envisioned it like at a circus.
The helmet.
Because Damien's kind of short, too.
Yeah.
So, like him wearing like a wrestling singlet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A couple of babes in leotards helping stuff him into the thing.
Yeah. Goggles. Yeah. And Dameon would be all about
He'd totally do it.
He was If Dameon went to a circus or a ratchet carnival where they're like, hey, we're going to give $100 to a guy if we let him shoot him out of a cannon,
dude,
Dameon would volunteer.
Going with Dameon Pierce to the carnival at the livestock show and rodeo would be the funnest thing ever. I think he would stop at every single game and play it. Like, oh, you're going to guess my weight? Let's go. I'm going to get on the scale. Let's guess my weight.
Dameon would be really good at food reaction videos too, I think. So likewise at the rodeo carnival, going through all the different food vendors and everything.
Dameon eating like fried Twinkies and turkey legs and whatnot would be tremendous.
No, I don't want to. As long as he's an active running back for the Texans, I don't want that because he does have that little gymnast body that would it blows up pretty quickly.
Pack it on.
Maurice, I don't want him looking like current Maurice Jones-Drew.
That's where it goes. All right, last one.
Jones-Drew looks kind of like a carnival barker.
He definitely looks like someone who walks around the carnival and eats all.
Smoking a cigar, or he runs the carnival. He's got a white suit on, and he's smoking a cigar. Yeah.
All right, last one. Playoffs. This was the play that unlocked C.J. Stroud in the Charger game.
Stroud calls for the ball. And the ball goes through Stroud. He picks it up. Scrambles out to the right side. Can he get rid of it? Airs it out downfield and caught at the 45-yard line and taken to the 50-yard line. X marks the spot. An amazing play for the Texans on 3rd and long. Stroud dropped the ball, but he picked it up and found Xavier Hutchinson for a first down at midfield as we hit the 2-minute warning. 33 yards, the Texans in business, down 6-0.
I love that play, because of Stroud's improvisational ability there. It was really good. But then also it was just such a perfect illustration of sometimes how a busted play is sometimes the best play because it takes the defense out of their rhythm. And you could see it on that play. The defensive backs, they were good about realizing that it was a botched play, and they tried too hard to stay disciplined because they kind of realized, like, oh, crap, what's going on? And they all got super deep. And that gave Xavier Hutchinson this gaping chasm to run into, and he was wide open. It was probably the easiest catch Xavier Hutchinson had all season long, because it was a busted play at the beginning. It's like when there's a muffed punt, but the returner picks it up, in stride, and all of a sudden everything's all screwed up. It felt like that.
Yeah, and that and the Texans had done nothing in that game to that point, like. Nothing. It was 7-0, or 6-0, I should say. I mean, they literally had done nothing on the scoreboard. But if you look at the stats in that game, like they had like 70 or 80 yards of offense total at that point.
It was a mistake, a potential disaster, because you're looking at that point either a safety or a touchdown.
Oh yeah,
you're down in your own territory. You're on your 11-yard line, was it?
Yeah.
And the ball's skipping towards the end zone. That could have been really, really, really ugly. And it turned into not just a good play, but it really did feel like almost it was like a slap upside the head let's just go play football for CJ.
Yeah.
Don't make it any more difficult than it has to be. We're just going to go play football.
Yep, for sure. All right, so those are the 4 plays. The Nico 3rd and 11 catch against the Colts, Darrell game-winning touchdown, Jacksonville, Pierce 92-yard run, Tennessee, and then the Hutch catch versus the Chargers. I'll put the poll up momentarily. It's a lot of typing to do while I'm talking to my friend Seth on the radio, so I'll put that up shortly.
As we're struggling with technical difficulties.
My social media, yeah.
That's why I was so moody in the 6 a.m.
Oh, you were fine. Yeah, you were fine.
I was a little distracted. Ben and I are trying to work something out.
That's okay. And Ben seems okay, too. So the Texans are interviewing Nick Caley tomorrow as we come off of the 4 best offensive plays of the year, where there was a big 14-week chasm with none of them in my mind. They're interviewing Nick Caley tomorrow. Thad Lewis interviewed for the job. The Drive yesterday was talking about this, and I think it's Tyler at the end of this cut made an interesting connection. Is there any merit to the hypothesis that Tyler Milner has in this bit of Drive audio here?
I want to find a few guys that aren't qualified to be head coaches. Hell, that really aren't qualified to be offensive coordinators, whatever the qualifications are, right? And down the road, hey, man, like Eric Bieniemy. He's on the streets right now, isn't he? I'm sure he's probably a consultant somewhere if he wanted to be, but like,
yeah, he's interviewing for jobs.
I want to meet with Eric Bieniemy because I don't know Eric Bieniemy personally, But I'd be willing to bet you that it would be tremendous to have him as a position coach if he were willing to take that job, if he didn't get offered an offensive coordinator job, to have him in some role on this team. I would imagine
running backs coach.
Something.
Maybe they're being sneaky and they're putting together the OC to be Chip Kelly's staff underneath him. Because the OC out of Syracuse they interviewed yesterday had ties to Chip Kelly. Thad Lewis has ties to Chip Kelly.
But then you get into these guys, though, T, for me, like the OC at Syracuse. Like, why would he leave Syracuse as an OC job? Those guys are making – I mean, I bet he's making damn near $1 million as a play caller in college. And why would he come down? But your point, I think, is valid, just not about that guy, right? I mean, like I do think there's some like Thad. Like
would he leave Tampa as a quarterback
to come work
coach?
with C.J. Stroud?
All right, so the theory those guys were putting out, Tyler was just flat out saying, I wonder if they're getting Chip Kelly's staff together for him. I think that might be it's a fun hypothesis. It's probably a reach. But are they getting guys in the building? Is some of doing the interviewing here kind of like building up your database? You know what I mean?
Getting if ultimately the guy that you really want is Chip Kelly. So there's a whole. I feel worse and worse. I feel like unethical even talking about Chip Kelly as a serious option the more we get deeper into interviews and there's been no actual connection there. So I feel like it's almost a disservice to keep putting that out there as an option. So we don't have really any legitimate reason to think that that's somewhere the Texans are going, but they are starting to do more interviews. I'm not as worried about the pace of interviews as some people just because of where they are right now. They're at the Senior Bowl. They could interview 20 coordinators an hour if they wanted to at the Senior Bowl. Everybody's out there having conversations and all of that. So I'm not overly worried about it. I'd like there to be some clarity on it by the end of next week, certainly. But I don't know. As far as the point, that was a good point Clint made about Thad Lewis and his salary. He makes $750,000 a year at Syracuse.
Oh, Jeff Nixon.
Yeah. Sorry, what did I say? Oh, yeah.
Lewis,
Jeff Nixon makes $750,000 a year. I think the average assistant coach in the NFL makes about $400,000. So I'm sure there's a lot of if he were to be a position coach for Chip Kelly, I'm sure there's a lot of quarterback coaches and whatnot that make near $700,000, but also hopping to the NFL, kind of like when Bill O'Brien went to New England. I mean, Bill O'Brien took, what did he say? It was like he was making 25% of what he did as a college OC to go take a job in New England as an assistant coach. I think if Jeff Nixon ultimately really wants to get into the NFL, I could see that being a move that you might take a little less pay, but your eye is towards an NFL future.
Yeah, you're making an investment in yourself. I always respected that about Bill O'Brien. Like he had his eye on the prize. He knew what he wanted to be, and he realized that he might have to pay the price to go do it, and he did. And that's So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Jeff Nixon, Thad Lewis. So far, 3 interviews: Gerard Johnson, Jeff Nixon, Thad Lewis that we know of. 3 interviews, like you said. There's probably casual conversations going on all over the place.
They're going to have one with Nick Caley
tomorrow.
Who's currently a quarterback's coach with the Rams. And before anybody worries about Kubshanistan, he spent almost a decade with New England before that. So
2015 through 2020, he was in the building with Caserio there. So they crossed over.
With Caserio, and then he was still there for another couple of years after that.
Yep.
So he's had experience in multiple, or at least 2 different schemes, and with multiple different coordinators. So I guess I start to wonder with those guys sometimes, like, all right, then how come he's never been a passing? This last year he was the pass game coordinator.
Okay.
But it wasn't until now that after like all right.
So was Bobby.
Right. And he was the passing game coordinator under Sean McVay.
Yeah.
Now, you could say the same thing about Mike McDaniel.
Yeah.
You could say the same thing about various other guys out there. And that's where the crapshoot element is always going to be strong, unless you're getting a guy like Mike McCarthy or like Chip Kelly or somebody else like that that's got a long track record as an actual play caller.
Yeah, just in terms of public perception, it's just the fact of the matter is the more that somebody's background looks like Bobby Slowick's background, the more people are going to be inclined to want new or people always want new. They want different, especially when whatever it was previously didn't succeed. So this is it's interesting because Nick and D'Amico were both in Mobile, Alabama at the Senior Bowl. That was like they've got an OC position. I guess they can accomplish a lot of this over Zoom, or maybe some of the guys are even there that are that
right.
they
That
want
was
to
the point
interview.
I was making.
Yeah.
Is that they're pretty much the whole league is there. It's ripe with networking opportunities.
Yeah. So, Payne and Pendergast with you. The Saints job is still the only one that's open right now. Mike McCarthy pulled himself out of that mix yesterday. There were some rumors floating around that the McCarthy Saints vibe wasn't all that great. Now, he was the odds-on favorite yesterday to get before he pulled himself out of the mix. He was minus 300 to get the job. It looks like it's Kellen Moore's job now in New Orleans. Here's Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network earlier this week on the New England opening.
Mike McCarthy, I'm told, is expected to interview with the Saints probably around the middle of this week. He's got a lot of familiarity with that organization, and GM Mickey Loomis was the offensive coordinator there a couple of decades ago. He's also got a lot of success in his past, 12 playoff appearances in 18 seasons, potentially a really good fit for a Saints team that is very much built to win right now. The Saints also plan to speak again with Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore. They are allowed under the rules to speak with Moore, win or lose for the Eagles today, but the result of this game could impact the timing. The Saints ideally want to speak with Moore as soon as possible, could head to Philadelphia even to speak with him as soon as Monday. They've already spoken twice with Mike Kafka and Anthony Weaver for the job. They still want to talk with Cliff Kingsbury, and I would not count out their interim coach, Darren Rizzi, either.
Those are all the guys on the odds board. That audio is obviously a little old. It's from the day of the NFC title game. Yeah. We know how that went, and so they're having to. The Saints are having to accommodate Kellen Moore by going to him as opposed to him coming to them.
As of right now, the Saints have the least cap space in the league. They're currently $54 million over the cap.
And it doesn't. That's why this job is so unattractive, I think.
Well, it does get better. I mean, they've been doing this for a couple years, kind of unwinding themselves from the Drew Brees era and all of that. They are, by next year, it's not as bad. They're still one of the teams that are most up against the cap in 2026. But by 2027, they're right in the road in the middle of the cap. So, I mean, they could start getting aggressive in terms of pushing things off reasonably into the future. They're going to have to this year already. This year will probably be the last really ugly, uncomfortable year, I think. I'd have to defer to guys like Texans cap on that.
Yeah.
But you are, as a coach, entering it knowing that you're still in the middle of the lean years, and you'd love to believe an owner when he tells you, hey, no, you're going to have time. We understand the situation. Man, it doesn't always play out that way. If you end up going 3-14 in year one, your leash gets a lot shorter. So I could see why people are reluctant to take that job.
Yeah.
I think by way of the Texans, by the way, the Texans right now have after a really heavy year of free agency spending last year, they still have, in 2025, they have the sixth most space, if I'm reading it correctly.
Okay.
So
that sounds different than what I've been hearing.
Oh
about
wait, no,
space.
I'm wrong. I'm completely wrong on that. I take it all back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll defer to Texans cap. He listens.
Yeah. Don't start. I'm not allowed to look at stats like this.
Right.
Yeah.
So I do think the Saints job would be one that, like, let's pretend Ben Johnson were in his first or second year on the market as a head coach.
Yeah.
This would be one of those jobs he would say no thanks to. Ben Johnson, who's now the Bears coach, who was notably choosy on taking jobs. I think that would be one. That would be one if I were a choosy candidate. I would not choose that job. I think Anthony Weaver's an interesting one. He's interviewed there twice. I bet he interviewed phenomenally. He's a guy who's got a very big presence about him. And I wonder if they offered the job to Weaver, I would guess he would take it because Anthony Weaver knows kind of how the whole arc goes with like he was one of the rising stars. Then he got handed a defense with the Texans that the front office decided to not do anything in free agency or the draft with for a year.
Right.
And I thought Weaver got kind of victimized by the roster that he was handed in his 1 year as a DC. So Weaver has kind of seen the best and the worst of what a career arc looks like. And I would guess if he got offered that New Orleans job, he'd probably take it.
He might take it, yeah. And I think his wife, as much as this might matter, his wife's, I believe, from Houston.
She is.
So however that factors into it, it might make him a little bit more open to it.
They moved all over the place, though.
Yeah, right. But it's still it's a factor sometimes. Yeah. If you're trying to talk yourself into something, Sean.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
If if it's the best NFL job in the world and it's the new franchise in Tokyo, your extended family can go bleep off. You're taking that job. But yeah, if it's a job that you're not quite sure about, but hey, we're close to home and everything.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
it might be. Might nudge you towards that. I get that. Hey, if you want to get to Vegas for the college basketball tournament in March with an extra $5K in your pocket and the pocket of 3 of your friends, then just stay tuned here on the Odyssey app to Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app. And that can be live. It can be on Rewind. You can be listening to the Payne and Pendergast podcast or any of the podcasts. You could win a slam dunk trip to Vegas. It doesn't matter. Just listen for 60 minutes to us or any participating station in the Odyssey app to earn your daily entry. Then you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest. Speaking of college basketball, I have a leader in the clubhouse for the dumbest statement by a head coach in 2025. That is next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I don't need the Astros.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Seth, you had stepped away while I was reading that Slam Dunk in Vegas promo, so you didn't. I don't think you heard the tease. So I'll see if you agree with this. This is my leader in the clubhouse for the dumbest statement by a head coach in 2025 so far. Mm-hmm. I'm going to play this here. This was Archie Miller, who college basketball fans will remember as a media darling several years ago when he was the head coach at Dayton, and Dayton made a run to the Elite Eight. I remember that acutely because I was hosting the Triple Threat at the time with the venerable Dayton grad himself, Rich Lord, big Dayton guy. Archie Miller would go on to be the coach at Indiana. He's now the coach at Rhode Island. And Rhode Island is in, I believe, the Atlantic 10. You know, they're in it's a lesser conference. So he was opining on just kind of how maybe some of the bigger conferences get more favorable coverage, that kind of thing. You know, it's not just a football thing. Happens in basketball, too. And he actually brought up the SEC. And here's what he said.
Difficult. I heard somebody say the other day, like, you know, the SEC is the best league in the country, but, you know, in all games they're like 54 and 54. Somebody said that. I don't know if that's even accurate, but, like, do you know how hard it is in every league, you know, to win? You know, it's just hard to win any game.
Okay, so somebody had jokingly tweeted, the SEC is not that great. In the league, they're only 54 and 54 in
they're
their last.
54 and 54 against SEC opponents, right? Like without a tie, the only way that the only record you can have in any conference, right?
Is a 500 record, So he's citing this as like they're only a 500 league. They're 54 and 54 since the beginning of the year.
I don't know. Maybe he was making the point that, like, no matter. It all boils down to what your level of competition is. There's high school leagues that are really, really, really hard to win within that league. You know, so that it's competitive everywhere.
I hate that you're giving him the benefit of the doubt.
What's that?
I hate that you're giving him the benefit of the doubt. He saw a stat that he thought backed up his point, which, you know what other league is 54 and 54 in their last 54 games? Every league.
You're exactly right. Because, like, for him to think it was notable or something.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, somehow in his mind that if it were a really good league, then SEC teams would be 104 and 4 against other SEC
themselves.
teams.
Yeah. Like,
did you see the actual tweet that was
making
jokes about it?
I did. Because it's that video. The person who tweeted that out had that video. Like, I got him. You know, like I think they were just looking to get somebody, and they got Archie Miller.
All right. I wanted to give the benefit of the doubt to Archie Miller.
Yeah. No. He's I'm
guessing he's not a big advanced stats guy.
Probably not. Payne and Pendergast with you. Someone said it's interesting. The text page. We were talking about the Senior Bowl. And someone said, hey, guys, wish we wouldn't have drafted a tight end last year. Have you seen Elijah Arroyo from the University of Miami? I have. He's a really good player. I don't think drafting Cade Stover last year in the 4th round is going to prevent the Texans if they see a guy in, say, the 2nd round who especially not knowing who the OC is going to be. You know, if there's a really good tight end there that they think is a day 1 or day 2 pick, and he's the best guy. They drafted Blake Fisher last year in the 2nd round with 2 highly paid starting tackles on the team.
Yeah, and I think it all depends on also what is an organization's philosophy in drafting guys at positions where you already have good players. I mean, people were surprised that the Texans drafted Blake Fisher in the 2nd round this year because they already had 2 starting offensive tackles.
Yep.
And Nick said, look, you end up needing them. Hey.
And they did.
You know, now it is harder to keep 4 tight ends on the roster. So with Brevin Jordan coming back and Cade Stover coming back, that does get a little bit dicier. But I think if they really like a guy in the first 2 rounds, and that's where it is, if maybe the receivers that they like are already gone at pick 25 or in the 2nd round, then I don't think that's a barrier. I mean, the one I always point to is that when the Ravens drafted Jonathan Ogden, they already had 2 good starting offensive tackles.
Yeah.
But the Ravens forever have been a team that every year people say, well, no, the Ravens wouldn't do this because they have that player. Or no, the Ravens wouldn't do that because of that. They don't care. They're the closest to genuinely taking best player available out of any team in the league. Every league claims they only take the best player available, and then lo and behold, they draft a guy who just conveniently is in a position of need for the team.
Yeah.
The Ravens really, really try to abide by taking the best player available.
Yeah, and it works all the time. That's what's so frustrating.
Yeah.
they draft him and they become great players for him.
Yeah.
Or at the very least, contributors. We were getting some reaction to the cut we played from the drive yesterday where they were talking about coaches to interview and, maybe they're interviewing certain guys with the idea that maybe not for OC, but bringing them in some capacity. Got a few of these. Hell no to Eric Bieniemy for any coach on the staff.
I think with Eric Bieniemy, the whole thing is, it was kind of a hot button issue for a long time because it was, there were other dynamics to it that people could grandstand about. The fact of the matter is he's interviewed in a lot of places, and since then there have been a lot of black coaches who have taken positions that he either interviewed for or elsewhere. There's something that teams. It's above and beyond any dynamic like that. I think at this point, the teams are not looking at him nearly as much or as often as they once were.
No, the market's spoken on Eric Bieniemy. He's been several different places since Kansas City, and for whatever reason, his career is going backwards at this point.
Yeah.
So I don't have a huge appetite for Eric Bieniemy on the staff as well. I would agree.
I wouldn't mind him on the staff. I just don't think that as an offensive coordinator.
No.
I don't think he's not on my wish list for offensive coordinator.
Definitely not.
You look at did Matt Nagy? That's the interesting question. Is Matt Nagy? How come he got an opportunity to come out of Kansas City where Eric Bieniemy didn't? I think that's fair, but also I point out that Matt Nagy. I don't think he's the guy either unless he's working for Andy Reid under an offensive-minded. If we had Andy Reid as our head coach, hell yeah, bring Eric Bieniemy back in. But it's just that's not the situation you're in. You've got a young defensive-minded head coach, and that's where the standard has to be a little bit higher.
The tight end thing's getting a reaction. Get rid of Dalton. He can't block. Dalton, you're going to have to swallow some money to get rid of Dalton Schultz. There's good things Dalton does. I think, the blocking thing was an issue. Last year he seemed like a willing blocker. This year he was not only not good at blocking, there were times where he's like, I might block on this play. I don't know.
The one play that a lot of people noticed in the Chiefs game was where it looked like he was supposed to chip the defensive end.
Touched him.
And if any, it looked like Dalton Schultz pass rushed to the defensive end.
Yeah.
Because he actually, and I'm like, you never know exactly what his responsibilities are on that play. Maybe he was just supposed to show pass set real quick and then go. But he turned down the opportunity to even give him an elbow in the ribs.
Yes.
Yeah, he moved his left arm actively out of the way. And the funniest thing about that was the defensive end. The defensive end in that situation usually would do something anticipating the chip block. And this guy just didn't give a damn about Dalton Schultz.
No.
His eyes were on Blake Fisher and Blake Fisher alone. He was not worried one bit about Dalton Schultz.
Yeah. Seth, I actually clicked on a mock draft yesterday. I know I said I wasn't going to do it until after the Super Bowl. But I clicked on one, and I have to admit something. And I don't remember whose mock draft it was. I think it was The Athletic. Two things I'm going to admit. It is nice having to scroll down to find the Texans because it means your team is relatively good. We remember the days where all you had to do was click the article and the Texans pick was pretty much right there, like one revolution of the mouse down. You could find them there at 2 or 3. It's nice to have to scroll down to at least 25. That's number one. Number two, the Texans in that mock draft were drafting a guard. Tyler Booker from Alabama, who I read. So I did a little studying on him, and apparently he's got a lot of Will Anderson kind of qualities. Like he'll do real well in those interviews. Like he's very swarmy, like that kind of thing.
We need more swarm-like offensive linemen.
He seems swarmy, and that got me. I got excited about an interior offensive lineman in a mock draft.
I think that the dream scenario for a lot of Texans fans, I'm guessing. I don't want to be like these people that think that all the fans want to see a three-peat out of Kansas City or need to be shamed into wanting it.
Yeah.
I'm guessing the dream scenario would be wide receiver at 25, guard in the second round, and you also have, after already having signed a guard in free agency.
Ooh.
Ideally, Trey Smith, the guard for the Chiefs.
So you're just overhauling the whole the brand new
like
two brand new guards.
You've got Trey Smith playing right guard, replacing Shaq Mason, and then you've got a guy in the mix at left guard who can compete for a job there. And just like that would be that would feel pretty good. I would feel like, okay, they're really going after it and trying to fix the sore spots on this offense.
And then you got, a competition at center with Scruggs and Jared Patterson?
Yeah.
I mean, you probably can't.
Well, if they end up going to more of an inside zone and power and duo type of run game, like a more physical rushing attack, then, the other option would be a center in the second round, and Titus Howard stays at left guard, actually. That might be there's something there, too. I'm intrigued by if they change the scheme, Titus Howard at left guard, because he's a big body to move, and he's got to clean some things up, but that's intriguing to me. But yeah, and then have actual genuine competition instead of penciling in Juice Scruggs and Kenyon Green like they're made men in preseason.
Okay, so call it wide receiver round 1, interior offensive lineman round 2 is the dream scenario.
Yeah. Maybe it's a center. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you heading into the 8 o'clock hour.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Very clearly I'm saying that second rounder doesn't get to start right away.
Right.
You don't just say, oh, he's Juice Scruggs. Oh, he's going to be the next all-pro center. Throw him in there. Right.
Yeah, unless they're the best one. All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 8 o'clock hour. What did we learn about the Rockets last night? Did we learn as much about them last night as we did beating the Celtics the night before? And Dana Brown speaks on the Ryan Presley and Alex Bregman situations. We'll hit all that heading into the 8 o'clock hour coming up next.
If you're looking to build your custom dream home, go to Kirk Homes. It's as simple as that.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of bodies on Van Vliet. Green to Thompson. Hot potato. Oh, how about that to Şengün? The Rockets just beat the Hawks in their full court press. They do it again.
Oh, goodness.
Look at this look by Hunter to give them the lead. Just didn't miss it. And then the Hawks were pressuring the ball. The Rockets played keep away. Şengün then with the dunk, and they win it 100-96. An ugly win is still a win.
It's funny, the biggest reaction that we've been getting when we've been talking Rockets the last couple days, and it's been a fun week for the Rockets. 2 wins over the Cavs, one of them on the road. Win over Boston on Monday. That was the Rockets finishing off the Atlanta Hawks last night, 100-96, in a game that got a little too close for comfort at the end. If you had Rockets -6 in that game, you're probably among the only angry people in Houston just because they were covering for much of the fourth quarter, and then they let the Hawks sneak back into it at the very end. I was not one of those people. There's
and we talked about this yesterday, and you pointed out, man, this Hawks game where it originally wasn't on the schedule. You just had a couple of really good victories on the road against good teams. This would be a perfect opportunity for a letdown game. And it's not even like you're looking past the Hawks or anything, just physiologically,
just the NBA.
Psychologically, everything else. You got Memphis coming up.
Yep.
There were a lot of reasons where you would totally expect the Rockets to lose and probably not worry all that much about it.
Yep.
That's the really encouraging thing, is that they started off really slow. They got themselves back into it. You had to play more minutes out of guys than they typically get because of all those other considerations. And they let the Hawks back into it, but they fought their way back in the fourth quarter to hold on to the victory. I think it's just I don't want to gush about it overly because I feel like they've demonstrated multiple times as of late that, wow, this is a much more professional basketball team than they were even when things were going well early in the season. Mm-hmm. It's just, you feel like you've seen some of these younger guys just kind of grow into their actual professional basketball player status this season.
Yeah, well, and I think that's an interesting point you make about, factoring in the early part of the season is I think some of what you could have said maybe in October and November when they're playing teams like when they're playing good teams and they're playing them either competitively or actually beating them is that the Rockets maybe snuck up on them a little bit. The Rockets didn't sneak up on the Cavaliers. There's no way they did because they beat them 2 days before they beat them in Cleveland on Saturday this weekend. That Celtics game, I'm guessing, had a lot of hype coming into it on Monday on the Boston side of things. Hey, man, we got this team coming in that just beat the only team ahead of us in the Eastern Conference standings right now. They just swept them. So there's no sneaking up. These teams are ready for the Rockets, and the Rockets are punching back. There's not a
flukishness to them being where they are in the standings.
Correct.
Early in the season, and you could always say they're second in the West, but
small sample size.
I think people will point out I think at this point in the season, people will point out there's no but after their standings.
No.
They don't say, well, the Rockets' record is this, but they just say, well, wow, the Rockets are playing good basketball.
The Rockets are good, and they're built to last too, man. I mean, this is it's a young core. The guys that are the veterans that are kind of the leadership infusion. Fred VanVleet, if the team wants, is still here for another year after this. If they feel like that's the solution at point guard is to pay him $43 million for another year next year. Dillon Brooks is here for another few years after this. I would say, VanVleet's getting $43 million a year. Dillon Brooks is getting $20 million a year. And I would say that's $63 million well spent by the Fertitta family. It's based on what they've brought to this team, kind of how they've helped sort of that combined with whatever they're paying Ime Udoka. Money, very well spent, I would say, for the Rockets. So they beat the Hawks last night, 100-96. Kind of an ugly win. Oh, what I was going to say coming in, the one big sentiment that we're getting, Seth, whenever we talk about the Rockets is don't do anything right now when it comes to trading. And you and I had gone through some trades, some hypotheticals last week where I think I was kind of intrigued by Kevin Durant. There was a Kevin Durant proposal that some writer did. I'm like, yeah, this looks pretty good. And we talked and walked through some Steph Curry and Draymond Green scenarios last week that we were hot and cold on, whatever. People may say, guys, you guys were, maybe encouraged to do some trades last week. What's changed? And I don't think we were that hot on the Curry and Draymond thing. I'm talking more about the Kevin Durant thing. What's changed is they beat the Cavaliers twice and the Celtics on the road. Like that's a big deal.
Yeah, I guess Reed. If you go through the Kevin Durant part of it, I guess that's the one that, because the Draymond Green and the Steph Curry one just didn't make a lot of sense in a lot of ways, especially the proposals that people were throwing out there. The Durant one, that's the one where I'm more tempted or inclined to think, all right, in a 7-game series, is Durant and his scoring ability and just his Kevin Durantness going to be a factor in a 7-game series versus it's hard to scrap your way through defense and rebounding to a victory over a really good team in a 7-game series if you can't shoot. That's just it's hard to do. That one would still raise my eyebrows in a good way.
It would. Now, what gets interesting if you did a deal like that? If you did a deal like that and you're trading off all those trading off first-round picks doesn't affect your rotation this year. Trading Cam Whitmore in a deal like that, along with those picks, doesn't really affect your rotation. What gets interesting is what happened. Does Amen Thompson go back to the bench? The guy's turning into an all-star before our very eyes.
Right, yeah, the Amen Thompson part of it too. It's just he's been playing well for a while now, but it's just his resume keeps getting better and better. He's averaging a double-double. He's playing heavy minutes. They've only lost 3 games when he's started. It's like that. It's rounding even more. Where we were a little bit skeptical of trying to bring in talent from the outside to begin with. Now I'm even more skeptical just because as we were discussing it, it was before this really hard stretch.
Yeah.
This road trip specifically is something that we were looking ahead to, where it was going to be 3 really good games on a road trip. And so far, they've availed themselves very, very well.
Yeah, this feels like a big turning point in the what should the strategy be, at least for the rest of this year, when it comes to the makeup of this team. Now, ultimately, the playoffs should probably tell you what to do with the makeup of the team, because that's what matters. Like you just said, it's a great point. In a 7-game series, Kevin Durant impacts things differently than in March, when you're going on a 4-game road trip or something like that. So, but the overwhelming sentiment from people seems to be like, just let's roll with this. Because you're right. If you're making a trade, especially for someone that plays, that would take away minutes from Amen Thompson, then you're almost, as part of that trade, as something you're sending out the door, is the potential stagnation of Amen Thompson's development. You know, like that's a factor in all the, like, hey, we're going to make this big trade, so we're sending out Cam Whitmore, 3 first-round picks, 2 pick swaps, so-and-so's expiring contract, and then you have to factor in that Amen Thompson's minutes are going to go down probably if you bring in Kevin Durant.
So another one that wouldn't affect Amen Thompson as much as De'Aaron Fox's name is out there, and Sacramento's shopping him.
Yeah.
Kelly Iko said what he said about a lot of these things so far. He says, through conversations with Kings officials in recent weeks, Houston Rockets officials were aware of the increasing likelihood of a De'Aaron Fox trade. But according to team sources, Houston's stance has not changed, even if Fox is indeed available. So they're not sniffing around De'Aaron Fox.
I wouldn't either.
They're not going around that hen house.
Really good place from here. So it would be a return to Houston, back to his hometown for him here. But I'm not wanting the Rockets to be in on any of these guys right now. Let's watch this thing and see kind of how it continues to play out. Now, they've got to make some decisions on whether or not they do any of this. The trade deadline is really early this year, it feels. Maybe they move. I haven't paid too close of attention to the trade deadline the last couple of years in terms of when it's been, because the Rockets haven't been in a position like this before where you could have the types of conversations you and I are having right now, Seth. But the trade deadline's February 6th. Like, that's it's during the week. We're in New Orleans next week for the Super Bowl, so it's coming up pretty soon here. If I had to guess, I would say there will be no trades. Nothing big for the Rockets. Maybe they make a trade for a depth piece or something like that, but I would say no trades. Dana Brown, let's shift gears at the Astros here. Dana Brown did a media availability yesterday on Zoom, and this is in the aftermath of the Ryan Presley trade. He gave some insight as to why this was a trade that made sense for the Astros.
As we build to compete in the present, we're also looking toward the future. And so when you get an opportunity to acquire a young arm like Juan Bello, it's just it's one of those opportunities that, when you look down for starters toward the future, this guy's got a chance to be really good. He throws a lot of strikes. He can mix his pitches. There's some upside to velocity. And so as we compete in the present, we're also building for the future.
Okay. You know how I felt about that cut earlier, Seth, when we played it. I'm like, and we saved $8.5 million off of our payroll in the process. Didn't say that, Dana, did you?
Yeah, Juan Bello, you got to – when you've got any chance to take a guy who's had, let's see, how many total? 22 games of experience in the minors over the last 3 years.
In single A, yeah.
Yeah, and did some good things for Myrtle Beach last year.
Are you going to do an episode on the Seth Payne YouTube channel today, a deep dive on Juan Bello?
Mostly only as a way to think to workshop different puns. I feel like it's a dollar store or something.
It's a
like
very
Five
punnable
Below,
name.
but Juan Below. He's yeah.
That's a very punnable name.
Yeah, Juan Below freezing if they're playing in the playoffs in a cold weather game.
Dude,
you got to take the guy who Juan Below 30, Juan Below freezing the freezing point. He's fine.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Lopez is so angry that you got to that before he did. The Juan Below, I like
that.
Anything
to keep me from thinking about Forrest Whitley. I was
Dude,
we were talking about the. I know. We're talking about. I've got him in the notes.
Oh, what was the cut? I got to go find the cut where
because the relievers, with the loss of Presley, look, the relievers didn't do nearly as well as we thought they were going to do last year to begin with. And now you're looking at, okay, you got Abreu, you got Presley. What does Sean Dubin turn into, I guess? There's
Taylor Scott.
Yeah. Well, Taylor Scott, I feel good about. I mean, Taylor Scott, he had the back injury, and he was starting to fall off before the back injury was probably, it wasn't that he was falling off, it was the heavy workload, and that might have been related to why he had the back injury. I assume he'll be fine. But yeah, the bullpen in total, I know, is that the next iteration? Is like, hey, everybody, just remember, keep holding your breath on Forrest Whitley. He could be used as a reliever, and hey, he got 22 innings pitched last year.
All right,
woo!
Let's play that. Let's play the age-old game that everybody loves, the game that's sweeping the nation. Let's trigger Seth. Here's Dana Brown on the solutions in the bullpen.
You have guys like Van Way, who you think could be, make some type of impact at some point this year. You have the young guy in Whitley who's got power stuff. You're looking for Whitley to take the big jump forward. So we do have some young arms that we feel, are coming as well. And ultimately building this thing, you want these power arms on the back end, and you want to give these young players some opportunity. And, we feel like this is a good time to do that.
Young guys. Forrest Whitley's going into his 10th year in professional baseball.
He turns 28.
This will be his 10th year.
He turns 28 this season.
I think he turns 27.
No, he's 27 now. He turns 28 on September. I'm looking at his wiki page. September the 16th, he turns 28. Yeah.
Oh. Pro baseball. Okay. Pro baseball reference getting that wrong. That's a rare one.
Well, maybe Wikipedia's got it wrong. Who cares?
Whatever
he's
it is. He's in his 10th year in professional baseball.
Right.
He's not young.
That was funny to me. That's what jumped out at me. We got this young guy Whitley, and I'm thinking to myself, oh, okay, that sounds familiar. Oh, no, wait, he's not young at all. Is there another Whitley that's in their organization that pitches?
I get frustrated that people aren't as frustrated with Forrest Whitley as they are with Lance McCullers, because the Lance McCullers at least has done things for this organization.
I think that's why, though. I think it's two things. I think sometimes it's like no good deed goes unpunished. Like sometimes you're a victim of your own success. We've seen what he can do, and now he's unavailable, and we get upset about the unavailability, and we take it out on the player. And I think the number two thing is he's getting paid a lot of money to rehab all these injuries.
Right. Well, with Forrest Whitley, where I get frustrated is that he's still in the organization and they're still looking at upside. But half the time you hear about Forrest Whitley, it's for a problem of his own creation.
Yeah.
It's a suspension for substance. It's him showing up out of shape in the COVID season. That was the one that did it for me. Who was the coach that commented on it? Oh, it was anyway.
With the pitching coach, Brent Strom. Was it Brent Strom?
Strom. I know I was blanking on Strom's name, and now I feel I'm gonna have to do penance for that afterwards. Strom basically said, "I don't know why Forrest Whitley showed up out of shape," and then nobody talked about it. And I'm looking around at like all these baseball people, and I'm like, I don't know. Is this what your sport is like? Are you this soft? Why are these baseball writers not making this a headline? That Forrest Whitley, the guy who has already been a disappointment 5 years ago, shows up out of shape in the COVID year because he can't be trusted to work out on his own? Like, why are you not making it? It was hidden in the middle of the article. They go, yeah, by the way, Forrest Whitley showed up out of shape. On to other things. And then here he is 5 years later. No, I got no appetite for it.
See, I was only joking when I said it would trigger you. He's been better. He's been less fat and less suspended the last few years.
Well, fat by his standards, which still is like Ichabod
got married.
Crane.
He got married and settled down. And
that'll make you fat.
He's become a better version of himself. I don't know why I'm talking myself into a guy who's going to be like a mop-up reliever at best. It's like a eat-up innings arm in the bullpen.
Look, his most look with Sugarland last year.
Yeah.
He had a 1.89 ERA.
Yeah, he was really good at Sugarland last year.
Yeah.
Well, we can go watch him at Sugarland and dominate there. Seth, last I heard people...
That was on 30 innings pitched.
People love seeing...
It was a storybook 30-game stretch.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey,
oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. That was 33.3. Yeah, 33.
Don't look up stats. Last year. Don't look up stats.
I will with Forrest Whitley.
Yeah.
If you're trying to make an argument, if you're trying to cherry pick the little stints where he's actually been good, they're few and far between.
Here's the latest from Dana Brown on the Alex Bregman situation. Still discussing internally. And discussing. Ben's finding the cut, so
we've talked internally about him still being available, and so we are definitely having conversations within our front office. We haven't reached back out to Boris. At some point, it could turn to that. I know that we're taking a deep look at what it would look like if we acquired him, and how would it look for us financially? Does it make sense to do it? We know that he's a talented player. We'd love to have him, but I would mostly say it's all internal conversations as to what we would like to do in terms of Bregman.
Would you rather give Bregman a long-term deal at market value or Framber a long-term deal at market value?
Framber.
You would rather get Framber, yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather get Framber. I don't even have to think, as long as it sounded like I had to think about that for that.
Yeah.
It's more value to your team. He's more consistent. I mean, Bregman's the ultimate professional, but Framber is previously a head case, but he's more consistent than Bregman. So, as far as the one part about that quote, though, is the fact that, all right, Wade Dana talks about it. It was initially reported that the Astros reached out to Boris. I'm not 100% convinced that the Astros reached out to Boris. That sounds very much more like Boris came knocking, like, hey, we're still here, by the way. Totally doing great.
Yeah.
But, just in case, oh, yeah, we got all kinds of suitors. But, we're still open to it.
Yeah,
I think the Astros are in the driver's seat on this one.
Dana Brown is not conducting himself like someone who's hyper-motivated to get Alex Bregman back here.
And I'd honestly be surprised if the initial offer is still on the table the way it was reported. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
That the initial offer is still sitting out there on the table after they already made a lot of moves that make it harder for the Astros to make that initial offer.
All right.
And like what's changed? Oh, the rest of the league doesn't like you as much as I guess we thought they would. So no, I'm not. That something has changed.
Yeah.
We're not giving you that same offer.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Wednesday. Our good friend Ted Johnson. Remember Teddy J on the Triple Threat back in the day with me and Rich Lord? He is back on afternoons in Boston on our sister station WEEI. his hot take swing is in perfect form right now, Ted. And I think he legitimately feels this way too. I
don't know. I think he might. We'll have to evaluate that. I think he painted himself into a corner a little bit.
We will. Yeah. We will take a listen to something that our friend Ted Johnson said that has everybody up there up in arms right now. That is next.
Well, Karam injury lawyers, you might be up in arms because you got in an accident and it wasn't your.
first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So our former colleague here at Sports Radio 610, our friend Ted Johnson, has just started back up doing afternoons daily, Monday through Friday. He's on WEEI up there. That's our sister station up in Boston. So it's a similar show to what he had when he was on here with me. It's a 3-person show. Ted's the former player on the show, and then there's 2 hosts there that are with him. And they drop a lot of video from their show, or at least a lot of it winds up on my timeline. And yesterday, this one got a lot of run. We know that Ted has had a complicated relationship with Bill Belichick through the years, right?
Yeah, I mean, Ted basically has called Belichick out for, putting a lot of pressure on him to play well concussed
Practice
or immediately
well
after concussion. Right, yeah. So it's been, Ted's kind of been out of the circle of trust for Belichick and parts of the Patriots for a while now.
A long, long time, yeah. But he's doing very well, for those wondering. He's back on the radio up there. He does a lot of TV up there as well. And he's not changed his opinions. Ted is still, the parts that he loves about the Patriots, he's very outspoken about, and the parts that he still has issues with, he's very outspoken about. You will never tame Ted Johnson when it comes to that stuff, ever. So yesterday they got into a discussion, Ted did, with his 2 co-hosts, about Belichick's role. I guess a big topic had been, it's like the MJ versus LeBron of football, probably up in New England. Is it Brady or is it Belichick that we give credit to? Anytime there's a lull, you just go to that, and that'll get people going. So here was Ted Johnson on the percentage of credit that he would give Bill Belichick for the 6 Super Bowl wins.
You want me to chop it up? Yeah. I go 60, Brady. You ready for that? You're not going to like this.
No, I don't think I'm
going
to love this.
30% others, 10% Bill.
It's Ted Johnson.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Ted
How
Johnson.
did you say?
Excuse me.
Did
you just say 10% Bill Belichick?
Yeah.
10%
out of 100? Let me ask you this: what other coach how much credit do you give Andy Reid?
I think Andy Reid is on his way to being the greatest coach in the history of football.
So you give him huge. What I'm trying to say is, how many coaches would you give even 2%, 5%, 8% credit to for being the reason why you win or lose?
But one big difference there, and this is my argument.
You win.
So Bill Belichick took a 6th-round quarterback, 199th overall, correct?
He did at the behest of the
Dick Grapevine.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, Dick
Grapevine. It wasn't Bill.
But I'm saying the talent level.
Yeah.
The NFL put a talent level on Tom Brady. The talent level was 6th round, correct?
Correct.
So Bill took a 6th-round talent and helped mold him into a 2nd-year Super Bowl champion by his 4th year. In line for debates with Joe Montana is, could this guy be the greatest quarterback of all time? So he molded him at his most formative stages of his NFL career.
He was the coach as he was being formed, yes. I
feel like Ted is on the stand, and I'm the cross-examiner.
Do you think Tom Brady, if he didn't play for Bill Belichick, would never have won any Super Bowls? That he wouldn't be a great quarterback if he only played for Bill Belichick? That was the only way he was going to win multiple Super Bowls.
All right.
Okay. All right. There's a lot to unpack there. I feel like where he talked himself into a corner a little bit was with how he divvied up the percentages.
Mm-hmm.
Because the 10%, I can't play devil's advocate on that. I mean, it's hard to keep a job in the NFL for 3 years.
When I saw the tweet before I had even clicked on the video, I saw the tweet. I'm like, oh.
All right. Now, this is what I would say, I guess, in defense of Belichick. Is I argue that he deserves more than 10% credit. Stay with me, Sean. I know. Stay with me. Don't interrupt me, because as I try to make a case that Bill Belichick was more than 10% responsible
the floor is yours, Senator.
For winning 6 Super Bowls. I'm going to say, this is the thing. I don't know if Tom Brady would have made the team on a lot of other teams.
Yeah.
I think that have to look at how lowly regarded he was by other teams. What typically happens to guys when they're 6th or 7th round quarterbacks and they don't have athletic traits or whatever. Maybe you're hopefully you're on the practice squad. You might be around, but I don't know if you would have made the team. But then also that Tom Brady, as we came to know him and view him as a quarterback, he really wasn't that guy for those first 3 Super Bowls. I mean, he was very clutch in a lot of ways, but he wasn't that incredible orchestra conductor that he would become until the second half of his career, really. Yeah. And a lot of that comes from, but he was smart and he did things to help win. Like, he was really good at winning football games, partly because they had a really good defense on the other side of him, which is all about Belichick. And I hate getting into the arguments about, who was it, Belichick or was it Brady? Because, the analogy I always use is, okay, who's responsible for a good marriage, the husband or a wife? Mm-hmm. Both. Like, you can't have a 10% husband and a 90% wife and consider that a good marriage. Like, it's probably like the guy's a scoundrel. He's out cheating on her all the time. Yeah. Hasn't had a job in 4 years, but she's a saint. Yeah. And that's why they have such a successful marriage. Yeah. So I just if he had gone, what's the lowest percentage that you could have gone where, like, I think maybe you could entertain having the conversation? Like 40%?
40%. I would say 60-40 Brady. Look, the fact of the matter is, if we just want to get empirical about this, like, let's look at the results after the two of them split up. Yeah. Brady went and won a Super Bowl the very next year in Tampa Bay. And Bill Belichick made the playoffs one year with Mac Jones, and then the team fell off the face of the earth, largely due to horrible decisions by Bill Belichick, both in personnel and in staffing, in making Joe Judge and Matt Patricia a two-headed offensive coordinator of doom.
Which, by the way, that's another curious thing, because Andy Reid, another greatest coach of his division, he did the same damn thing at the end of his tenure with the Eagles. Yeah. He made an offensive line coach the defensive coordinator. Yeah. Like, to hold together a dynasty like that for that long, it's not about just having a good quarterback. I mean, if that were the case, Mike McCarthy would have 4 Super Bowls right now.
That's right.
It's, I always tend to revert to just, it's genuinely 50-50, that Belichick was the right guy for Brady and Brady was the right guy for Belichick. The biggest thing that, if you want to divvy up credit, the really interesting dynamic with the Patriots was always, for me, all right, Brady being willing to play below his market value for so long, despite having so much success. Does he do that for other coaches? Would he have done that for other coaches? And I think for Brady, it always felt like Brady understood that his best opportunity for success and the thing that was working was with Bill Belichick. Yeah. And even though Belichick might grade against him and all of that, like, Brady just knew that, hey, I can go make more money elsewhere, but it's awful fun winning championships, and this is the right spot to do it. And the structure of it all starts with Bill Belichick.
Yeah, you know what? We need to holster that audio. We need to keep that audio, not the whole thing, but just Ted's take on it, and save it and play it for Caserio the next time we have him on. Not that Nick's going to assign percentages and things like that, but just to get his reaction to it.
I think Nick probably has the exact same take on it that I do.
I do too.
It's one of those things that it's impossible. It was a really good relationship, you know? It was a really good relationship, and it was a really good pairing. Andy Reid is another great example. Hey, Andy Reid was a really, really, really good coach with Donovan McNabb. Yep. And he's a different coach with Pat Mahomes. Would Pat Mahomes be the same guy with Bobby Slowick as his offensive coordinator? I tend to think not. Mm-hmm. If Pat Mahomes, okay, if C.J. Stroud had Andy Reid this past season as an offensive coordinator or Bobby Slowick, switch coordinators, right, or switch offensive minds. Who's the better quarterback this year? Yeah, I would put my money on C.J. Stroud with Andy Reid, but it's impossible. It's just impossible to actually divvy up the credit in a situation like that.
Yeah, someone's saying, hey, it's worth noting Bill went 11-5 in '94 with the Browns and took them to the playoffs.
Oh yeah, I didn't expect that. Nobody ever brings that up. Yeah, yeah. You know who else? You know who won 11 games with him after that? Todd Haley with Matt Castle 2 years later. So
No, sorry, Seth. They're bringing up when he was the coach of the Browns in 1994.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was I heard 11-5, and I went straight.
Immediately
to
went to no. That was their record that year. Yeah, no, I get it.
Right? No, it's both. It's both.
Yeah, Belichick's a good coach. Yeah, Ted's wrong. I think Ted's wrong, and I don't think Ted has a problem with us saying that. Like Ted, the part, and I love Ted, but the part where he's like, how much credit do you really give a coach? Like 2%, 5%, 8%? Like, no, like a lot more than 10, you know? The funniest part of that was Ted's co-host going when he said 10%, and one of them, I don't know their names. One of them was just
out of 100.
Out of 100. When he's just bewildered, he goes, out of 100? That was hilarious.
I feel bad for Ted because this is gonna be brought up all the time. He's never gonna be able to have an interaction, or at least for a long time, he's not gonna be able to have an interaction on social media or whatever without somebody bringing up, yeah, but aren't you the guy that said Belichick
like the tweet that they tweeted it out, like the station, like they highlighted the 10%, which is what you do to get people to click on the video, but they called it like 10% Teddy or something like that. Like they nicknamed him or something, like 10% Teddy or whatever.
The biggest problem with guys who come out of New England to be head coaches, or they came out of the Belichick tree, was that I felt like each one of them genuinely felt like he was responsible for 10%.
Yes.
Like Matt Patricia felt like, yeah, I was responsible for at least 10% of that.
Right. That's good stuff, man. Good job by Ted, man. Got people talking. Got things popping. It was lively, man. The old saying, man, you add pizza and Ted Johnson to any situation, and it gets popping, baby.
Why did I write Jason Garrett down in my notes?
I don't know why you wrote Jason Garrett, but the other thing you wrote down on the rundown that I thought is a really good point you haven't touched on yet, which was your very first bullet point.
Oh, yeah. Could this pull Ted closer to Bob Kraft?
Yes.
Bob Kraft seems to be trying to diminish Belichick's legacy via documentary and other methods. Yeah,
and if that's the case, then Ted Johnson is a delicate genius with this tape.
Machiavellian.
Yeah,
I think it
Machiavellian.
is. Bob Kraft is in his office, his darkened office, smoking a cigar, streaming because he had his assistant set up the stream for him, and he hears Ted Johnson say that. He's like, "Oh, I never gave Ted enough credit. Really, for those first 3 Super Bowl victories, I'd say Ted was responsible for 12% of them.
85% Ted Johnson. All right, hey, if you want to get to Vegas, one good way to do it, the best way to get to Vegas, I would say, would be to try to win the Slam Dunk Trip to Vegas contest that we've got going on right now. The trip could be yours. How? By tuning in to Sports Radio 610 for an hour a day on the Odyssey app, live, rewind, show, podcast. Doesn't matter. Whatever. However you listen to it, just do it for at least 60 minutes, and or any participating station on the Odyssey app, and you earn your daily entry. So do it every day. You earn your daily entry for you and 3 friends to potentially win a trip to Vegas in March, each with an extra $5K in your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now, if you're not already, on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest. We did the Texans' 4 best offensive plays earlier. I got the poll up already. People are voting. We're going to announce the winners tomorrow. We're going to do the 4 best defensive plays. This was a much harder list to come up with. The 4 best defensive plays for the Houston Texans in 2024. We'll run through those, put up a poll, let you vote on it coming up next.
And Sean meant it was harder because there were a lot more good defensive plays than offensive plays. It was hard to come up with the offensive one. If anybody's out there angry that Sean is throwing shade at the defense or something, he is not.
Definitely not throwing shade at the defense. No.
Right,
no.
Yes. Now,
District, Illinois.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth is scouring the internet up in the Boston area just to check on Ted.
I'll be in full Bostonian mode. I'm going to go to Dunkin' Donuts and take in Boston sports chatter. The counterpoint some people are bringing up in favor of Ted, this is again where it gets, you're arguing about two separate things. It's like, okay, if you're going to genuinely divvy up percentages, like, the various great players defensively, some of the people in the front office, some of the assistants, Josh McDaniels, like, okay, it gets a lot harder to divvy it all up. But Ted put, 50% on Brady?
60.
And then
60% on Brady. For those who missed it, Ted Johnson on Boston radio yesterday was asked to divvy up the credit for the Patriots dynasty. He gave 60% to Brady, 30% to others, nebulous others, and 10% to Bill Belichick.
So Belichick was fighting for scraps in that 40%.
Yes.
So it'd be 10% Brady and then a lot of the other great players or whomever else, people in the front office after that.
Yep.
It's hard when the problem is, Caserio was one of the last guys remaining of the original staff.
Yeah.
So
First Super Bowls,
It's really hard to figure out when you look at the first Super Bowl to the last one. There's only a few guys that were there the entire time.
Yeah.
Brady, Belichick, Caserio, and a couple others.
Yep. Yeah, for example, like this Chiefs dynasty that we're in right now, and I think by modern standards, it's a dynasty. It's much easier to do it with the Chiefs. Like it's the Reed and Mahomes and Kelsey show, and then everybody else is, to use your phrase, fighting for the scraps after that. I think.
And they still have to win 3 more Super Bowls as well.
But I think it's. Yeah. But I do think they're a dynasty. They're not the Patriots dynasty yet. But you go to 5 Super Bowls in 6 years. I think the Astros are a dynasty, by baseball standards. They won 2 World Series.
Okay, but if you go with the 3 Super Bowls dynasties, a 3 Super Bowl dynasty, if you looked at the original Patriots and their 3 Super Bowls, I think at that point, whatever Ted's percentages would be, I think it would be easier to put more of it on Belichick.
Yes,
because Brady wasn't as polished by a long shot as he would become. So I think the ability to do what he did, including winning that first Super Bowl, where that was an unimpressive roster. That first Super Bowl was quite an accomplishment.
They were 13.5-point underdogs to the Rams in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And granted, it was a great Rams team, greatest show on turf. But that team was not supposed to get to the Super Bowl. I don't even know they were supposed to get to the playoffs at the beginning of the year. I have no idea. I think that early one, and you know what? We may save the best 4 defensive plays for the next segment, Ben, when we got a little more space. We're just this bad placement by me. We're up against it on this segment, but we got plenty of text to get to in this segment. But to put a bow on your point, I think the first 3 championships would have been 60% Belichick. In that dynasty there. We're going to react to a lot of stuff here on the text page, so we can hit that for a few minutes. Serious question. Ooh, I like that beginning to a text. Serious question. Is C.J. Stroud a max contract guy based on performance? I think he will be, but right now he's not better than Sam Darnold.
All right. This is the problem. Throw logic out the window and throw out how you think the quarterback contract should be doled out or what have you. The simple fact of the matter is he probably will be, regardless of just what this next season looks like, barring an absolute disaster. Tua Tagovailoa and Trevor Lawrence got huge contracts.
Yeah.
And Trevor Lawrence's was more lucrative, right? And it was close to Joe Burrow's.
Yes.
It wasn't the highest paid quarterback in the league, but
it's tied with Joe Burrow on AAV.
Yeah. And I think CJ has already shown a higher ceiling than Trevor Lawrence. So it'll be a huge surprise if CJ doesn't get that contract.
Yeah.
So I guess the question isn't whether he will get it or not. It's, has he demonstrated that, okay, if it were more of a meritocracy when you're giving out quarterback contracts, would he be? Not yet. I think that it's got to be, you want 2 seasons that you feel as good about afterwards as the first season.
As his rookie year.
There want to be, like, the way you felt after 2023, you want to feel that way after 2025. And then it's a slam dunk because he's young. In that scenario, he would have been healthy. If he goes on and only slightly improves on this season, he's still going to get the contract because that's just the way the NFL has to operate right now.
Yep.
But I don't think that it's a slam dunk that he should get that contract.
So you would feel so I agree with everything you just said. I just want to, if he has the same season this coming season, the same season that he had his rookie year, how will you feel about that contract?
I'd feel like that's just the way you got to operate in today's NFL. It's basically a hedge.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where if you're a team and you get into that after that third season, you either got to commit to that guy because you hope he works out, and if he does work out, it's going to cost you even way more to do it 1 year down the line. We saw this with Dak Prescott. The Cowboys ended up paying way more the next year, and that was after a devastating ankle injury than they would have in that moment. The other option is, okay, we're going to have to roll our dice on unproven rookie at some point or try to trade for somebody. They just like the potential security of him. And I feel like teams could draw a harder line than they do, but it's just the way things are. It's multiple different factors. That's the way it is these days. But as a fan, like, I would probably feel like Jaguars fans might have felt about Trevor. If CJ had the exact same season this next year, I would feel probably how Jaguars fans felt about giving Trevor Lawrence that contract. You're like, well, yeah, I don't think that's necessarily what he deserves right now, but this is who we're rolling with. Let's do it.
For me personally, it would take a really, really bad year from C.J. Stroud next year and then them giving him a contract. Like, he'd have to be worse than this year was for me to feel super nervous about it. I guess, but I'm with you, Seth. Like, if he had the same year he had his rookie year, do I feel a 10 on a scale of 1 to 10? Like, they go 10-7, win the division. CJ puts up pretty good, not like eye-popping numbers, not like Lamar numbers, but efficient numbers like he did his rookie year. I feel good about it. I feel like we got the guy and we've got a chance. I think the thing that would make me feel great about it, having to do with the 2025 season, is if he actually goes out and beats Lamar Jackson, if he actually goes out and beats Patrick Mahomes in the regular season. You know, if he actually, I'm trying to think of who
Jordan Love.
Jordan
Goff.
Like for next year, it would be like they play the West.
For the big contract guys.
Like Matthew Stafford next year. They play the Rams, guys like that.
I'll tell you what. You know what I try to do sometimes in scenarios like this? I think if you ask C.J. Stroud the same question right now, and it wasn't in front of cameras, and you got a true unfiltered response.
Yep.
I think I'm guessing CJ would feel like, no, my standards are way higher than what this year was.
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel like, now, negotiating and, all that other stuff, that's a whole different deal. But, like, at the core of it, I feel like CJ expects more out of himself, and there's reasons for why his numbers were what they were and everything this year. But, yeah, I don't think CJ would feel like, oh, yeah, right after this season, this is slam dunk, that's what I deserve.
Now, that's interesting. Because I don't necessarily disagree. Other than this,
sounds like you disagree.
He did. Well, no. I'm just making a counterpoint because I do think CJ. I think CJ's wired the way you're talking about, generally speaking. Yeah. But we know he was on that tour last year of everybody just feeding him the rat poison about how great he was. He did sit down on a couch and was asked to list the top 5 quarterbacks in the league and put himself at number 3.
Right. And you know what he said at the end of the season? He said, I thought I knew, but I didn't know what it took to be the guy in the NFL. I think that it was for a guy that I think genuinely tries to strive for humility. The hardest thing in the world for an NFL quarterback is you get just bombarded with adulation everywhere you turn.
Yep.
And last year especially, you couldn't find a film watcher or somebody that knew what they were talking about who weren't absolutely gushing about C.J. Stroud's rookie year.
They were sitting down with him at the Super Bowl with iPads, asking him to take us through this amazing throw that you made.
Right. And it's almost impossible to not have that affect you.
Yeah.
And that's why ultimately I think this year was probably really good for C.J. because he really realizes now, and I think if you were to ask him directly about saying, putting himself in that top 5, I think he basically said, I I didn't know what I was talking about back then.
Yeah, I think
now I do.
If you play that video for him, forget about playing the video of the amazing throws. Go back and put that on the iPad. Him putting himself in the top 5. I think he would cringe a little bit at that.
Yeah,
you know, like that he
so
did
I
that.
think him turning down the Pro Bowl alternate invitation, and I think it's going to be a more subdued offseason for CJ. I think he's got a little bit of a chip on his shoulder that he's placing there himself.
Yep.
That he's disappointed in the way the year went, and he's gonna really dial in and focus.
Good stuff. That was a good question. Appreciate it. On the text page, 713-572-4610 on the text page.
Yeah, that whole giving the quarterbacks their third year, I feel like most fans, like, you guys have the guy under control for theoretically 7 years total, like 5 more years. Why is it the standard that they're giving the contract? There are reasons why they do give him those contracts, but I'm still not entirely comfortable with it. But I'm just trying to accept that that's the way business is done in the NFL.
I'm comfortable with giving it to the good ones. It's giving it to Trevor Lawrence that's an issue I have.
Well, Tua Tagovailoa with a concussion history and everything else. That's the tough part of it.
Yep. Hey, we're headed to New Orleans for Radio Row. We're looking forward to that, and we thank Flight by Yingling for sending us there. We have cases and cases and cases of Flight by Yingling for our Airbnb, and we thank them for that. Flight by Yingling's been a great partner for us throughout the football season. Thank the Low T Center as well, a supporting sponsor, sending us to Radio Row. And, of course, Exclusive Furniture sponsoring the hot seat. You get a hot seat at Exclusive Furniture. They're going to sponsor that. That's where all the guests will be sitting that we bring on, and we promise they'll be good guests on Radio Row. Up next, we will circle back. Top 5 plays on defense. We'll get to that in this segment. Latest on the Texans' search for an offensive coordinator as well. Into the 9 o'clock hour we go on Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, let's talk about something really important.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, we did the 4 best offensive plays for the Texans. I put it up on a poll. We played the play-by-play from Mark Vandermeer. The poll is up on my Twitter timeline at Sean T. Pendergast. I'm not going to say who's winning because I don't want to poison the results. There's 4 plays up there. Nico Collins, 3rd and 11 catch to help close out the Colts, which was an amazing throw and catch in Week 1. The Daria Gumbawale touchdown to win the game against the Jags in Week 4. Dameon Pierce, shot out of a cannon, which led to Seth and I visualizing him getting actually shot out of a real cannon on the show earlier for 92 yards.
Or if not a real cannon, one of those circus
cannon, a real circus cannon, yeah. That's in Week 18. That's number 3. And then the Xavier Hutchinson catch off of the C.J. Stroud fumble scramble in the playoff game is number 4. You can go vote on my Twitter timeline at Sean T. Pendergast. You can follow the station at Sports Radio 610 and follow Seth at Seth C. Payne. So top 4 defensive plays now. Let's get to these. There's a lot to choose from. That's why I said it was really difficult earlier, because there's a lot to choose from. I'm going to go with, these are the 4 I picked, and there's so many. There's so many from Danielle Hunter that you can pick. But I thought this one was very important in the game that was in, even though it was against an opponent that was not very good. This is Danielle Hunter strip sack fumble early in the second half against the New England Patriots.
May gets the snap. He's got a little time, and now he's sacked. The ball is out. Hunter got it out, and Edwards recovers at the 10-yard line. Strip sack.
Drake May is still down.
All right, so there's a lot going on that play.
Sorry about it, Drake May.
Drake May's still down. That was a big play because if you remember that game, I know the game wound up lopsided, 41-21. It was 14-7 at the half, and the Patriots had just scored on a deep shot to Kayshon Boutte right before the half. He beat Derek Stingley. And they had the ball to come out in the second half. And if you're just coming off that Buffalo win the week before, you're on the road against a much lesser opponent, and it looked like there was some letdown there with the Texans potentially. That play right there recalibrated the game because just a couple plays later, the Texans scored to make it 21-7, and then the game was never really close. Danielle Hunter needed to be represented somewhere in this piece here, Seth, I felt like.
Yeah, that play, by the way, also, if that were versus the Chiefs, 100% Pat Mahomes would have drawn a flag on it. There was almost incidental contact, almost with Danielle Hunter to Drake May. So, yeah.
Oh, that's a helmet.
Yeah, helmet to helmet.
Yeah.
I can't stop getting triggered about some of these calls. the thing that bothers me about the quarterback hit rules is that if you hit the quarterback in the midsection, anatomically, the midsection starts to go. The quarterback head kind of snaps, and it looks like it could have gotten hit by a helmet.
Yeah.
That's where it's like you can't have your helmet anywhere near his helmet.
Yeah.
Like not even on the same horizontal plane. So thank God, I was just glad that for Danielle Hunter's sack total sake, that was against Drake May.
Against Drake May in his first start. Drake May. Hey, by the way, I don't know if you saw this yesterday. I mentioned, we'll get to the other 3 plays, I promise. The C.J. Stroud turned down the Pro Bowl. You know how deep they got into alternates for quarterback for the Pro Bowl for the AFC? Drake May is going to the Pro Bowl.
Wow.
Drake May
nobody wants any of that.
And Russell Wilson are going to the Pro Bowl for the AFC. Drake May and Russell Wilson.
For Russell Wilson.
Jeez. Both those guys are in competitions coming into the year for their positions.
I know.
JJ
Russell Wilson fell apart down the stretch.
Yeah, he did. JJ Watt tweeted yesterday. He said, you get 5 alternates deep, you may as well just call it the Participation Bowl.
Hey, whatever, JJ. I'm sitting here waiting for my invitation to show up. I'm somewhere on that list.
Easy to say when you make it every year, JJ.
You know, like you can do. There's people out there that know that they're like, 100,000th in line for the English crown.
You need to get
if you go through it, I feel like there's a Pro Bowl call up for me somewhere out there.
I feel like you need to take this up with JJ at some point for sure.
JJ would be at some point. They might have to go to JJ and recently retired Pro Bowl.
Yeah.
All right, listen. Nobody wants to do it. Can you at least show up? We know we'll get some clicks.
It's flag football. That'd be fun to have him out there running around. They should put a few legends out there in the flag football game. All right, that's number 1. Number 2, Week 8 against Indianapolis. For some reason, Shane Steichen thought that Anthony Richardson could engineer a touchdown towards the end of the half, or at least get some points on the board with like a minute to go, less than a minute to go in the half, deep in his own territory. Anthony Richardson, he of the well-documented on this show, sub 50% completion percentage.
It's a hell of a completion percentage.
Yes. This is what happened when they thought this would be a good idea, the Colts.
Richardson, empty backfield. He's in the gun. Here's the snap. Richardson looking, firing right side. It's picked off by Petrie. Petrie running across the 10 to his right, and he's stacked up inside the 8-yard line. Richardson coughs it up. Jalen Petrie with the INT. First and goal, Houston.
Yeah, and then the Texans would score. The Texans would tack on a touchdown there in a game that wound up 23-20.
The best part about that was just what a ridiculously stupid decision it was to throw that football. And Anthony Richardson, not to call the, I believe it. You found out later that they're supposed to run, and Anthony Richardson checked into the pass.
He checked into that play.
Yeah. But it's like, I think Anthony Richardson, I think he thought he was going to freeze the safeties with his eyes by briefly staring down the middle of the field. But then he had enough time to where, he turned and took 2 gather steps, staring at exactly the coverage as it was, and decided to throw that football.
Yeah, that
unbelievable.
That is
unbelievable.
That is 100% still on the coach, because you can point fingers and say, "Well, Anthony Richardson checked into that play; it's his fault." No, it's the coach's fault for putting the team in position where Anthony Richardson could check into anything. You should be. You're running down the clock at that point. Get out of there. Get out of there. Get into the locker room at halftime. And they handed a touchdown to the Texans right there.
It wasn't anything like Richardson should have been blind to it or anything. It wasn't like Petrie popped up out of nowhere.
Yeah.
The Texans didn't disguise their coverage or anything. It's exact. He threw it to the ball. He threw the ball to the receiver who was supposed to be covered by Jalen Petrie.
Yes.
And who was lurking right there.
Right there. Yeah. Excited to get Petrie back, man, next year. That's all I could think of when I'm listening to that highlight. Like, man, they could have used him out there in those playoff games. He was getting better and better in that role as the year went on, Jalen Petrie. All right, number 3. This is against Dallas. This was a play. It also involves Jalen Petrie, actually, because Derek Barnett forces a fumble. It gets scooped up by Tyler Guyton, an offensive lineman for the Cowboys. Well, I'll let Mark Vandermeer do the description here.
2nd and 6 for Dallas from their 40. Cooper Rush with Dowdle to his left, bunch formation right after motion. Rush in trouble. Strip sack. Who's got it? It's still loose. Texans pick it up. Here's Barnett on the run. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Scoop! Score! Derek Barnett.
Okay, so we've seen it before where guys force a fumble, scoop it up, and take it in for a touchdown. I've never seen a play where a guy forces a fumble, it gets scooped up by the Cowboys, Jalen Petrie comes in and waylays the guy.
Just crushes him.
And then
he crushes him.
And the guy fumbles it. Tyler Guyton, the O-lineman for the Cowboys. And the guy who forced the original fumble scoops it up and takes it in, Derek Barnett.
It's pretty embarrassing when you're an offensive lineman and you get destroyed like that by Jalen Petrie. It just comes up, and a guy that weighs 100 pounds less than you just takes your soul.
Yep.
And then Derek Barnett, it was impressive athleticism by Derek Barnett twice on that play. The strip sack, he had to reach in as he was running past. Just really beautiful hand-eye coordination, taps the ball out of the QB's hand. And then, Jalen Petrie just came in. I remember watching on the TV. It seemed like on the TV copy, he appeared out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It was almost like he wasn't even in your peripheral.
Yep.
I would have excused Anthony Richardson for not seeing him. Mm-hmm. But no, he just rocketed in and just destroyed the dude.
It was a great play. And Barnett had another touchdown later in the season against the Titans, too. Very similar situations. Texans up by 10. Game's still a game at that point. And he takes it in and puts them up by 17. That happened in both games at about the same juncture in the game, too. It's really eerie. Derek Barnett scored those touchdowns under very similar circumstances. And also both against hated rivals of us here in Houston, the Cowboys and the Titans. Good job, Derek Barnett. Bring him back, Nick. He's a free agent. I want Derek Barnett on this team again next year. All right, last one. Derek Stingley Jr. has to be in this conversation somewhere. And there is a lot to choose from, especially from the halfway point of the season on. Derek Stingley Jr. was the best cornerback on the planet. You could take a couple of interceptions he had in the playoff game against the Chargers. There were other plays that he made throughout the season. This, to me, was, in terms of importance at the time in the game, the importance of the game itself, because that was the Texans game coming out of the bye week and heading into a stretch where they were playing the Chiefs and the Ravens. They really needed to win this game, considering what they had on the schedule. And it was a close game at the time, too. Here was Derek Stingley Jr., who had already intercepted one Tua Tagovailoa pass, sealing the deal.
Tua takes the snap. Tua with pressure, throwing downfield to his right, and intercepted. Stingley again. That's going to do it. The Texans are going to beat Miami. Stingley's second pick seals the deal.
Seals the deal. Great
and
call.
Houston will get its 9th win.
Great call. That's a chill-inducing call by Vandy right there. The other thing that made that great, Seth, two things. One, just the caliber of the catch, like the ball skills. Number two is against Tyreek Hill, who's one of the best receivers in football.
It was against Tyreek Hill, and it was great because you knew at that moment that Tyreek Hill was going to say something publicly or want to agitate his way out of Miami after that, because it was he had a half step on Stingley with a perfectly thrown ball. Tyreek Hill probably would have made the reception, but it wasn't supposed to be a back shoulder, and yet it was.
Yeah.
And Derek Stingley came up and got it. At that moment, Tyreek Hill was thinking about, like, I got to get back to a different quarterback than this. This is not. So, and it wasn't, how long after the game was it where Tyreek Hill said he was probably gone?
That was after that was after the season finale.
Oh, it was at the end of the season, right?
That was the end of the season.
Right.
Yeah, but
that was the moment where he knew, though.
He started thinking it.
To Tyreek Hill's credit, he didn't start trying to agitate out of the contract that he signed in September until after the season.
Because he went 8-9.
Yes, yes.
I'm sorry, I missed the playoffs for the first time in my career. I'm out. Dude, you don't know how the salary cap works. There's no way you're out. Like, you just signed a new deal, man.
Mike McDaniel looked especially miserable after that play.
Yeah.
He was down, hands on his knees.
Yeah, man.
Disgusted, like he was puking at a frat party.
Well, he was probably, and that may have happened at some point. But yeah, he's probably starting to feel really good about Tua going into that game. Like Tua had as good a stretch of football that he had played in his career coming into that game. The Dolphins, I think in the previous 4 games before that, they put up over 31 points in 3 of them. The only one they didn't was when they had to go up to Green Bay and play in frigid temperatures, which the Dolphins seem to get a pass for every time they go up there and suck in sub-zero weather.
People were getting ready to maybe talk about the Dolphins as an incredible comeback, just with escaping the cold claws of death to actually be a playoff contender. That one just pretty much did it in for him.
Yeah. Okay, so the 4 plays, I'll put this up on a poll during the break, and you can go vote on my Twitter timeline, at Sean T. Pendergast. The Danielle Hunter strip sack fumble against the New England Patriots, which is sort of repping everything Danielle did all season long. The Jalen Petrie interception right before the half against Anthony Richardson and the Colts in Week 8. The Derek Barnett touchdown, the first one, the scoop and score against the Cowboys, and then the Derek Stingley Jr. interception to close out the Miami game.
You know, the other nice thing about that Dolphins game was that the Texans picked off Tua Tagovailoa 3 times in that game. He had thrown 1 interception in his previous 7 games.
Yeah.
They were playing very careful. And even in that game, it was a ridiculous percentage of the throws were for 5 yards or less.
Yes.
It was just extreme dinking and dunking, and yet whenever he tries to go deep and then you realize why he's only throwing 5 yards downfield for most of the game.
It's a great point.
The Texans against quarterbacks who don't throw a lot of interceptions at NRG Stadium this year was it was something else. It wasn't just the number of picks. It was picks against quarterbacks who don't turn the ball over.
It was, go through it. Tua, you just hit Tua. Jared Goff, I don't know how many interceptions he had coming into the Week 10 game against the Lions. I guarantee it was less than 5. He threw 5 in that game. Herbert in the playoffs had thrown 3 all regular season long, throws 4 in the playoffs. I would even throw Josh Allen in there, because Josh Allen in 2023, that was one of the things that kept him from being MVP level. Was he was kind of careless with the football, and early on this season, through the first 4 games, he hadn't thrown any interceptions. He didn't throw any in that Texans game, but he should have thrown 2. Like Azeez Al-Shire had his hands on 2 balls in that game that should have been interceptions. So Yeah, you're exactly right, man. That home field advantage that the defense has at NRG Stadium reestablished is really, really nice.
It was Goff had thrown 4 interceptions in 8 games heading into that Texans game. Remember, Goff was coming out of that stretch. It was a 5-game stretch, I think, of that no other quarterback had ever been as efficient and as good. Hadn't thrown a single interception in that 5 games. It was a ridiculous stretch of efficient play.
It was a stretch. It was a stretch where a lot of the stats you saw, Seth, were he's thrown more touchdowns than incompletions, like stuff like that. Crazy stuff, like crazy. People weighing in on our C.J. Stroud contract talk discussion from the previous segment. C.J. was hanging out too much with Micah Parsons last year. Too much talking. I hope he doesn't do that anymore. That'll be interesting. I think that'll be one of the more interesting wrinkles this offseason is just how visible is C.J. Stroud? Is he doing a lot of stuff like that?
I just of all the people I want my child to hang out with, I don't know if Micah Parsons is one of them. Not because he's a bad person, but he's a distraction. Yes. I feel like Micah's the classic, like, okay, he's not a bad kid, but he's also not, not that you feel is the best influence on your son.
Did you have a friend that wasn't a bad kid, but he was always the friend that you got into trouble with when you went
Sean
out?
Sanderson.
Yeah, mine's Jay Forsalina. You met Jay, actually. He was my friend who came in town, and he came up here on a Monday when we were doing the show.
Yeah, he tried to get me to go do blow with him in the bathroom.
I told you, I warned you. I said, don't go, and you went, and it was the dumbest thing I think you've ever done.
No, he didn't at all.
No.
He was here with his son, a teenage son. So if he's listening right now, Jay, let your son know that, I did that was a complete fabrication by me.
That's right. So Micah Parsons is Jay Forsalina and who? Scott Sanderson?
Sean Sanderson.
Sean Sanderson. Okay. How did he spell it? Sean.
Oh, S-E-A-N.
Good. Okay, I like him. Not as much as Farragher, but I like him. Let's see. Glad CJ is more locked in, but I hope CJ still finds time to have fun and relax this offseason. He played a tough season where his OC and O-line didn't do him a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, the new offensive coordinator, man, let's see. What's your over-under on when they actually make a hire?
That's a great question. I think
Wednesday of next week?
Yeah, I'll go under. Okay. Wednesday of next week. That's a good number, though.
I think they're having conversations at the Senior Bowl, and they probably got – I would guess there's like informal interviews going on with, hypothetically, Chip Kelly. There's nothing of substance that is linked the Texans to Chip Kelly right now. You're right. I just feel guilty even talking about it as much, but – Chip Kelly, they could just have conversations. D'Amico knows him. It doesn't have to be a formal interview. So I think there's a lot of that going on. A lot of casual/formal conversations, but aren't interviews per se.
Wednesday, that's a good target. Wednesday of next week.
They might already have the guy, like hypothetically, let's say it was Chip Kelly or Mike McCarthy. Hypothetically, there could already be an offer on the table, and those guys are just waiting to see if they get a head coaching opportunity or something different.
Yep.
And so the Texans might be getting their ducks in a row for if it's not one of their top 3 chosen candidates.
Yeah, these could all be Plan B guys that they're talking to right now. It's a great point. All right, speaking of Nick and D'Amico, they're at the Senior Bowl. What's going on down there? What do we want them to be shopping for at the Senior Bowl? Where do you go shopping? In Mobile, Alabama. You go shopping at the Senior Bowl. We'll talk about that coming up next.
You know what's hard to shop for? A big
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Just looking at a video during the break of Brian Callahan, the head coach of the Tennessee Titans. He's at the Senior Bowl, as are most all of the current head coaches in the NFL and GMs and whatnot. He did a quick interview with somebody, and it's a cut from that interview that Will Levis is going to go spend a couple months under the watchful eye of Jordan Palmer, noted quarterback guru and brother of Carson Palmer.
Oh,
that should fix things. I'm sure he'll be fine now.
Jordan Palmer is the one that Josh Allen worked with, right? Or works with. They use a lot of the pitch tracking technology and everything. And one thing they've realized in the NFL over the past decade is they used to think, well, you're either born with accuracy or you're not. And that it's really hard to improve quarterbacks' accuracy. But Dak Prescott and Josh Allen are a couple of the more notable examples of guys who actually improved their accuracy through just refining their technique. So it's a lot. The quarterback instruction is a lot less cavemanish than it used to be.
Yeah.
There you go, throw that football over our mountain. That's what they used to say. I used to hear that all the time from the quarterback's coach.
That was the coaching, huh?
Can you throw it over that thar mountain or not?
So Nick and D'Amico are at the Super Bowl. With
Senior Bowl.
Did I say Super Bowl? Senior Bowl.
Yeah.
Boy, Freudian slip. Someday they'll be at the Super Bowl participating, we hope.
Early, apparently, yeah.
Senior Bowl, yeah.
If they were there right now.
Just getting ready.
Waiting for everybody to come.
That's right, on Wednesday before Radio Row. The Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. So what are you hoping that they're shopping for there, Seth, at the Senior Bowl? Because
wide receiver, interior defensive lineman, because I think there's always room for an upgrade there, even though those guys played well. I think if you get a slam dunk stud guy that's out there all three downs, that type of guy, that can make that defense even better. Now that's also personally motivated. The offense is the side of the ball we're most concerned about. So I would say wide receiver, interior offensive line, and guard. A running back or fullback of some variety.
Oh, a fullback, huh?
Yeah. Now the fullback's not going to go in the first couple of rounds.
Yeah.
But the Senior Bowl and also some of the smaller college guys. You can find your diamonds in the rough.
Okay.
I know Andrew Beck came in and did a good job against the Chiefs, but he's still kind of that converted tight end / fullback type.
Yeah.
So I bet that's one that it's not going to be a marquee signing, maybe not even a draft pick, but maybe they see somebody at the Senior Bowl that was a college running back, but I don't know, this guy might be a good fullback.
That would 1,000% break the tendencies that Nick Caserio has had that predate D'Amico Ryans. He hasn't drafted. Has he drafted a single small school guy since he's gotten here that you can?
Oh, right, yeah. As opposed to when he was with the Patriots.
Yeah, where they did it all the time.
The Patriots drafted small schools. There were times where their top 2 picks in the draft were not even like Division 1A guys.
Right.
They love their small school guys. Yeah, that would be a tendency buster. Now, Nick, when we asked him about that, he laughed it off. He acted like I was a moron for even bringing it up. You know, the way Nick does that with me sometimes. And I'm all right. I can take it. But there's something to it. There have been way too many Power 5. Tank Dell is the only one who wasn't a Power 5 guy, and just by the skin of his teeth, because U of H became a Power 5 after Tank Dell left.
Yeah. I'm looking at it now. Davis Mills, Nico Collins, Brevin Jordan, Garrett. Well, yeah, it's all Power 5. And once D'Amico got in the building, I don't even need to read the
heavily
names.
SEC?
Well, it became heavily not just Power 5, but the powerful Power 5. The first draft with D'Amico here: Ohio State, Alabama, Penn State, Houston, TCU, Alabama, Notre Dame, Iowa State, Pitt. And so those last couple, that's Xavier Hutchinson and Brandon Hill. And then last year, Georgia, Notre Dame, USC, Ohio State, Oregon, Louisville, USC, Auburn, and Michigan.
Yeah. I think with Nick, what I suspect, because he plays it pretty close to the vest when you start asking him about his strategies and what have you.
Yeah.
With Nick, like most people who have been in personnel for a long, long time, they know that ultimately it's always a crapshoot. And it's easy to claim that you always knew a guy was going to be great after he's great and you drafted him, but they know that there's a real good chance that any one of your draft picks is not going to work out.
Yep.
That's just the way it works. And if you go back to drafting Derek Stingley versus Sauce Gardner, one of the things they really liked about him was not just that they had tape of him versus SEC they just had more tape of him versus really good wide receivers. They also had practice tape of him versus Jamar Chase and Jefferson. Like they had
who are the two first-team All-Pro wide receivers this year.
So it comes down to sample size. You've just got more to go off of because I know as a fan, I sit there a lot of times and say, well, especially when we do this with players from University of Houston, well, yeah, but look at what he did against this school or look at what he did against that school. And it's cool and it shows that they can do it, but it's still only a little glimpse. You didn't get to see them play against guys that good all the time. And I think with Nick, there was probably a big difference between him and Belichick in this regard.
Yeah.
Belichick obviously was going to win out in those arguments, but it seems like with Nick, he really values being able to have as many reps to watch against really good competition as possible.
Yeah, what am I watching? How much of a reasonable facsimile of what this guy's going to go against on Sundays am I watching right now? You know,
and I think when it comes time to take a flyer on guys, he probably looks at either late in the draft or the rookie free agents, like the two twins, the receivers there from last year.
The Janky twins.
The Jankies.
Yeah.
So, okay, you take those guys as rookie free agents, but for our really valuable draft picks, I want as much film and data on these guys as possible.
Yes. I want high probability, as high a probability as you can feel like you have when evaluating these guys. Last year, this is a text message. Last year, we were good with Gerard Johnson potentially being our new OC. What do you think changed this year? Would you be upset if he's the guy? I think it's pretty simple. If I can speak for the people that don't want Gerard Johnson, I don't think those people dislike Gerard Johnson. And I'll speak for myself. I would rather they not hire somebody internal for this OC job. I'd rather it be somebody with the new vision for this team, new fingerprints. Most importantly, with some experience calling plays. That's it for me.
I mean, it's as simple as I think that anybody who asks that question knows what the answer is. It's that, all right, if they had gone 2 years, and for one, don't lump everybody in. I wasn't eager for Gerard Johnson to be the offensive coordinator last year. So if your question is for the people who wanted Gerard Johnson last year, why would they not want him this year? It's because I think they would have been assuming, all right, then you're just going to continue on with what you were able to do. I felt like Gerard just did not simply have enough NFL experience coaching to step in with a young quarterback and a defensive-minded head coach for that to be his first time. If it were a situation like with Matt Nagy or with Eric Bieniemy or anybody else up in Kansas City, that's a different deal. But because they have an offensive-minded head coach who's running the show.
Yep.
So I personally wasn't eager for Gerard Johnson last year. This year especially, people got a reality check and realized, oh, okay, it's not simply taking over this system the way it was run and that he's got experience with it. We need to get somebody, at least personally, I feel like I want somebody that's got some experience, not just calling plays, but also coaching other positions in the offense, all of that, like a more well-rounded background and upbringing in the league.
Do any of the names, there's been 4 names made public so far that are in for this job.
Yeah.
Gerard's one of them. The other 3 are Jeff Nixon, the Syracuse OC, Thad Lewis, the quarterback's coach for the Buccaneers, and Nick Caley is getting interviewed tomorrow.
Yeah.
He's the passing game coordinator, and he's had many roles. Both he's with the Rams now, but he was with the Patriots for a number of years. Do any of them excite you so far? Are there any that you would get excited about?
No, and I also don't get distraught about that just because there have been plenty of really good offensive coordinators who don't have huge experience and they knock it out of the park.
Right.
So personally, I want somebody more experienced, but I'm not gonna claim that the house is burning down if they do take somebody that's got a little bit more limited experience or hasn't called plays. But I do hope that those guys have a good chunk of experience overall. Like with Caley, there's always that part where you get to like, all right, well, he was in the league he was with the Patriots from 2015 to 2022. Then he goes to the Rams. Last year was the first time that anybody made him any kind of a coordinator at all, passing game coordinator or anything. And I start to wonder, like, all right, he's not the boy genius that Sean McVay was. What kept him from maybe getting opportunities earlier? Yeah. So that's where my skepticism is.
Sure.
But I also there's a huge crapshoot element to it if you're not going with one of the guys who's you bring Wade Phillips in as a defensive coordinator, and look, you could argue about just how good he is. He's a really good defensive coordinator, and typically with Wade Phillips, his track record is the first couple years he's there, his defenses are incredible, and then can he sustain it? That's the bigger question mark. But you feel very comfortable in that. I don't feel that way about any of the guys that have been interviewed so far or that are slated to be interviewed.
It's a little like a version of what you and I were just talking about with drafting habits. It's almost like these guys that they've interviewed so far, the equivalent of like group of 5 or small school guys, where you don't really, you've got no film on what they're all about as a play caller. I mean, you have some on Jeff Nixon, but it's not been at the level. It's not been going against some of the defensive minds you're going to be going against hardcore in the NFL. Whereas Chip Kelly is the equivalent of the blue chip defensive ends that they're watching down at the Senior Bowl. Like what that looks like.
My argument almost as I'm thinking about it, my argument for hiring an offensive-minded head coach might be less about the quarterback and more about, it's also a lot easier to find a defensive coordinator who's not going to get another chance at being a head coach. But is a really good defensive coordinator. Yeah. Like a Dick LeBeau or a Wade Phillips or somebody like that.
Or Steve Spagnuolo. Kansas City.
Right. Spagnuolo's probably not going to get another chance. Yeah. He's just going to stay there and just keep
The best thing that could happen to the NFL is for somebody to hire that guy as their head coach.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Hey, so you've got your I was thinking about this the other day. Like, it was really cool. Something happened. I got some explanation of benefits for something medically, and I'm like, man, the football players, you guys get that annual checkup that you get with the league?
I get a health, a brain and heart scan.
Yeah, you
scan.
get like the full Monty on that thing.
Yeah, but you got to go do it at only one select location. So it's free and it's cool, except you might have to travel to the Cleveland Clinic. Yeah. But they do it at the Super Bowl. So on Wednesday, I'm going to go do it at noon. My only concern is I haven't gotten the details yet.
Okay.
I don't know if it's going to be fasting. I don't know if I'm supposed to be fasting.
I might get hungry, Seth, for a show.
Yeah, which usually is look, I dabble in the intermittent fasting, but I got to be really careful about it when I do it and also do a radio show. Circumstances have to be just right, and Radio Row is not the best circumstance. Like if I'm going to fast for a while, I've got to be really well rested without a lot of other distractions and everything.
Yeah.
I'm just warning you in advance that Wednesday morning might get hairy if I'm fasting in that moment.
You're warning me, and yet I feel like the audience is like rubbing their hands together like,
You're gonna get me flipping out at you over some
triggered Seth.
Thing. Yeah. Don't put words in my mouth, Sean.
Right, exactly. Well, that's good, man. Though that's cool that they do that. Where in New Orleans are they doing it?
Tulane is doing it, but I think it's in Metairie.
Okay. That's where the Saints practice facility is. That would stand to reason. I wonder if they're doing it somewhere like there.
At the facility or something.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll interview for the job.
Yeah. It's still
the
open?
Coaching job.
It's still open.
I'll bring in waving my good lipid numbers and be like, look at this. I'll be here for the duration.
There's most job openings for anything out there, like in coaching. I don't want you to leave to go get, but if you could get a head coaching job, that I would give you that would get my blessing. Anything else, I need you to stay.
One of my stipulations would be that I could continue to do my Houston sports radio show.
You could Gottlieb the whole thing? He's doing that.
I would negotiate with Odyssey to turn it into a 3-hour show because I've only got so many hours in the day.
Sure.
The other 21 hours of the day, I'll be the coach of the Saints.
Well, and like every other coach out there, you'll remind us. Not every coach. D'Amico doesn't do this, but like many coaches out there. One noted former coach of the Texans, you'll remind us that those 21 hours you are
I'm working the entire time.
Coaching and
I
working.
haven't slept in 7 days. That's how you know I'm good. Yeah.
I was hoping they do this screening thing like out on Radio Row. There'd be like a kiosk over there. Could watch all you guys get your checkups and your brain scans and everything.
Hey, remember we did that thing with Ross where we used artificial intelligence to come up with reasons where he should be the Texans offensive line coach?
Yeah.
And it was pretty impressive.
It's good.
I did that for the Dallas Cowboys job while that was still open. In the first time in history, I think, in the history of artificial intelligence, it spit out an accurate sports response because it sucks for sports. Usually you ask a sports-related question and it gets the stats all wrong and everything. It came back, and I was expecting it, and it was working. I was like, oh, you could see that it was working on the project. I'm like, oh, it's taking a couple minutes. This is probably going to be pretty good. The simple response was, I can't find any evidence that Seth Payne should be the next head coach of the Cowboys.
And it was thinking that, at least it thought for a long time about it. Like, at least it seemed.
Because it was digging for something, anything.
That's true.
Anything at all.
No way.
And it didn't come up with a single damn thing.
Dude, you should put my name in and see what it comes up with. That'd be hilarious.
Probably, if it comes up with anything at all, I'm gonna be very, very insulted. Yes.
I've actually been in management positions before with companies. That might be,
If Jerry had wanted to go outside of his comfort zone, he should have hired co-head coaches Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Yeah, hell yeah. That would have been way
outside. Imagine all the dirt that Cowboys fans would have gone through the archives on the Odyssey website, finding stuff we've said about Dallas in the past. Yeah.
That's all right. It's nothing that's probably hadn't happened with coaches up there before. It's all good.
Yeah.
Hey, you want to win a trip to Vegas? It could be yours. How? By tuning into Sports Radio 610. For an hour a day on the Odyssey app, live, rewind, show podcast. Doesn't matter. As long as you're hanging out in the app, listening to us for at least an hour. We prefer it be more. But you will qualify. Your daily entry, either Sports Radio 610 or any of our participating sister stations, your daily entry for you to get into a contest to head to Vegas for the college basketball tournament in March. You and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March, each with an extra $5K in your pocket to have some fun out there for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest. Up next, speaking of Vegas, the odds makers, they did not listen to my warning yesterday. We will tell you what that is coming up next.
Hey, you don't have to go to Vegas.
the nation's #1 Generac dealer. GeneratorSupercenter.com.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A lot of bodies on Van Vliet. Green to Thompson. Hot potato. Oh, how about that to Şengün? The Rockets just beat the Hawks in their full court press. They do it again.
Oh, goodness.
Look at this. Look by Hunter to give them the lead. Just did miss it. And then Hawks were pressuring the ball. The Rockets played keep away. Şengün then with the dunk. And they win it 100-96. An ugly win is still a win.
High energy Craig Ackerman there, man. I love Ryan Hollins going, oh, goodness. That was good. I like that. Rockets win last night 100-96. I warned the odds makers. I warned you guys.
You
guys
did.
Putting the odds out there. I said, keep the Rockets name out of your mouth or your keyboard or whatever it is you use to put these odds out when it comes to Jimmy Butler being a Houston Rocket. Reportedly, the Miami Heat have lowered the price on a Jimmy Butler trade. The favorite right now to land Jimmy Butler is the Phoenix Suns at -150. The trade deadline is in a week. It's February 6th, which is next Thursday, so it's a week from tomorrow. Phoenix Suns -150. The Rockets are way down the list. They're at 20-1, tied with the Lakers, tied with the Grizzlies. It's interesting, Seth. The teams that are in the mix for Jimmy Butler feel like teams that have veteran cores that have experienced recent success, but they're not as successful as they're used to being right now, like the Phoenix Suns, the Golden State Warriors, and the Milwaukee Bucks, where like picking up Jimmy Butler, I don't want to say it's a Hail Mary or anything like that, but these are teams that are not they're not in the standings where they're used to being right now. The Suns, the Warriors, they've all got veteran cores too that probably understand. I don't know that anybody understands how Jimmy Butler is conducting himself right now, but the way he's conducting himself has less of a chance of toxicity with a bunch of vets, like Durant and the crew with the Suns, and obviously Steph and Draymond with the Warriors. With the Bucks, it would seem like if he goes to one of those places, he'll fall much more in line than he is with the Heat right now.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, he's disgruntled. And I think NBA teams worry less and less these days about whether a guy's going to carry his disgruntlement over. Although Brooklyn, I wasn't the only one, but I felt like there weren't enough people just screaming at the top of their lungs. Like, there's no way in hell these three guys are going to stay together. That James,
you're talking a few years ago, yeah.
Yeah. That those guys, when Harden went and teamed up, that those three guys were going to be comfortable and happy on the same team for multiple years.
Yeah, Harden, Kyrie, and Durant. Yeah.
But and it is. You're right though. The trade deadline used to be like late March. And then a few years ago, they moved it up to...
It's in February, but much later in February, I think.
Late February, sorry.
Yeah.
But it's been slowly creeping up. It was 2 years ago, it was the 10th, then it was the 8th, and now this year it's what?
It's the 6th. 4th? It's next Thursday. Yeah. It's creeping up. Most fans want it to be later. It gives your team more of an opportunity. You're halfway through the season. You could argue some of these teams might not know who they are at this point, but yeah, Jimmy Butler 20-1. So I'm not worried. Here's the thing, and I'm being somewhat tongue in cheek. I don't think Jimmy Butler is coming here. I don't think even Jimmy Butler on his best behavior would be coming here at this point because of what this team seems to be evolving into. My level of trust is very high with Rafael Stone right now. It's hard to find moves that he's made in the last couple of years where you're like, oh, they really screwed. Like early on, it was like, okay, this Kevin Porter Jr. thing, we don't need this anymore. You know what I mean? Like there were moves that were made early on when he was made GM, but that was just a bad basketball team too. Like there was nothing good going on the court with the team. The Steven Silas hire feels in retrospect like a combination of David Culley and Lovie Smith. Like, okay, it's, he's going to be. He wasn't brought in to be a placeholder. He was brought in to coach Russell Westbrook and James Harden, but once they both split, it's like, okay, well, probably not the right guy to coach a bunch of young dudes, but who cares right now? We're actually trying to be bad right now.
Silas, with Silas, I could see where the argument in favor of him coaching a bunch of young dudes is that, okay, he's got a softer touch, maybe he'll be more patient, whatever it might be. It turned out that was not the right theory at the time.
Well, yeah, this team needed Ime Udoka.
They needed Ime Udoka, yeah.
Yep, they needed that management style. So, but I have high trust. I'm just thinking of the 3 GMs across the city right now: Dana Brown, Nick Caserio, Raphael Stone. This is as high probably collectively as I've had in GM-ship across those 3 teams. Like collectively.
Yeah.
In a while, like I think Dana Brown, like he was not handed the same thing James Click was. Jeff Luhnow is the greatest GM in the history of this city. So but as far as like inheriting, like Dana Brown did not inherit an ideal situation. He inherited a team that was starting to feel the effect of the punishment from the sign stealing and had Jose Abreu on this team.
Honestly, if I were to put myself in the shoes of those guys in accepting the job, Dana Brown had the one that was going to be probably the most thankless no matter what happened.
That's a great
I
take.
mean, look at what happened to his predecessor. James Click won a World Series and got fired within a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Because they were already great, and it's a matter of, okay, how do you sustain this? Dana Brown takes the job over when they're even further down the line in terms of the difficulty of maintaining that high standard. I don't want to say it's harder to do. It's always hard to be a GM no matter what. But those other 2 guys get the benefit of the doubt of taking over a team that's in shambles in a lot of ways. And it's just there's going to be clear obstacles in their path. Where with Dana Brown, people just want you to keep extending the greatness, and it's hard to do.
That is hard to do, and I would add to that, you're walking into a front office that has Jeff Bagwell and Reggie Jackson in it at the time, that were very, very influential voices with Jim Crane, the owner. That's a tough dynamic.
That's a really tough dynamic.
So, but I trust all 3 of them right now. I'd have to go back through in my head. Maybe that'll be my project for later on today. Is like
which one you trust the least?
Well, no. But is this the highest collective trust level in the GM position across the Astros, Rockets, and Texans that we've had? I don't know how to quantify that. It's totally subjective, but because we went through a period. The Texans went very up and down with Rick Smith for a while, and then there was really no GM for like 2 or 3 years, and then so it's hard to find, and then like before Jeff Luhnow got there, it was Ed Wade and Tim Papura, and then with the Rockets, I feel like there was a pretty high trust level in Daryl Morey throughout. They just never got over the hump, but all 3 guys right now, man, like each team has things they need to address. And I trust each of the 3 GMs that with the resources they have, they're going to address. I think Dana Brown's had a good offseason given what he's been asked to do.
Yeah. The thing about, I guess, Raphael Stone was that he would be most under the gun, too, because it felt like for him, or like an argument for why he was the most under the gun was, it felt like with him, it's an in-house hire, and it's a team that's just kind of gotten caught on its heels and staggering because James Harden and Russell Westbrook decided to basically just dismantle the whole deal. So the Rockets did the easy thing. They did the comfortable thing.
Yeah.
And especially if you look at Daryl Morey's previous protege, Sam Hinkie, when he'd gone off to do whatever the hell he did with the Sixers, the process, it didn't work out so hot. Yep. That it felt like it was just a placeholder almost.
Yep.
So like Raphael Stone had to, I think, really against the odds, really prove that no, he could do it on his own merits. He wasn't just the easy in-house hire.
Yeah, there was a lot of he's not a basketball guy out there. Like I think he's an attorney, if I'm not mistaken. Like I think he's got a law degree. You know what I mean? And Daryl Morey wasn't
a basketball guy either.
He wasn't a traditional basketball guy. I mean, like he liked basketball, but he wasn't. He was steeped way more in consulting and analytics than he was hoops.
Well, same as Jeff Luhnow.
Yeah,
Jeff Luhnow was especially when they hired him with the Cardinals. People were like, "What the hell is this?" All guy came out of women's retail.
Right. No, I've actually Daryl at least I think played basketball at one point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I watched him play. I watched him play in those Rockets media tournaments. He knows how to shoot a free throw. Like Jeff Luhnow, I don't know if he ever picked up a bat, but he was really good at what he did.
The dynamic about Jeff Luhnow that always fascinated me was that he grew up in Mexico City and had such a deft touch with Latin players, like acquiring Latin players. I don't know about interpersonally, but just as far, I feel like I think he was maybe able to see through some of the either the bias or like the filters that people that just grew up and lived in America, like he was able to see through some of that in a different way perhaps than people that had more of a traditional upbringing.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, it's a different set of eyes looking at it for sure. Seth, what are the coaches, text message, Seth, what are the coaches doing when they don't sleep for days? What do they expect to find watching film for the 40th time that wasn't observed the first 20 views? Real question. Yeah. Thank you. Russ on the road, P1 listener.
I think a lot of it is it's like you're scouring every corner and you're trying to find, for one, when you're watching the opponent, there's so many things. When you're watching the opponent, so many things that you're trying to figure out what has caused them problems before, how did they adjust to it? What was their answer for it? Is there a way that we can take advantage of that? On the offensive side of the ball especially, the offensive coaches tend to be more of the heavy coffee consumers, I think, than the defensive coaches. It's a lot of that. I think the same thing any high school or college coach is doing, which is that there's so many, in football especially, there's just so many different possibilities. And you're trying to narrow it down to what your best options are and call your playbook down. That the obsession it's driven by a very real thing in that there's opportunities everywhere and you got to figure out what your best chances are. What they've realized, over the years, especially in the last 10 years or so, is, being chronically sleep deprived is a horrible way to be in a decision-making position. Yes. And I always felt, because I could see it. You see it firsthand how dumb the coaches get over the course of a season, or even during training camp when the hours used to be longer. You would actually watch your position coach, get dumber. He would say left when he meant right. Yeah. He'd be screaming about stuff that didn't make any sense for him to be screaming about. They were just dumber, which is what happens when you're chronically sleep deprived. They've gotten better at it, and it really comes down to they realize, like, all right, I'm not going to be functioning at my best if I'm operating on 3 hours of sleep every night. Yeah. So I got to force myself to get my sleep and everything. But it's especially in the NFL more so than in college. Yeah. It's kind of a culture, it's part of the culture and it's part of the expectation. It's almost like writers sometimes feel like, oh, I guess I need to be an alcoholic because that's what the great writers do. Yeah, it almost becomes an expectation that's driven by the culture of coaching more so than what's the actual smart thing to do. And they've gotten better about it. I think they still work really long days, but they try to remember that, okay, it doesn't matter how much I work. If I'm an idiot by the end of the week, I'm not helping anybody.
I love that. I appreciate you acknowledging my personal game plan to become a great writer, Seth, and publicizing it for everybody. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Fly By Yingling.
Dude. We got Oh, my truck looks like an alcoholic truck right now.
I hope none of those are open. By the way, you will be in the slammer.
No, nothing's. It's all in boxes.
Very good.
Yeah, it's all stacked in boxes.
Plausible deniability.
Yeah, there were 20, and then my son showed up. He took his part.
Took one down, passed it around.
Yeah, he took a few.
By the way, I love what Seth just said. I could not. I was just nodding my head the whole time
about sleep and coaches and everything
coaches
else?
And the film study and the long hours and the in first, out last. That's just paranoia to me.
Yeah, that's what I
think it's just paranoia.
Obsession was my first word that came
I think they're paranoid that if I don't do this, then I'm not a good coach, or
someone else is getting
they're going to get fired, or someone else is getting the promotion.
Right. Well, and that's the problem. It's like the old saying, like, basically, when you're going, if an offensive coordinator and defensive coordinator are scheming against each other on a play, whoever holds the chalk last wins, because there's always an answer. Yeah. So, like, no matter how good your game plan is, there's stuff out there that could devastate your game plan. And I think it's paranoia. Not just of all that, the pressure you're under for your job and everything. It's just that there's no perfect game plan, and that's got to be the hardest thing in the world, to just be like, okay, I'm going to go to bed, and knowing that I haven't really examined all the different ways that I could get fired on Sunday. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's hard. That takes a lot of discipline.
Steve Spurrier seemed to be okay with everything. Like, I'm going to go golf.
That's the irrational confidence part of it.
Right.
Well, but that's also the college part of it, where a lot of guys that got credit for being offensive geniuses.
Oh, yeah.
We're like, no, they were geniuses at getting the 5 best
The
wide
recruiting,
receivers in the country.
for sure.
And having Danny Werfel throw the ball to him.
Yeah, just lob it to a space and let him run underneath it. Yeah, for sure. Hey, by the way, all that beer in the back of my truck is Flight by Yingling, who we thank for sending us to Radio Row. We'll be there a week from. We'll be there Sunday night. Looking forward to that. We'll be there all week long next week. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Okay,
Always wanted the floor.
We will get out of here. We will let In the Loop do their thing for the next 4 hours. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies and hopefully a productive sleepless night to you for the rest of your life. Yeah.
Yes. Lots of alcohol so I can become a Pulitzer Prize winner.
Yes.
All right, we're done. We are out of time. You're listening to KLT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig.
That's right.
They're in the loop and they start now.
Happy Wednesday to you. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Get involved with the program. 713-572-4610 is the number to text. There's the YouTube that's going. There's the Twitch that's going. Hopefully you're listening on the Odyssey app, getting your daily entry in for that slam dunk giveaway that is happening courtesy of Odyssey. But yeah, man, you heard the man. John Lopez in the studio. I'm in the studio. I'm Reginald Atatula. And, of course, Figgy Fig rocking with you here. We are, the gang is indeed all here. How we living today, man?
You ever have one of those mornings?
Oh, okay. All right. It's a thing. I was like, that was a simple, how are you today? And he's like, I am going to wax poetic now.
Yeah, we got to talk about these offensive coordinators. But did you ever have one of those mornings? So I'm doing my work at home, as you know, and all that stuff. Daughter comes in unannounced, which is no big deal, but she brings her dog. Hey, can you watch Rocket today? And I'm like, sure,
Good
of course.
dog name, by the way.
Rocket's a great name. Yeah. And
That's a crazy dog, by the way.
He is nuts.
Well, Rocket sounds like that would probably fit very nicely there.
So that's cool. I love Rocket. I love watching and all that. But I was already kind of late on my prep. Why am I telling you all this? Anyway, I'm a little bit late on my prep, so I take Rocket out to go potty. So I'm running me. It makes me a little later. That's what he calls it. Then I come in, get all my stuff together.
Talking dog, huh?
Get my cereal, which I usually eat in the truck. As I put my backpack in the truck, I knock over my cereal in my truck. Then I go get another bowl of cereal, puts me even further back. I get in my truck. I get my
Wait. So press pause. You eat cereal in the truck?
Of course. Doesn't everybody?
No. Of all of I feel like Texans 713-572-4610. What are what are the
milk in a bowl?
Yeah.
What are I feel like
a big cup.
I feel like it is top 3.
Drink cereal?
I have a big cup and I eat what I can, drink the rest.
Cereal is a top 3 or like bottom 3 breakfast to eat on the go. And if you can top cereal, please text in 713-572 because what?
Yes.
Yeah. Next he gonna be eating a bowl of soup.
Doesn't everyone
on the road
and spaghetti? No, I'm kidding on the spaghetti. But then I go back, get my cereal, still running late.
A nice steak.
Get in my truck, start barreling into the office. Boom! Construction lane closed. Oh, great. So. But I'm here, and I'm happy.
One of those days, huh?
Yeah, one of those mornings, man.
Okay.
Just one of those days.
That's right. I have learned things about you in these first couple of minutes that I did not. Cereal.
The one thing that wasn't surprising that you spilled the cereal. I
spill food everywhere, all over the place.
Well, if you're doing things like eating cereal in the truck, no wonder. My man.
Do you eat cereal in the truck? 713-5 or your vehicle? 713-572-4610.
That is literally.
It's the best.
I can't think of a worse breakfast.
You got to start your day
on the go.
You got to start your day, get your metabolism going. I've told you this.
Oh, you're listening to Big Breakfast now?
I'm listening to Big Breakfast.
It's a conspiracy by Big Breakfast.
Yeah.
Fondue. Okay, that's good. Good. Yes, one of those drivers indeed. But yeah, fondue would probably be bad. Crawfish might be slightly worse than cereal. I don't know. If you can manage to get them pre-peeled, but I guess the issue is
them all over your fingers.
Yeah, I don't know that you're getting them pre-peeled. Oh my goodness.
Car be funky too, man.
Crawfish for breakfast.
Some crawdads in the car. Oh yeah, and then if you made them right, you know it's gonna be running in there too.
Yeah, especially if you get that that crawfish with the sauce and all that stuff, like the boil bag.
Oh yeah.
Oh man,
that sounds like a challenge to me.
Oh, okay. See, now, this is how I know you made a bad decision because the 832 lets us know that there is a whole episode of Always Sunny in Philadelphia about eating cereal.
Oh, that's right.
That's where you got it from.
No,
man.
I've always done
that's
it.
Right.
But he had a bowl. Frank had a bowl, and he was in the back. But I have a big cup, so it doesn't spill.
I feel like if you were ever emulating Always Sunny in Philadelphia, you need to stop and reflect on what you're doing.
Pretty much everything. Pretty much everything.
Okay, very good. I feel like that is a show that is built around the incompetence.
That's like imitating Jackass.
That's right. That's exactly what it is, right? And nobody over the age of
Let me do this. They did it on Jackass.
Nobody over the age of 25 should probably be doing that at any point. Somebody said, I have hot coffee for breakfast, very portable. That's right. Very smart.
Lopez is a road hazard.
100%. 100%. He said he's doing it all wrong. Put it in the cup holder.
What was the wildest thing y'all seen somebody doing in the driver's seat?
It's always makeup.
Yeah,
it's always
I see
makeup.
that.
And it's not just, it's never just like I'm putting on my lipstick. It is putting on the full, as they say, like the full beat.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I seen this on social media, so I don't know if this was like real or not, but I seen somebody reading a book in the driver's seat. Like,
yeah.
Well, you read your phone.
But reading a book, a physical book.
Turning pages.
Y'all read your phone.
At the red, like, come on.
Wow,
man.
somebody said shaving their leg. All right, keep that going. 713-572-4610 or on the YouTube or on the Twitch.
Man.
What is the wildest thing you've seen people doing in a car, especially on these Houston streets, man? Y'all the ones making these insurance prices go up. All right.
All I did was innocently enough
No, you
ask
didn't.
if you've ever had one of those mornings.
And then you let us know that you eat cereal on the road. I hope that there's not any officers listening. They're going to be on your route home waiting. Just whoop, whoop.
Yep.
Lopez.
I don't eat on the way home.
Let me talk to you. But let's go ahead and get into these Texans as we got offensive coordinator candidates. We got a nice little grip of them. What about them intrigues you? What can we maybe learn about this group of guys that we've got? As of course we know that Jeff Nixon, offensive coordinator at Syracuse, has been interviewed. As now has been Thad Lewis, the quarterback coach of the Buccaneers. We know Gerard Johnson is scheduled at least or at some point during this week to have an interview with the Texans. And now Nick Caley, who is the passing game coordinator for the, I almost said St. Louis Rams, even though I never say St. Louis Rams.
Yeah.
But the Los Angeles Rams under Sean McVay, he is now scheduled for an interview tomorrow with these Texans. By the way, I mean, he is one of those highly regarded guys in the search.
Interviews.
I know that there's been someone like, I was listening to the Athletic NFL podcast, and they were like, that's my number one guy if you're looking for an offense coordinator. So those are the four guys that you have there. What intrigues you about this group?
Well, first of all, we can almost set aside Gerard Johnson because we've covered that a lot, and he's in-house, et cetera. But let's talk about Nick Caley. Thad. By the way, he was Thaddeus Lewis when he was a Texan.
That's right.
And now he's Tad Lewis.
Yeah, no, he was that his whole time in the league.
Or Thad.
Okay, I was about to say, I was like,
however he pronounces
it. It was always Thaddeus Lewis.
It was always Thaddeus Lewis. Thaddeus Lewis.
He's on that infamous Browns jersey with all the names on it.
That's right.
His name is on there.
So anyway, Nick Caley, Thaddeus Lewis, and we've covered him a little bit, but I think Jeff Nixon is in here. For me, these three names, you said what do you like about them, what do you not like about them, what intrigues you? The thing that supersedes everything for me is intrigue. Now let me explain intrigue.
Because I feel like you need some some music in the background.
Some little mysterious music or whatever. Yeah, that
Thank
kind
you
of
for that.
intrigue.
That was
Intriguing. Intriguing. Let's start with Nick Caley because he's the biggest name. What intrigues me about him is there is a very, very direct line, not too distant past, to John Carroll University and the New England Patriots.
Okay.
Who went to John Carroll University?
Every great coach.
And spent 19 years, I believe, with the Patriots, one Nick Caserio. So I feel like there is, even though he could get his job on his own, his interview on his own, no matter what, I feel like there's a real Nick Caserio influence here.
I wouldn't doubt it, right?
Yeah. Which I don't know if that's good or bad. So that's why I use the word intrigue.
No, I also don't know if that's good or bad. And actually, I don't know that I can necessarily say that it is definitively a bad thing. I think I would lean, if it is anything other than neutral, it would lean towards the good in so much as we understand these businesses, particularly in football, is kind of insidious, right? Like, can be a little incestuous in a way, right? Because it's like, the dudes that I know, the dudes that I've worked with, the dudes that I'm comfortable with are the ones who ultimately draw my attention because of this is a people business on top of being a results business, and being able to work with the folks that you have in that building, matters. And so having a level of rapport also matters. Like now, of course, having the same alma mater, how much does that necessarily overlap and mean, right? I don't know,
intriguing.
but it is.
It's intriguing.
Fair enough.
Here's another one with Nick Caley, and I like this. I'll just tell you, it's intriguing, but I like it. He is the king of developing tight ends and fullbacks. King.
Caley?
Yeah, he helped. Rob Gronkowski directly names him as a guy that extended his career to play at that level.
I was about to say.
to play at that, continue to play at that level.
Even though it got to a point in his career where he looked creaky, he looked like he was held together with rusty bolts. But I mean, if he held them together during
and he
that
had
period,
big years all the way through. I think his last 5, maybe 6 years, Nick Caley was his tight ends coach, and James Devlin, who was just a guy, if we're being honest, became a Pro Bowl fullback under Nick Caley, a Pro Bowl fullback. So tight end, fullback. What do we talk about a lot on this show?
Tight ends, fullback play.
Yes, we do.
Shout out to Andrew Beck, the official fullback of the In the Loop.
Yeah, he is. Now, the other thing that's intriguing is could maybe be, I'd be leaning the other way on this. He also, like Gerard Johnson, never called plays. He also, like Gerard Johnson, it would kind of put his own stamp on things, but I think Gerard has an edge there or whatever if you want to go from within. He has a new system. Here's another intriguing thing about Nick Caley. He's got an Andy Reid a Chip Kelly connection.
Absolutely. He's not the only one of these.
That's what makes it more intriguing
candidates.
because Jeff Nixon has a Chip Kelly connection. So there's intrigue there. Now, I don't want to dominate this whole segment, but Thad Lewis.
Go ahead and dominate.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and get work.
Clear out.
Work, big man.
Let's go. Give me the ball in the post, damn it. Everyone with Thad Lewis, everyone associated with him speaks incredibly highly of him. Like, incredibly highly of him. And look what he did with Baker Mayfield, man. It wasn't just Liam Cohen. It wasn't just Liam Cohen that did that with Baker Mayfield. And he has a connection to Chip Kelly, too.
That's right, which has led some people to talk about intrigue.
Yeah.
That has led some people to believe, is it possible that these could all be like set up interviews and then boom, one fell swoop, here come a whole staff? Like I don't know if that's something that necessarily would happen or could happen in that way, but you know, those things are intriguing. I know for me, and this is not like first and foremost, it's not primary, but I think that this is worth noting and it's notable. I looked up and I had to hit up my man B. Scott earlier, and I was like, is my skepticism or my cynic alarm getting up too big? Because literally the first 3 reported interviews that the Texans have had, when you look at Jeff Nixon, Gerard Johnson, Thad Lewis, or Thaddeus, depending on if you
when you knew him,
if you want to be grown and sexy, all young black dudes.
Yeah.
Right. And I mean, you can say, hey, there's race card, but I think that. For one, immediately I go, okay, well, those guys aren't like, the big names on when it comes to, offensive coordinator, looks. I think the people would look at somebody like Byron Leftwich or what have you, right? I guess, is Eric Bieniemy still in that place? I know that he's being talked about as like
news this week.
Possibly being in for offensive coordinator positions again. But like, inherently, whenever you interview at least one minority candidate, people go, how serious are you about this? Or are you checking a box? And I don't think you do that if you're getting, like, in order to check a box, you don't talk to 3 people.
Exactly.
And obviously, like, I think that matters when you look at an organization that was browbeaten, and probably rightfully so, for having the owner get out here talking about the inmates running the asylum. And now you're in a place where you are opening and making sure that your pool is wide enough to include all different types of folks and see if you find some gold in all these different places. I think that's one of the big things about, like, the idea of having a diverse pool is that you just don't know under which rock you find the guy who actually makes this happen. And so I wanted to applaud the Texans for that, because that feels very apparent in this.
Well, he seemed like some really smart guys, too. This ain't just the Jim Caldwell or Marvin Lewis.
And they're not retreads. That's another thing.
Like, these are people that never called plays before at a high level like this. So I'm kind of intrigued.
Well, my thing on that is I totally agree with both of you. But my thing on that is let's say the coaching pool was 1 yard wide, like just as an example, like it's 1 yard wide as the entire coaching pool. If you're not doing this, then you're only using 1 foot of that yard, 2 feet of that yard. My theory is use the whole pool to try to find, as you put it, maybe under a rock you'll find something.
Yeah, and I wanted to applaud them for that. But then going back, and you started alluding to this, like, these are a lot of, younger guys that you imagine might have, like, fresh, different ideas. Plus, like, I don't know. I was trying to see, okay, can I find the trees, right? The various trees that these days, roll back to. And when you do this, it's like, how many of these people are kind of a Shanahan tree or Andy Reid West Coast tree, or like the kind of Patriots, I always forget what it's called, but like that old school kind of Patriots tree or what have you. And these kind of go all different places. In fact, guys like Nick Caley and I think you know pretty well, Gerard Johnson, have been in a lot of different places here.
That's intriguing to me.
And I feel like that allows them to have a wide understanding of the various degrees of offense that are run in this league and maybe be able to like tailor a game plan, not, you know, in kind of the opposite way of where it felt like Bobby was kind of really tied to a very, very particular style of play. That it seems like a lot of these guys, whether again Caley, whether even Thad Lewis has had, he's been around.
He's been and he's played under a lot of plays.
But he's played under a lot, exactly. And then Jeff Nixon, who's like just coming from Syracuse, from a college space, like just a lot of varieties in the ways that I imagine, right? Because I can't say definitively, I haven't talked to all these gentlemen, but I imagine that they look at offense like it's very likely that you get an offensive game plan for this Texans team, at least if you're looking at the staff or the guys that they're talking to right now. That looks pretty different than what it looked like last year, which I think a lot of people would want.
Look, CEOs in the real world weren't CEOs before their first CEO job. But you know what they had was a diverse amount of experience. You know, and that's what we're talking about here. None of these guys have been offensive coordinators before. But I like that. Frankly, a little confession here, I kind of like Jeff Nixon and Gerard Johnson and Thaddeus Lewis a little more than the hot name Nick. The reason is, let's talk about Jeff Nixon. He's been in San Francisco, Miami, Carolina, the Giants, Syracuse as a play caller.
Sure.
So he does have that experience. Gerard, Indianapolis, Philadelphia. He spent a little bit of time in Minnesota. And now here, I want the guys that have a vast array of experience. Thaddeus Lewis, we just mentioned it, as a player, as a coach. He's been to several players. And one thing that intrigues me about Thaddeus Lewis a lot, I'm sorry, Thaddeus. Your mama called you Thaddeus. I'm going to call you Thaddeus.
Okay, very good.
One thing that intrigues me a lot about him, they kept him. You know, they went from Bruce Arians' brand new staff in Tampa, but they kept him. So that is a good sign as well.
Yeah, no, I think that, look, there's still a lot to be learned about this group, and I'm real interested to see, like, what kind of things trickle out of these interviews when we get them, right? But, no, they're quickly doing their work, and they're casting a pretty wide net that is also interesting to me. But
281. No wonder Lopez ran into a ditch and flipped 18 times. He was eating cereal while driving.
Exactly.
First of all, I didn't flip 18 times.
But you eating cereal as you was trying to drive up a snowy hill?
I bet he was.
That day I was not eating cereal.
What were you
I don't believe that.
What were you eating that day? An omelet?
Spaghetti.
Oh, okay, very good.
You're trying to cut a steak.
Yeah.
By the way, the various different crazy things that people have seen on the roads of Houston, a la Lopez eating cereal in his truck. Somebody said they saw somebody shaving their legs.
Oh, Lord.
While doing 65 on 45? That is crazy. Someone changing a baby's diaper?
No way.
I don't believe that.
No way.
I don't believe
somebody
that.
said they upped the cereal and a stick shift. That is wild.
Now that is wild.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious. Let us know the various wild things. Somebody said they once saw a woman driving down 290, doing some illicit substances. Okay. And then, of course,
you can't drive without seeing that.
The one that I was expecting, but you know what? Y'all delivered.
Yeah.
Doing sexual activities.
Yeah.
In the car.
What do they call that? Road what?
So ahead of a full day of sports talk here on Sports Radio 610, we're just getting going in the loop. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day. Inspired by one Andre Iguodala, who are the players that may not have been superstars, but you want or are on your personal retired numbers list in Houston? 713-572-4610. Whose number would you retire? We'll do it next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing and your new vehicle. You can eat all the cereal you
Listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
When are we getting Lopez eating cereal on the intro? That's what I want to know.
There's nothing
coming soon.
It's very normal.
No, it's not.
It's very normal.
Like, you can acknowledge that you do that, but you can't acknowledge that it's normal.
It's absolutely.
I refuse to. We've done the inexact, unscientific poll on the text line, 713-572-4610, and they all abundantly made it clear that that is not normal.
And yet I said
you wilding now, man.
Wilding.
And yet I said it.
I'm a little nervous riding with you to New Orleans now, man.
That's right. Lopez will be the one driving us to Radio Row.
I got an itinerary. We're good to go.
All right. How much cereal does it include?
Well, I'll probably have something else. You know, maybe a lasagna.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks. Big thanks to Fly by Yingling, who's seeing us out.
Hey, I sit in the back seat on this one. Reggie, you take shotgun.
You think that's safer?
Close your eyes.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see if we make it to Radio Row. That's how that goes. Let's get into our question of the day here on Sports Radio 610. Inspired by Andre Iguodala, who apparently will have his number retired by the Golden State Warriors. Who are the players that may not have been superstars, but are on your personal retired numbers list for Houston? Let us know. 713-572-4610.
So the Golden State Warriors, and I don't mean this as a slight to Andre Iguodala's game. He was very good. Very good.
He absolutely was.
But let's look at the guys that have been their numbers retired for the Golden State Warriors. Wilt Chamberlain.
Elite.
Rick Barry.
In fact, can I press pause on that? Wilt Chamberlain was elite to the point that, like, people don't believe the numbers that he put up.
No. I say it all the time. We're not going to do it here, but I will say he should be in the discussion as greatest player ever. But that's neither here nor there. Wilt Chamberlain, Rick Barry, Chris Mullin, Nate Thurmond, who might have been one of the baddest dudes that ever played the game that a lot of people have forgotten about, and Andre Iguodala? I mean, it just goes to show you can be very good, but if you play a long time and win some titles, you're going to get your number retired.
Yeah, I feel like there's a few buckets that go to like retiring a number, which is clearly if you are an elite player that plays for a decent amount of stretch of time for a team and wins a championship. Boom, easy money. Then there's like the fan favorite who's just like there forever, like a la like Nick Collison, Oklahoma City. Like never was like an incredible player. Sometimes wasn't even really like a starter guy, but he was just there forever. He was beloved. And then there's like interesting mixes in the middle that also depend on just like how good of a team you are, how many of those high level players that you have. Because you find some teams where it's like, how is that guy in there? But you look at their actual history and you're like, okay, well, I mean, that guy ranks pretty highly in their history compared to the rest of the league. Andre Iguodala just feels like that they have to acknowledge that dynasty and the people who were
he's the first one off that group,
which is crazy because I think that Steph was going in, that Draymond was going in, right? Like multiple time defensive player of the year, all that. Klay Thompson was likely going in. I think who this means a lot for in Golden State.
Go ahead,
Kevin Durant.
Yep,
because Kevin Durant is a weird one. Finals MVP. Won a championship, but there for such a short period of time, and it was never like, even though it was his team in basketball terms, it was never his team like as like spiritually. And it was always a wonder, like, do people associate him with that team? Was he just a mercenary? And if you treat him like a mercenary, do you then enshrine him in the way of retiring his number?
So Houston sports, and I'm not talking the obvious ones. Your personal Andre Iguodala, so to speak. For whatever reason, not J.J. Watt and all that. I've got two serious ones and one that would be fun.
I love these numbers, these names that are coming in right now.
And they're all Texans. I'll think about Astros and Rockets here in a second. But I started thinking Texans. I love Kareem Jackson. I love Kareem. And the arc of his career here was that's the worst first-round draft pick ever to Pro Bowl.
That's right.
Like he had 2-3 years boy, that guy is awful.
Which is funny because, like,
Man.
I have let go of the boy, that guy is awful. Like, that does not even stay in my mind
But it was
anymore.
here.
It's just like Pro Bowler.
Yeah.
Yep. Pro Bowler.
Another serious one for me, and that I don't think, for a number of reasons, is going to be in the Ring of Honor or have his number retired, is Dwayne Brown.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. Many offensive linemen well, not many, but there's some offensive linemen, like the entire 2011 offensive line they went with.
All of those guys. That's a good one. That they weren't superstar. Well, some of them were, but you get my drift here. And then the fun one for me, Figgy, I'll bet you can guess who it is. He brings the party with him. He was a big-time draft choice, was not a very good player.
Oh, shout out to Travis Johnson.
Okay, I was like, I think I know where you're going here, but I want to make sure.
He brings the party with him. He's almost becoming like a mascot. And I mean that very respectfully. Of the Houston, he's everywhere. He goes to every event.
He is at anything Texans related. He is there.
What's up, Figgy?
J-Lo
with bells on and maybe a cigar hanging on his
Travis
lip.
Johnson so much, and he'll tell you he was a bust. I mean, okay, Rockets, Astros, or Texans? Who do you guys?
Well, I mean, one of these names came up on a text line, and I was like 100% agree. How about Mad Max himself, Vernon Maxwell?
Oh, yes.
I absolutely love that man.
Yeah.
I don't know what he would have to do to make me not like his get down. Was it 5 seasons here? And obviously there for the 2 championships. Like that feels like that's kind of in line with what we're doing there with Andre Iguodala anyways.
He is the Andre Iguodala. Really good player.
But also, like,
not a great player, but he won championships.
But also, like, he embodies the spirit of the team way more than I think. Well, Andre
much like Andre Iguodala.
But yes. Some other ones that came in, T-Mac on the text line, Luis Scola, which we just love that time period, I guess, at that point. If you're doing Luis Scola, no shade to that man. Oh, this is a good, like, this is a character guy. What do you think about Pat Bev?
Ooh. I think Rockets fans don't want him in.
Yeah.
The problem with Pat Bev is just inherently a guy that if he is actively with you, you're like, all right, cool. And as soon as he's not, you're like, that guy's annoying as all hell.
Yeah.
The one that came to my mind, and this is clearly a joke. I don't think he's going to get any consideration, but this guy got one of the most memorable moments in Texans history. Sage Rosenfeld, the Rosencopter.
Oh, wow.
The Rosencopter, man. Just off the strength of that, you should get your jersey retired, man.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That is hilarious. Other ones that have come in. Robert Ory, Big Shot Bob.
Yeah.
Right, just because of the stance there. I've been really Rockets heavy here. How about this one from the 281? Josh Reddick.
Oh, so beloved. So beloved.
Yeah.
What about Lance Berkman from the old Astros?
I feel like probably
right,
so.
Right.
He almost feels like isn't he too good for like kind of what we're doing here? But yeah, but
he's not good enough to have his number retired.
Right.
But
But
the Astros don't have a Ring of Honor.
Right.
They retire numbers.
Yeah, the one person I was thinking about too with the Astros, Charlie Morton.
Oh yes.
He was very beloved, man.
Yeah.
And he walked away. He was still pitching too. Still pitching pretty good.
Last year.
Yeah.
Some other ones that have come. Mario Ellie. Okay, we're just man. And at that point, when you have a championship team, all those beloved guys.
He's an Iguodala type.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some other ones that came in. D'Amico Ryan's the player for sure. Like I mean.
He should be in the ring. He should be in the Ring of Honor.
He probably.
I would put him in the Ring of Honor.
I think so.
I mean, we're early, but if you forecast this out, at the very least, I mean,
it'd be a little weird. It'd be a little, it'd be a little different trying to do it while he's the coach. But as a player, let's say he wasn't coaching at all, he should be like I would put Arian before him. But
I think he will get his number retired just as a player/coach.
Yeah,
as a contributor.
Yeah.
All right. How far are we stretching this? How do we feel? How do we feel about Tony Kemp as a name here? Because if we're gonna stretch it that far, I'm going to put this number in the number 0 just because it is LJ Hose, baby. Just because I enjoyed sitting down now and chant, we want Hose. Like that is yes. Let's go that far. But Whitney Merciless, Arian Foster was mentioned.
Arian Foster might really get it.
Yeah,
Arian Foster
he should.
He should really.
They should be working on it now.
But like. What was the one that I was? Oh, Brian Cushing.
He'll get it. He'll legit get it. I think.
You think so?
Straight up?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe not, but I think so. Well, I mean, there's some
J-Joe.
J-Joe would be a good one on that list. He would be a good one on that list.
Dallas Keuchel.
I think so. Yeah.
I feel like he has,
but not number retired. So I would say that's a good candidate.
Right for what we're talking about
for
here.
What we're talking
the
about.
beard, man.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. You had
The
that
beard
identity
alone.
there as well.
Yeah, the beard alone.
For sure. See, now this will get tough because the injuries have made him relatively off-putting. Lance McCullers.
Oh, don't. Yeah, I was man.
I would do it.
Well, you know what he did. I mean, he did win the World Series. And then you talked about the 38 straight curveballs or something like that.
John Weeks.
Yeah,
John
that's
Weeks.
it. That's it.
John
Is that the
Weeks.
winner?
Segment over.
We won.
That's a wrap. That's a wrap. That's John Weeks.
That's it.
We're putting you in the Ring of Honor, baby.
So the back end of this.
Retire that number 46. Don't nobody need to wear 46 ever again.
Tony Sipp, Michael Bourne comes in, and this one hits me specifically because I just remember the Casa Olay commercials, and it sticks in my head.
Yeah.
Jose Lima, just off the strength of the Casa Olay,
Perfect.
just that.
Perfect.
Period.
Between Lima and Weeks,
that's it.
We got it. We got it.
Me being funny, and this is not a good thing, but Calvin Cato, because he took all that money.
Matt Maloney.
Yeah, those people mentioned Matt Maloney. One of my favorite names, if you could just put a dude off of a name alone, Moochie Norris.
Mm-hmm.
Just
Very
because
popular.
of the name. Just
Very popular.
Name and then that fro. Like, you get those together and it works. Von Wafer. I was watching Von Wafer highlights recently.
Wow.
And I was like, damn, I forgot that era entirely.
Wow on that, and wow on you
Do
watching
I
highlights.
not strike you as a dude who just watches basketball highlights from 2003 or whatever?
Actually, you very much
That's
do.
exactly who I am.
You very much do.
But yeah, there you wait, Scott Brooks?
Scotty
Brooks. Huh? All right, Ocho. And then the franchise, of course. Like, could you make I was like, could you make an argument to just straight up put Steve Francis in? But that one might be a little
That ain't
tough.
gonna happen.
It should though, man, because
It ain't gonna
because me not growing up here, every time I think about Houston, I would think about Steve Francis, the franchise.
And Cat, big Catino Mobley.
Catino Mobley,
Yeah.
the cool cat. All right, and then Owen Daniels. I feel like I should have mentioned that way earlier.
He might get up
He
there.
should. I was like,
Yeah.
look, he has a good chance in and of him. Oh, the Jeremy Lin side, guys.
I was just about to say him
Guys,
too, man.
Please. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us on this Tuesday. Hope that you are utilizing the Odyssey app because we got a slam dunk contest going on all the way through February 23rd. Download the Odyssey app, log into the Odyssey app because that's how you win, and listen to Sports Radio 610 or any participating Odyssey sports station for a minimum of 60 minutes and for a daily entry, and that gives you an opportunity to win $20,000 in travel accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas to the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championships, man. So all you got to do is do the thing that you're doing right now. Listen to Sports Radio 610. Just do it on the Odyssey app. Make sure that you log in as well to enter to win. All right, coming up next, we welcome in our guy, Baseball Spo, especially after the Rockets get a win in Atlanta. Let's talk to him. We'll do it next.
All right, let's talk about the Franklin team brokered by eXp Realty. You can call them the Franklin team.
service. Earn points towards special rewards and more at davidsbridal.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo, Baseball Spo.
Yep, he's here. Adam Spillane, our Astros and Rockets insider here on Sports Radio 610. Oh, what's happening, man?
Hey, guys.
How are you? Get your workout in?
I did.
Do you have any news on Alex Bregman? I have two questions for you.
No, I don't. This whole thing, it's strange, and we talked about it a little bit last week because you had the Nate Griffin video talking to Espada outside Minute Maid Park.
It feels like forever ago.
Yeah, it first of all, it does.
Yeah.
But it feels a lot like 2022 after the lockout when Carlos Correa was still a free agent, and Jim Crane did media in West Palm Beach. It's like, oh yeah, we're in it on Carlos. We're talking to Boris, all that stuff. And then obviously Correa signs with the Twins, and Boris at the press conference is like, no, the Astros never made another offer about Carlos. I did talk to Jim, but it was about Correa. That's, to me, that's just
they're doing the same thing.
Yeah, that is what this feels like right now. And just listening to Dana Brown Saturday talk about how the door is cracked open, how it's a long shot. And then one interesting thing yesterday was he's saying that the talks have been internal. And then Matt Kawahara asked him, like, straight up, have you talked to Boris since December? And he did not answer the question. He said, Scott texted me today. I'll probably call him back. So I don't even know, like, what the nature of the talks with Bregman and his camp have even been over this last week when they've talked about it. So to me, the whole, Dana called it a long shot on Saturday. That's what it feels like, still a no shot at this point.
No, they're doing the exact same thing. We talked about it yesterday when those quotes were coming over during our show, coming through during our, and I told Reggie and Figgy, I was like, he hasn't even talked to him.
It's such a weird situation because so much of it, obviously, like this line season, everybody's posturing for these things. And then we get like the kind of, I guess, rumor or speculation that Jorge Polanco could be like a target for that. I'm just like looking at this, and at least on the Jorge Polanco front, or even like bringing back Bregman, like how much does that actually make sense when it comes to like the baseball brass tacks?
Well, bringing back Alex Bregman makes baseball sense. Like adding a player of that caliber makes sense.
Even with the defensive adjustments.
Yeah, you'll figure that out, especially when you consider that if it means Jose Altuve moves to left, Jose Altuve moves to left field because he might have been the worst second baseman in baseball last year. So
that's right.
Like,
so why not have the worst left field?
Yeah, he can do a lot less damage in left field than he can do at second base, as you saw in the playoffs last year. Adding Jorge Polanco, buying low on Polanco, who's been an all-star caliber player recently, that's worth talking about and figuring out. Okay, well, why did he struggle last year in Seattle? So it's the end of the offseason. Pickings are pretty slim at this point, and you're trying to do the best that you can for your organization. To me, it all makes sense. Like, adding players makes sense at this point. It's just like, get something done.
Well, I imagine that some of that is also tough because the backdrop is your outfield is standing there looking like Will Smith in that last episode of Bel Air, Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Like, how do you see this kind of falling out? Because it seems like, according to Dana Brown, it's just like it's an open competition for all three spots.
Yeah, I think that Myers and McCormick are kind of penciled in there just based off of what they've done in the past. And, I know Myers doesn't hit, but he was a Gold Glove finalist last year. And in center field, that sort of stuff matters. McCormick has hit in the past, obviously. And just talking about it with Joe Espada on Saturday at FanFest, is like, yeah, Chaz has had a good offseason so far. Let's see if he can actually, turn that into results. But obviously, I think McCormick gets the first shot. And then left field, it's a lot of opportunities for guys who maybe haven't gotten them before, whether it's Pedro Leon or Taylor Trammell, who's been a highly touted prospect in the past but hasn't worked out in a couple of different spots, whether it's Jacob Melton maybe getting an opportunity during camp. So it's the same thing with the bullpen, too. Like, there are a bunch of open spots with the bullpen. There are a bunch of open spots in the outfield, and who can grab one of them? Guys have an opportunity.
So the Rockets, let's talk hoops because all season long, really, we've all pretty much agreed, I'm sure, this is a fun team to watch. They're beyond that now, and I wanted to get your thought of, like, it's one thing to be fun and, hey, maybe this, maybe that. To me, they're there. They are a team that can sustain it. Now, who knows? Postseason, you got to play and lose first, all that stuff. but they seem like a serious contender.
You can't argue that at this point. Like this, I said it a couple weeks ago. It's not a small sample size anymore. They are, 44, 45 games into the season. They're on a 57-win pace, and they're still second in the West. And they just keep winning games. And this stretch that they just had, winning 3 in a row against Boston and Cleveland, 2 of those games on the road, those were the 2 best teams in the Eastern Conference. And then backing it up with the win last night in Atlanta, Hawks aren't great, but they're still decent. Like, that's impressive. And they're doing it shorthanded. I thought last night's win was really impressive just because
Me too.
They dialed it back on the minutes with the starters. Those guys really carried a big load in Boston on Monday, and they were still shorthanded. And Udoka did like those guys on the very end of the bench.
Jock Landale.
Yeah, Landale and Tate. And who's he? And Aaron Holiday. Like, those guys are getting DNPs on most nights when they are at full strength. But he trusted those guys, played them big minutes last night, and they came through. And that's what good teams are. That's the strength of this team, is just the overall depth, where they can legitimately go 13 deep at this point. And I think that all 13 of those guys give you a feeling that they can contribute to a win. Now, the one guy, the 14th guy, is Reed Sheppard, and that's a little bit of a problem that he's not contributing at all at this point, but he's still young, and there's a long way to go in this thing. But I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten any time here recently.
All right, reporter hat on. You did a little bit of reporting as there's been rumors, or actually really reports out there about De'Aaron Fox, Houston native, being that the Kings are going to get themselves into a place where they shop him ahead of the trade deadline. What have you kind of found on this space, especially as the Rockets are one of those teams that has been named amongst I think what his favorite would be the San Antonio Spurs, but like of the possible destinations for De'Aaron Fox.
The Rockets are going to be named on all of these guys just because they have young players and they have picks and they've got a bunch of flexibility. But I don't see it, at least not right now. I think that the way this team is going, they're rolling. And to get De'Aaron Fox, it means you're trading Fred VanVleet. And I know what a lot of fans think about Fred VanVleet on the outside. On the inside, that man is revered inside that locker room. He is revered by that front office. I think if you ask them, the contract that they gave him 18 months ago or whenever it was, the 3 years, 130, he has been worth every single penny of that contract because of what he has brought. And to now all of a sudden take him out of that locker room right in the middle of the season, I think it would be damaging to the team overall. It would be damaging to how they play. It would be damaging just in a morale sense at this point. And so I just don't see it happening.
I agree.
And I think Kelly Iko said the same thing yesterday, that the Rockets are not in any hurry to try and make a deal for De'Aaron Fox. I don't know if De'Aaron Fox is like an Ime Udoka type of player at this point. So to me, I think that they could make small moves. At the deadline, you've got 8 days before the deadline. I just wrote something on SportsRadio610.com, just kind of naming a few guys that they could go after. But to me, Fox isn't one of those. And just one other thing on VanVleet. Alperen Şengün multiple times has called VanVleet the team's brain. And last year, they were terrible without VanVleet. They started out 0-5. They started out 1-6 when VanVleet didn't play. They won 2 meaningless games at the end of the year to get to 3-6. And this year, they won their first 2 that VanVleet didn't play. And I asked Şengün, like, hey, is it something? Does this mean something that you guys are winning? You guys won these 2 games without Fred on the floor. First, he says to me, one of those games was against Washington. So that kind of shows you that that as a team, they understand the value that VanVleet has.
Well, last night was a good example. Everybody's minutes were down, but he had 35. Everybody was like 27, 26, 28, and he had 35.
Yeah, that's the guy that that Udoka finds it really hard to take off the floor because, again, as Şengün said, he's their brain. And he organizes everything for them offensively. He's the coach on the floor, the old point guard stuff. And they don't really have another point guard on the roster at this point, which is why, I kind of mentioned some of the names that I did mention. So I don't see the Fox thing happening. Maybe in the summer, maybe after you see what it looks like after a playoff run. But I can't underscore enough how much Fred VanVleet is revered within that locker room and within that team.
Now, watching the game last night, we'll talk more about this as we keep going on the show, but get a victory over the Hawks, hard-fought victory on the second night of a back-to-back for both teams. It was a makeup game, rather, during that ice storm that was in Atlanta. And so, just kind of shoehorned into the schedule. But, you saw that the energy wasn't as high, especially early. I know that Ime said that at halftime he kind of had to kick those guys in the keister. But, seeing Trey Young be able to drive through the defense, one of those things for me that I was like, okay, that might still be a point of growth for this team. What are you looking at, Adam Spillane, with this Rockets team and going, okay, I'm still looking at this place for points of growth?
I think the offense, continuing the consistency there, it has been better. Defensively, they have fallen off a little bit. Now, listen, Trey's going to do what Trey does.
Sure.
And that's not an easy matchup for anybody, especially the second night of a back-to-back, just because you're tired and, not just mentally, you're not just physically tired, but mentally tired. And Trey Young is going to take advantage of all that.
Yeah.
So that's a tough matchup, second night of a back-to-back. I think overall defensively they've been fine. I mean, they're not second, I don't think, in the league anymore. They've fallen off a little bit. But I think the thing that you're looking for is just how the rotation looks and what happens when Jabari Smith comes back. And we're still probably 4 or 5 weeks away from that happening. But obviously that is a big, that's a big piece that they're missing right now. And you don't necessarily feel it in the stat sheet a lot of times, but you do feel it with just the versatility and some of the other things that Jabari Smith brings, because he has skills that a lot of guys on that team don't have when you consider the size and everything that comes with him.
Who's the best player on the team?
It's probably Dameon Thompson at this point.
Yeah, that makes it unanimous.
Yeah. I said it, I think it was 3 weeks ago. I was like, it's feeling like he's getting there, and he might be there. He's not going to lead the team in scoring on most nights, but he just does everything really well, and the scoring is going to come. And I give the Rockets credit as a team. They haven't, he's not a good shooter, but they haven't said don't shoot. Mm-hmm. They've been really like, hey, shoot. When you're open, shoot the ball. If you don't want to take the 3, step in and take the long 2, but shoot it confidently. If you shoot it confidently, you're going to make it. If you shoot it without confidence, that shot's not going in.
Mm-hmm. Yes or no, Trey Young needs to go ahead and go bald already?
Yes.
What's going on up there?
Now, listen, I'm not one who should talk, but...
No, but literally, what's going on up there?
I don't know. I'm happy that I don't have to know.
He reminds me of Rafa Nadal.
Rafa got to a point where it was
He's
tough.
got that same kind of
very wispy.
Yeah, the wispy's a good word for it. It's Rafa Nadal. It's not a great look, but hey, whatever. Do what you feel.
And then, real quick before we let you go, as I've just continued to extend this thing out, one Houston athlete that you would retire their number in the same way as Andre Iguodala, where it's not an elite player, but just one of those ones that you're like, I would like to have that person be acknowledged.
Ryan Presley.
Okay.
I think that
way to tie that back in.
That's good.
I think Ryan Presley, for what he brought to that team, leadership, performance, it's obviously not going to get his number retired, but he was so good for those teams for that stretch.
You bringing it. That's a good one. No, nobody mentioned that.
No, it didn't. Nobody did. Yeah. I should have mentioned Otis Thorpe, that someone had texted in, because I just in my head had thought the bigs are the bigs that are in this Rockets history are going to be in there. No, he's not in there. But Presley's a great one, especially as he moves on to Chicago. I've been trying to take time this week to appreciate Ryan Presley, because he was very good when he was here for.
Well, especially when we harp so much on postseason performance. That's when he was at his best.
Absolutely.
When the calendar turned October.
That's our guy. Adam Spillane, baseball spo, basketball spo. We appreciate you giving us some time every week, even when I forget to text you.
Listen, it's ingrained at this point.
A brain of steel, this man.
Yes,
all right, man.
Steel trap.
That's right. That's what it is. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where a couple of quarterbacks need to say thank you to C.J. Stroud. I'll tell you why next.
It's happening today, man. Today.
Odyssey Sports Station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Brought to you by Quick Assist. Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right. We're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Earlier, our question of the day, who are the maybe not all-star, not elite kind of athletes that you would
I'm
have
still thinking
retired?
of them.
Oh, keep them coming, right?
Keep them coming.
Somebody mentioned Cynthia Cooper, and I'm like, was her, first and foremost, like, was she like acknowledged or retired?
I think don't she part of the Houston Sports?
Well, she's in the Hall of Fame.
Hall of Fame.
She is in the
Houston Sports Hall of Fame.
So she's
the Houston Sports Hall of Fame, though.
Yeah,
right?
she's in the Houston.
She got the white coat
too.
She does. So I was like, how does that work with a team that is folded and defunct?
I'm telling you,
at least for the time being, until Uncle Tillman can bring that thing back.
Yeah, Captain Scott on the bat phone brought up a couple that we hadn't been mentioning: Roy Oswalt and Mike Hampton.
Yep.
Yeah.
I was thinking about the Honey Badger. Honey Badger.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
What
he was here
doing?
for. He's here for 1 year too, right? Hey man,
what are you
legendary
doing?
Run, man?
Yeah, he's really stretching the boundaries on this. Is what's
hey, that's a legendary run, man.
Yeah.
Some Jim Peterson came in on the text line as well. Commander Cody on the from the 713.
Tony Eusebio, Subi, love that guy.
Okay,
I love that guy.
All right, keep those coming in. Carlos Lee.
Carlos Lee.
Oh, I had honestly.
He's still trying to finish running to first base.
Oh goodness! All right, let's now go around the NFL, which is brought to you by Quick Assist. Last minute change of plans, you can't use your tickets. Download Quick Assist from their app store today. They'll take care of the process for you and find the best price on the market. That is QUICKASYST. Quick Assist, your ticket everywhere. So you recall a couple weeks back in the divisional round when the Bills were playing the Ravens. There was a little selling, as I would like to call it, by one Mark Andrews. He had a inopportune timed fumble in the fourth quarter, and then just the worst drop that you could probably have from a guy is opportunity on a 2-point conversion to tie up the football game and maybe make good for that drop, for that fumble that he had earlier, and just could not reel it in on a pass that was very catchable. Bills Mafia did what Bills Mafia does, right? They got together, they started GoFundMe, and I think they've raised over 6 figures for type 1 diabetes research or funding, which is a cause near and dear to his heart. Well, you recall Dalton Kincaid at the end of the AFC Championship game had an opportunity to keep that thing rolling, to give the Bills an opportunity to try and go and win that football game, and he had a drop, maybe not in the same vein as Mark Andrews, but I mean it was catchable. I'm going to say it was catchable,
but it wasn't like here, almost placing the ball in his chest, and he still dropped it. But yes, it was catchable.
Yeah, it was tough. But the Ravens fans decided that they were going to do something similar and return the gesture. They actually started a GoFundMe just minutes after he dropped that pass to try and raise money for Dalton Kincaid. Now, the cash for the GoFundMe, the Ravens wrote, will go to the Summit Center for Autism, which is a charity that Dalton Kincaid has worked with closely in the past. The initial goal was $10,000, and I'm trying to see where they ultimately got to, because I know that they had reached that goal, and now they're about $19,000 deep. So really hit the same numbers as the Bills Mafia, but still, trying to return the favor.
That was a bit of a stretch, though, man.
Oh, it was just a shot. It was just a shot. It was just
it was a shot.
A good old-fashioned petty shot.
I mean, it's good to donate. Don't get me wrong.
Of course.
But nah, that wasn't all his fault, though, man.
No, but they were just like, I'll show you.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
But I feel like if you're going to be petty for charity, right? Like, I feel like this is the way that we need to handle all sports beef from all time. Oh, you think? Oh, okay. I'm raising money for your charity. How about that?
What's your charity?
They should have donated some money to the referees who didn't call that first down. That's what they should have did.
Yeah.
Yeah, what cause do y'all support?
Yeah.
Let me see your my cause.
We know y'all
tweets.
lost the game because of the referees, so let's donate in honor of the referees.
Well, it's probably going to go to like a, I don't know, Seeing Eye Foundation or School for the Blind or something like that. To try
that would be hilarious. That would be hilarious. I'm all for that type of pettiness. School of the Blind.
Yeah. What is the charity that you donate to when you ticked off at the rest? Let us know. 713-572-4610. But again, salute to the Ravens. Also, who extended offensive coordinator Todd Monken as well earlier in the week. So more of the same expected, I imagine, there when it comes to that offense and the way that they're getting stuff done.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson, baby, because they're making people everywhere a lot of money. But Monken is good. I mean, it's one thing.
100%.
Obviously those two players have unlocked their greatness, a long time ago. But it did work better than it has in recent years, altogether there in Baltimore.
Yeah, they just keep running to a buzz. That's the only thing. I wouldn't change anything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you just got to be at the top of your game, put your best foot forward, and hope that you find a sliver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you just got to hope the Chiefs lose or have a bad game at one point.
Yeah.
Find a gap in there. And what's crazy is that Patrick Mahomes, I saw someone talking about this, like, Patrick Mahomes has to play his best game to get over. I'm like, Patrick Mahomes had some downright, okay games.
He had a rough year to his standards.
That's the first time they scored 30 points.
Yeah, he didn't have an MVP type of year.
Super Bowl.
In the AFC Championship game, first time they scored more than 30. Think about that.
Jerks. And now I think it was a couple days ago, we found out what the jerseys combination would look like in this Super Bowl. It is going to be the NFC has been designated as the home team. Do you know why that is? Because I only just heard that and I thought, is it because
I thought they just alternate. Is there another reason?
I don't know. I was wondering because I was like, is it possible that it's because it's being hosted in New Orleans and that is a NFC stadium?
I thought they alternated.
I thought the best record would.
No, they might just alternate. I don't know. But the Eagles have been designated as the home team, and so they have selected to wear their green jerseys. And so that means that the Chiefs will be wearing white jerseys. And funny enough, white teams in white have dominated more of late. Do you put any stock in stuff like that?
No, same with the coin flip. Hey, the coin flip has been tails 3 more times over the course of the series.
Well, I mean, if we're talking about prop bets, this is prop bet heaven. It's the Super Bowl. People spend all sorts of money on prop bets.
Did you see the prop bet or not? I don't know if it's prop bets, but they got the bets on Taylor Swift.
Oh yeah,
who she gonna be sitting next to? What she gonna wear? And how many times she gonna stand up and all this other stuff?
Yeah. Are the refs gonna wear those white jerseys too?
No, it's gonna be their traditional white and black. Okay. Thank you for asking. And that's what it's gonna look like. But what do you think about just the color combination as a look? Do you like that? Would you prefer the red on white
if I were a Chiefs fan?
Why'd you have to make it just as a neutral observer?
Everybody always likes, they call them the icy whites, everybody likes the white on white, which I don't think is bad. It looks good, but they all
Liberty white.
But they all tend to look the same. Like them in all white is like UT in all white.
Although I don't know, are they wearing all white? I think they're still wearing the red.
Maybe they
pants.
are. But I'm kind of like, I want to see your color. The red or the green.
I think both teams should do like an alternate.
In the Super Bowl?
I think so.
Wait, do the Chiefs have an alternate? Because it feels like they're
Dallas Texans, isn't it?
I don't even recall that jersey.
I think I've seen them wear the Dallas
Texans. Have
they
wore?
I think so. I'll have to look, but
so whatever their newer alternate is, because I know a lot of teams did their new alternates or created the new alternate. They should do that in the Super Bowl.
The Eagles in those Kelly greens would be kind of tough.
That would be fire.
That'd be kind of tough. Some other things around NFL, we return to the coaching carousel where, speaking of New Orleans, those Saints, they got to be down bad right now as Mike McCarthy has pulled himself out of the mix on the Saints running for the Saints head coaching job is what I want to say. And he said that he is going to step back and prepare himself for the 2026 cycle, which to me personally sounds like you got deep enough in there and you're like, I don't actually know if this is a good situation to be in with, I mean, a quarterback that I don't know is incredible. And then you have the cap situation that they have constantly buried themselves in where they've played kick can while not actually being a level of candidate and contender. It feels like when you are pushing money into the future, typically you do that while you have a window. And then when you don't, that's when you eat this. Except the Saints have just been like, why would we eat this now when we could do it in the future? Charge it up to the credit card and somebody in the future would pay for it.
Isn't it convenient that he decided to focus on himself?
That's right.
As a lot of people put on Facebook or whatever when they are out of a job. Isn't it convenient that he decided to do this when the only job open was the Saints?
Well, that was the only one that it seemed like he had any level of consideration for.
Yeah. I'm going to pursue other opportunities for a year. Yeah. I'm going to focus on me for a year.
Which he did. I mean, he did. I don't know if it was intentional then either after, the Packers job before he had the year off. And then that's when he ended up with the Cowboys. So maybe he'll take a year off and be able to pull
it's
another.
awfully convenient.
Sure, of course. No,
awfully convenient.
You're always spinning, man. Like, nah, she ain't done me. See, what happened was, you was just getting stale, and we both wanted something new, so it was mutual.
Yeah.
Another part of the coaching carousel, according to Jordan Schultz, Commanders' offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury also has basically pulled himself out of the job for the Saints. He has decided to stay in Washington for a second season as the offensive coordinator there. It seems like all sorts of people have decided to stick around because of how fun it was to have Jaden Daniels and the way that they played. Because Cliff Kingsbury, I mean, it seemed like you would imagine that he would want to get back to an opportunity to be a head coach, but he's comfortable being the offensive coordinator, and I think he might be right in doing this.
As Figgy would say, oh, word.
Yeah. Now I think all the jobs that he potentially wanted is gone.
Exactly.
So it's like I ain't about to go to the Saints.
Exactly.
I would stay right here.
Yeah. No. What? Saints and Derek Carr and all this other crap and cap hell, and there's Jaden Daniels sitting right there on a rookie contract. Yeah, I think
I stick around. It might be some other teams with some openings next year that I will go to. So,
and he actually put together an offense that held up pretty well over the course of an entirety of a season, which you had not been able to say with his tenure in Arizona. So. Yeah. Maybe he's like, all right, do it one more time and make it very evident that, hey, I'm still that dude when it comes to calling an offense, and maybe he can actually climb the ladder in a way where he's not falling up this time.
Yeah, and I could be dead wrong on this, and he might end up winning 5 Super Bowls, but I've always looked at Cliff Kingsbury as the next generation of that is a great coordinator, not that great a head coach.
It's quite possible.
It
is quite possible. Yeah. And we'll see more in the evidence of coordinator. We won't see the head thing. So, yeah, all those guys dipping out of the Saints job has basically left one man standing, and that is Eagles offensive coordinator Kellen Moore, who I believe that the Saints took the whole delegation out to go and see him and get some more things. He said that he will not really, he's not going all the way on these things until the Super Bowl is over, and so it'll be a couple of weeks, but it seems like he is probably going to be the next head coach of the New Orleans Saints.
Maybe. I don't know if that's true.
Well, you think somebody falls through the rafters like it's wrestling? Like, by God!
Well, no,
who the hell want to coach the Saints?
Why would Kellen Moore say he can wait? He can pull a Ben Johnson.
He can also go just be a head coach already.
Yeah,
get that money.
Yeah, so could have been Ben Johnson.
That is true.
Yeah,
that is true. How about this? I teased it as such. A couple of quarterbacks need to say thank you to C.J. Stroud. And those quarterbacks are Drake May and Russell Wilson. They are the replacements for the Pro Bowl games that'll be happening in Orlando this weekend, in fact. Now, Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow were initially the 3 AFC quarterbacks to make it. Burrow and Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson, when they went to the playoffs, they have opted out. And so May and Wilson have been added. People have kind of asked as to why some other folks were not kind of put in to those.
Well, they might have been asked.
Well, and we know, we had the reporting, I believe it was DJ that had it, that C.J. Stroud was, asked about this, and he decided against it. I believe Bo Nix was also asked about this, but he is undergoing a minor surgery. I think it's like a scope of some sorts.
Yeah.
So he much rather would, go through that process rather than later do that. And so now you get a Pro Bowl games that has Pro Bowler Drake May, who, solid season, and Pro Bowler Russell Wilson.
I was going to say, how y'all feel about CJ not participating in this?
I'm just curious about it. I don't lean one way or the other, in terms of like what it means. But I'm curious. There's a reason. I mean, he's in his second year.
Yeah, no. To me, if I don't even know what the reason is, but if it's the reason of, hey, I need to get myself together. Last year I was kind of running around a lot.
Yeah.
This year I want to focus on whoever the new offensive coordinator is. Just lock in and forget all the podcasts I was doing.
What's he doing in Cancun? He should have his nose in the playbook. One of those things.
Which playbook?
People all.
No,
that's
and I ain't even saying that.
No, I know, but people are always like, some guy's on vacation.
Yeah, if you're not at work, you should be working on work.
He should be looking at the playbook while he out at dinner with his family.
Yeah, exactly.
But I think if CJ, if he can if he could kind of just lock in a little bit and just not really focus on this, because I don't think he had the best year.
No.
So I wouldn't feel comfortable being in the Pro Bowl and just like,
And he's a competitive dude as well.
Yeah.
Like after as you mentioned, like the offseason he had last year where he was going around, I mean, naming himself.
He was talking cash, you know what.
Top 5 player quarterback in the game and all those things. I think he had a little bit of a humbling, and not saying that humbling and that, knock him down a peg, but he had a moment where he's like, look, this, I did not perform the way that I wanted to, and that is not up to the standard. We know he has high expectations for himself. So it feels like it would track that he's like, no, I'm going to get back in the lab and I'm going to try and make sure that I perform on the level that I want to, especially when you've talked all that talk, you want to walk it.
Yeah. And I think too, I feel like the Pro Bowl don't really mean much now. So it's no big deal.
J.J. Watt said they should call it the Participation Bowl.
Yeah,
that's right.
So it's no big deal that they brung me out here, so I need to go. It's just like, nah, I'm cool.
281 says David Culley for the Saints.
Hey,
that might be the pool.
Hey,
that might be.
Maybe it's not David Culley, but somebody like David Culley.
I was about to say David Culley already got his check. If we're just gonna do this as like a scholarship, just like, hey, the lifetime achievement award of being a really great NFL coach that didn't reach the head coach level. Come down here and get your check.
I was gonna say, look at a former Saint, a Saint legend, something. Remember, the coach did with Jeff Saturday or something like that. Hey, Drew Brees, you want to coach?
Sure.
Hey, let's just get us through this year while we get everything together.
Who's the long-term assistant or long-time assistant that just hadn't gotten the opportunity to get over? Like, who's the guy?
Eric Bieniemy.
Oh yeah, there you go. Hey man, you want to be a coach? Come through, baby. Yeah. Hey man, didn't you play in Colorado? Same colors. Come through. It'll be good.
That's right.
That's right. That's around the NFL here on this Wednesday. I almost said Thursday because it definitely feels like it, but it is indeed a Wednesday here in Houston, a foggy Wednesday even. I'm looking out the window and I don't see nothing right now. That is crazy. A weird day, especially for Lopez, as he spilled his cereal in his truck because, yes, he eats cereal in his truck.
While on the road.
Yeah, what is weird. And apparently the day was weirder for you, Lopez?
It got very, very weird.
Okay. I actually, oddly enough, want to hear about that. So you know what? We'll do that next.
Payne and Pendergast. Friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
From the 281, donations for the referees should go to the Zebra Rescue Society.
National Federation of the Blind.
Okay.
That's one of the charities I contribute to.
Very good. Excellent.
So it's a real one.
That's a good one.
There you go. We have a few things that we've just been tossing in the air all day long here on In the Loop. Because that was inspired by the Ravens trying to get back to the Bills Mafia and donate to a cause that was near and dear to Dalton Kincaid's heart after he was unable to bring something in. We were also talking about earlier today the players in Houston that you would like to see honored by having their number retired, even though maybe they don't reach that highest echelon of number retirement.
If they retire Martin Maldonado's, I'm moving. And I love this place.
Hey, man, Dusty Baker probably first person in line for that one.
Martin Maldonado. Yeah, baby. Yeah, let's get him up there.
That's wild. Been a fun morning thus far. Not for you, though.
I had one of those mornings, man. And it's going to get weirder and I'll ask you guys this question in a minute, but from the moment I got up, just a little bit backwards, a little bit late on everything. I'm sure we've all been there, but then I'm sitting in my office doing some work, and my daughter shows up, which is cool, and she brings her dog Rocket, and I forgot that we were watching him, so I had to take Rocket out. Then I had to get my, all ready for work. I made my cereal, put my cereal in the truck, as I often do every morning, knocked over the cereal in my truck. Then I got on the road, and there's lane closure. I'm like, dang, man, just one of those mornings.
Absolutely. Really?
It got weird. Well,
we passed the cereal in the truck.
I'm not. I'm going to be there all day long.
So it's weirder than that.
Everybody does that.
Nobody does that. So people do weird things in their cars, and literally nobody was like cereal in the truck.
Okay, so not nobody. But anyway, so I got a message from my son, and it didn't happen to me. I'm asking our listeners and you guys. This is a real message. This is a real thing. It really happened. All right. So there's a dude that lives in an apartment complex, and he got this message handwritten. I saw the picture on his door. Tell me how you would react to this, guys. Hello, we are your neighbors in the apartment right above you. We absolutely understand the cultural significance of the quote. They put it in quote. They put it in quotes.
Goodness gracious.
Carne asada. To the Mexican people such as yourself, which is an assumption, I think.
Fair enough. That's right.
But you need to be considerate of our culture as well. We are vegans, and all caps, your meat smoke is coming in through our open window every time you fire up your grill. We, again, all caps, kindly ask that you cook your next meat inside on a stovetop with the vent running. Thank you very much. So they basically said, you're cooking on your grill. We don't like your carne asada because of your culture. You people, can you go ahead and cook it inside? Here's what I sent.
Yeah, it's a lot right there.
There's a lot going on. The Mexican people such as yourself, we're vegans, your meat smoke, et cetera, et cetera.
I do love that in writing this, and do you have the, let me see.
Did I send you a picture of the screenshot?
No.
Okay, but this is real.
So you said, your meat smoke is coming through our open window. I feel like the answer right there, baby.
Close your damn window.
Yeah. Close the window, baby. Like we can make this nice and easy. Did you need me to close it for you? I can come over and do that if you need.
I'll come up and close it.
That is crazy.
So my son sent it to me, and I made sure it was real. And I this is what I sent him. I would cook lengua in duck fat one night. The next night, I would cook cabrito for several hours on the grill. And the next night, I would cook tripas.
You just be petty about it?
Just cooking every exotic.
Man, I walk past their door with a tomahawk in my hand. like I'm Fred Flintstone or something, man.
How would you handle that note?
Ooh.
713-572-4610.
Yeah, look, one of the things I live by is, hey, man, you can get touched out here, right? So I try never to go too snarky on these things. However, I feel like a conversation would be needed, and I will try and operate from a place of kindness. Like, look, we outside in our backyard.
Exactly.
What you want me to do?
Yeah.
I got to grill this outside. I feel like there's some steps that you could take. I'll try and put it on the farthest side of the backyard. I can do that
See
for
which
you.
way the wind's blowing?
Right, but look, we doing this barbecue.
Yeah.
And so you have to figure that out. And then if they want to get spicy with it, then we can get spicy with it.
Yeah.
Then we might be able to get real petty with it and do stuff like what you're talking about. And maybe, but I'll start from a place where
I'd
I'm like,
have
look,
the whole tongue out there.
hear me out. What I'll do, I might be able to give you a little advance warning. Hey, on Saturday, we trying to grill out. Please take heed and make adjustments accordingly.
Yeah.
But if that's not good enough, that's all I can do for you.
I would make it worse because they clearly was talking about them being Hispanic, right?
Yes.
I'm like, you know what? If I was your son, I'm like, you know what, babe? I feel like playing some Mexican music.
That's
right
what I'm
now.
saying, though.
Hey, break out the tambourine, baby.
That's what I'm amazed by. Is like, if that was the complaint, they were being pretty chill. Because I've lived next to some of our brothers and sisters in Latinidad, as I like to say.
Yes.
And they be turning up into the wee hours of the morning. And the idea that this was not like a noise complaint, this was just about smell. Yeah, y'all don't know how good you got it.
Exactly. And the 713 brings up a good point. In a lot of places, cooking inside with the vent, the smoke still goes outside.
Correct.
It still goes.
That's right. Especially if
It doesn't go all the way up.
Yeah.
It sometimes still goes outside on the side.
Yeah. Nah, I would be like, you know what? Let's blast that music. Since they want to talk about our culture so much.
Yeah.
Here we go, baby. Hey.
The 832 says it's Ramona Ayala time.
That's
baby.
right.
It's Ramona Ayala time.
Hey, break out the tambourine, baby. Let's go.
I would bring mariachis to the patio.
That's right. You volunteer to the backyard. Everybody's quinceañera. Like, no, I got the spot. Come through. We doing it out here. Yeah.
Yeah. There we go. Oh boy, we've got some listeners that are right in my wheelhouse in some of this.
Chitlins outside. Okay, see now I would actually. I think you'd be in the wrong.
Yeah, you'd be. I call the police.
100%.
Cook some chitlins.
100%. Don't put no chitlins out here,
man. Yeah, I call the cops.
And the other one brings up vegan as a culture. I mean, I guess you could stretch it.
But
it's a lifestyle
But,
choice.
but see, that's the other thing too, because at first I'm thinking like, man, they clearly being a little racy. But it's not all vegans, but it's a lot of vegans out there that look at us, meat eaters, as peasants.
Oh no, that's out there.
So it could have been some of that too.
I got the idea from the 713. Write back no, and in parentheses say in Spanish. Still no.
Yeah.
No.
Nah, I would have just wrote appreciate it.
Yeah.
Just put it right on the door. That's it. Appreciate it.
Oh yeah, roast a whole hog outside.
Oh goodness.
Hell yes.
Man.
Whole hog?
They mess around, move out.
I've cooked whole hog in my backyard a couple times. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Smells like good barbecue.
And
to a vegan, is not.
That reminds me of what was that? Tailgate of the year. Somebody had a whole goat out there.
Yep.
Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, cabrito. That's what I said.
That's
Yeah,
right.
Put one of those out there.
Yeah, they had the whole thing and just put that in the front yard, by the way, as well. Then this feels like HOA type stuff, but it's not an HOA.
It's a building.
It's just a single person.
Now, if I'm, is he cooking inside the house?
No,
or
outside.
Yeah, nah, you can't tell nobody what not to cook.
It's called a
outside.
It's called a cook out.
Yeah,
it's called a cook
like,
out.
Come on, man.
That's wild. Okay,
that's insane.
Unbelievable. All right. Well, that's fascinating. Yeah, it feels like a lot of people. I feel like we are 100%, 100% on this response, which is just
that's
everybody.
the first time in history we've been 100%.
And it takes
on anything.
This is an old saying that's kind of trite, but the nerve. You know, the nerve.
The audacity.
The audacity.
The unmitigated gall.
It's like somebody said I should volunteer to go over there and cook some of that stuff. Yeah, I do. I will.
Yeah, if you know the people that had this, we're just going to have a whole Sports Radio 610 cookout.
Beef tongue.
That's right.
Ain't nothing tastier than a beef tongue, baby.
All right, here's a good story about a Karen.
That's exactly what that is.
That's what this is. Oh, okay. So this text comes in before we go here to sprinkle a little sports on here. Presley was better than Hader has been. Do you agree with that? Because obviously, I mean, like,
yes, because of postseason,
because of the stakes that you've had, and like you have not had those same situations.
Leave a plate on their porch.
That's actually, I was like, that's actually not a bad way to try and bridge the gap. But I forgot that they're vegan and they're not going to appreciate that. That's incredible.
Oh, Lord.
Unbelievable. Somebody say you can't be vegan and racist, pick a struggle. That's insane. All right, there you go. A little bit of a, you be the judge, and the judge is ruled guilty all the way up and down the text line for us. Someone said the smell is making them regret their life choice, and that, it's about them. All right. Coming up next here in Loop, let's get into what's popping, including Happy Lunar New Year to you and a big-time Rockets win in Atlanta. We'll talk about it next.
We're bringing the best sports.
Device connection charge. Contact us before canceling entire account to continue remaining bill credits. Bill credits end if you pay off device early. See details at T-Mobile.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
I love this text just in and of itself from the 510, which again, I don't know where that area code is. I'll double check here in a second. The context is we were just talking. No, that's 512.
Might be 512. Yeah.
Okay. But like we were just talking about a note that was left on a neighbor's door that was just pretty egregious, asking for them to not cook outside.
Bay Area.
Oh yeah,
from the Bay.
Bay Area. It just says meat flavored smoked vegetables, and I find that to be hilarious. That's just personally that makes me.
And them being vegans, they probably do that stuff too.
They grill vegetables.
Meat flavored vegetables.
Well, I don't know about meat flavored, but they have the vegan meats.
Yeah, they do. The Impossibles.
Which they smell awful.
Yeah. Vegans, they do everything to try to make it as close to meat as possible.
Yeah.
Without it being meat.
I don't know. Let's see. The 713 right back. What else do you expect me to do? Eat cereal while I'm driving my truck? All right.
Everybody does it.
Nobody does this. Literally no one does it. All right, let's get into what's popping here on a Wednesday, which, by the way, January 29th, 2025 means that we are at the beginning of the Lunar New Year. Happy Lunar New Year.
New Year.
To everybody who celebrates.
Happy New Year.
January 29th.
Houston is a very
it's a
diverse
new moon.
place. It is.
Yeah.
And of course, various different countries celebrate this in different ways. The Spring Festival, some I believe the Vietnamese call it Tet or whatever. But shout out to all of the folks in Houston who will be celebrating in that way. And all that makes me want to do is stop by one of these restaurants and get some nice and good to eat, because I know Chinese restaurants, Vietnamese restaurants are
going to be big. Today's a Chinese food day. By the way, one more just via Twitter from our girl Rachel. She's a Hispanic sister.
I always forget to check Twitter. My bad,
please, all caps, tell them to throw a block party, rent an inflatable bouncy house.
I will be there.
Put it right outside their apartment, smoke a whole barbacoa, hire a mariachi band, and have plenty of tequila for the familia.
I will be there, acting a fool.
Yes.
I'll be there. Let me know. But yes, it is indeed the year of the snake. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't look it up. I usually do.
Yeah, it's the year of the snake, Jake the Snake. And, salute to all the people out there doing that, including, I guess, the Houston Rockets, because you remember the Houston Rockets used to lean heavy into all the Chinese portions of this and on the base, especially when they had Yao Ming playing on the team. Another man whose number is retired, mind you. Okay. But, the Rockets get a big-time fourth straight win against the Atlanta Hawks in Atlanta. It's a remake or a makeup game after a game, a few weeks ago that was supposed to be played.
Yeah.
When Atlanta actually got many inches of snow, and that made it.
And
really
Atlanta was on a back-to-back from the road as
well.
They
were as well.
They both came from the road to Atlanta
because you just had to try and fit this game in somewhere. I'm glad they got it in sooner rather than later. I thought this one might be one of those ones that you end up in late March and you're just. Hey, we have to fly to Atlanta real quick for this quick game. Now, it did stink because, again, you created a couple of back-to-backs, and it looked like it. It was some sloppy basketball.
It was very sloppy, uninspired. You want to know what dead legs look like? That's what it looks like if you watch that game. It was very bad. But you know what? You can find a little bit of something even in those games, and the Rockets did. I mean, they went to their bench. I was like, hey, wait a minute, that's Jock Landale. And he contributed a little bit.
That's the beauty of this Rockets team. One of the beauties of this Rockets team, there's a lot of beauties on this team. It's just, man, they really and truly go probably 11 or 12 deep that they trust.
Sure.
That they trust to play minutes. Now, I'm interested to see what the trust level is when you talk about playoff trust, which is a different thing.
Yeah.
But still, they trust to play, real minutes, a lot of these guys, and that means a lot. It gives you a lot of flexibility as a coach in Ime Udoka. But I know that Ime was not the happiest, but I think he understood, obviously, second night of the back-to-back, missing some guys, and tried to pull back some of the minutes on your starters because where they've had. So 196 was the final score. 21 turnovers.
Yeah.
For your Rockets in this game.
We mentioned it was sloppy.
Very, very sloppy. Yeah. But a funny stat, oddly enough, and I saw this from Ben DuBose, so I'll give him his credits. This team is 6-0 in situations where they score 20 or where they have 20 or more turnovers. A real oddity, because typically you turn the basketball over, you're not supposed to win basketball games. But I think what that points to is this Rockets team is just I'm going to lean into all the cliches, just a gritty team that if it's not going the way that it should, that's right. If it's not going the way that it should, they will try and find a way to win, which I understand is a little bit of spinning into a positive, but it is a positive. They found a way to get a W.
Well, I think what I got out of that game is, the depth as we've mentioned, but also just finding a way, which ties into your gritty comment, but also just recognizing what you have to do, and sometimes this is a fluke, but if you're going to turn the ball over 21 times, make your free throws. When there is no defense, there is no running, you have a chance to make your free throws. They were 19 out of 20 on free throws, and it was so funny because they all had their dead legs and they were all looking, playing sloppy and all that. So we're watching the game, and my wife follows the Rockets because by default, if I'm watching
by osmosis,
yeah. But Jason Tate had the fresher legs, right? And at one point, she turned to me. She goes, "Is he their best player?"
You should just be like, "Yeah." Isn't it obvious? Is it not evident?
But that's my point. It's like it was kind of obvious yesterday. He had the fresher legs. He played a game. He had 16 points, something like that.
He did 16 points off the bench.
Yeah, but she goes, "Is he their best player?" I was like,
Goodness gracious.
Yeah, I mean,
listen here, woman.
Salute to Jalen.
She's a good sports fan, but it was just that kind of night.
So I mean, even Jalen Green started off slow, but then he got into his bag at a point. I mean, he ended up with 25 points in this game, 7 rebounds as well, which was nice. Although he had 7 of those turnovers, which is not good. But yeah, you mentioned tired legs, tired brains as well. Like you could see it. The defense, especially like defensive rotations, there was one point where I saw Ime pretty mad jump off the bench, call a timeout because I think it might have been Jason himself who did not, swing out to a defender, go out and close out on a shot and a knockdown from a corner 3 for Atlanta. Like you had a lot more of those moments and lapses, which I am very comfortable blaming on the circumstances rather than the players. But those are the types of things, and you're not going to have back-to-backs in the playoffs, but those are the types of things where when the stresses of the playoffs are there and you have that those are the things that make high leverage situations tough. It's the same thing when you talk about a relief a middle reliever versus a closer. Those higher leverage situations, they tax you more. And so I kind of appreciated this this game and seeing
appreciated it. It was
more
insightful.
stresses on this team, and to see if they can take those kind of opportunities, find their way through and use that for growth and development. So that's a 4th straight win, as I mentioned, 8-2 in their last 10. These Rockets, and still sitting 5.5 games behind the Thunder, but they are indeed second in the West. Their next game will be tomorrow against the Grizzlies on the road. This road trip has been interesting. But I mean, it started with the back half of that home and home with the Cavs. You get a win there, get a win versus the Celtics, win versus the Hawks, and see if you can make that 5 in a row against the Grizzlies team that you've had their number this year.
You have had their number, and boy, just getting that win would be just a nice little cherry on top.
That's right. All right. Some other things that are popping. Did you see this? Actually, and let me. I'm going to do a little deference here to the golf because I know you like the golf.
Love it.
AT&T
Big weekend.
Pebble Beach Pro-Am.
Big weekend
happening this weekend, which is the second signature event of the calendar.
Unofficial kickoff, usually to
the
like
PGA
the
Tour.
real tournaments.
Are you interested in this? Like, are you actually tapping into this?
Oh yeah. Oh, every year. No, I'll be watching. I'll be watching for sure. In part to see old Scotty Scheffler, which you'll hear about him tomorrow in Buy or Sell. But I'll give you a little preview today. This is going to be his first tournament that he really participates in.
Coming
Scotty.
off an injury. Him and Jordan Spieth.
Well, you know what the injury was.
What was the injury?
Don't say buy or sell yet. We'll do it tomorrow. He said he had a deep cut in one of his hands. He said he cut his hand making homemade ravioli.
Sure. I mean, if you can spill cereal in your truck, why can't he cut his hands and make us ravioli?
Save it for tomorrow.
Save it for tomorrow.
My bad. Okay.
Save it for tomorrow.
So yeah, for the golf fans out there, golf is on the way starting tomorrow. But yeah, did you see this about the Super Bowl? We will be out at Radio Row coming. We'll be out there starting Sunday. Where I feel like, are we gonna have beignets on Sunday? Like, are we starting this off?
Why the hell
with
would
the
we
shenanigans?
Not?
Okay, very good.
Yeah,
Excellent.
why would we not?
All right, I just wanted to make sure that was a show meeting that just happened. We will be there through Friday because we definitely don't got the cash to be there on Sunday. The cost of seats are pretty high, but can you imagine the cost of suites? And apparently you don't have to. TMZ, who oddly enough has somehow become a reasonable news source in ways that I don't.
Very reliable news source at this point.
It does not make sense to me how we got there. Like, I remember the times where you saw something on TMZ and you were like, why would I be reading from that like gossip blog thing? And now it's like, hey,
we said the same thing when they reported Michael Jackson, man.
Man, and
it was first on it.
Here they are now. But yes, the Super Bowl. Apparently, Taylor Swift has given us a little bit of insight into this.
Yep.
The suites at the Super Bowl are ranging anywhere. They're starting from $500,000, and the most expensive price tag there at the Superdome, $3 million for a suite.
$3 million for about 5 hours. Figgy, you in?
Hell no, unless I'm on your tab.
I don't know if I'm making enough. I don't think I'm making $3 million in my lifetime.
If you made $50 million, $100 million, let's say you made $100 million last year. I don't know if I'd spend $3 million.
I wouldn't do it.
I don't think I would.
Only
to be in a suite.
To be in a suite.
Now, I would probably try to get some other millionaires like, hey, let's pitch in.
Maybe
I'm not paying the whole $3 million.
Or just get really good tickets.
Yeah, 45. Well, now you get 45 people in there. Obviously, the catering, and that comes out to about $67,000 a person. So a little bit more affordable. Just a little more affordable.
Yeah.
$3 million.
But one of the things that this allowed me to bring up is just the way that the Super Bowl is situated. Man, this is one of the things I really dislike about the Super Bowl. It's super corporate because
it's 100% corporate now.
The fans of the team would not have known that they were going unless they were just like, they really put up a prayer and they bought tickets, or they tried to get
the lottery
ahead of time,
and all
whatever.
that stuff. That's the only tickets they have a shot at.
The only people that can on a whim decide to spend that, it's tough, and you're not going to get that collegial environment where people are really tapped into the game. I think that takes away from the ultimate product, doesn't it?
Of course it does.
Yeah.
No, it absolutely
I actually don't have a problem with the suites being kind of pricey because, hell, you could go to NRG and it's a lot of corporate suites, but not that much.
$3 million.
Yeah, but my issue is with the actual tickets.
600 level. The nosebleeds in at the Super Bowl range from about $4,100 to about
that's ridiculous.
$5,500.
See, that's ridiculous. That's the issue.
Ticket.
That's the issue I have with it, man.
Per ticket. Good Lord.
So let me find out any of y'all going to the Super Bowl. Just go ahead and let me know, and so I can go ahead and tag you as wealthy, wealthy on the text line. But yeah, that's what's popping here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Then also you did want to mention some of these baseball things. The Dodgers continuing to add as if they did not have enough. Kirby Yates.
Yeah.
They sign potential. I mean, is he going to close for them?
No.
That's the thing.
No, absolutely not.
Last year he was a closer.
He's going to be a middle river for the Dodgers on top of everything else that they've done.
Last year he was a closer. 1
year, $13 million. They're just spending money like crazy. But to give them credit, Mark Walter, their owner, give them a little credit. He's donating speaking of really rich people, Figgy, $100 million to wildfire relief.
He's donating $100 million.
$100 million. Of course.
Don't do it. Don't. If you had to think about it, don't do
Most of the money is deferred until 2033.
All right.
Oh, man.
Okay, that's what this was about. That was the joke that he had in the tuck.
You had that in the chamber.
The whole time. What do you think about this for the 346? They said you'd have to have it in a real crap area like Buffalo. That way you can see.
But they're not.
I'm like, well, yeah, first and foremost.
Nah, they not.
Ain't nobody going and doing this.
That's why they
Super Bowl.
keep going to New Orleans, Vegas, LA. That's why they keep alternating these good cities like this.
Relatively warm weather cities with the infrastructure. Buffalo has neither of those things, but also even if they had the audacity to have it in a place like Buffalo, it's just still going to be the premier
Same
event.
thing.
Yeah,
it's still the opportunity.
It was like that when they had it in New York, and that was that bad weather. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah. And I think they learned their lesson because there's
they
no
haven't
way.
been back since.
Yeah. There's no way we go. I was about to say, I don't think I could say that. Should I do it? Should I do it anyway?
Say it.
There's no way they have this above the Mason-Dixon line. I was like, what? Are we still determining things about a Mason-Dixon line?
It's still a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is that the first thing that came to mind? I have no idea. I don't know what that says about me either. I'll let you guys determine that. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, return to the Texans. Let's revisit the season a little bit and appreciate the players, the positions, the things that were good and maybe not as good. Let's do some Texans end of season awards and superlatives. We'll do that next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
Better access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Lunar New Year to everybody who celebrates, and happy birthday to one Kaimi Fairbairn.
How about that?
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Salute.
Yeah. You have a birthday message for Kaimi?
No, not really. Other than
make your kicks, bro.
Don't miss the candles.
Wow. Don't miss the candles is what you went with.
I just said don't miss your kicks, bro.
I mean, you wasn't that much better. I just want to make that clear.
Hey, do you want him to miss some kicks?
I mean,
don't miss him. Don't
fair
miss
enough.
no kicks, bro.
Neither do I want him to. I don't want to miss kicks either. All right. But yeah, I just wanted to salute that. Also, if you happen to not know, tomorrow, Nick Caley is going to be interviewed by the Houston Texans for the open offensive coordinator job. So that he would be the fourth that we know officially is interviewing for this position. A nice group kind of rounding out of people being interviewed, but all of them fairly new to. None of them have called a place.
No.
On this level.
No, they all are in the same boat. So if you can question it.
Similar boats, because I mean, some of them have been at the NFL level either not at all or just not very much. Well, Nick Caley's been around in various different staffs. Gerard Johnson a little bit similar.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
Yeah. So but that's what's happening around the offensive coordinator situation as well. But we didn't take a lot of time to stop down and really think back on this season for the Texans. So I wanted to do that in this way, or just use this as an opportunity or an avenue to try and do this. Let's do some end-of-season awards for this Texans team, and we begin with a very simple one, most improved. And
this is cool. We're doing like high school banquet style.
That's right. That's right.
The best dress.
That's right. Most likely to be president. Yeah. No, I'm interested in this one because also this allows me to get off one of my takes. TM trademark. The idea of most improved award, at least in NBA, really upsets me because it's recently moved to this place where it is dudes that are expected to take that jump who are getting the most improved award because they're taking a big jump. But it's like, yeah, that dude's a star player. He's supposed to get that jump. I think right now, Cade Cunningham is one of those guys that looks like he'll get it. And it's like, yeah, that dude was drafted, number 2 overall?
He was really highly regarded.
Kind of what that was supposed to be. And I thought the award was supposed to be there for the player who was like, oh, wow, that was not really expected, the amount of jump that you took, and you took it, so we want to appreciate them. Before we give this award out or kind of talk through it, which one of those interpretations do you think or would you be interested in using here?
No, I'm all about most improved. He was at a certain level. You know, the expectations may not have been like you're talking about, Cade Cunningham but all of a sudden like, whoa, where'd that come from? That's how I feel about it.
And so I feel like if I was going to the way the NBA's been seeing it, it might be a Will Anderson Jr. award, right? Like, is that unfair to say that, like, the way that he...
How you interpret it, that is not unfair. How I interpret it, he's not even in the category.
And that's why I wanted to make that clear. So going with the way that I think we both see it, who would you look at as the most improved for the Texans this year?
2 names jumped right out at me.
And real quick before you get to that, the text line from the 346, best chance to be a WWE superstar is Neville Hewitt. So yes, while we do this,
high
please,
school banquet style.
on the text line, come up with the superlatives. I want your weirdest superlatives for Texas players right along line with the 346 who started the bidding in a fantastic place. Best chance to be a WWE superstar was Neville Hewitt out here suplexing dudes.
So I may be stealing one of y'all's, but I you know what? I'll just say one name. So the other name can still be out there for you. I'm going to say Henry To'o.
That's a good answer. That's a really good answer.
Henry To'o. I mean, they couldn't get him off the field at the end of the year.
Christian Harris came back.
Yeah.
We were remember in week 8 when we were sitting there like, where the hell is Christian Harris?
Yeah.
What is happening with him? Yeah. Christian Harris made it back, played games when he had to when Aziz was out, and Aziz came back and they were like, actually, we'll give you 7.
Low-key took his spot.
We'll give you 7 snaps.
Yeah.
And
maybe not even low-key. I mean, he may have to fight for it next year.
And look, that might be something that you still bring to DeMeco Ryans and bring to Matt Burke, and you ask them, well, why did that happen?
Yeah.
But I think that there is, like, you can understand how they would get there because Henry had played so well, and it really raised his game, making sure that he was tackling a lot better and triggering better. And even if
Christian Harris had taken back, he would still be most improved because of what he did before then. But he stayed on the field.
The name that I immediately thought of, and let me know if you think I am out of pocket here. I thought Jalen Petrie up until
that was
he got
my other one.
injured.
That was my other
clearly
one. Yeah.
Jalen Petrie was the guy that you were wondering, like, could he play for this team in this roles that he had? They found him the perfect role for him. The physicality that he brought continued to he became real swarmy in that space because the role that they gave him fit what he did so well, and he embodied it so well that when they had to move Jimmy Ward back to his position that he played before, I was like, I don't know if he can do it like Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
And I mean, he ended up doing that fairly well. So that was wrong on my part, but the idea that you could have that thought in a moment really did highlight how well Jalen Petrie played. He's probably going to get another contract that is pretty solid.
I think so.
For interior cornerbacks, right? Slot cornerback type money. And that is all for the strength of having a fantastic season that raised the bar from where it previously had been.
Do you have anybody?
Yeah, the first person I thought about, and maybe I don't know if this is a kind of a cop out, but Nico Collins, man.
That's not bad.
We had
honorable mention.
We had Stephon Diggs as the number one receiver. Nico Collins said nah, and honestly, if he would have waited to get that contract, he would have. He would have been looking. I mean, we was kind of laughing at him. We
were wondering about the money.
That contract is a steal.
It's a steal.
Yes. If he would have waited just one more year, we probably would have been talking about St. Brown and all that stuff in the same sentence.
In fact, that contract is a steal, and it was only 3 years. Can you imagine if you were able to do that for a longer-term deal?
Yeah, no, he low-key, I don't want to say got played, but he should have held.
He got his, though, but
he got it.
Yeah,
but the numbers he put up before he got hurt.
What could have been?
Man.
In a different way, how about this? Biggest surprise.
All right, I got you on this one because I didn't even know he was going to be playing that position. I'm going to say Kalen Bullock.
Bullock was where I was going as well. I feel like Kamari Lassiter, you knew he was going to play minutes, and he definitely rose to the occasion. And he might be up for this next award, which I might as well bring up since we're talking about both of the guys we mentioned were rookies, top rookie.
Yeah.
Do you have another answer besides Kamari Lassiter on top rookie? I mean, he's a dude that rightfully so we looked at and we were like, hey man, that guy should be in defense rookie of the year situations. Now, did he get that love? No, but you don't have to talk to me about that. We need to talk to somebody in the league about that.
Yeah.
But no, clearly that's there, but I don't know how much of it. That was definitely a surprise, but I felt like the bigger surprise was Kalen Bullock going and really wrangling that role because he wasn't supposed to be a starter, and he could
have been where Petrie was.
He ended up being the free safety that you had.
And 5 picks? Was it 5 interceptions?
I believe so. I believe so. Yeah, no, he was very, very good. Is there any other ones that you would consider for that role, or is it just like that one?
Rookies or surprises?
Or just surprise, period.
Or rookie if you want to as well.
I mean, it's not a good surprise. C.J. Stroud.
That is fair. I did not necessarily put a parameter on that.
Yeah.
No,
I was surprised. I was shocked.
Fair.
Yeah.
And I mean, look, everybody has their limits, right? You to that place and you get pushed that limit. And it felt like CJ, especially early on in the season, with the way that he was navigating the pocket, it's like, oh man, he can help bridge the gap between bad offensive line play and still getting it done. And then we got to a point where it's like, no, there is a breaking point where it does affect him, and that clearly shook the way that he played. But yeah, that was definitely surprising, especially when I think the real surprise is the vivid images of him just missing.
Yeah.
And like putting balls in the dirt. And I'm kind of glad that you're getting a change in the offensive philosophy to help him, maybe give him more answers. But then also there's clearly just going to be an obvious need in making this offensive line better and more sufficient at doing their jobs. This is a fair one if we're going to the negative way, which I'm a little concerned that we're all in a negative mindset of thinking. The 832, biggest surprise in a bad way, or actually early on in a good way, Kaimi Fairbairn, the birthday boy himself today.
I was, because we came in like, okay, you don't have to worry about it. He started the year, just 50-yarder after 50-yarder, and then just
he won the player of the week.
Twice.
Yeah.
And then just a huge drop-off. Yeah, that's a good one.
Mine was actually Tank Dell.
Yeah,
I thought Tank Dell was going to be a monster this year, man. I thought he had every opportunity with Diggs and Nico on each side, and I thought he was going to eat.
I agree.
How about this? Position group of the year. And the reason I put this on here is just so we could gush, because I don't think anybody's coming up with a different one. I was like, I don't think anybody's coming up with a different one. Like the D-line. Deep too.
very deep. And in
What,
fact,
nine deep? 10 deep?
They win at least 9. They win at least.
I felt
9
like
deep.
they were deep in training camp, and I wasn't even thinking about like Mario Edwards or Tim Settle.
Well, they might get
Those
another award
dudes came up huge.
that Reggie has on here.
What, best supporting player?
Folo and Mario.
That man, why you taking my? You're in my head right now. You're in my head right now. Now the tough thing with Folo Fatukasi is that he started missing some time there, and you had pretty sufficient performances come through for Togiai, and then of course you mentioned Mario and Settle that kind of held it down. But it felt like the run game or the run stop was significantly different when he was on that field, and I thought that mattered in a big way.
Yeah, I think there's another possibility here, because even though it was never great, kind of saved their bacon. Jared Patterson. I think Jared,
that supporting player.
I think
he helped to reorganize this. That's a good point.
I think Jared Patterson might be in that group as a supporting player.
The problem is just you had he could not drag an entire offensive line performance up far enough for this to be like, oh well, we're going to give you a silver star.
But they got better.
They definitely got better.
And he was much needed.
And you had much fewer of the mistaken kind of communications.
Yeah.
So he definitely, honorable mention there. How do you feel about this on the YouTube? Cornerbacks get an honorable mention on.
I was thinking about cornerbacks too.
The only thing that's tough is just how many people can carry a group, because it was just so shallow of a group.
But you can maybe say secondary and throw Bullock in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Eric Murray had his
Eric
moments.
Murray
I know that Eric Murray was an
had good
annoyance
moments
for some
and bad moments.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And of course, that was the group that could get got every once in a while on some of those deep shots. But hey, if they didn't capitalize on the other teams didn't capitalize on it, then it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
So how about this? Best villain.
Oh, we can say it all together if you want.
Aziz Al-Shire?
Aziz is clearly the best villain.
He could have been somebody that can get into the WWE too, if you want to go there.
That's right.
I don't know. Like, how do we feel about the Aziz as WWE? Like, because this is the thing. The reason why I brought this up is he went into that space where he was like, I'll be the villain if you want me to be the villain. But I don't know if I actually view him as a villain.
No, he's not.
He just got portrayed as such.
No, he absolutely is not. But that's the role he played.
I could see him being the villain in WWE.
Yeah.
Where he could be that good guy, and then all of a sudden,
the heel turn is what we're talking about here.
He get that spike back. Oh my God! What a dirty player he is!
I can't believe this is happening.
I can't believe this.
It's like he's the face, and then all of a sudden you see him go underneath the ring and pull out that steel chair.
Yeah.
What is he doing? What is Aziz doing?
Wait a minute!
What is he doing?
That was a dirty play by him.
What they would say. Wait a minute!
Wait a minute!
You're not supposed to do that. No.
Wait a minute!
Don't do that.
Is there another candidate for best villain?
That's what I was trying to figure.
Laramie?
Ooh, that's a good answer, because I don't know that he was a villain by his own doing, but he definitely was a villain, especially if you look at this text line, the way we look at this text line week after week, day after day during the season. Way that y'all hate Laramie Tunsil.
Oh, man.
And look, I understand. Like this, that man got a holding call because he was wearing red gloves against a team where they wearing white in that instance.
Yeah. That kind of brings attention to you. And plus just the false starts and all that stuff, et cetera. Now, you have another one, but you didn't have this one. I just thought of it.
Please.
On there. We kind of touched on it with biggest surprise, but what was the biggest disappointment?
And this doesn't have to be a player. This could just be like
just anything.
Yeah, anything.
The offense.
And the offense as a whole. That's a great point.
That was the biggest disappointment.
Because I was going to go for offensive line, but you're right.
Yeah, no, that was the biggest talk of the offseason, man.
Yeah.
Like the 5-headed monster and all that stuff. That was the biggest disappointment.
I think if you're going individuals, I think Titus could be on that list. Obviously, Laramie was still good in pass block, but Titus could be on that list. The one that I'm going to is, and you always have to qualify it, but John Mechie. I think
that's a great point.
I think that's it.
You could probably tie Xavier Hutchinson in there as well.
Maybe Xavier Hutchinson too.
We talked about this when on roster cutdown.
Kenyon Green.
Sure.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
There was some hope. He came back in shape. Got in the starting lineup after training camp and preseason, and then it's like, oh, Lord.
Me and my brain, that train left the station, man.
Even during the preseason, we were kind of like,
But my I guess, because my thing was if he could just start for the whole season and be okay starting, that was a win. He ain't got to be all pro. He couldn't do that.
Yeah. Absolutely Couldn't.
But Mechie's on my list.
Mechie, and I again, I'm going to keep Hutchinson there because when roster cut down happened, we looked at the way the construction of that wide receiver room, and we were like, hey, this feels like a clearer, concerted effort to go with the youth and development with these guys who have some upside and see if you can bring them along. And you got none of that.
I mean, you let go of Noah Brown for one of these guys.
Is Kaimi on the list?
Kaimi feels like, yeah,
the spark when he started.
He started really well, and he
got to play
had
the whole
some really
season.
big misses.
Yeah, you got to play the whole season.
Now, one of the ones that has come up and down, I feel like you could go tight end position as a whole.
Oh, yeah.
But Dalton Schultz in particular.
That's a good one.
And this is always, the framework is always going to be there that contract is such where you expect him to be a major player. And in a year where you were looking for pass catchers, when you had some guys really go down, obviously Stephon Diggs goes down relatively early in the season. You lose Tank Dell later in the season, right? You lose some major tent poles that you were trying to lean on, even as you're talking about the five-headed monster. Even if that did not fully materialize, you still needed to have some offense there.
Yeah.
And Dalton Schultz, you were expecting him to help a lot more.
He's on the list.
And on top of that, like, he didn't cover himself in glory blocking, which I don't know that you expected a lot, but you at least expected effort. And at times it looked like there was not adequate, sufficient effort put in.
Yeah.
And then the thing that he is getting paid handsomely for, which is catching the football, being a target downfield, that didn't feel like that materialized in a strong way.
He was like, all right. You know?
Yeah. Somebody said Bobby Slowick is the villain.
Oh, or disappointment. Yeah.
Just go ahead and no. I think that's fair. I think that's fair. Like this was an offense because when you say offense in general, he is the helm. Like he's the face of that. This was an offense that was promising in year one. It was one of the big reasons why you could talk about five-headed monsters and why they went and added one more wide receiver help to it and Stephon Diggs and went and added Joe Mixon. Like okay. We're going to strap this up, and we're going to go again, and we're going to see progress. And not only did you not see progress, you didn't see stagnation. You saw regression from this offense.
Where's Dameon Pierce? What category would he fall into? Because he's not a disappointment because I don't know what we expected.
I think it is a little bit of a disappointment,
you know what?
man.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just think it's a disappointment because he barely played. He barely got on the field, man. I did.
But I didn't have like high expectations based on last year.
Yeah, I guess this might be a more of a offensive thing for the Texans because I wish they used more running backs than just one guy. And I thought Dameon Pierce would be better as a second option, but he barely played.
Yeah.
I think the Dameon Pierce earns the "It Is What It Is" award. That's what I think. How about performance of the year?
I'd still go back to the CJ, game, a second half or whatever, or after the first quarter against the Chargers. That was the day, and we talked about it coming into this show the following Monday and that whole week. Like that's the guy that we remember. I would say CJ against the Chargers.
I think that's fair, especially because with the arc of the season, I think that gave you hope that okay, it's definitely still in there.
Yeah.
That you saw down the second half of the season weren't going to hurt in the same way. Can I throw up there? And maybe this is so far back that it doesn't count. Colts week 1. Joe Mixon. We were like, oh, this is a thing. This is a problem.
That was sweet. That was a good week.
It's like, oh, yeah, running the football down people's throat. This is a possibility. This is going to be a thing.
That's a good one, actually.
I really enjoyed it.
Because we came in like, all right, it's happening. Of course, it didn't happen. And you can kind of pick your game with Nico Collins as well.
Nico Collins. Defensively, was there a performance of the year for you?
Ooh, defensively?
Yeah, Will Anderson had, what was it, the 3 sacks against, was that the Cowboys?
That was
that the 3-sack game?
I mean, they ended up losing the game, but they 5 picks against the Lions.
Yeah, I was going to say that was a good,
huge. Yeah. Huge. All right. And somebody, appreciate you guys getting involved. They said they didn't have, Slowick produced 0 games with multiple 100-yard receivers. Yeah. I mean, that absolutely doesn't help with this circumstance. But there you go. Some end-of-season awards for your Houston Texans. Just kind of review the season in that way. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it's time for us to do our in the loop lunchtime confessions.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, boys, if you haven't heard, and boys and girls listening, we're going.
You want Clint Stoerner right there.
Well, I was talking to you two, and then I realized,
all right, boys,
other people might be listening to this conversation. So it could be boys and girls.
Can you imagine if Lopez tried to talk like Clint?
Look here, Chief.
All right, boys.
We're going to the Super Bowl.
That is true.
We are going to New Orleans.
Well, we're going to Super Bowl Radio Row.
Yeah.
I'm not going to the Super Bowl.
Right, exactly. But
by the way, shout out to the people that are sending us out to Radio Row. Fly by Yingling.
Oh, yeah.
Low T Center.
Mokaram Law Firm.
Mokaram Law Firm.
We keep it 100.
Yeah, we are. So,
and Exclusive Furniture having that hot seat for us.
It struck me, I finally know what to do with the Reggie helmet money.
Yes, the money that I get for my faux pas on air.
Yeah. Let's take that money. Let's go to a casino, Harrah's or wherever.
Bet it all on black?
In New Orleans. Well, let's let the listeners decide, red or black.
Okay.
And then whatever that, if we lose, well, no harm, no foul. If we win, then we double the money and we give it to, we still need to figure out a charity.
We still need to figure because I was like, I'm pretty sure I said that we were going to give that
Maybe
to charity.
National Federation of the Blind.
That is, yeah, that's a possibility.
In honor of the referees taking that game from the Texans or swinging that game toward the Chiefs. So y'all in?
I'm going to leave that up to the people.
Red or black?
Because I don't know. It feels a little indecent to me personally to take money that has been set earmarked for charity and being like, okay, but let me gamble it real quick.
But see, my thing is if we lose the money, then nobody get anything.
Well, it's just been sitting there for several months anyway.
Which I'm proud of everybody at the station for not taking it. Though.
Yeah.
Good for y'all. I'm proud
it's just been said we can double the money and give it to National Federation of the Blind or another charity we decide on. And boom, there you go.
Okay.
Are you in? Are you in? I'm talking about the guys in the room now. Are you in?
I'm still undecided. I'm going to be completely honest.
Figgy?
I'm in.
Okay.
All right.
Why not?
Why not, right?
Because, again, we can lose the money. This is why I'm not a gambler, by the way.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that I feel like you are one of two people. You're the person that goes, ooh, look at how much money I could win.
Yeah.
You are a gambler.
Yeah.
And if you're like me, you're like, whew, but what if I lose?
We might lose that money.
I am not a gambler. That's why that happens.
In the words of the great Adam Smith, not money.
That's right. That's right. Someone on the YouTube said Lopez is going to lose that money. That's right. You see it.
See, what happened was.
That's right.
You see it. Somebody said always bet black. Okay, so it seems like they're pro this situation, and we'll follow up more on that. By the way, in talking about this end of season war, we mentioned best performance, and somebody else brought up Derek Stingley versus Miami.
Oh boy, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, man, he was a menace for them folks.
Man, he
All right.
killed.
Yeah, no, keep sending those in as well. I asked you guys to send in like a million things, and I'm trying to.
And they are.
I will make sure that I keep validating that by actually reading those on there.
These are my confessions.
All right. Yesterday, the New York Yankees owner, or kind of was the president of operations, whatever, Hal Steinbrenner was talking, and he acknowledged something about the league, and that is that, quote, it's difficult for most of us owners to be able to do the kind of things that they're doing, speaking about the Los Angeles Dodgers and the amount of money that they are just throwing at their roster. Said, quote, we'll see if it pays off. They still have to have a season relatively injury-free for it to work out for them, and it's a long season, and once you get to the postseason, anything can happen. We've seen that time and time again, close quote. So again, that is Hal Steinbrenner, son of Big George Steinbrenner, owner of the New York Yankees, saying, I don't know, we just don't got the money. We just don't got the money for to keep up with the Dodgers. And I got to confess, I understand what he means. However, George Steinbrenner got to be rolling in his grave. Got to be rolling in his grave that his son Hal is out here talking like a broke boy.
Poor Yankees.
And acting like a broke boy. They got outbid for Juan Soto, and then mere months later, he's like, we just can't compete with the Dodgers.
And by the way, the Dodgers beat your ass in the World Series.
We just can't compete with the
and
Dodgers.
they doubling down.
They just can't compete with, those big market teams.
That's right.
Poor Yankees.
And I guess I do understand it to some degree because, look, the Yankees ownership, that's what they do. Like, in a way, it's kind of mom and pop. Like,
but it's not what they've been.
Right. No, I know what you mean. But when I say that's what they do, like, this is their business, right? And in the world of sports, especially sports are getting more and more expensive to where the owners of sports need to have so much money in order to do this at the level that it feels is necessary. And so, if in my feeling, actually, you should probably, like, your business, you better have a business outside of this sports thing that really funds what you're doing.
But it's the Yankees.
And the teams that the business is the sports team, they're not going to be able to get to those same levels. However, again, that was the whole ethos, is the Yankees are the Death Star. The Yankees got all the money in the world, and we not going to get outbid, and we're going to be able to throw our weight around.
Yeah,
and they just got outbid, and they're out here talking about not being the weightiest in the land.
Yeah.
You sound like some suckers.
I totally get it when it comes to the Dodgers and what they doing. I think everybody is kind of sitting around to see how this season going to go, because if it crashed, then it's going to be like, yep.
Well, I do think
you got outbidded by the Mets.
Yes,
man.
by the Mets too.
Yeah, one of your best players went to the Mets.
Yes, it's ridiculous.
That's embarrassing.
Yankees fans and New York fans are just torching him for that comment. But the comment that made me roll my eyes the most was when he said, they might have injuries. Come on. Man. They're going for it.
Yeah.
Yes, everybody. Hell, the Yankees had injuries last year.
Yeah.
That kind of derailed their season for a while.
I wouldn't use that as an excuse.
They might have injuries. Oh, get out of here with that.
That sounds like hope.
Get out. Yes.
But I mean, he's not wrong, right? Like, they do need
But
to keep
everybody
injuries.
could have
That's
injuries.
Right. That's right.
Everybody.
And I think that's the point he was saying, is like, oh, well, this trying to do all this spending doesn't necessarily work, which, again.
But it doesn't get. I mean, they're still going for it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Which, honestly, if I was him, I think that you probably you lay low on this, right? And maybe he has to do this in order to make it seem like he doesn't like it. I actually think that the owners in some ways do like this in a roundabout way, because what this is going to bring about is that all the owners are going to look around and be like, see, it's untenable because this one team is literally just outspending everybody. And so what we need is a salary cap. Like, I think that this is how they backdoor salary cap.
Maybe.
These are my confessions.
So Howie Long, who was on Fox, I think he brung up the whole. I think this was before I think it was before the Commanders game, the Commanders-Eagles game, and he was talking about how there are only 5 NFL teams that wouldn't trade their QB for Jaden Daniels.
I saw that.
And so the teams he had on there: the Ravens, Bills, Bengals, Chiefs, and Chargers.
So he's talking about Lamar,
Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Justin Herbert. This is my confession right here, because I kind of made it low. I think
Justin
I asked
Herbert, huh?
I asked it on social media. I'm like, would you trade C.J. Stroud for Jaden Daniels? A lot of people said no. My confession is I wouldn't do it, but I would think about it. I would consider it.
I think you have to.
I would think about it. It's not a hell no. Like, are you crazy? This is a stupid question.
Sure.
I would consider it. I would stick with C.J. Stroud though, because I feel like he still got something to prove. I think he'd be good. I think he'd be a top 5 quarterback in this league.
Yeah.
But I would consider it, man.
I mean, I'm with you.
Did you see Jaden Daniels' numbers?
Well, I'm with you. And remember, just last year at this very time, we were talking about, C.J. Stroud probably had the greatest rookie season the quarterback's ever had. Well, you know who topped it?
And that lasted for a season.
You know who topped it?
This brother had 43, almost 4,400 yards passing, over 1,000 yards rushing.
Yeah.
Most TDs by a rookie ever. And by the way, he got to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
I think it's something to think about.
I don't think you're wrong.
I wouldn't trade CJ. I'm good with CJ right now. But I would consider it. And Justin Herbert, I would consider that too.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put him on that list. I would consider trading that.
Yeah, I thought it was a good question that was asked this morning to Sean and Seth. The idea of, like, outside, like, if you just were talking about the play, would CJ Stroud, like, from what you've seen, would comfortable with him, like, or has he earned the right to, like, get that max contract? And just, like, off of the play, you probably do need to see one more of those seasons that looks like that first year.
Yeah.
that confirms it. But he's going to be here. Like,
oh sure,
off the reality of it, he's going to be here.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
All right, I think you all know how I feel about all-star games in every major sport.
You're a huge fan, and you watch all of them.
I am not a fan, and I really don't watch them.
Okay, sorry.
But I realized something this morning, and that's my confession. There's something about the NBA All-Star Weekend that's kind of intriguing me. I might have to just tap in on. I might, and it's not the dunk contest because that's been so watered down and all that stuff. I'm kind of in on this futures thing, man.
The Rising Stars.
The Rising Stars. I'm looking at the rosters. I was looking at them. I'm like, huh. I mean, you can go all the way down. Obviously, Amen.
Yeah, shout out to Amen Thompson.
Is going to be
who
there.
Is clearly a rising star.
Wembanyama. I mean, Zach Edey kind of intrigues me. Dalton Connect kind of intrigues me. I might tap in a little bit on some of these Rising Stars events.
You think we'll get to a point where that's more? I don't want to say more watch.
Hell, we might be there.
But get to a point where we kind of more excited about that game more than the actual All-Star game. I ain't gonna say the numbers. I ain't gonna say it's gonna be the most watch and all that stuff. But
the All-Star game itself is just the reason they're changing it is it turned into a joke. It was a joke.
But the people that you realize in order to be tapped in on the Rising Stars Challenge, you either have to have a particular dude in it or be like a basketball sicko, with all respect, being one myself.
Yeah.
Like, people aren't like, you know what? I really need to see me some Jaime Jaquez.
Wemby?
Yeah, I'm about to say
Wemby gonna be in a big game.
Wemby's in this too.
But I'm saying, like, if you're like, I need to see Wemby, you're not like, I need to see Wemby in the Rising Stars Challenge. You would just watch the All-Star game, and then again, how much are people actually watching the All-Star game?
Yeah.
And by the way, the All-Star game format that everybody's kind of sick about, that they think is kind of hokey, which I'm not gonna deny that it is kind of hokey. They started that here on this level. You're going to have that same format where you have 4 different teams and they do a little round robin tournament to get the winner, who will then, I think, play in that tournament that the NBA All-Stars are having.
You're giving me a headache.
I'm
just trying to explain.
I know.
Yeah, it's a joke. And, I love the NBA, but it's all a joke. This kind of intrigues me, though, and I think because a lot of people like to see the young guy, the potential, the rising star,
I hear you. I don't fully believe you, but I hear you. I do.
I think I'm more tapped in than I would have been in the past, though.
Now, what you're probably going to be tapped in, and I don't know that they've announced it officially, but there's speculation that what's going to happen, like we saw last year with the 3-point competition, the little one that they did between Steph and Sabrina Ionescu, is that they might expand that to where they'll do a 2-on-2, which is Steph and Clay, or something between Steph, Clay, and Sabrina Ionescu and Caitlyn Clark, which I imagine that'll get some eyeballs.
That definitely gets some numbers. With those names,
So we're not sure exactly what's happening, but we're fast approaching on All-Star Weekend. I think that's a couple of weeks from
2 weeks, I think.
now. And you will see Amen Thompson. Rockets will be represented in this Rising Stars Challenge. And I think actually it might be tomorrow that we're going to get the reserves of the All-Star starter or of the All-Star team. I think that Alperen Sengun should get the nod there as well.
I was going to say real quick, I'm not trying to be funny, but who was in the dunk contest this year?
Oh, it's a lot of young boys. And
what's his name that won it last year's in
Mac McClung obviously is going to defend his
What
title.
team is he on now? Like, is he still with So he's on no team at all.
He's a G leaguer.
Yeah.
No, but they got to bring him up, right? Do they got to bring him up to a team?
To.
Is it
because that's what Philly did. Philly, they brung him up just for the All-Star game.
I don't know that anybody.
He's going to wear their jersey.
Oh, apparently he's with the Orlando Magic as a two-way player.
Stephon Castle's going to be interesting.
Yeah, Stephon Castle. He's been a very fun rookie.
Yeah.
That's a name to know if you have not known about that. All right, coming up next, clearly there's been a lot of ref talk around these Kansas City Chiefs. Are we ever going to see a time in sports without ref scandal again? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss that next.
Have you heard?
suite. For media buyers who demand the best, Viant delivers. Viant, elevate your CTV campaign performance.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah. Happy Wednesday to you. You are in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Text came in from the 832. I was about to say kind of out of nowhere, but we were talking about Amen. Amen. I feel like I've been saying his name incorrectly.
I heard
it's Amen. It's I put the emphasis on the first syllable. I usually say Amen, but it's like
Amen.
It's Amen. Amen Thompson.
Okay.
So I'm trying to make sure I get that right.
Aaron's saying that's right.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Aaron Raybold, who will also be in NOLA. I'm sure that he's going to have plenty of time to enjoy all of the sights and sounds in New Orleans, Louisiana.
12-hour work days,
that's right.
baby. Monday through Friday.
That was a joke for four people. No, but somebody asked how is Amen's brother doing in comparison to him. His name is Alsar Thompson, plays for the Pistons. We just saw them relatively recently.
Yeah.
8 points, 5 rebounds, 1.5 assists, and he's the good one.
He's the good one?
The good one.
Well behaved?
Nope, that's not what it means. He's the good one. I'll determine if I want to give you that theory that I've had when it comes to twins in sports at a different time.
So he's the good twin, and Amen is the evil twin.
No, Amen's
that's what I was
Amen's
saying.
the good one.
Yeah.
Amen's the good one.
Oh, okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
But yes, I did want to talk about referees a little bit here because, look, man, this has gotten to a fever pitch to the point where our friend and yours, Nick Wright, was on Dan Patrick. What was that, yesterday or the day before?
Yeah.
And he was very upset. He was mad online, as the kids might say. Actually, I don't think the kids are saying that. That's probably from like 5 years ago.
How dare you talk about my Chiefs?
Nick Wright, and let me make sure I get this correct because I don't want to misappropriate or not get the right way that he was saying this. But apparently, Nick Wright is upset at the conversations and the ways in which, especially mainstream outlets, are continuing to talk about
Adam Schefter,
the conspiracies that at least of the Chiefs getting favorable whistles and outright assistance from referees. But like this has reached a high level. We're getting after talking about well, if sending tweets that say if you are if you're worried about this, help is on the way, and things of that nature, to where typically it feels like ref kind of things like, oh, there's one team is getting favor or whatever. That usually stays at like the fan level. And now it's reached to where people are talking about it. You've got people on all of these talking head shows, on podcasts. Ocho Cinco came out the day after the AFC Championship game going, no, man, like this is blatant. Are we ever going to reach a point in sports again where you're not going to have these kind of complaints about refs? Because it feels like they have just been consistent nowadays.
I think the exact opposite.
Okay.
I think it's going to get worse because of
seems like it is getting worse.
Because there is people. There's going to be more of a conversation, and you know how I know that it is real and that there is absolutely some level of subconscious, unconscious biases, because Robert Griffin III said there's not. So
wow, wait, what's your problem with RG3?
Because he just always takes the so far outside.
Does he? I don't really think of RG3 as that guy.
He does.
Okay.
He's one of your third eye guys, and all that stuff.
How did that become mine?
On a lot of things, but back to the point at hand here, like because of all the technology that is available. And Major League Baseball is going to test, a strike zone that is electronic, because the visuals are so big and social media strong, and it's only going to get stronger. I think it's actually going to get worse until there is a day that some of these things can be done electronically. Like a first down, by Josh Allen, like the stupid. Roughing the quarterback penalties and stuff in the Texans games. Now, I don't know if technology can necessarily
That's what I'm saying. It's
fix that particular thing, but there are a number of things that can be fixed, and maybe instantaneous, replay review like we see. And that's the thing that's frustrating to me. We see instant reviews. before the ball is even snapped on the next one.
And we see a lot of
in
them.
some cases, but not in all.
And you're right. Like we also these things can be disseminated very quickly.
Yes.
We get HD video, 4K video on our phones, on social media, and these things can go far and wide to where we can Zapruder film all these things consistently. Yeah, the human element becomes more and more problematic, and I think one of the reasons why is also all this gambling that we got on it, right?
That's another reason.
The stakes become even higher on these things because people have real-life, big-time money on it as gambling has not just become bigger but also legalized in a lot of places. But yeah, 713 is right? Refs, judges, boxing has always had these issues that we talked about, right?
Yeah.
Officiating, they said even stewards in motorsports. Apparently there was a big scandal when it came to a Lewis Hamilton, Max Verstappen situation towards the end of the F1 season. I saw about that. I did not read about it that deeply. What I've been reading about recently because of my particular interest in European soccer, Premier League in Europe or in England,
they're getting pretty good at it.
They're also having scandals right now and people discussing this, and that's what got me to the place where I'm like, I don't know that we're going to get beyond this. And I'm not saying that inherently some of these criticisms are wrong. I just don't know that it makes any of this more enjoyable of sports. Is that if the story ends up being, and I this is where I can definitely agree with Nick, right, without necessarily casting judgment on whether it is right or wrong or what have you. This being the story takes away from the legend building and the legacy building that we want to do with sports. Like those are the stories that are interesting. It's what I imagine a lot of people come to sports for. And when the refs become and the administration of the game becomes so much more foundational to the conversations that we're having about it, I think it inherently makes this all less fun.
No, it absolutely does. But sometimes, someone, says something that is so straightforward and simple, but it kind of clears the whole thing. As somebody was telling me after the Texans and Chiefs game, and then they reminded me after the Bills and Chiefs game, do you really think that it is zero factor that it's the Chiefs and the and Patrick Mahomes and Taylor Swift and three-peat and all the reasons that the league would want this to happen? Like, just yes or no. Do you think it's no factor?
I mean, we're talking about human beings. There's going to be some level in
exactly.
Implicit.
Yeah.
Exactly. No one. Not Nick Wright. Not Show. Not me.
But non-0% is a very low bar that we're talking about.
But the fact is,
right?
it's a factor. No one can say it's not up at all.
If it's like 5%.
Yes. Even if it's 1%. That 1% might be one call.
They do they do think about that. Like, this would be great for our Super Bowl.
Like you think that it's that, oh no, that's not it. Of course, it's a factor at some level, and then we have to decide to what level. So I think it's actually going to get worse.
Right, and then even the thing about automation of some of these processes. Right, one of the things that we're finding in like AI and things of these nature, like algorithms, before we get to like artificial intelligence itself, is that even with those programmings, like we're finding the level of biases of the programmers are existing within those things. And, I don't think anybody is like feeling great about the security of digital spaces anyways. What are the possibilities of hacking and those types of things? Right, like this all gets so nasty when we get to that place. Plus, a fair point is made is like we also were talking about you're not going to be able to automate everything. There's still going to be judgment calls in there. And so the 2A1 posits, and we've heard a lot of this, right? Okay, more reviews, more opportunities to get it right. But including review in this has not made these things more right. It's just given us more opportunities to be upset, has it not?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a sweeping comment.
Okay,
I think it's
fair.
I think it's made some things, like it has overturned calls.
It has.
That has gotten it right.
Yeah, no, I do, but still, I even with the reviews, it's still a judgment call from the ref. Like, oh, we didn't see anything to overturn this.
Sure.
So it's kind of like their judgment, but I do think it need like basic calls like first down calls, was he out of bounds call. I think those should be more reviewed than like a pass interference, something like that.
Sure. I mean, the pylon cam has helped. There's a lot of things where it's like they got it right, and that's ultimately what everybody says, and I agree. You want to get done. The time factor can be an issue. But I'm always amazed.
Are we now extending out these games even further as we're already trying to advertise a whole bunch?
Like, how come sometimes it's like boom, boom? Yeah. Oh no, you got the call wrong. Okay.
My thing, like when I don't know if they could do this, but when you watch tennis, man, when they had those
instant.
right there, man.
Instant.
You don't miss a beat, man. You probably like 5 seconds.
Not even.
And it's that you get a little.
Yep.
And then that's it. That out. And then you keep going, man.
Yeah. I'm getting to a point where I don't know that we're ever going to rid ourselves of this being part of the experience of sports. Like, I think this is our new normal.
Yeah.
Right? Just like having these levels of considerations and conversations around it. And it kind of saddens me because, again, like for me personally, and that's who I can speak for, I'm in sports to see people do incredible stuff. And it feels like so much of the incredible stuff is now being buttressed by having to have these conversations about are there biases in here and what's unfair and what is fair, and like the idea of like, hey man, that number does not hit because of this particular, like all of those other portions of this have filtered in a huge way. And it feels like it gets away from like the heart, the thing that got you to love football or basketball or baseball or track or whatever. Although I don't know if there's been many instances of track.
Well, just being photo finishes is it.
Yeah,
they get that right.
Well, although in track you have these folks getting kicked out for these false starts.
But that's electronic.
But also like within the electronic, like if you time your start well enough, where you're within that margin of error.
That's game in the system. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
They kick you out for that if you're too fast. So like even in those instances, we found ways to like make this stuff so litigious that we're so worried about. Like we're all playing lawyer instead of like enjoying sports.
Yeah, and it kind of sucked too because like even in the NBA back in the day where you always had them barbershop arguments like, oh, Jordan pushed off or that type of stuff. Like it's cool and fun because like calling the foul is kind of like what you think is a foul or not. But to me, when it's like, oh, he got the first down, or no, he didn't. Like,
but fouls, we can still have those arguments.
Yeah, no, I think
that should have been a foul.
I think that's
a foul. You can't necessarily.
Yeah, I think
that's
a cool argument.
Yeah,
that's a cool. But out of bounds or not, like you either out of bounds or no.
Yeah.
Like I just. To me, I don't understand how they get those parts wrong.
So it sounds like you feel like at least if we can get the ones that feel like they're really obvious ones, the simple ones.
The judgment calls, I don't really have that big of an issue.
Right, like a foul or something.
Yeah, or even sometimes passing interference.
Even holding.
Yeah.
Oh, they missed a holding. You know what? They missed a lot. That whole argument that they had on one of the Texans runs or something, it might have been the Bills game. Yeah, but either way, I'm like, come on. But like he got a first down on a potential game-winning drive.
He was at the marker.
He was at the line.
And it was a first down. He passed the marker.
Yeah.
And y'all said it was not enough evidence. To me, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I mean, and a lot of fantastic texts coming in, and I apologize for not like involving as many of them as I would like to. But 281, credibility if the calls aren't constant. I think that's fair, right? Like if you can find a way to, even if it's not loved by the fans, if there's a level of consistency, that'd be good. So maybe that's what it is.
That's the conversation in baseball too with the umpires.
Man,
like
and they're testing it this year.
They are. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah, we was actually talking to Reed Ryan about that because I guess they
look at you just name dropping a little.
I know, man.
Reed Ryan out.
My guy,
lunch real quick with
I was with my guy Reed Ryan, who don't know who the hell.
How's your dad? Hadn't seen him in a while.
Hey, don't you love it when people do the? Hey, tell your dad I said hi. Like as if,
how your mom's doing?
Right? How's mom's? Like you don't know me. You don't know my mama. But yeah, I'm just interested to see if we can find if how this sports space is going to continue to evolve because it feels like talking about refs is going to continue to be that. Or maybe I'm just caught in the moment and that's what we're talking about in this moment. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, headed into the final hour of our program on this Wednesday. The Rockets got a victory in Atlanta. It was a little sloppy, but Lopez is going to try and convince you why that's actually a good thing. We'll do it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
I don't need the Astros to
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you on a Wednesday. Do you always like smile and nod when you don't know somebody?
Yeah, we're kind of in.
What's your plan of attacking?
Well, you know the reality of it all, right?
What's that?
Have I told you this?
No.
When
I don't even know what you're talking
when
about.
you want to say hello, and this is one of life's mysteries, and I'm not exaggerating. Like if I see Figgy walking down the hall, and I'm on the other end of the hall, and I say what's up with a gesture, my head goes up like this.
Mm-hmm.
If it's a stranger, it goes down like this.
Okay. There's cultural differentiations there as well.
But by and large, like if you're a stranger and you're walking down the hall, this is what I do to you.
I like this. Oh, you do the lip purse too.
Well, I did the. You don't have to do it.
Oh, goodness.
But why is that?
I don't.
It's true. Think about it, people.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
Stranger, head down. Familiar, head up. Like, what's up?
Okay, all right.
Usually, I honestly, and this is a personal thing. I usually try to say something like, "Hey," or "Hey."
Yeah, but if you're just doing the gesture, it's head down, stranger, head up, familiar.
Okay, all right. Let's interrogate that on the text line.
Yeah.
Well, also, let's talk about a Houston Rockets victory, 100-96 in Atlanta, makeup game from earlier in the month when Atlanta was snowed out. Mm-hmm. And so the Rockets get another victory sandwiched in this road trip that they have. And so 4 wins in a row, all on the road. 4 wins in a row, last three of them on the road, and on the second night of a back-to-back. But it was sloppy. It was real net. 21 turnovers by your Houston Rockets in this one. Pared back some of the minutes for your starters, and you had Jalen Green after a tough start. He got it together, started knocking down, getting to the basket rather, and getting shots to go down, and you ultimately get a victory against the Hawks. But there were some moments where defensively you saw some real lapses. I mentioned a lot of turnovers there, and that was a little bit of so. Let me slow my roll on some of this with the Rockets. Like I've talked about them, and we've all talked about them as like being a really good basketball team that can contend against the best in a playoff circumstance. And I was like, but there's still instances where you can see them maybe not have that same energy. If someone like Tari wasn't playing in this game, neither was Cam Whitmore. You didn't have that spark plug off the bench that could kind of give them some energy too. That seemed to help them even when Amon was on the bench. Started the run of being incredible as a starter. You saw that spark plug. They didn't have that there. So there's some things that I was looking at, and then also seeing the dribble penetration that Trae Young was able to get. That, hey, if those elite kind of ball handlers are able to get, is that going to be an issue? But you're looking at this game, and you're like, I actually see more confirmation about this Rockets team.
It's kind of weird because let's go through it. Was it sloppy? Yes. Oh, I hate when people ask themselves questions, but let's do it anyway.
Question talk. Am I talking like this? Yes. Do I like it? No. Are you going to keep listening? Probably.
And here I go. Was it sloppy? Yes. Was it uninspired? Yes. Was the defense lagging? Yes. Were there dead legs across the board? Yes. But I kind of like the way this kind of played out, and let me explain that.
Because of grit.
well, yes, but that's not why.
Okay.
Like I thought it really showed, number one, depth. Jayshawn Tate, all of a sudden looked like pretty dang good.
I mean, this is a real credit to, what is it? What did they call themselves? And I forgot it because there was a fantastic piece written about this, like the kind of Stay Ready crew or whatever they like to call themselves. The likes of Jeff Green and Jayshawn Tate and guys that when everybody's healthy, they're getting solid
Aaron Holiday,
DNP
Doc
CDs.
Landale.
But when the coach calls for them, they come in and they immediately are ready to impact. They don't need to get into their groove. They're just like, here's energy, here's effort, here's shot making. And they do a good job, and Jayshawn's absolutely part of that.
And so that's part of it. Like, you could see the depth. You just laid it out. But also you could see, like, I don't know if it's just been ingrained in them, through training camp and the season and Ime Udoka's, like, all the same elements that you saw from the starters, you saw from the backups. And even the starters somehow, and they're professional athletes. I'm not saying, that they were just going to mail it in, but somehow found a way to still get their numbers, to still make the big plays. Like Jalen Green Amin Thompson was still not exactly – he wasn't quite the dominant player that we've seen against Cleveland and Boston. But in spurts, he worked both ends of the floor when he needed to. He finished. Same thing with Jalen Green. You talked about him. Like, they could dial it up when they needed to, when so many things were going against them. That's the mark of a team, a good team. That really is. And the other thing that I said earlier that I think is a big thing is if you're going to turn the ball over and you're not going to play real good basketball, at least make your free throws.
And they hit their free throws to a high degree.
19 out of 20.
Yeah, 95%.
It was kind of a good sign amidst a bad game. Just the way they pulled this thing.
Yeah, and I mean, if you are going to have a bad game, I would obviously opt to not. But if you're going to have a game where you're not playing at your best, I'd much rather you find a way to win within that. And obviously that is
with those elements.
That is what they did. Yeah. And you talked about some of the ways that they were able to do that. They barely out-rebounded an Atlanta Hawks team in this game, and I thought that pointed to some of the I guess sluggish kind of legs or what have you. But here you go, right? Like, here you are with a Rockets team that gets a victory. I do wonder, like, are you also in the same place as the Houston Rockets as an organizational? Because De'Aaron Fox, it has been made like official that the Kings are looking to trade him, right? That it was a situation where it felt like he wanted out, but the Kings were trying to make it work and see if, they fired their head coach in Mike Brown. Doug Christie took over. You were trying to see if maybe some things would materialize to make that kind of smooth over, but no. It seems like they are going to, as we head towards that trade deadline on, February 6th. What was that, next Thursday, I believe? Almost a week out from there?
Yeah.
They're looking to trade him. And when it comes to odds makers and all the people around basketball, the Rockets are up there. The best odds for landing his services, the Houston boy, is the San Antonio Spurs. And secondly, is the Houston Rockets of all the teams. The Rockets have already said pretty strongly outwardly that they don't intend to be, in these sweepstakes. You're completely sold on that as well?
I am, but boy, that, and the reason I hesitated, because that would be one that would be nice. It'd be nice to have that. I actually think he probably prefers San Antonio a little more, because I think he can be, the guy for Wembanyama. For the foreseeable future, and could be someone that, as much as Chris Paul has been okay, he doesn't offer any scoring threat, or very little of a scoring threat. So teams are just, collapsing and on Wembanyama. But here, I think it would be it'd be awesome to have him, but it'd be a little bit disruptive. And we were talking with Spo about that a little earlier.
Yeah.
Because Fred VanVleet is, cliche alert, the heart and soul of that locker room. Just absolutely beloved and crucial. Last night was a good example. He's given everybody much reduced minutes. A lot of guys played over 40 minutes against Boston.
Correct.
Well, Fred VanVleet still played 35 minutes.
36, in fact.
Is that what it was?
Yes, sir.
But he was right there. But everybody else was 29, 30, 31, 27.
That's right.
So that's how valuable he is to this team.
And what's funny is box score watching is not like the best way to do this.
Minutes matters on a back-to-back.
No, I know, but I'm saying like box score watching. I wasn't talking about you. I was just meaning like, hey, when you're looking at the box score, it's not going to tell you everything. Watching the game is going to be a really necessary part of this. But looking at the box score, Fred VanVleet, 2 of 9, 5 points, 6 assists. You're like, all right, that's so-so. When you look at the plus-minus, he was a +7, which is significantly higher than any of the other starters. Now, of course, your bench guys were able to kind of expand the lead at points. But yeah, you outscored the other team by 7 points while Fred VanVleet's on the floor. And those are one of those. That's one of those things where it's like, it doesn't show up in some of the other areas of the box score, but his influence on the game is felt. And that is one small indication of it, because some of the stuff is the intangibles. Some of the stuff are tangible, like getting in. And one of the things we saw against the Celtics last night was being able to have his hands in the cookie jar free up. In some instances where you look at him, you're like, he does not have the size to be able to handle that. But using quick hands, using savvy, able to apply his trade and kind of handle his own. He matters a good amount.
And it matters on the road to have that guy.
Yeah.
The Rockets are now 17-6 on the road, man. And we came into the season talking about, boy, I'd like to see some, better protection of the rim, better offensive rebounding, and start winning those games on the road. Well, they were 14-27 last year. They're 17-6 already on the road.
So their next game is in a couple days, tomorrow rather, against the Memphis Grizzlies. At this point, we're over halfway through. We're almost at the All-Star break. What more are you looking to see from this Rockets team? Because we keep talking about, oh man, they're possible contenders. What more are you trying to see?
Well, really, more of the same from Amen. Just because I think we're seeing it happen right before our eyes. He's going to be the guy. That's not to say that Jalen Green, who actually had some moments himself last night where it was like, wow.
Leading scorer.
Wow, that was good stuff. But they're young. But really, Thompson, becoming that guy, more of the same. As far as like new stuff, I'd like to see how they implement Jabari. When that comes into play, and who's going to suffer because you only have so many minutes. So that would be interesting.
Yeah, it feels like he's going to have to be one of the reserves, right? Come in off the bench.
Oh yeah.
I wonder, are they going to use him as a backup center, or are they still going to? Because they like Steven Adams. He does not play in this game due to they try and manage his minutes, especially with that knee that he's been dealing with, or is it the ankle? Yeah. But yeah. Is it Jock Landale or I know they like using those guys when they need to. Mm-hmm. Do those guys still see the similar minutes? Does that kind of cut into some of the other guys? And you've seen Cam Whitmore find more minutes in his stead. What happens there? I think, but that thing feels like it's more of an Ime kind of figuring out of what the rotation looks like than what these guys.
Well, you got roster and rotation. Like. Reed Shepherd probably goes back. Right?
Well, to Rio Grande?
Yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, he probably goes back, so you don't necessarily have to get rid of any of the guys that are integral in terms of bigs. But the minutes all of a sudden becomes an issue, and how you use them. What was, I don't have it in front of me, what was Şengün's plus-minus last night?
Alperen Şengün was on 18 points, 7 to 12 shooting, 10 rebounds, a nice double-double there. He was -5.
That's what I thought. I thought he was a minus. So maybe that's where you start mixing in some stuff,
Ooh, you're talking about maybe
just minutes,
pulling back a few minutes, maybe 3 minutes
from here and there, because there's multiple guys that can play the bigs. So I'm talking about just a few here and there to mix it up.
And one of the things about Alperen is that he clearly benefits from having Jabari next to him. So that's one of the interesting things. Is I'd love to see how that rotation does work out, but we still got probably about a month until Jabari ends up coming back from that fractured hand that's there. If you allow me to pivot a little bit here, I was talking a little bit earlier about refs, and I think that has been one of the things that has put at least some Texans fans off from this Super Bowl game. But apparently they're not. So I think this might be a Stuff Media Group has put together they've done an X data claim, or sorry, Bet Online rather, has done an X data, survey, or not survey, but a little bit of an analysis using tracking tweets, hashtags, direct keyboard searches, and such from fan bases about possibly boycotting the Super Bowl. And where do you think the Texans rank amongst fan bases that say they are going to boycott?
They got to be number 2,
2 or 3,
top 3 for sure.
Yeah,
too high.
Too high?
Correct.
Dang, I thought y'all cared.
Dang.
But Bills are number 1, right?
The Bills are indeed number 1.
Yeah.
By a pretty big mark. They're up there a lot, supposedly, and I don't know how to fully interpret these numbers, but 25,000 claims, I guess, is what they have there. Ravens, second. You can maybe see how that goes. Feels like they were slighted. The Texans are 16th. A fan base
16.
Hey.
Yeah. And I was like, really? Because the Browns are up here higher. The Dolphins are up there higher.
The Browns?
The Bengals. The Cowboys are up there higher.
Y'all ain't have a chance.
I know why the Cowboys wouldn't be up there. I know why the Cowboys would. They're just sad watching it. But the Giants, the Broncos, the Bears, I'm like, what are y'all all mad about?
The Browns and the Giants are boycotting it just out of force of habit because they never go.
Yeah, right. The Commanders.
Or
the Jets.
They must not be Taylor Swift fans or something.
It must be. Because I'm like, I was really interested
give a damn about.
Yeah, 16th, middle of the road. And maybe it's just the Texas fans we love football. We don't watch football regardless.
Maybe they're still tailgating.
And of course, wow. You didn't need to take that shot. That wasn't necessary. They didn't do nothing to you.
They didn't set off the fireworks for the boycott.
That's fair. That's right. But I also find it interesting. How many of these people do you actually think are just going to boycott? Like, of the people that are saying that they will, how many people?
You know how
it's an American institution.
Everybody says boycott. Very few actually boycott.
Give me a percentage number that you think.
Out of all those, however, whatever the number is, let's say 500,000 fans, 150.
150 fans?
Yeah.
Wow.
Not watching it or boycott? Okay.
Out of 500,000, I'd say 150.
Someone said because we're not some crying bees in Houston. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Somebody said they're not boycotting, but they're not going out of their way to clear their entire schedule like the past. Won't be a big party, just casually watch it. I feel like I would go the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Go to a party because I think Bill
Just
Burr,
enjoy the day, yeah.
Bill Burr had a really good joke about it, and I think he was doing like a TV show, like, at night, one of those talk shows. And he was like, I don't like going to a Super Bowl party because people there, not as many fans go to a party, and they want to talk during the game, and watch during the commercials. And I'm like, I feel like if you are at a party like that, because I've been at parties where everybody's involved in the game or whatever, but you can end up there's a little bit more freedom to just walk around, chat, eat.
Yeah, I actually like the smaller watch parties more. The people that's actually focused on watching the game. That's why it's always up, because I did some watch parties before on my own and tried to do a bar of favor and stuff like that, but I like being at home, like concentrating on the game, especially if it's my team.
Yeah.
Well, that's totally different. Like a regular Super Bowl, I like to go to the parties, but you also like to focus, at certain moments. So it's kind of a delicate balance, so to speak.
Yeah, if I do go to a Super Bowl party, it's because I just want to eat. I want to kind of,
that is part of it, baby.
I just want to sit at home on a Sunday and watch the last game.
Yeah, and it feels like it just needs to be bigger. The Super Bowl just feels like it needs to be bigger, so you have that final hurrah.
If only the Super Bowl was big.
I know, right? That's right. It's just not large enough. It's not large enough. Speaking of that, we'll be at Radio Row. And shout out to Fly by Yingling sending us out there. Low T Center. Who else made sure?
Exclusive Furniture.
Exclusive Furniture going to have us the hot seat, so we'll get good guests thanks to Exclusive Furniture. And you'll be able to see what's happening on Radio Row thanks to Mo Karam Injury Lawyers. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Hope that you are. Thank you for listening, especially if you're listening on the Odyssey app. Then I guess there's a way for you to be thanked because you listen to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app for an hour each day for your entry into the Slam Dunk in Vegas National Contest. And remember that the winner will be headed to Vegas with flight and hotel accommodations for you and 3 guests. Plus, you get $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience the first 2 rounds of the college basketball tourney. All that happens just because you listen to Sports Radio 610.
If you win, break us off some, man.
I still am not sure that we can. I haven't talked to legal.
Give me like $100.
I'm gonna. Let me hold something. I will talk to legal and see if we can still say that. Yeah, man. Make sure that you're doing what you're doing right now. Listen to Sports Radio 610, but just listen on the Odyssey app, phone or desktop. Make sure you log in for that to go into effect. All right, it's in the loop, and we've reached that time where we typically hand it over to our man, Figgy Fig, for the mixtape. What you got?
Yeah, so what's a common thing people say that makes no sense? 713-572-4610.
Don't do it. Don't do it, Lopez.
I got to, you know what? It is what it is.
It is what it is.
Plus, a woman is suing Liv after her driver told her she was a little too big. The jump in his whip.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got the
story on that.
Oh, I got to hear that next.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town. Wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. And listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Interlude Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to everyone out there. What's a common thing people say that makes no sense? 713-572-4610. So somebody on social media asked this question, and I think we went through this a few times before, but a lot of people start rattling off random sayings and quotes that just makes no sense. Hey, how you doing? Somebody
you got guests today. We're in the zoo today.
Yeah, man. hey, salute to the Dallas Cowboys.
That's right.
Man.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
But
smile and wave, baby. Smile and wave.
Yeah. But so people start naming some random quotes that we all use in the day-to-day life, and I'm gonna go down this list. I want to see if this actually makes sense. So the first one on the list was, "I'm sweating like a pig."
I never understood that one.
People say pigs don't sweat.
Yeah. I don't think it makes much sense. Like, at all.
And the more I was thinking about it, I'm like, are they talking about like how we kind of consider ourselves pigs, like when we eat too much
Maybe.
or somebody
you feel like you're fat and ugly,
sweating like a pig.
I get how you get there. I guess I've just never taken the time to think about that one, which makes sense or doesn't make sense because there's other ones that I really pore over. But that one I just took it at face value. Sweating like a pig. All right, cool.
Yeah.
What about healthy as a horse?
Yeah, a lot of horses aren't healthy.
Then they go to the glue factory.
Have you driven on these roads? They're not all thoroughbreds out there. I think it's just like the stature. Like it has to do with like the stature of horse is kind of majestic. So people think, I'm as healthy as a horse.
Yeah. What about this one? I slept like a baby.
I don't mind that.
Them babies be waking up annoying the hell out of us.
Yeah, they are awful sleepers, man.
Yeah, see, once they get past about 6 or 8 months, they'll sleep for 10 hours, 11 hours.
God, that's the life.
I mean, I don't mind that one at all.
Now, I think that one is probably because, like, babies have no real stress in life.
And they look so innocent and sweet.
Yeah, they could just sleep. Yeah, not thinking about anything.
Like my middle son's granddaughter, my second granddaughter.
Your favorite son, right?
Whatever.
I'm just asking for clarification. Why are you mad at me?
She'll go to sleep at 7 and wake up at 8 the next morning.
Who's your favorite grandkid?
It's kind of the same
Natalie?
thing. It depends on what.
He got a whole different phone for Natalie.
He only talk about Natalie on the show. He don't talk about nobody else. Natalie and BG. What about this one? Unthaw or dethaw?
Doesn't make any sense.
Wait.
Defrost.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Not dethaw.
I got to
It took me a
the
second
car.
to realize what you were saying. Yeah, no, that's
because you dethaw, you're actually freezing it.
In theory,
I got to unthaw the car.
No, don't say that.
I'm guilty of that, man. I don't know. Y'all know what I mean.
Exactly, that's the point. I understand what you. Someone on the a few people on the text line, have your cake and eat it too. I feel like it's an antiquated kind of concept.
Doesn't that go back way back to the Marie Antoinette stuff about let them eat cake and all that?
I don't know if it specifically ties to Marie Antoinette, but I think it's just the idea of once
Don't call me sensitive, hell your ass.
That's right. I don't even know how that ties in, but absolutely. Yeah. Well, I guess that's probably one. Is calling people sensitive because it's like we're never going to get to the end of this. I feel like that's how every conversation of you're sensitive goes.
Yeah.
But I think the idea it's just because using the word have there does not make it's not clear enough. I think have is in like keep your cake, but then also eat it. But it's like, I have it and I eat it.
Yes.
That is doing both of them. It does not make sense.
Exactly.
Yeah, what about 6 a.m. in the morning?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Who cares?
God, I hate that.
Who cares?
I care.
The show starts 6 a.m. in the morning, guys.
I hate that.
Payne and Pendergast.
Even in text, and y'all know this.
Redundancy gets you, huh?
The
ATM
gosh.
machine? I'm going to hit the ATM machine right quick.
Yeah.
Hey, that one's fine.
Redundancy is pushing my buttons. Absolutely.
What about this one? This one kind of been making the rounds a lot because of a viral post, but saying someone did a 360 when they changed.
Yeah, that's incorrect. That means you're still doing the same thing.
Look at his life. He did a 360.
I'm doing bad in my life, and I'm still doing right back bad again.
Yeah, maybe they mean it. Like, yeah, I did a 360. I'm still right here. It's 180, people.
Yeah, what about this one?
Math has never been our strong suit as a country, though. Well, maybe not never, but it definitely ain't now.
Yeah, what about this one, though? This one might be a little picky, but when people say lions are king of the jungle.
That one annoys me.
Does it really?
And lions don't live in the jungle.
Well, yeah.
And even if they were in the jungle, they not the apex predators in that mug.
Yeah. I think it's just that one's more.
I ain't watching Lion King with you, man. Simba was out there in them jungles, man.
He went in them jungles. Oh, well, yeah, when he went hanging out with Timon and Pumbaa.
Yeah, he was out there in them jungles, man. He was the king of the jungle then. What about this one? We went through this one, irregardless.
Yeah, I don't even need to say anything, do I?
Yeah.
that is, the word means something now.
Yeah.
What about for all intents and purposes?
Yes. For all people say that intensive purposes because they don't know all intents and purposes.
Yeah. God, you are really pushing my buttons.
That's
today.
right. I love this. This is a great segment because some of these things annoy me, but mildly, and I appreciate that they annoy him a lot more. But this 3-4-6 one, this does annoy me, especially. I think this happens a lot in churches, and maybe just correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it's just a church that I've been to when people say "on today." instead of just saying today.
Oh, man. I thought
I'm so happy to have you here on today.
I thought that was a Houston thing because I started hearing it when I moved to Houston.
Okay.
Where a lot of people in church, you really hear it in church.
See?
On today?
Yes.
I'm like, why don't you just say today?
I don't know.
Noon o'clock hour.
Okay, well, all right. Okay.
Noon o'clock hour.
To be fair, that was beaten into my head by somebody else. So that's somebody else's fault.
Doesn't make it right.
Fair enough.
You know what? Not on the list that just occurred to me is when people, and this is accurate. This is an actual word, but for some reason it still bothers me. I was conversating.
Oh yeah,
conversing.
It's conversing or talking. Conversating is actually legit, but it just sounds awful.
Yeah, we used to get trouble in school whenever I'm conversating. That's not a word.
No, it actually is. It's something that you can say, but it just sounds horrible.
Yeah, last one, happy as a clam.
Mm-hmm.
Where did that come from?
Clams are happy, man. They're happy people.
How did we do a survey?
How you know?
I don't know.
I can never tell they happy.
Yeah.
So it's a rapper by the name of Dank DeMoss from Detroit, Michigan.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, and she is suing Lyft because her driver refused to let her in the car because of her weight. We're going to go to Fox. I want to say this is Fox 2 in Detroit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a story on that situation.
She was just trying to get to a Detroit Lions watch party this month when her Lyft rolled up.
As I'm walking, I see him like making faces or whatever. I'm like, oh man.
She already knew.
I can fit in this car.
But believe me, you can.
Yes, I can.
Believe it.
He told her there's not enough room in his car.
The kicker part was when he started to talk about his tires. You know, I feel like that was like my tires, you know, like.
The driver said his tires could not handle her weight.
For every big person you turn down because they can't fit in your car?
Yeah, because they need to order the Uber XL.
No, I don't never have to order Uber XL.
He apologized, canceled the ride, and left her there. The rapper says she's pretty tough. Dank DeMoss, as she's known at the mic, is crushed by the whole situation.
I just want them to know, like, it really hurt my feelings.
It looks like Lyft might be hurting pretty soon, too. Her attorneys, John Marco and Zach Runyon, say weight is a protected characteristic in Michigan by law. The lawsuit is filed. Since she posted the encounter on social media, other full-figured folks have reached out saying the same thing happened to them.
So the one thing I didn't mention before I played this clip.
What did she go, about 250?
Times 2.
Wow.
She's all. I think I want to say she's almost at 500 pounds.
Wow.
I think she at like 489 according to the article.
That's a lot.
And the Uber driver said, nah, or the Lyft driver said, nah, my tires.
Yeah, I love that he was just in a place where he was like, I don't have a great way of saying this, but he was just grasping for anything.
Mm-hmm.
I think the tires can't handle it, something like that. You just can't get in. You can't get in here.
Look, we all know we have to be sensitive. We all know there's medical reasons people gain weight. We all that. I think there's an actual, realistic way that you can just say you're too big. You're too big because cars have towing capacities. I'm not being.
No, I hear you.
Yeah.
No, they actually do. Like you have to have a truck to pull a boat. You have to have a 2,500 or 3,500 to pull a big trailer.
Have you put a boat on the back of a small car?
Exactly. I'm being dead serious. I would have just said, look, that's too much weight for the car. It's too much weight. Forget the tires and all that. Like this car is not rated to tow 500 pounds.
The one thing I would say is with a car, can you put 250 people in the back? Because I feel like if you put one 500 person, you should be able to. And I feel like this ultimately, it's tough for the driver themselves, but this now falls on Lyft as a company because it feels like this is a situation that they did not account for, that they have now in a way put onto the contractors that are driving, when really it should be a designation that if for unless you up to a certain weight, you probably need to go ahead and get Uber XL, and we put that into the writing on.
How about
just
a simple? We reserve the right to refuse service to anyone, like a restaurant does.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah. The first thing I thought about is when people take flights, if they're a little bigger, not even 500 pounds, you could be just a little wide.
Yeah.
Sometimes they make you buy an extra ticket.
Yeah. Yeah.
But my big thing is there's just got to be communication ahead of time, and I do feel for like all the parties involved on the ground level because that's not a fun conversation to have on either way.
Yeah.
And I think that they're both operating from a place of sincerity. That's the big thing. Is I don't think anybody was operating from a place.
He wasn't
of malice.
rude.
He wasn't hating on fat people, big people, whatever. It was just like, nah, I can't. I get it.
Yeah.
I get
He was trying to be nice. He
Yeah.
said sorry, but I gotta go. But I think, man, I'm curious to see how this going go around in court because I mean, Lyft got to put a policy out there saying it's a weight limit, which you don't see nobody going around with a weight limit just to get in the car.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. And somebody said a 500-pound rap celebrity. Are you serious?
Yes. Hey, check her video out.
I'd rather not.
Why?
It's a lot.
Dank DeMoss.
That's a lot.
Hey, check YouTuber.
Hey, we got big rappers out here. Big as the plug. And I don't think he knows 500 pounds, but hey, man, we got some big rappers out here. You heard of Christopher Wallace, haven't you?
Yeah.
Biggie.
Big L, Big Pun. That's a whole big rapper industry. Yeah. All right. I don't know that we solved anything there, but it was interesting to hear about it. Appreciate you, Figgy. It's the mixtape. You hear it every weekday, 1:20 p.m. right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. In fact, get him at Figgy Fig. At the Figgy Fig.
Yeah,
on
at
social
the
media.
Figgy Fig. Hit me up.
Hit him up. Let him know that you like the mixtape. Or if you see something that you think would be good for the mixtape, hit him up at the Figgy Fig on social media. All right, you're in the loop. And coming up next, we get ready to hand it off to the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Show. We'll do that next.
Hold the phone.
Hello?
According to Emma.
with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass is
I am sensitive.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
See, you clowning, bro.
That's me every time.
You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610.
Just like, what's the damn number?
Don't call me sensitive. Hell, your ass is
I am sensitive.
I do love that you got Clint in there like, you're right. You've accurately diagnosed.
He said, I am sensitive.
I am. That is correct. All right. Been a fun show all Wednesday long here. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Getting on the text line, 713-572-4610, where the 832 said Albert Breer endorses your position on confirming personal foul calls. Said technology is too advanced to not be. I mean, yeah, I just feel like we're going to get to that place where you want to use that now. I'm interested in seeing like when these things are implemented, like how far along the technology is. Because again, I've always had questions on like the Hawkeye technology on ball spotting. Like, is that actually advanced enough to really do the job that we think it can? But like, or putting chips in the ball, especially in an oblong ball, like, is it going to have the appropriate parameters?
I say find out.
Yeah,
that's why you have preseason.
Yeah.
Hell, what the XFL for?
XFL,
Use it with the XFL.
Like, I'm really intrigued, and we'll be talking about this a lot more, about Major League Baseball and the electronic
We'll be talking about Major League Baseball?
electronic strike zone.
Wow.
Oh, that's happening pretty soon.
That's really intriguing. So, you know what? Find out. Give it a shot.
Yeah, maybe so.
Yeah.
Some things that have come down the news wire of sorts. We got a dispatch from the National Basketball Association about one Dillon Brooks, the villain himself. After the Rockets beat the Celtics, Dillon Brooks and Amen Thompson.
Drug test?
What was that?
Did he get drug test?
No, I don't know anything about that. Maybe he did.
Test.
Yeah,
All them damn
10 3-pointers.
He said he should.
Yeah.
He was letting the crowd hear it. He was giving them hell, and he let us hear it on Space City Home Network because him and Amen were doing the post game with Vanessa Richardson, and you heard at one point, or at 2 points actually, heard him drop things like this.
How would you describe the feeling as that shot left your hands and you knew you guys had it?
That felt great. I knew that was going in. I knew this off rip. That's my first game winner. Kobe.
That's my favorite part still, though.
That was such a fun moment. Like, you can hear the excitement with Amen. Like, he really is
He's a
just
kid.
21 years old, excited to do this.
Yeah.
And he does it at such a high level.
Rockets Twitter had a blast with that, too, man. And they went from comparing Jalen Green to Kobe to Amen Thompson.
Amen Thompson.
Kobe.
Bigger Kobe, better defender. Young defender Kobe.
Yeah.
Has a little bit of the hair if you comb it out.
Yeah, they put the side-by-side with their first game winners.
That's right.
It was
Kobe was at 22. And Amen at 21. So, yeah, it was cool for him to have that. But you heard going into that, in fact, the question not even directed at Dillon Brooks, but Dillon Brooks was like, I knew that MFer was going in. And he dropped another MFer in that particular interview. Yeah. And the NBA was like, that's too much. As today, the Rockets forward, Dillon Brooks, has been fined $25,000 for using profane language during a live television interview. So, I mean, if you
watch your mouth, man.
If you wanted to feel bad about the fine that Will Anderson Jr. and Joe Mixon got, same fine for dropping a couple of MFers on TV. For Dillon Brooks. So, yeah, there you go. That happened.
Man, I think that's that Anthony Edwards rule.
It was, yes. No, Anthony Edwards was going.
He's wilding.
Yeah, he just does
in these interviews. Yeah,
absolutely. And I do wonder, was that one simulcast on NBA TV? I can't recall because sometimes that will happen.
Yeah, every game is kind of sort of national TV. Probably, if you want to see it, you can find it.
Yeah, I think the NBA TV, whenever is a game that kind of interesting, they just kind of jump on it.
They will cut to it, but I don't know that you would have gotten the post game interview like what happened there.
They probably left it on like, let's see what they talking about.
That is possible. That is
especially
possible.
with him getting that game winner.
That is true. Yeah. So I guess shout out to the villain doing villain things and maybe being a little bit lighter in the pocket.
Man, that's a lot of money for 2 MFers.
That's $25,000 for that.
Yeah, $12,500 per MFer that you drop.
Man,
that's a little unfortunate there, but that is what it is in that situation. I know you're happy to hear that, Lopez.
It is what it is.
That's right. How interested or how much have you turned your attention to the team building aspect of the Texans because both Nick Caserio and I believe D'Amico Ryans are out in Mobile, Alabama for the Senior Bowl, where a lot of the upperclassmen around college football, so maybe some of the ones that are not as highly regarded or whatever, are out there doing the practices, which are really the main thing. The game itself is fine, but seeing the practices, seeing various players, especially ones that maybe on like D3 levels or whatever, get a chance to play across from guys of a similar caliber that you hope have a somewhat NFL type, game. You get to get more information and insight into some of these guys. So they're learning. The Texans are learning a lot about those folks. How much are you tapped into some of these things?
Probably more than I should.
Why would you say more than you should? Why that?
Well, I mean, they're still going to have draft picks and high draft picks and all that, but it's not like I was, when you had number 1 pick and or number 2 pick and
fair enough
and all that. But it's just a testament to the NFL gets you, man. They find a way to get you every time, and this isn't. Really, it's not even really an NFL production, but NFL is such a part of it.
Yeah, NFL related, NFL adjacent, and that's all it needs.
Yeah, and I did find this interesting that D'Amico and Nick were both there. Now
yes.
I know D'Amico was in town earlier this week, but they were both there. So have these interviews been Zoom? I know one was reported as Zoom. I think
was that the Nixon or no, the Thad Lewis?
I think Thad Lewis was reported as Zoom.
Which, by the way, if you're not familiar, four official interviews have been reported. Obviously, Jeff Nixon happened, what was it, over the weekend?
Yeah.
And then Gerard Johnson, we didn't get an exact time on when, but I think they said early this week, so I'm assuming that it's done at this point. Thad Lewis was the one that we had reported most recently. And then Nick Caley, who's a tight ends coach and passing game coordinator, who will have his tomorrow. I wonder if those guys, if that
might
means
be
that
back, right?
They're coming back. I don't know. Or maybe that's also a Zoom interview. We'll find out. Or maybe we won't. Sometimes we don't know about those things. But those are the interviews that are currently on the books or have happened for your Texans when it comes to the offensive coordinator position.
I think, but as far as the Senior Bowl, it just gives you a chance to see guys that you've really just kind of heard about or seen some highlights, or some guys you never even heard of.
Yeah, it's like
there's a D3. I was all in on this. There's a 5'10" D3, I believe, center.
Yeah, he's gonna have to play center. Like he's 5'10" without super long arms, man.
That apparently is just kicking butt. Like just absolutely kicking butt at Senior. So it's just like intrigue again. There's that word, but it's just sort of like
intrigue.
Haven't heard of that guy. Let's see what he's got, and he just kind of gets
So that's where those guys are. I'm interested how everybody is. Like, are people digging deep into mock drafts and those types of things? I think we might get our first mock draft update tomorrow on the program. Just kind of go around and see.
I'm not ready for it, man.
Deal with it. That's too damn bad. You're going to have to deal with that one.
This Grandpa? Yeah. It's too damn bad.
That's exactly what's happening there. And, yes, more people are still tapped into part of the mixtape, so, I'll oblige. Let's get back into some of the things like the things that people say that you really annoy you and that you don't like hearing. Somebody said when people say verse instead of verses. I feel like that's about the same thing.
I think that's generational. My kids say verse, and I used to correct them because the word is verses.
Sure.
Yeah. But it's just like it's become like a
Kansas City
verse accepted cultural thing. By the way, here it is. No, he's actually from North Carolina. Willie Lampkin, 5'10", 270.
Just look like a fire hydrant.
Look at him.
He's holding people off.
He's so cute.
Yeah. Well, okay. All right. Very good. But yeah. One of the things that I was going to say that I actually forgot to mention, the idea of I could care less versus I couldn't care less. That one always annoys me a little bit. Because,
which one is it?
It's I couldn't. Because in theory, if you could not care less, you are at the bottom of your care level.
Yeah.
There's no more care to be had.
I think
less, rather.
Much like verse, I think I could care less. It's just become part of the
certainly
vernacular that is acceptable for the same definition.
Wait, do people really say this all of a sudden?
Oh yes.
I've never heard that. I can honestly say I've never heard that.
All of a sudden, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
That's
we just lazy when we talk. That's all.
That's right.
We ain't trying to say all of a sudden.
You get the point. You know what time it is.
All of a sudden.
Okay. All right. But yeah, man, it's been a fun show.
It has been a fun show, and I do want to ask the boys when they get in here if they've ever eaten cereal in a truck.
Nobody does that.
Why is you asking that, man?
I think a lot of people do.
Nobody does it. Somebody said you've never heard all of us. No, all
that is
of a sudden is what I'm saying. Is what I said I'd never heard.
Yeah.
Somebody said less versus fewer.
Now that's a good one.
So many people get it wrong, though. In fact, I get it wrong a decent amount of time.
I could care less.
Let me give you one that is
but just like, oh yeah, those. I had less of those. It's like, no, you had fewer of those or something.
All right.
To that effect.
This is where the nerd in me comes out.
Oh, okay.
I still get irritated on broadcasts. Consistently irritated on broadcasts when they say Reggie Atatula has 27 points on the day. It's not on the day.
Really?
What is it? It's for the day.
Yeah, both of those sound funny to me anyways.
Clint Stoerner has 27 completions for the day. It's for the day.
How many touchdowns does he have for the day?
I hate when broadcasters say so-and-so
Don't
has
do that,
such
Clint.
and such zero. No, broadcasters do it. We do it. You will never hear me say. You will never, ever, ever hear me say on the day. Ever. Because it's incorrect. It's
I can't wait for that time when I catch you.
It's a or for the game. It's not on the game or on the day. It's just
Jalen Brooks had 10 threes on the day.
Certain things just push your buttons, and that
They
one pushes
grind
mine.
your gears.
I've heard Jim Nantz say it. I've heard just name a great broadcaster.
I'm sure you've heard one of the two fellas on the drive say
I
it, 'cause
probably have.
We butcher stuff constantly.
It's not on the day. It's for the day.
We welcome
If
in.
we learn nothing else today, next time you say something like,
"That's not what I learned today."
C.J. Stroud was 10 of 12 for the day.
This is going to be a quixotic task for you. You're going to be Don Quixote because nobody, just a mission to civilize, and nobody's coming with you. We welcome in our fellas of the drive
of the day.
For the day.
See, you're not going to remember it.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. Don't even try. Don't worry about
it. I'm an on the day guy.
Like, think about on the day. How does that make any sense?
Well, I mean, you got to.
You can say on this
You're
day.
going to work a little overtime if you're going to make sense of everything I say. Yes. I agree with you.
You can say he's 10 of 12 on this day, but that doesn't sound right. It's for the day. For the day.
Okay, I'm just going to say in the game. Somebody said vice versa. Yeah, that one is a little annoying for me.
It's a great album from Pastor Troy.
yeah, fair enough. Touche. Fellas, of the drive, it is Clint, it is Show. Fella, how y'all living?
You see this, Clint?
We're good.
You see this, Clint?
Hey.
What is he showing off?
My
shirt.
man got a Coors Light Silver Bullet fishing shirt.
He sure does.
I saw him in the hallway. I was like, hey, man. Look, I told him he needed to go on and hand it down to you, boy.
And he's not going to hate.
And then I started talking about, man, what if I give you $50 for it?
Oh, yeah. What's the number?
There is a number. I don't know what it is. It's XX.
I get away with
okay,
it.
we're going to have to make a deal here shortly. You might not want this shirt, though. I'm pretty sure there's milk on it. This man.
I want the character, man.
This man said that he eats cereal in the truck.
Every day.
He eats cereal in the truck.
Every day.
That's your breakfast?
Is there a worse food
what kind
to
of
eat?
cereal?
It varies. My wife buys the healthy stuff. I buy the kid stuff. Yeah. So it varies. But
the thought of, like, I know where you
But
live.
I don't have it in a bowl. I have it in a little
cup.
mug, a little big mug.
Well, I mean, I know where you live, so there's no roads.
Don't enable this.
I mean, it's no. I'm not. I'm saying like where I come from. I mean, I hit every kind of road you can get. I mean, I got the county road. I got the 99. I got the toll road. I got the highway. I got 45. I got 59. I could probably find a way the first 5 minutes of my drive to make it happen.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, you're in traffic from the time you leave. You're not necessarily in traffic, but you are literally in traffic with lights and a bunch of cars the whole way.
Yeah.
The hell you doing?
All these years. First time I ever spilled my entire cereal in my truck was this morning.
In your lap?
No, in the next seat, fortunately.
Oh.
Yeah.
Man.
And that got us going on what was the wildest things people seen on these roads while people are driving.
Ooh.
Y'all, what you think
the drivers in Houston, man.
What you think is correct.
Getting some stuff done.
The craziest thing to me, Reg, and I mean, call me, maybe I'm naive, but until I started working here and commuting so much, I never realized while you're in traffic how easy and how common it is to smell this.
Oh yeah,
dope. Smells
My favorite was somebody said they were watching a woman shave her legs.
Oh wow!
While she's
Foot
driving.
up on the console.
While
baby.
she's
You
driving.
Sure she was shaving her legs.
Well, maybe the legs is where it started.
Yeah, that's quite possible.
Yeah, hey man,
Where'd it end, John?
Doggy.
I don't know how. I don't know if I talk. I'm not trying to get the FCC on my keys.
Word it in, John.
I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't want the FCC on me.
I've had me a round or two in a rig.
That's
kitty cat, kitty
Wasn't shaving no legs.
Flip that middle console.
Slid in that Garfield, huh?
Oh man, yeah, had the hairless version of those. All right,
slid in that Garfield.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and just get out of Dodge before I get in trouble. We're done for the day. We leave you in the capable hands of these fine fellas. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. And right now, The Drive is live.
Well, hey, boys.
Thank you, Laura. The Drive is live, and we're live in the building right here on a electric Wednesday. A lot to get to today. Lights out. Sean Merriman will join the show coming up at the bottom of the hour. He'll give us his thoughts on the Texans and where they are right now, and we'll talk a little bit of the Super Bowl to see his thoughts on that. He was one who thought the Bills, his former team, would get there. We'll get his thoughts on a little bit of Josh Allen, a little bit of all of that coming up at the bottom of the hour. And it is a Wednesday, and we got a little NFL playoff edition of Stock Down, as well as our guy, the first Rockets report with Brandon Scott. He'll join us.
Bitches nowhere around here.
That's right. Yeah, 4:40 Wednesday in the 4 o'clock hour. So a lot to get to today. But before we get anywhere else, Glenn, I got to let you know this Texans OC search is on full blast, baby. We heard yesterday. Thad Lewis, quarterback coach, former Duke Blue Devil.
You just made the list.
You got guys who was playing college football in 2010. Now I'm getting OC jobs. Just makes me feel real old. But I was well out of college. But Thad Lewis, he was the latest to get interviewed. And then Nick Caley. Nick Caley, the passing game coordinator and tight ends coach for the Rams under Sean McVay.
Yeah, girl.
He is the latest. He is the latest to get interviewed and look to get interviewed by the Texans. Nick Caley is highly regarded and has the background with Sean McVay's system and previously with the Patriots, like Nick Caserio, the general manager. So that is the latest, baby. It's going, man. They're out here getting them in, baby. Syracuse OC, Thad Lewis, Nick Caley.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, we talked a few days ago about we went back to the D'Amico Ryans hiring a defensive-minded head coach and the turnover that could and probably will happen at the offensive coordinator position.
That has happened.
It's arrived, and this is exactly what I was scared of, folks. This is what I was afraid of, man. Can we get OC search at this point in time? I mean, this is a joke. This is a joke. I mean, I tried to be patient for a few days and wait around. And look, I've listened to the Chip Kelly stuff, and that may very well be something that could come to fruition. But
I believe the other candidates is what's turned you around on Chip Kelly.
I mean, you fired Bobby Slowick, right? Which again, I'm on record. I'm fine with you firing Bobby Slowick. Plenty reason to justify that. But you fired Bobby Slowick. You fired an offensive coordinator that you won 10 games with. Your quarterback put up a historically great rookie year. And a disappointing but still numbers-wise really good second year and won 10 games. You fired Bobby Slowick to go out and interview Thad Lewis, Nick Caley, and Jeff Nixon?
Are you shitting me?
No disrespect to you all's family.
I mean, no, look, ain't no disrespect. It's just the reality of it is when
that's not what you thought you was going to be seeing?
No, it's not what I thought I was going to be seeing. I mean, we've talked about this, and we talked about you were blue in the face. I mean, the Texans right now have the advantage that every team in the NFL is looking for, with the exception of about 5 or 6 of them, right? You found your quarterback. You found your franchise quarterback. He is on a rookie deal. You have a free $40 or $50 million that you can play with right now over the next 2 years. And we're interviewing guys that would be the next Bobby Slowick?
Oh, no.
A roll of the dice?
You mean hopefully the next Slowick.
A guy that came up in the same system in this Shanahan, Kubiak, McVay brotherhood, if you will, whatever it is. Like, that's what we're doing. And the other part of that is, like, you fired Bobby Slowick with what appears to have no idea of who or what kind of
I think that's the
coordinator you're looking for.
That's the part that gets you is, and maybe they still do, and they're just, I don't know, they're acting like they have to do the Rooney Rule or something. I don't know, like they got to interview.
Well, they're definitely going to check that box, but Ron, look.
You thought they had somebody in mind. You thought we're going to make the move on Bobby Slowick because we got somebody in mind.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, I would be willing. Like Gerard Johnson is the only one in this group that makes sense. Gerard Johnson is the only one in the group that makes sense because you can say DeMeco's been in the building with him. All of the decision makers have been in the building with him, and they know, hey, this dude's got it. This is the next dude right here, and we're willing to take a gamble on it. And if you hire Gerard Johnson, the terminology doesn't change. The continuity in the building, the chemistry in the building doesn't change one bit. And so I could ride with that. I can get down with that. I got to trust DeMeco on that. I know Gerard as a friend. I don't know Gerard as a coach. I got to trust DeMeco on that. But I could see, like I said before, I don't have to agree with everything, but I'd like to see the method to the madness. That makes me feel real comfortable. I tried to be patient for a few days. This right here is just, this is a joke.
Well, so all right. Do you agree with Clint right now? The names we have, most recent name, Nick Caley, tight ends coach, passing game coordinator under Sean McVay with the Rams. Fair to them. Sean McVay has had some really good success with guys underneath him, Kevin O'Connell being one of them, and Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. But he's the latest. Thad Lewis, Jeff Nixon, the OC from Syracuse, Thad Lewis, the quarterback coach under Liam Cohen, Duval. Tyler's pissing himself that he didn't get that quick enough.
I'm going to be on it now.
And then Gerard Johnson, the quarterback's coach, the one that Clint said makes sense. Are you disappointed so far with this list, or are you being patient with it right now? Because that's what I'm going to do. Like, what is it that's ticking you off the most here? Is it that you just haven't seen a name or enough names that make sense, or you just don't like the direction of the names they're going in?
Both.
Yeah.
I mean, both of those can be true. Look, I understand that you've got there's a broader net that you're casting out there, and you're interviewing guys that could be potential down the road. They could be position coaches. I get that. But there is, other than the leak or the thought that Chip Kelly could be potentially the guy, other than that, and I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen anything other than the ability to connect a bunch of dots and hope and pray that that's the guy. I mean, other than that, I don't even know who's out there. But that's my point, is like when you hire a defensive-minded head and you find your quarterback, if you can't consistently go replace the offensive coordinator, whether he's bad and you fire him or he's good and he gets hired somewhere else, if you can't consistently replace the coordinator, then your ass is going to be in trouble. And you hope and pray that this happens, whether you fire him or he moves on, in a year where there's a bunch of offensive coordinators on the streets, or there's a bunch of offensive coordinators that are interested in your particular situation in Houston. The reality of it is, I don't care whether there are people out there or not. I just don't like that the Texans are caught in this situation of firing an offensive coordinator in Bobby Slowick that you've invested 2 years in. That was your dude 2 years ago, and now it's let's fire him and figure it out afterwards. That just seems like a risky deal, man.
And the name that I think most people have, I don't even know if the word is excited, but the one that most people have felt like, all right, I'm at least intrigued, Chip Kelly, that we've heard for a minute. It's the one name that hasn't been brought in for an interview.
And guess what? He's not coaching the Super Bowl.
No, he's not.
I mean, it would be very easy to bring him in and interview him, but this is.
I am surprised. I am surprised right now that they've got, and maybe Nick Caley did. I don't think so, because Sean McVay is there. But it doesn't appear that they have brought in anybody at least to be interviewed that has experience calling plays in the NFL level. Now, I'm not going to say that is something that has to be behind it. It'd be interesting if it wasn't, but just surprised as you sit there casting a wide net, and thus far that wide net has not included someone who has experience calling. Hell, only one person here has been an OC. And that's in college.
I mean, just managing people, right? Calling plays, managing a game. No, I mean, I'll be honest with you.
Game planning, yeah.
I mean, how about float out there Mike McCarthy, which I understand Mike McCarthy made an announcement that he's gonna bypass the 2025 cycle conveniently when 6 of 7 jobs are filled. On Mike McCarthy's gonna bounce and just wait for next year's. But over the last week or two, how about floating that name out there? I don't like it as a hire. I wouldn't be super excited about it. But at least he's done the job. At least he's won a Super Bowl. At least he's managed a team. I mean,
how long you think how long you guys think the Texans knew they were gonna be moving on from Bobby Sloy?
Well, I mean, from the sounds of it, it probably look. I'll be honest with you.
You think they knew this was a real thing before the season ended? Like this was a real possibility? I do.
Yes, I do too. I think I always talk about I think it was week 9 with the Detroit game. It's kind of when they shifted gears offensively. Like when that dude, some of the stuff that he was continuing to say, there was no way that Nick and D'Amico were buying into that. There's no way. Like he kept talking about Bobby Slow kept talking about execution. It's just about execution. Guys got to execute better. Like at some point, you got guys that can't execute what you're asking them to do. You got to shift gears, and it can't take 2 months to do that, right? Like I knew right then and there, D'Amico ain't buying this stuff no more. Like this potentially could be a real problem. Now to your point, there's several times throughout the year where he could have saved his job. You know, if they could have turned that thing around and started scoring points in the second half, if they could have. Not let the protection problems continue to be a bear for them. But, yeah, I think they knew probably early on, especially if the C.J. Stroud thing was
just to say you think they knew that, it does feel – it almost – by the search, and again, they may have their guy, and this just may be the process. But by the search, as someone here on the text line said, it looks like they're not really sure what – like they're caught by surprise.
Right, which that is my fear.
Which is interesting because Detroit – they could probably see we're probably going to lose Aaron Glenn and Brian.
Mm-hmm.
They feel their roles 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
by the kneecap off.
But Hank Fraley OC bounce him up.
They feel those roles 2 weeks ago. They knew where they were going. So, yeah, it's an interesting thing here. We'll see. We'll see what more names we see. We see if they will bring forth. I think at some point, Clint, we're going to see a name or names that make you feel better and make you feel more comfortable with where they're going.
Here's the deal: they have met the Rooney Rule. From a interview perspective, they've met that. The Texans can hire an offensive coordinator at any given time right now. Which I'm not saying that thinking that they're going to hire somebody tomorrow, but I'm saying that like, okay, who really is reality? Let's get him in here and interview him.
Let's get it on, baby.
If Gerard Johnson was the answer all along, let's get him hired and let's get this thing moving. Right? I just don't. You're just. I'm the next run of guys. Like I'm waiting for Nick to take his turn with all the New England guys.
Don't you waiting? Charlie White's might be in here.
Yeah, but I'm waiting. I'm waiting on the Nick Caserio guys.
Is that Nick Caley? Nick Caley had to run it in New England.
That's right. He was in New England with him, wasn't he?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
A little crossover there.
We'll see.
That may be the guy. A little New England and McVay crossover.
Yeah, somebody on the text line. They don't feel like we're anywhere close to this thing being resolved. And I think they very well may be. I mean, this may be a deal of they're just interviewing guys. You said a little bit yesterday that getting to know guys, maybe for future, maybe to be maybe a part of the staff or something. But what'd you say, man? I wouldn't mind seeing a name that I think that's the thing with you. I don't think you have heard a name that has been in the interview process that, as you would say, blows your skirt up.
No, not one. Did they interview Eric Bieniemy?
No.
What brought that up yesterday?
He's been interviewing with teams.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and he was said to be a top candidate for the New England job before McDaniels.
Gotcha. I didn't know where that report came from.
As my recruiter wife would say, you're looking for a stronger resume. You're looking for less turnover and stronger positions on that resume, and you just don't got it yet.
Tyler, I am looking when we're talking about this Texans offensive coordinator search. I'm looking for names that could justify firing Bobby Slowick. And that bar is not real high. I'm not saying that like Bobby Slowick was lights out. I'm saying what Bobby Slowick accomplished over 2 years with a rookie quarterback is more impressive than firing that guy and interviewing this list.
Thus far.
I mean, it was better than I'm going to fire this guy no matter what and have no clue where I'm going next. That seems like a risky-ass way to do business, man.
I'm not going to put you on the spot here, but I do want to come back to this at some point in the show. Outside of Chip Kelly, what are some names that would get you going? I want you to think about it. Unless you have it right now.
No, I dug last night. I don't know that there's a ton of them out there.
That would get you going.
I don't know that there's a ton of them out there, Ron. But it's not about whether I like the guy or not. It's about the method to the madness, and the reality of it is there's nothing about firing Bobby Slowick and having no plan that turns me on. There's nothing about firing Bobby Slowick and then going and finding the next Bobby Slowick that's never done anything from a play calling and offense managing standpoint that turns me on. Right? There's the whole thing, the process, the candidates. Like there's nothing that gives me confidence that the Texans have a good plan moving forward. And part of it is I don't know if there are many of them out there.
And I thought we were past this with these old Texans.
But I know there's some.
And you may be. This just may be.
No,
the
you're right.
They may have the person there.
I know there's. I mean, I haven't looked at the college ranks yet. I'm sure there's a few more Chip Kellys out there that are great offensive minds that are proven that would love a shot with C.J. Stroud. I would imagine there's several of those guys out there that have more than 1 year at Syracuse.
Well, only way to transition off of that is, hey, we're going to the big game.
Yeah, we are.
On Sunday. We're heading to the Big Easy for the Super Bowl, and shout out to our sponsors, especially the great folks at Yuengling, who I already saw Sean Pendergast. He said they got that drink. I saw he got a bunch of them. I mean, I don't even know if there's enough fridge space to be able to.
You got that many, you ain't got to put them all in the fridge, baby. You got to keep them rotating. Take one out, put one in, baby.
There you go. But we'll be down there. Shout out to Yuengling, as we'll have a good time bringing you the best guest, the best. Just the best big game shots, sounds, behind the scenes, everything that you can hear in Houston. The only station heading down there to cover this thing for you. Shout out to Low T as well, and Mo Karam, Injury Lawyers, also Exclusive Furniture, who are helping support us getting down there for the big game.
Yeah, everybody, y'all go out there. Make sure you hit us up on YouTube and Twitch, man. We'll be doing a lot of stuff on our YouTube channel out there, Sports Radio 610. And stay plugged in, subscribe to that, and let's get this thing rolling. We'll be doing some, obviously from Radio Row, we always do. We'll be doing some after hours, some after dark content as well too. So get ready.
I don't even know what that means, but get
Line
ready.
up. Get ready.
Get ready. All right, coming up, the Rockets got another win yesterday as they continue to roll through, and that's big, a back-to-back and beating an Atlanta Hawks team, but. There's a report out from Kelly Iko of The Athletic, who covers the Rockets as well as anyone, about the potential moves or lack of moves the Rockets may make. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. Power outages around these.
Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Coming up in about 15 minutes, you'll hear from Sean Merriman, NFL vet, former All-Pro.
I'm so excited!
Will join the show. We'll get him ready, get his thoughts on the Texans season and the Super Bowl. Get some odds to bet on as well. I'm sure many of you gambling folks will enjoy some of that as well. So that's coming up here at the bottom of the hour. All right, Clint, they pulled it off again. After going into Boston and having that game winner from Amin Thompson, they go in and they take care of business as they face the Atlanta Hawks on the road on a back-to-back, and they get a win over a team. Sure, they're supposed to do. That's one of the things that the Rockets are doing as well to go along with their great record against winning teams, especially the top of the league. They are also beating, for the most part, the teams they're supposed to beat. And they win a little closer game, but a 4-point victory over Atlanta on the road. As I said, the second of a back-to-back. And this time it was Şengün and Jalen Green leading the way as they were the two leading scorers out there. Another double-double from Şengün. So they take care of business, get another dub, Clint.
Aferin Şengün.
And they get a night off, and they'll get back on the court tomorrow. But this came out from Kelly Iko, and this is a guy that is very well sourced. He said this. He said the Rockets will not be pursuing De'Aaron Fox at the deadline. Team sources tell Kelly Iko Houston's front office is pleased with the growth of his young roster and intend to ride the team's current momentum into the postseason. So, according to Kelly Iko, what he's hearing is that the Rockets won't pursue De'Aaron Fox. And I'm wondering, which button are you pushing? Are you one that's cool with this? Are you pushing the patience button and saying, hey, just roll with what you got, as Kelly said, being described, the current momentum of the team in the postseason? Or are you in that damn net, go for it, man. Go for it, make a move for a real star to give yourself a real shot? Which button are you pushing out there? 713-572-4610. Those are on YouTube and Twitch as well.
I'm okay with either, to be completely honest with you, Ron. I know you gave me a button to push, and I got to push one of them. But I'm okay. I want to make it clear. I'm okay with either. After watching this team consistently for the last 2 to 3 weeks, I like the direction of the team. I love watching this group play. Even last night was a back-to-back, and they were obviously – it was a game that was added in because it was canceled during the snow, where Atlanta got a ton of snow a couple weeks ago, and so it was a game that's additional on top of the rest of the schedule. Obviously, legs were dead big time. It wasn't the best version of the Rockets, and they somehow got it done. There's something about that, something about getting it done at the end that's just, this team has it, man. So I'm okay with either one of them, Ron. If I had to push a button, I would push a button. I would push the make a move button. I would push the make a move, get the star in here now, add him to whatever your young core is going to be after you make the move, and let's get this thing moving in a championship direction. It may already be moving that direction, but if you're gonna make a move for one of these guys that are legit ones on playoff and title contending teams, then I would hit that button.
I see some people coming in. Someone texted in, patience, roll with what you got. Green is better than Fox. Okay, I'll give them Cam, Jabari, and maybe Tiari for Fox, but JG ain't going anywhere.
Let's go Rockets.
I mean, we can just disagree on that. And I would imagine
which part
that Green is better than Fox.
Okay,
I mean, we could just disagree on that, and I would imagine.
Is there a potential of one day being better, you think?
I think sure it could be.
Okay.
I wouldn't bet on it. I wouldn't bet on it. I said that yesterday. I don't think he will ever be as good as Fox, and I think Brandon Scott, who will be on with us with the Rocket Report, disagrees with me. And maybe we'll hear that from him a little bit later on. But listen, like, I'm not saying you're out of your mind. I can understand why you want to keep Green. But again, to the question, which push? Again, much like you let it off with, this is not one that's clear cut, right? This is not one that's like, hey, I know it, you a fool. This isn't like that. So you could feel or understand either one. I am just, I come by it honestly. I'm just built in the, hey man, you don't know what's gonna happen down the line. You don't know what things are gonna look like down the line. If you got a chance to get the special player and not have to give up the guy that you feel most likely will be a special player, then I'm like, hell, go for it right now. You just you never know how things are going to align. You never know. And for me, I also think one of these guys, if we're talking about guys like Fox, I think those are also guys that can help you in the future. This isn't just a rental.
Plays, yeah.
This isn't like a Jimmy Butler, who it's like, hey man, he probably got a year and a half. Even like a Kevin Durant, who's like, on the backside of his prime. So to me, I would push it, but I understand if Rafael Stone or guys or fans out there are like, no man, let's grow this thing. But for me, you just don't know. You just don't know when you get these opportunities.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's the other thing is if it's got to be the right guy, it's got to be a perfect fit. It's got to be the superstar that you feel. I know nothing's 100%, but you feel 99% sure is gonna get you there. For me to even consider, but I like the thing on about the Rockets is like the yes, they could make that move, and I would have no problem with it. But when I say I'm cool with them being patient, it's easy to say that because I feel like they could make a serious run with who they got. Like, they got a safe group in terms of they're so deep.
How serious of a run do you think they can make?
I don't know yet. Yeah. I don't know yet. But I tell you, by the day, I'm getting more and more serious about it. I mean, when they're beating really good teams and they're beating them left-handed, they're beating them with their B game. They're winning in ways that you have to win in order to win a 7-game series over somebody, right? If you can pick up a couple of games where Green doesn't score 30, and where Amen Thompson doesn't give you 30, or Şengün doesn't give you, 28. Like if you can win games and those guys aren't your leading scorers and other guys are able to pick it up and you're so deep, I'm becoming more and more convinced that they could make a serious run as they are. But it has to do with that depth, right? They got so many options. If someone is, whether they're just fatigued or they're not having a good night or it's just the next man up's turn in the rotation, and that they got so many dudes that legitimately can get hot and help you win a game at any point in time, that depth is the secret sauce.
Right now, they'd be looking at running into a team like the Timberwolves, the Suns, the Mavericks, the Kings. They're in that 7 to 8 range with the Warriors right behind them. So that would be like right now, if the season ended today, that would be the type of team they would play in the first round of the playoffs. Ron, they're second in the West. Do you look at the standings? When have I ever not acknowledged that they're second in the West? I know they're second in the West. The Memphis Grizzlies were second in the West 2 years ago and lost in 5 to the Lakers. Like,
come on, listener, we're 2 segments into this thing. Let's hold off on the trolling a little longer.
Like it's a little different. Like right now, I mean, they look really, really, really good. They look really, really good right now, and the expectations are rising. All right, coming up, we'll hear from our guy Sean Merriman. He'll jump in. We'll get his thoughts on the Texans, how their season ended, and his thoughts on the Super Bowl. That's coming up next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row, presented by Yingling Flight.
Say it. Leading tree care professional.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. I love it. I love the emotion from some about the Rockets here. The feeling that we're going to have some good conversation with the Rockets. People are checking out this number 2 seed in the West team, Rockets. Number 2 seed in the
About
West.
time you paid attention to them standings, Ron.
Right. So good conversation. Good back and forth there. Sean Merriman, he'll join us coming up here momentarily, and we'll get to him. Some news here is we'll talk to him about the Super Bowl. Well, Clint, some news. Fox Sports. This probably has me as glued to this thing as I was about Popeyes and Don Julio. This is breaking, according to many sources. Jameis Winston will join Fox Sports Digital as a correspondent for Super Bowl week in New Orleans.
Water has no soul.
Winston will take the digital around New Orleans on video journeys showcasing his favorite dining and entertainment hotspots. Boy, see,
genius.
See, the thing is, fellas, it's not just getting a guy, but it's getting a guy and using him in the right role. Like, for instance, I don't love how they use Rob Gronkowski. I don't think Rob Gronkowski is just good sitting up there at the table with all those guys, and you're going to him to get hardcore points. I don't think that's the best way to use Rob. This is a spectacular way to use Jameis Winston. See, I don't want to see Jameis sitting up and giving his commentary. I'm sure he will entertain us, even if he had to do so.
They're one with water.
But somebody with a camera following Jameis at his favorite eating spots?
In a place where he used to play?
Oh, man. And his entertainment spots?
A man of the people?
Yeah. Oh, hell, now that. Hey, man, stop talking about them crab legs. Text line, that's old news.
He's gonna tell you that's the first thing he's gonna eat. He's gonna have the best crab legs that New Orleans has to offer. I promise you. He ain't gonna run from it.
Hey, doesn't he do advertising with Popeyes?
I don't know.
No, they've been paying him. I don't know about TV commercials yet, but they've been paying him to post videos and stuff on his Instagram.
Look,
so I wonder if he'll.
Don Julio and Popeyes. That sounds like it's right up his alley. I guarantee he'd be deep in the middle.
Oh,
I'm serious about that. I'm gonna figure that one out. I need to make myself a note right now. I need to figure that out.
Yeah. This is fantastic for him. I mean, he looks like a guy that don't use napkins.
Finger licking all the way.
Finger licking, and then at worst he'll rub it on his shirt or his pants.
In one of those Popeyes videos I was talking about, I'm pretty sure at the end he licks his finger.
Yeah, and maybe that's why I'm just thinking of the W's that he gets all the way in his mouth. But he seems like a guy that just don't. Man, I don't need no napkins. I don't need that. He always got maybe have a little sauce hanging off the side of his lip.
He is definitely the kind that gets Popeyes while on the road, and he ends up with grease all over his console. Fingerprints, grease all over his console. Ain't no doubt about it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Console just greasy as hell.
And the steering wheel just, maybe you think it's just shined. It's when it just shined up. No, but hey, this has to be. I mean, they may win an Emmy for this. I mean, whoever puts this thing together, they may win a Dove Award or something. They may win something. NAACP Award. They may win something for this thing, but they put together with Jameis.
Fox Sports using that brain. This is so smart.
Like, what do you just say? Hey, man, just go be you, Jameis, because you don't want to coach him up too much. You don't want to direct him too much.
No, this is definitely put him in his element and let him be him.
Let's get the best that we can get.
Absolutely, that is a put him in his element in a place where he knows people and people know him. And I don't mean as a player, I'm talking about where they know him intimately, because I'm assuming take them all of his spots that he frequented when he was in New Orleans. So he knows the door guy, he knows the bar, of course he knows the owners as well, I'm sure too, and knows the menu well. So, I mean, this is put him in his element and let him do what he does. Now, he's going to know there's a camera on. He's going to be doing his thing. But
he's going to take it up.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ron. There's certain guys, especially when it's becoming more and more popular to put former players on TV. There's certain guys, man, that there's certain situations where guys just aren't being utilized and maximized, if you will. And this seems like a spot where, boy, he could come out of the chutes in his TV career with, I mean, just rolling, son.
I can't wait to see this or hear this. All right, let's go to our guy. Let's head to the phone lines. Sean Merriman, former Pro Bowler, I believe they're in San Diego Charger and Buffalo Bill. Hey, before we get going, and real quick, he is brought to you by Bet Online for the most diverse list of well over 1,000 Super Bowl props, including MVP, length of the national anthem, close to 100 Taylor Swift-related props, broadcast odds, game and player stats, and much, much more. Head to Bet Online, and that is who Sean Merriman is courtesy of. Sean, what's your thoughts of Fox just giving Jameis Winston a camera and just following him and just saying, "Take us to your favorite spots, Jameis"? This I can't wait for this.
It's gonna be it's much more. I actually just reposted that, and I outside of football, right? Outside of football, I just think he's a very just entertaining person, and just you never know what he's gonna say, you never know what he's gonna do. And that was a great move by Fox, and I'm looking forward to that.
Hey, Sean, the reality of it is that has some real potential of working because how genuine and sincere Jameis Winston is. Like, that's the real him. Like, it's not putting on. All they got to do is turn the camera on and put him in his element, and it's game on, right?
That's it. And you know what? It's almost like he got a camera on him 24/7 anyway, right? He's just one of those guys, man, that kind of lights up a room, and I've been around him a couple times. And he's a fun guy to be around and just good for TV. Like, not a lot of guys are just naturally good for TV. Some of them are forced to try to be funny, try to be entertaining. He's like, he got a camera on him 24/7. He doesn't even need a script or anything else, just who he is.
Yeah, he ain't even trying. Sean Merriman joins us courtesy of Bet Online. Before we get into your thoughts with the Super Bowl coming up in New Orleans, what just when we watch the AFC Championship game, because that's who the Texans got to go through, and they were a game short of that again this year, how far away do you sense that the Texans are from what we watch between teams like Buffalo, Kansas City? I guess you could throw Baltimore in that. How far away do you see the Texans are from that?
Not far at all. And, the game against my Chargers, man, I saw it. There's a lot of ups, a lot they should be excited about going into the season. And DeMeco Ryans, man, he got these guys humming in all cylinders. They kind of, in a way, they took on his personality. You can tell after the big plays in the sideline, him celebrating, the guys coming and jumping up and down on him. Like, this team is taking on his personality. I think there's a little bit more they need to add on the offense side of the ball. Definitely got to open up that playbook some, because you got a guy like C.J. Stroud there who can do so many things. You got to let him roll. You got to let him just take him off the leash and let him really run that offense. But put him in good positions and good situations to go out and make that team successful. But my favorite players to watch, man, is Will. I love Will Anderson. I love the way that dude plays football. And it reminds me a lot of myself and how Wade Phillips back in the day would have me schemed up properly to put me on a one-on-one against a tight end and run it back, or one-on-one against a tackle where a team has to slide and protect and watch me every time, man. So he's such an exciting player to follow.
Yeah, Sean, I that's where I was going to go with it next, man. I tell you laid it out pretty good right there with Will. I need you when you do run into Will, whether it's at the Super Bowl or just in your former player walks here, man. We've got to figure out some kind of celebration. I mean, I don't know many if any that were better than you and better than yours. You got to get with my man. We got to get. That's the only piece of his game he's missing at this point in time is something that's going to set him apart. That signature move, man.
Yeah, you know what, man? He got to add a little bit more showmanship because the playmaking ability, and he's so dynamic, man, that whatever he do is going to be iconic as long as it's kind of doing something to separate itself. Because most guys go out And, they celebrate like, dude, like, come on, you're not really that good of a player. But he goes out and do it and starts something that could be possibly iconic. It's going to be around him for a long time.
What, Sean? How'd you come up with your sack celebration?
So I got the light switch in my right forearm my sophomore year in high school, and so my first game against Georgia Tech, it was a big game. I had Friday night at the University of Maryland against Georgia Tech. I had a big hit against a wide receiver coming across the middle. I pointed to it. I didn't think about jumping up and down, but the crowd got so loud, I just did it. The energy came. And so I got on the sideline, and my teammates were like, "Hey, what was that? What was that thing you did?" And I was like, "Oh, that's the lights out dance." And it just stayed with me. So, but it was original. No one really was doing it. And I always said this, but I wanted to do something that was going to get people up out of their seats when they're at home and in the stadium, and it did just that.
All right, Sean Merriman joins us, courtesy of Bet Online. All right, let's get to the Super Bowl, Sean. Would it be an upset to you if Philadelphia won this game?
I don't at this point in this level and how both of these teams are playing, I don't think an upset would you can't call anything an upset at this point because both of those teams are very much deserving to be there. But I will say this, the way the Chiefs are beating people right now and the mistakes that they're capitalizing off of it's just hard to go against them, right? I want to get Patrick Mahomes, last couple of years when he iced the game, he was on that bum foot or that bum ankle he had, and he iced the game with his legs. I said, look, if he's doing things like that and he's out here on one wheel, like you just can't go against him anymore. And this team reminds me of those runs that the Patriots had because when we got to the playoffs, I felt multiple times that we were better than the Patriots, but we made one mistake. We jumped off the sides or we had a personal foul or 12 men on the field or something happened, and they took the ball right down the field and scored, and that's what the Chiefs are now. They capitalize off of every single mistake you make.
Sean, how do you get that point across? I mean, obviously Andy and Pat have done it as well as, if not better than anybody, maybe in that Belichick Brady era. But I mean, like, how do you get a team to a point and get a group of guys to understand, like, hey, man, we've had a really good year. You may have had a really good individual year, but this game coming up, and it starts early in the playoffs, not at the Super Bowl, but you get how do you get a team like that to go, okay, this game's going to come down to about 2 or 3 different plays in some critical situations, and we're either going to make them or we're going to lose.
It's the vets. It's the Patrick Mahomes. It's the Travis Kelce's. It's the Chris Jones. You got to pull those young guys there who to the side who's never been there and say, listen, those mistakes that we made early on in the playoffs and got here, we cannot make those now because the margin of error is so small, right? And so you got the opportunity as a fumble, you better dive on it with all your life, right? If there's a first down, you better scrounge and do anything you can to get that first down because all these things matter now. Like every single inch, and it's so cliche to say that football is a game of inches and all this other stuff, but it really is. I mean, you get to that point. You talk about the Buffalo Bills and that first down. 2, 3, 4 more inches. That's a first down. That game might look a lot different. And so when you get to this level, to the big game, every single thing matters.
All right, Sean. Before we get you out of here, a lot of people look at the odds and bets here. In terms of Super Bowl MVP, and I'm talking about trying to make some money, Sean. Right? Like if you're putting it down on Patrick Mahomes, then you ain't gonna really make somebody. What's a maybe underdog name that you would think about going at to try to really make some money for Super Bowl MVP?
Well, if you're not going to go with Pat, you got to start looking on the defense side of the ball and looking at a guy like Chris Jones because we saw Von Miller some years ago as a defense side of the ball win the MVP. And also look at the history of Chris Jones. When you get deep in the playoffs and especially the Super Bowl, 2 Super Bowls ago, he iced the game himself with a sack at the end of that game or in pressures. And he was the one, in my opinion, who really, really iced that game. So I would go with Chris Jones. On the other side of the ball, you got to go with Saquon. He is the motor on this offense to get everybody going. And yes, AJ Green is great, Smith is great. They got Jalen Hurts is playing well. Everything starts and ends with Saquon Barkley. And if he balls out, he'll be the reason why they win.
All right, Sean, we are jumping with this man, and hopefully you're out there in New Orleans and having a good time and enjoy the Super Bowl.
You got it, man. We got a big fight also for my MMA League, Lights Out Extreme Fight. And it'll be live on Lights Out Sports TV. So make sure you guys download. It's a free streaming service. We have a ton of different sports on there, live sports as well. We just finished up with the Shrine Bowl practices. So make sure you guys download Lights Out Sports TV. We got a massive fight Friday, February 7th.
All right, we'll do that, man. We'll make sure the people do as well. Appreciate you joining us, Sean.
You got it. Thanks for having me.
All right, that's Sean Merriman, courtesy of Bet Online, the most diverse list of well over 1,000 Super Bowl props, including MVP, length of national anthem, close to 100 Taylor Swift prop bets as well, broadcast odds, game, player stats, and much, much more. So go check all of that out. Coming up, it's time to have a nice little serious conversation. I know Clint's not afraid. I know Tyler's not afraid. I know many of you aren't about C.J. Stroud. We'll do that next.
All right, y'all, check it out, man. If you're
HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
We're going to give you your flowers for sure.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. Clint Stoerner in the building, run the show here as well. Tyler Milner holding it down. We appreciate Sean Merriman joining us. Someone said 100 Taylor Swift prop bets. If anyone's betting on those, just call the number. Laughing my ass off. I like that one right there. I bet you there are going to be a lot of dudes, a lot of people, a lot of ladies betting on them Taylor Swift prop bets. Bet you. They ain't gonna put them on there for no reason.
You want to create some action? Put some Taylor Swift bets up there. You have mamas depositing money on 12-year-olds' phones so they can bet on Taylor Swift. How long is Taylor Swift shown on TV? That was close, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's what happens when you get some almonds in there. Oh, cheese.
That was cheese, little cheese block.
Cheese. Yeah. No, that'll be. I know there's got to be one out there. Does Travis propose, right? That has to. I'm gonna assume that's got to be one. I mean, I'm not trying to make a man's decision, but we got to be entering that. We got to be entering that time.
Got to be. How? I mean,
they're the same age, so they're both 35. If we're getting any little Swifties running around here, I mean, we got to be getting close. The way he double kissed her after that AFC Championship game. Kissed her, hit mom, and then came back and slid in there again. We got to be entering a close range here.
Yeah.
Still, we got to be within a year. What are we? Be 2 years? Is this 2 years? Just maybe under 2.
Got to be close coming up on it.
Yeah, got to be.
Their second Super Bowl.
Yeah, because they were deep in it. All right, so no, it'll be a good time. A lot of people making money off this thing. All right. 713-572-4610. You can be a part of the show. Text it on in. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you know the deal. As usual. All right, this is my thought, fellas. Last year, when they finished the season against Baltimore, coming into the offseason as well, there was I think great confidence in Houston that C.J. Stroud was the dude.
The arrow's pointed up.
You know, like, hey, you look at it, you got to have a quarterback to really win big in this league, and it's hard if you don't. And at that point, I think everybody in the organization, all fans thought, yes, the Texans have one. The Texans have one that can compete with anybody at the top, and especially in this conference, you got to have one. And there was great confidence. To hell with everybody that was brought in, but there was great confidence at the start of the season. We watched him go toe-to-toe against Joe Burrow. We got a dude. Like, this year he can go toe-to-toe with Lamar. He can go toe-to-toe with Mahomes, I believe. Hell, there were some of you telling me he was better than Josh Allen, Patrick Creighton, before the season started. Like, there was great belief that you had a dude. You still believe that right now? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. Now that this season is over, and now you're going into next season, do you still believe that the Houston Texans have one of those dudes at quarterback right now? Do you still have that same belief like you had last year?
I do. I believe they've got a guy. I believe they've got the dude that they can win a Super Bowl with. I believe they've got a dude that they can be a pass-first football team and win a Super Bowl with. I believe they've got a dude at a high level that he can win from the pocket often enough to win a Super Bowl. Yes, I do believe that they got a dude.
Right now. Like right now, not growing into it. Right now, they've got a dude that can go and compete and play toe-to-toe with these other quarterbacks they have.
I still believe in C.J. Stroud, yes. The only part of C.J. Stroud, I think it's less of a I've flipped on it and more about, hey, we just know a little bit more about the guy. Like I really question CJ's level of alpha. I really question CJ's level of leadership.
That has shifted from last year?
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. I don't know that it's shifted as much of we've just seen a larger sample size and now we know more. I don't know that anybody was ever walking around going, boy, this guy's just the absolute, alpha. This dude is just the, he's the end-all, be-all. I think it's to me it's obvious right now that you've got to, when you make moves this year on the offensive side of the football, whether we're talking about offensive coordinator or we're talking about either guard or whatever you do with Laramie Tunsil, you absolutely have to bring in more guys that are like Joe Mixon and far fewer guys that are like Dalton Schultz and Laramie Tunsil.
I love Joe Mixon.
You like even Nico, like you have got to bring in at least one guy, if not two guys, that are absolute alphas. We'll get in your ass, we'll set the standard, we'll change the game offensively and set the bar offensively on a daily basis. Like, they've got to find that guy. And I only say that to illustrate, like, I just don't think CJ's that guy. I don't think CJ's the hold guys accountable, getting that ass type of guy.
Now you're saying you don't have to be that to be a dude, right?
No, yeah, you don't have to be. Look, I don't
know if Joe is Burrow. I don't know.
Well, yeah, you're right, because I don't know that Drew Brees was. I don't know. I don't know that Aaron Rodgers ever had that. He would do it, but I don't know that he ever had the ability.
No, Aaron would.
No, he would do it, but I just wonder how much of the team would actually respond to it. Yeah. I played with one. Troy Aikman was a no nonsense, getting that ass. Didn't matter who you were. You guys are.
Seems like he's continued.
Yeah. They're like he didn't have a problem doing that. I think you look. Brady obviously didn't have a problem doing that. Peyton Manning, I don't think had a problem doing that. Now, Peyton also didn't need an offensive coordinator. He was the most cerebral quarterback I've ever seen play the game, and so. That obviously, allowed him to do and say some things and lead from a little different angle. But yeah, I think that the only I still think C.J. Stroud is that dude. I still think C.J. Stroud can win a Super Bowl here in Houston. I still think he's the franchise guy. My only question is more of, from a leadership perspective, where's his ceiling?
Yeah, that's the part. Like that, and I want to get to Tyler Crescent's fans more than anybody that I know at the station. So I do want to get to him, and I'm seeing some people here. Again, last year, right, I think there was almost 100% belief and confidence that you got one of the dudes.
Yeah, he was a top 5 quarterback.
Rookie of the year.
Like, there was 100 – like, not just –
what Jaden Daniels is being talked about right now is what CJ was being talked about last year.
But again, it's like I'm saying, it ain't just like, oh man, we see the growth in it. It's next year. Yeah. We think he can. Hell, Greg Jennings had him as the MVP this year coming into the year. Do you still have that level of confidence that he is one of the dudes? And I'm seeing some people on the text line roll through. Preach, Clint. I don't know. A good quarterback can improve players around them, and he didn't. An average scared quarterback, yes, they have a dude because that dude just learned that he can now run out of the pocket instead of just standing in the pocket. Someone texted in, CJ cries too much to be an alpha. Someone said he's more Phillip Rivers.
Not a popular take, but I think it's a very, very fair.
Here, and before we get to Tyler, I'll give my thoughts. Can I say I have shifted from, yeah, they got a dude too. I think so. I think so. I'm not as confident that they got a dude as I was at the end of last season. Like some of the leadership stuff, it was some of the, damn, man, I didn't anticipate him falling apart at times with some of the adversity that hit. And I mean, like some of the on-field adversity, like it did to me seem that the protection, which was a major problem, and hindered him from being able to be completely who he wanted to be. But I was a bit surprised that it seemed to, at times as the year went on, just knock down his performance to where it affected him even when there weren't protection problems. So it just, I still think he is a guy, and I still think he's a franchise quarterback. It's just, it moved from a feeling of definite to I think so. I think he is a dude. I think he is somebody that of the coming years will be able to compete with Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson and Josh Allen and Mahomes. I think he will be in that mix, right? And that's just a bit of the shift. All right, Tyler, you as I said, represent the fan thought. Are you as confident right now that CJ is the dude?
I would say short answer is yes. And I say that because when I'm pondering this question you've laid here before us about CJ Stroud, and I think back to that rookie year we just laid out, it was amazing. Rookie of the Year honors, one of the best, if not the best rookie year we've seen from a quarterback, maybe until Jaden Daniels this season. I try to remember that all of that just vastly superseded anything any of us imagined or could have expected from the rookie QB in Houston. Like, I try to remind myself of that constantly because he outperformed the expectations in such a way that it made this year feel all the much worse. You know, it wasn't good no matter what he did his rookie year this year. The offense was not good. C.J. Stroud struggled. We all have eyeballs. We all saw that. But because of how freaking amazing last season was for Stroud, it makes it hurt that much more. It stings that much more. So I would say yes. Right now I feel relatively at the same level as far as confidence whenever it comes to C.J. Stroud after 2 years.
All right, and I see some people coming in from the text line. Clint, I agree with you. Give me C.J. all day. They just need a few junkyard dogs. Someone texted in, Ron is trolling. He just wants people to talk bad about C.J. It's obvious he hates the Texans and the fans who believe in them. I guess the first thing I would say is your mama, and if she's no longer with us, I take that back.
In that case, your daddy.
I'll just take it back. And then also someone here on the text line, I don't feel as confident because of how things shifted with Deshaun Watson. I don't think that's fair. I mean, I'm not saying I don't think I'm not going to say I think that's fair, but I mean, hell, you can't help what you think. Yeah, listen, I mean, like I said, man, I think it's not definite. It's just not as I am shocked by the step back he took this season. Well, and even just the stuff that he controls. I am shocked of that. Some of it was out of control.
I mean, it is. I don't care how good you are or how good the previous year was. It is ridiculously difficult to play the position at a high level for 18 straight weeks. Any way you slice it, when things are perfect around you. And the reality of it is, the more we learn about what was going on in that building, whether it's the reported, friction between Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud, or it's the inability of this offensive line to protect him, or it's the injuries at the O-line, or the injuries at the wide receiver position. Any way you slice it, we've seen guys continue to play well through those types of hard times, no doubt about it. But that is significantly more difficult to deal with than, the teams that have most of their pieces. The offensive play caller is one of the best in the game, and they're working on situational football start to finish, been in the same offense for 6-7 years. This was a rough patch for C.J. Stroud, no doubt about it. But I still think from a talent perspective, from a processing perspective, I think he's a dude you can win a Super Bowl with. And he's a dude that I think you can win a Super Bowl with.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not just riding in the passenger seat. Someone texted in, CJ just needs to mature. He was a little bit too full of himself going into the season, and he got his reality check this year. You buy into any of that?
Absolutely.
You do?
Absolutely. We talked about it. It's not just CJ, but yes, yeah. I mean, I think CJ's out here on podcasts talking trash to people in the division like that. Like that's
weak ass Cowboys.
You didn't love that.
No, I hate it. I hate it. I mean, I absolutely hate it. And I wonder if he'll be out doing those things this weekend. I mean, this week coming.
There's already been some word. My man said he declined the Pro Bowl invitation to put his head down and get to work.
Well, I mean, okay, then that's.
And I guess clearly maybe he felt like maybe he needs to change.
Well, regardless of what, I mean, he's got to live his life and do his thing, so it's not on his radar. But as you look at just that reality is. All of a sudden, things got real. Your OC's fired. You're trying to find a guy. Guys got injured. You didn't have as good a year. Are you going to be on Radio Row talking trash to the Colts again this year in the Super Bowl? Are you or is it put my nose down and it's time to grind? Well, it was time to grind last year as well, right? We've heard reports coming out, or not reports, but we heard Joe Mixon talking about, maybe early in the season it was more about stats. You got receivers talking about wanting, so many touchdowns and wanting 1,100 yards and this and that. Like, the way you had that rookie year, the way you had the 2023 year was Coach asked to do. Now, all of a sudden, you got a bunch of guys that have goals, and they want to talk about it, they want to voice them, and they got stats they want to reach, and they're talking trash on Radio Row. Well, see if that continues after a rough season. We'll see.
All right, we'll see. All right, it is Wednesday, and we'll do a little stock up, stock down, NFL playoffs edition. Stock up, stock down. You can put yours in. We'll do ours coming up next.
I gotta pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
We're bringing the best sports talk in town to the Big Easy. Flight by Yingling presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Thanks to the Low T Center. The entire week leading up to the big game in New Orleans. Top tier football conversation. Interviews with the brightest stars in sports and pop culture. And plenty of beignets for all. You'll hear it here next week on Houston Sports Leader. Sports Radio 610.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity. Maybe.
Listen to Sports Radio 610 or any participating station on the Odyssey app for 60 minutes to earn your daily entry. Then you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each of your pockets for the ultimate college basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Tootski, come on.
Every football season brings highs.
Yes! Rock and roll!
And lows.
Every week, though. There's no excuse for that. Oh, no.
It's time to buy or sell.
I tell him to sell!
It's Texans stock up, stock down on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I'm going to pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers in this racket.
Yeah, almost, big voice guy, almost. Because this is no longer Texans stock up, stock down. Same concept.
Don't put them in a box now.
Sorry, voice guy. Same concept, doing the same thing ultimately. But obviously, the Houston Texans, their 2024 football season has come to an end. There are 2 squads remaining. We're doing a little NFL playoff edition of Stock Up, Stock Down today on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. And I want to get the negative out of the way like I typically like to do. Give me that bad news first, good news later. And let's start with the former NFL quarterback, Clint Stoerner. Clint, as you take a look back at where we have gone and how we've gotten to where we are to the Super Bowl and looked at these NFL playoffs, give me a stock down from what you've seen.
Well, I'm going to go with a couple of guys, and both of them are quarterbacks for me. C.J. Stroud here locally. I'll be quick with C.J. We just got through discussing, what's going on with C.J. And the stock down from last year the stock is definitely down from last year.
Oh no.
To this year. Discussed at length. My other stock down, boys, is Sam Darnold.
Damn, Sam.
Sam Darnold had the NFL free agency in 2025 literally in the palm of his hand. He had it right by the old gonads, boys. I mean, he was fixing to. Now, I don't think he was going to get what these second contracts are coming for the top quarterbacks in the league. I don't think he's going to get 50 or 60 million.
He was on top of the world week 17.
On top of the world,
literally, they were lifting him up and throwing water on
him. He was going to get upwards of 30, maybe even $40 million. And maybe he still does. I don't know. But them last 2 games, who was that? Detroit,
where Dan Orlowski said he missed 5 touchdown passes in the game.
Yep. And who was the next one?
And then the Rams he got sacked out 9 times.
Yes.
Won a fumble recovery for a touchdown, threw a pick in that game.
Yep. Those 2 games. I'm going to be shocked to see how much money that actually cost Sam Darnold.
That's a tough one.
It is a really, really tough one. I mean, you can argue that Minnesota probably should have given him the money for a couple of years and let JJ just develop a little bit. You got
to think about that now.
The way they were winning, right? The way they were winning, you could argue like you're crazy if you let Sam Darnold get out of the building.
I mean, it's not like just the 2 biggest games of the season he lost. I mean, they were the things that scared you to death about bringing in Sam. Like
yes.
what you saw.
Yes.
He held the ball for nearly 5 seconds on all of those sacks.
And you could to think about it too, guys. It couldn't have ended any worse. Literally, both games, they weren't just poor performances and bad losses. One of them cost them the bye week in the playoffs.
Yeah,
the number 1 seed in the bye week, and the next one sent them home.
End of the season. Yeah.
I mean so Sam Darnold for me, man, stock down. I don't know if there's anybody, at least guys that were in the playoffs that the stock is more down on.
And they were on Sunday Night Football, the last game of the regular season, the last one you watched.
Come on,
and Monday Night Football, the last game of the wild card weekend.
That stings. That stings. So the old quarterback, Dirty Red, Clint Stoerner, goes with a quarterback, Sam Darnold, and C.J. Stroud, of course, who we've talked at length about. His game kind of taking a step back this year. Stock up, stock down. We're on the show, Hughley. Flipping over to your side of the table, as you have observed these NFL playoffs. Give me a stock down.
My stock down to this point is to the national media. The national media who have decided, and not all of them, but some, who have decided to act like fans or internet trollers and have created even more and jump-started even more of this narrative that the refs are out to help the Chiefs.
I just got the red carpet. We're wanting to get into a controversy.
The Mad Dog Russo goes on his.
Evidence is there wrong.
Okay, the evidence again. Evidence is not there that the referees are out there cheating for
The Chiefs are in bed
coming out
with the
and coming
refs.
as a game plan to cheat for the Chiefs, which is like Mad Dog Russo is coming on First Take every single week, banging this out. Just the amount of national media people have taken this to a whole nother level. And I would say to many of you, you understand this. Just like the likes of Carl Ravage, Joe Buck, Joe Davis, any of those guys, Brian Anderson, every time they did an Astros game, they would repeatedly just bring up the cheating scandal to try to make it seem like the Astros were still wink, wink, nod, nod, still cheating after that, and kept bringing it up for no reason when they knew that wasn't happening no more, and they kept creating that and making that a bigger story amongst fans and amongst people when it really wasn't.
It feels huge.
And that was with some real cheating. So to me, the people there that have and now some of them are trying to walk it back. Hey, this week, don't talk. The Bills just lost. No, don't talk about Mark Slurth. No, the Bills just lost. Don't talk about the refs now. No, you got to be ashamed of yourself pushing this narrative up of they're cheating on purpose. Stock down to the national. To some of you, many of you know who you are. So damn shame. We should be talking about the greatness and Philly trying to knock down a team that's going for a three-peat. Instead, we're up here talking about Sean Hockley and the other referees out there. Up here. What crew is coming? Oh, that back judge has thrown 3 personal fouls against the Chiefs over the last 3 years. It's ridiculous.
I mean, all right. That's Ron the Show Hughley's stock down for these NFL playoffs. I mean, if you ask me, though, agree to disagree. I think that would almost be a bull market. I would buy in the refs, making sure Mahomes and the Chiefs are taken care of.
It's like it was ridiculous for them to keep bringing up those trash cans, and years later, they know that wasn't happening. Just making it a bigger story and creating the narrative.
The Astros admitted to all that, though. The Chiefs don't want this to get out.
You're right. It was real cheating. It was not compared to
around the whole Major League Baseball. Yeah, everybody was doing that. All right,
damn shame.
All right, I'm done. So let's get the positivity. Let's get some good feels going for Ron the Show Hughley. If you're just tuned in, this is Stock Up, Stock Down on the Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Do it every hump day around this time. Ron, stock up as you've watched these NFL playoffs this year.
Stock up for NFL playoffs, Saquon Barkley. And not just Saquon Barkley, but the running back now in the NFL. The shift, and Joe Mixon's a part of that. Obviously, Derrick Henry, but Saquon has been the best. And his game has also even been raised up a notch from what it was during the regular season when he came close to breaking the record set by Eric Dickerson. Saquon Barkley has been special. He has been the big play of their offense. And now I do think with his performance and even his performance on the biggest stage, I think it's going to help running back. The feel of how running backs are. It was thought to be just a position where it was meaningless and not when you played as you played with Emmett, and that was like Emmett was more important at times, it felt like, than Troy Aikman. And it feels like the running back is getting his due again, and I think Saquon Barkley and his his performance in the playoffs is a catalyst.
I agree wholeheartedly, Ron, and I love the fact that he got out of New York and made it happen. I mean, the dysfunctional organization has killed many a career, and Saquon Barkley is luckily out, and all of us just football fans get a chance to see it. And you're right, man. It is going to be hard after what he and Derrick Henry did, and you can argue even Joe Mixon.
That's what I said. Joe Mixon's a part of that.
I mean, what those guys did with this year's free agency for running backs and the conversations that were being had around the running back position from a negative perspective, boy, you can argue this was a monster year, and the headliner was definitely Saquon Barkley.
The arrow's pointed up.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that one. All right, flipping over to you, Clint. As you've been viewing the NFL playoffs this year, who around the league are you buying stock in? Stock up for you, Clint.
I'm gonna go with Xavier Worthy. I am really fascinated with how Andy Reid uses Xavier Worthy. The way that it just seems like every pre-snap shift and every pre-snap motion, every bit of those details is in one a touch. I mean, everybody else kind of gets it within rhythm. They get the football within the scheme. There's not a whole lot of moving Travis Kelce around to get mismatches. There's not a he is just the one that it's fascinating to watch him and Andy work together. And I heard Andy on Pat McAfee today talking about how he had Deshaun Jackson when he was in Philly and been able to use him with his speed. And
he loves those guys.
Yeah,
he loves
man.
Those little shifty guys.
Yeah, and it's just I think it's a great story. Last week they were highlighting the fact that the Buffalo Bills actually traded out of that spot, traded down, and took what's the kid's name? Zero in Buffalo. What's the kid's name?
Coleman.
Yes, Keon Coleman. They traded down and let the Chiefs get Xavier Worthy, and they took Keon Coleman, and you clearly saw who the better player was in that particular game. So I would just say Xavier Worthy right now. Obviously playing on a team where all eyes are on you. You're going to get all the credit when you play well, and he's been playing well. I just think he is a unique weapon for Andy, man.
Yeah, he's – and it was weird, though. It was kind of touch and go at the beginning, right? And the other part is, the crazy thing is, outside of that catch he went up to go get, it hadn't been looked at as him being downfield to be able to do stuff. And that's what you thought he was going to do coming out of Texas and going downfield and being a big threat that way. He's more side to side, crossing and doing things like that, letting him get the beats. Yeah, it's been a hell of a turnaround for him. Coming up, some news from the Texans coaching staff. We'll let you know the latest on that and the latest on what's going on with the search. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all.
os.com. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in to The Drive, and we appreciate our guy, Sean Merriman, for joining us earlier in the show. If you missed that, he came on with us. Coming up here an hour from now, Rockets Report, the first one of the year, Brandon Scott, he will join us as the Red Hot Rockets. We'll get his thoughts on that. Him and Adam Spolane do the H-Town Hoops podcast you can find on Odyssey or wherever you find your podcast, and listen to that. They'll join us, or he'll join us, coming up an hour from now. Wanted to pass across the latest here, Clint, as we kicked off the show, talking about where this OC search is going for the Texans. Here's the latest. Texans to interview senior offensive assistant Bill Lazor for the offensive coordinator job Thursday, according to Aaron Wilson. Lazor, previously offensive coordinator for the Dolphins, Bengals, and Bears, coaching Ryan Tannehill, Andy Dalton, Justin Fields, and Mitchell Trubisky. So that is the latest. All right, now they got somebody with some experience that's been in the building. Bill Lazor. Your thoughts on Bill Lazor?
Well, look, another one that makes more sense than what they've been doing. I mean, having somebody in-house that knows everything, the chemistry stays the same. The familiarity with everybody stays the same. So it makes sense why you would at least interview those that feel they are qualified to interview for a head coach job. Now, I say all that to say, I mean, unless Bobby Slowick was just like, hey, I ain't talking to nobody, I ain't taking recommendations from nobody, my stuff, and I'm just gonna stick to my guns no matter what. I got to question Bill Lazor. Bill Lazor was more of a consultant with an offense from an old school offensive coordinator perspective. If Bill Lazor was in the building and we weren't able to fix our protection problems, and I'm not talking about the techniques and the mechanics, I'm just talking about the communication, IDing, and hey, what's the best way to go about this? I got questions about Bill Lazor. That's you got. Again, we go back to the same old stuff, the tight end stuff, the level of softness there, and the inability to block edge rushers there, and the staff just accepting the level of softness that we saw all the time from Schultz, but throughout the year for a couple of different guys. Wide receivers, the lack of detail in what they were doing. I don't know how you look at somebody that's in that building that's longer in the tooth and has a bigger voice and literally is in the building as a sounding board consultant type and not go, well, damn, if this guy makes it better, how did he not make it better throughout the year? So yeah. I do like it more. This is more, I think, in line with what we thought we would see in-house guys. But still, it doesn't really turn me on much, to be honest with you.
Ready for this one, Tyler?
I don't know. I hope so.
On January 29, 2013, Lazor accepted a coaching position with the Philadelphia Eagles as their quarterback coach, coaching alongside Chip Kelly.
There you go.
Looks
familiar
like
with Chip.
I will say that it seems like a lot of these guys have some sort of connection with Chip. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I mean, look, that I don't know what it means or doesn't mean. If you're sold on Chip Kelly, it'd make a lot of sense. Get Chip Kelly in the building and let him sit on these interviews and talk to these guys that he's linked to, instead of you doing it before he gets here. But stranger things have happened. Like I said before, I can get down with Chip Kelly.
Chip Kelly gets an interview, right?
I would hope so.
Like, I mean, we got a lot of smoke here happening, right? We've heard it was a name that jumped out surely before Thad Lewis or some of these other names. Sorry, Thad.
I heard Payne and Pendergast this morning bring up a good point, and I could see logic in it. Just knowing right now how close of a relationship to some degree D'Amico and Chip Kelly have from their past working together. I mean, it's very possible that those two guys, I mean, they don't have to announce some formal interview or something. They could have, more of a conversation between them two, like without having all the lights and sounds going off for, oh man, Chip Kelly, a return to the NFL, oh God. So that very well could be happening. But he's got to have a conversation.
Right. I would think. I mean, it's just you're hearing his name so much, right? And when they're talking about it on the AFC Championship game, and the only name they mentioned in terms of the search makes sense. They're interviewing a bunch of guys that have ties with Chip Kelly, and also we know the really big tie is D'Amico played for him. So D'Amico is obviously very familiar with Chip Kelly. So who knows? It's a wonder. But this is the first one who has actual NFL experience in terms of calling plays. He's been a coordinator and a play caller, 3 different stops, multiple offenses, right? I would say the offense would stay the same, but he's been under Chip Kelly, obviously. He was with Matt Nagy, which is like the Andy Reid Chiefs offense. He was with Zach Taylor in Cincy, which is – so he's been under several styles of offenses. So we'll see. That's the latest. Bill Lazor has been a senior assistant with the Texans, is the latest to get an interview. He'll get an interview tomorrow for the vacant OC job with the Texans. All right, Clint, as we continue to roll through, this along with the OC job, and then this I think will start to take part as a big thing, free agency and stuff too, but the draft, fellas.
The Houston Texans are on the clock.
Yeah, the draft, the Texans are going to be in the first round, and I know you're a big fan of Daniel Jeremiah, especially when it comes to the draft process. He did his first mock draft, and I'm wondering how you feel about this, how anybody sees this one. His first mock draft, he has the Texans picking at 25 and selecting Burton III, wide receiver out of the University of Missouri, 5'11", 205 pounds. His little write-up, the Texans are in the market for a new offensive coordinator, but they could use more help at receiver too. Burton reminds me of Stephon Diggs, who is headed to free agency. Obviously, with Diggs up in the air and Tank Dell, who could miss most of the season, if not all of it, receiver could be a thought. 713-572-4610. Luther Burton, 5'11", 205. He was thought to be a big-time receiver coming into the year, a preseason All-American. Had a decent year at Missouri. I know you've seen him and watched him play multiple times. If this was the selection at 25, your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I'd be okay with it. I mean, I don't know enough about Luther Burden III to rank him. I'd have to go back and look at some of the different stuff from his 2023 year. He had a monster year that year, as you mentioned. That's when he kind of jumped on the scene. But I would be okay if they went wide receiver. I don't have a problem. They clearly are going to need something beyond Nico Collins in 2025-26 season. So first round draft pick would mean a good one.
Yeah, I look at this, Clint, and it does feel like this is a team that needs help on offense, right? That's the side of the ball.
You could say that.
Yeah, that's the side of the ball. The defense, obviously, we've talked about defensive tackle. That could be a thing holding there. But this team needs help on the ball and probably some positions. I think, obviously, offensive line, wide receiver, as that was talked about. Hell, people have talked about tight end. You saw a good tight end. Maybe something there. There's help that is needed. They need weapons. On the offensive side of the ball, what are you confident in this team drafting? Like, I'm just talking position-wise. Like, are you super confident right now this team drafting offensive linemen?
Yes.
You are. You're confident. I am not.
You mean confident that they? I'm confident that they will do it.
No, not that they will, but how are you confident in them?
That they'll hit on it.
Like you're like, all right, yeah, this team, you need offensive line help, you need tight end. Like, what position are you confident on the offensive side of the ball? This group drafting and, as you said, hitting. Wide receiver would probably be it.
Yeah, wide receiver would have to be it for me.
Hell, I feel quarterback, baby. Wide receiver would have to be it because offensive line, which is obviously the biggest need, they've drafted Juice, they've drafted Blake Fisher, they've drafted Kenyon Green here of late. The jury is still out at least on Juice and Blake Fisher. Kenyon Green, I feel like the jury has made its decision. Tight end, all right, we'll see about Cade Stover. Running back, we'll see, which you think, I don't know about in the first round, but you would think they probably could use some help there. Wide receiver, to me, feels like the best thing that they have been able to draft it. Nico Collins, Tank Dell was a good pick. John Mechie has at least shown that he can bring something to the table here of late, coming off of everything he came off of. That's why I'd be all right with wide receiver. I feel that's probably the number one position on the offense I feel most comfortable that this group could hit in the draft.
Yeah, look, the Kenyon Green thing really puts a funk on the offensive line side of it. But overall, I think Nick and D'Amico have been absolutely tremendous in the personnel department. I mean, in a sense of whether they're signing free agents or they're drafting guys, they have been really, really good, relatively speaking. Again, the Kenyon Green sticks out and will frustrate a lot of people. That happens, right? I wish it wouldn't have happened, but it happens. They've hit on a lot of guys that produce, a lot of guys that contribute, a lot of guys that show promise. And they brought in guys that are veterans in the free agent world that play above their ceiling. The interior defensive line, hell, there was 3 guys in there that played well above what I thought they were going to play like this year. So I got faith that whatever they do with their premium draft picks, that they'll hit on more than they miss.
Yeah, this team has been fantastic defensively. Like defensively, especially with D'Amico in the building, they have been great on that one. I got if D tackle is the one in the first round, I'd feel pretty good about what they would bring to the table and getting the guy that they need. But I think we clearly see the help is on the other side of the ball. So receiver to me, I'd feel comfortable with that. I don't know, what about the size? 5'11", that'd be another smallish receiver. I know you were talking about maybe size as a guy that they could bring in, but yeah, Luther Burden would be fine. A guy that's been a big play type guy in his time at Mizzou college football. All right, that is the latest there with the draft part. That's going to be a big thing there to see where the Texans head in the draft. By the way, the Dallas Cowboys, they bring on in Matt Eberflus to be their defensive coordinator. This has got to be, I think, going into the year, the Cowboys, you thought they maybe had some issues with clock management before with Mike McCarthy. This clock management situation, I'm telling you, I can't wait to see end of games between Brian Schottenheimer and Matt Eberflus. Matt Eberflus, the guy on Thanksgiving Day who just torpedoed that game for the Bears against the Lions. Listen, I think Eberflus has shown to be a good coordinator. This is like Matt Eberflus, that would be the type of guy that I think you would want the Texans to try to get as a coordinator, like the offensive coordinator version of Matt Eberflus.
Yeah,
that would be what you're looking for. I actually don't mind this hire for the Cowboys, him in that role. As a defensive coordinator.
When he was a defensive coordinator for the Colts, he was really good. He went on when you assume all the head coaching duties. It's a lot of guys can't handle it, and they're not as good. They're not a good head coach, and they're not as good on the defensive side of the football as they were when that's all they were worried about. And so that happens, right? And I think he'll be fine with the Cowboys. I think it's a great hire. Former head coach comes in, Schottenheimer. He could also be a retimer from perspective, good, bad, or indifferent. And so, I like Eberflus in Dallas.
Yeah, we'll see how that rolls. I don't know about Schottenheimer, but as a defensive coordinator, not a bad thought. All right, what you got coming up at the 4?
All right, the Rockets on the road, they win 100-96 over the Atlanta Hawks. There's a stat out there right now with the Rockets that I got to ask some questions about. They had 20-some-odd turnovers last night and won again. How many times has that happened this year, and what does this mean for the Rockets? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though,
Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I feel like Kobe.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
A lot of bodies on Van Vliet. Green to Thompson.
Hot potato.
Oh, how about that to Şengün? The Rockets just beat the Hawks in their full court press. They do it again.
Oh, goodness.
Look at this look by Hunter to give them the lead. Just did miss it. And then the Hawks were pressuring the ball. The Rockets played keep away. Şengün then with the dunk. And they win it 100-96. An ugly win is still a win.
An ugly win is right. This is a makeup game for the snowstorm that came through that hit Atlanta as well a little earlier in the season. So it was both of these teams came off the road to Atlanta and played in back-to-back nights, and it looked like a back-to-back night game, Ron. There was some heavy legs, no doubt about it, across the board. and they end up getting out of there with a win, 100-96. And it was a sloppy game. It was an ugly win, but it was entertaining. It was entertaining as hell. Jalen Green ended up with the high point man, 25 points. And they had to scrounge it together to get a W. But another one of those games for me, Ron, where as you're watching them beat a team without their A game. Again, whether it's the heavy legs or guys getting in foul trouble or guys just not playing, they're rested instead. To go get a W and for it to come down to the wire and be able to get it done, there's something about this group that's got a clutch gene in them as well.
Yeah, I think this is like with this team in their first year. When I say first year, their first year really taking it up a notch and being contenders is this was like a maturity win, right? You're coming off a back-to-back, and you've just done what you've done, man. You've swept the Cavs. You've now beaten the Celtics on the road. That was an emotional game, and you got a back-to-back, and Easton's going to be out and not going to play, and you're not going to – Cam Whitmore has an illness, is sick, and some of your bench players are limited. What do you do? This was an issue for them. We used to see this Rockets team step up and play against the Warriors. Step up at Lakers. But then they would lose games that they shouldn't be losing, teams they shouldn't be losing to, and wouldn't play to the same level. Now, I don't think they played to the same level that they did when they played the Cavs or the Celtics, but they knew how to get to a level to play enough to get past a team like the Hawks.
Yeah.
And I think that's a maturity thing there. And the thing they have going right now, which is a really, really cool thing. Now, I don't know if it's a great thing when you start to get in a 7-game series, but they got a deal of, hey, man, anybody can hit you, right?
Yeah.
Like last night it was Şengün and it was Jalen Green, and the last couple of games they've kind of been off, and it was Amin Thompson, and then Dylan Brooks went and got you 36 and hit 10 threes, and they've got Fred VanVleet the other night against the Cavs, went out and made 7 threes or something, and he was the big guy that jumped. They got guys that are hitting you every night. Tonight it could be somebody else. So I do, especially in the regular season, that is a good thing because your scoring can come from anywhere.
They're deep with guys that are on brand for the Rockets, which is tough ass defense, move without the ball, and they're deep with guys that, as you mentioned, on any given night, they're not going to give you 25 or 30 every night, but any given night could come up and be the reason that you win. And they have the confidence to those guys have the confidence to, when they're hot, to shoot the rock and get their shots up. So last night was definitely one of those. Last night, before I move on to this stat that I had, Ron, any concern about Şengün? Last night, Şengün looked like they had a couple of big dudes. Atlanta had a couple of big dudes down there in the paint and made life really, really difficult for Şengün. Now, he's ended up scoring 18, went to the free throw line a few times, had some buckets on again, hustle plays. But it looked like, a lot of times I've watched Şengün this year, and it's get the ball, and he's lowering his shoulder, and he's burying guys under the bucket.
Physical. Last
night, it seemed like he bumped up against some dudes, a couple of guys that were a little bit more physical and a little bit more wiry, if you will. And I don't know if it's the dead legs, the fatigue, or if it's something to look into.
I was going to point to that. I think him being tired, or just heavy legs back to back, and playing a lot of games and playing a lot of minutes.
Yeah.
I would probably lean towards that.
All right, here's the stat, boys. I heard Reginald Atatula on In the Loop talking about this. He actually got this stat from Ben DeBose. The Rockets are now, after they had 21 turnovers last night, and they won 100-96. They are now, Ron, 6-0 when turning the basketball over 20-plus times. It's a magic number. A little bit backwards here. If they have more than 20 turnovers, they win the ball game.
They're rooting for it at 17. Come on, get 3 more.
They're 6-0, right, in those games. And here's the question I have is, because I'm actually torn on this one. Is that something that, as a Rockets fan, we should be considered? Or is that something that is more of a product of how they're playing basketball right now? Back to our point a while ago, Ron, about anybody can step up on any given day. You look up, I looked up last night, and again, Jalen Green brings the ball up one time. You look over, and all of a sudden, Thompson's bringing the ball up the floor, and Thompson's careless with the basketball. He's obviously not a guy you want consistently bringing it up the floor. I don't think. But is that a number? And forget the 6 wins being 6-0. Look, 20-plus turnovers. That's a big number, right? So
you got to see. I want to do a deeper dive and see who those games were against.
Yeah. But I just wonder. I got a feel after watching them for a while, Ron. I think the turnovers are something that we're just going to have to ignore more so than some teams that have a true point guard that's handling the ball 25. Handling the ball 75% of the time.
Well, I think Udoka is not thinking that way. It should be, and really, and he shouldn't. This isn't like a team that is like the Pacers, especially from last year, or the Warriors in the past. A team that just gets up and down, and you play at a certain pace, you're just going to turn the ball over more because there's a lot more possessions. This is a team that can go through droughts of scoring. They have issues shooting. So if you're, giving away possessions, that obviously doesn't help you. And as somebody here on the text line said, not a recipe for playoff success, Clint. Yeah, and that's what I would agree as well. A team that at times can struggle scoring the basketball doesn't need to give away possessions. Even though they play great defense, and they may be the best defensive team in the league, but that is something they damn sure need to tighten up.
Well, I wonder how much of it just turnovers in general, I wonder how much of it is a product of so many different guys being tasked with bringing the ball up the floor, the pace of play offensively. If Van Vliet doesn't have it in his hand, the pace of play is breakneck. I wonder how much of the issue is that versus – boy, these guys just turn the damn ball over too much. Now, look, there's like you said, Udoka probably doesn't care. But as a fan, I just look at it and go, I'm going to – like right now, Thompson is careless with the basketball. But I have no problem with him having it in his hands.
Yeah.
I have no problem with him bringing it up the floor. And I don't know if careless is the right word as much as just not very good, like just not a very good distributor at times, right, with the basketball. So I don't know where I land on the turnover issue. Obviously, again, the number, it's an important stat. It can't be through the roof, and you can't expect to win playoff games versus great basketball teams that way. But it is something that I believe that we may have to get used to, a little bit more used to with this particular team. Tyler, watching that game last night, how'd you feel about your Dillon Brooks bet?
Made it a little close there at the end, but
did he get it?
He was sitting there. He was sitting there with 8 for a long stretch.
Finished with 11.
He was sitting there with 8 for a long stretch.
And he finished with 11.
But you just can't.
Well, yeah.
You just can't do that with Dillon Brooks. You can't bet on Dillon Brooks.
Well,
not for points. Not for.
He just hit 10 threes.
Hey,
I know that's a sign.
I knew it was a roll. I knew it was a roll.
Best bets is becoming a really integral part of my basketball watching at night. Like I'm sitting there watching. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sitting there watching that game, T, and I'm watching Dillon Brooks' body language, and I'm like, it ain't happening. Hey, man. You talking about heavy legs. If I was Dillon Brooks, I'd have tapped out of that joke. I said, Coach, I'm a vet, man. Get me over to the side.
He gave it his all the night before.
He's got that. When you watch the Rockets, he's got that. He's going to just hustle and bang his way into a handful of rebounds and putbacks.
Yeah.
Hey, he had zero interest last night, Chief.
He hustled into that scuffle with about a minute left in the game last night.
Hey, he was playing like Steph Curry last night. I don't know if it's because he hit 10 threes last night or because he had heavy legs, but his ass was hovering around that three-point line. I thought, boy, Tyler, this ain't the wave. This ain't the wave I was talking about riding.
And honest to God, to me, that right there though is why when people talk about the regular season versus the playoffs and why it's such a different game. This to me is an advantage a team like the Rockets have, right? They got enough dudes that are excited about playing every game because of their youth and their age, and they're deep too.
I like that.
Like I'm telling you, I watched the Lakers yesterday on the second half of their back-to-back. And if you'd have told me maybe AD really didn't hurt himself, I would have believed it. Now they said he's out for a week, so maybe he did really hurt himself. But they're like they got some older dudes that's like, man, this back-to-back thing, man, I'm cool on. But that's a big, advantage for the Rockets is. Like you look at Jalen was out there. Come on, y'all, let's go. Jalen had another quarter in him.
Hey,
let's go.
I'm telling you, if I was Dylan Brooks, I damn sure would have tapped into that old youth and that depth last night. I said, "Hey, MA, let me get this one." He kept putting him back out there on the floor, and I was like, "It don't matter. He ain't getting these damn points. He didn't even give a rip, man. It was wild."
My man said he had 36 last night.
Take a day off.
Surely can get 15.
I was hoping he could just get about a third of that, man, or half of that. Come on.
That's it. The Rockets, they win again. No, it's sloppy, but they won again, 196 in Atlanta. They did have 21 turnovers last night, so the streak is still rolling 6-0 when they have 20 or more turnovers. Not a stat that you would like to continue, at least from a turnover perspective. The next game is tomorrow at Memphis. They will have they got a travel day there, Tyler, so they can get their legs back underneath them. So this may be a good game to.
I'll look out for the next Dylan Brooks prop.
This would be a good game to bet on them right here, man. Let's quit on them back to back.
How many times they gonna play the damn Grizzlies?
Rolling, baby. They are rolling. Man. I'm Clint Stoerner. That's Ron. The show Hughley. T. Mill is behind the glass. You listen to Sports Radio 610, Houston's sports leader. Real quick, Ron. There's a thought out there that little draft talk here. There's a thought out there that the number 2 overall pick, who is the Cleveland Browns, are entertaining taking Shedeur Sanders, which I think is interesting for multiple reasons. I think they should. I mean, I think you should take. I mean, you can't pass on this opportunity. But, boy, you think about them taking a quarterback with their number 2 overall pick while paying Deshaun Watson $90-some-odd million over the next couple of years and introducing a young quarterback into that debacle. But I can't help but be honest with you. I immediately went to, does Deion Sanders let his son play, get drafted and play in Cleveland?
I don't put anything past Deion.
I want the dogs.
And yes, Archie did it. Do you think Deion really would do that? Like, you think Deion would stand in and would pull this?
Absolutely.
100%.
Really?
100%. And I don't blame him on this one. I do not blame him on this one.
You think he I mean, listen, he has done it. Like, when push comes to shove, you think Deion is going to go in there and try to dictate where Shedeur goes?
Did you hear he called? I
know what he said.
Did you hear that he called Shedeur when Shedeur was in a meeting with the team? He knew he was in the meeting. He called him and he answered the phone. Deion Sanders. I can't remember what team.
I know he likes to.
To answer your question, I think Deion Sanders is absolutely 100% going to make his son does not end up in a dysfunctional organization, and there is not a more dysfunctional organization year over year than that one with them ugly ass orange helmets.
I don't know what's he going to let him go to the Raiders? You gonna skip over the Raiders too?
Yeah, Pete Carroll. Yeah, I would.
They're gonna let him go to Pete.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think he would. I think he would entertain that. I think he would do that before. I think it's the extreme situations where I don't think he's gonna let him go to New York Giants. Which right now they think Cam Ward is gonna go there anyway. I don't think they let him go to the Giants. I don't think the Browns. Like there is.
I mean, the Browns have really been ruined.
I'll be shocked if he doesn't.
Ruined by just how bad the quarterback play was.
Right.
From that guy.
Had that blip of Flacco and then back to the bad quarterback.
Yeah, man, but you know it's a very difficult place for quarterbacks to play reportedly in terms of the conditions.
And the wind and playing off the lake.
It's not a lot to do in that city.
It's dysfunctional as hell. Yeah,
now hold on, that's not true. I had a good ass time.
We had a good time.
Now listen,
not bad. I've never been.
I will just say, Tyler, I would have rolled right past you in that. But no, man.
That's good.
Cleveland, we had great dinner on the water, nice little spot there, and no, it's a good time. It's not bad. It's not bad.
Correct.
It's not bad unless you're the quarterback for the Browns on a Sunday afternoon. It's snowing and windy as hell coming off that lake. It was not bad in that little restaurant on the what was that? Some kind of intercoastal canal or something we were on?
Yeah.
It couldn't have been intercoastal canal. Hell, we're in Cleveland. It had to be I guess a lake?
Yeah.
Coastal? I guess all lakes are intercoastal, ain't they?
Maybe it was a peninsula.
No, it's not a coast. Yeah.
It's a big-ass lake,
but
we was on that water.
But Kevin,
there was water.
Yeah, you had to take it too far. Kevin Stefanski, he's a 2-time Coach of the Year. He's been there like 4 years.
Yeah, and I still just can't, for whatever reason, I would not, if I had a son and he was a top-tier quarterback, I would not want to see him in that orange helmet.
All I'm saying is if he is going to do this, and I'm not saying it is off the table, I just wonder, push comes to shove, if he's really going to do it. He's going to run through some dysfunctional organizations that could be up there in need for a quarterback. Because the Jets might be up there. You're going to let him run there?
But there's another one. Yeah, hell, maybe he likes Aaron Glenn. I don't know. But you're right. That is another. They got the number 7 overall pick. That's another one. But you just look at Cleveland, man. The history of dysfunction, the history of quarterbacks, the current situation with a quarterback that you paid a boatload of money to, that God knows what's going to happen to him. The elements that you have to play in. There's just a lot of bad there, man.
Here it is. Tennessee, they're probably in need of a quarterback. They're the number 1 pick. I don't know if he goes there. Cleveland, as you said.
Tennessee, it's the extreme ones that I would let him go to Tennessee.
What about the Giants?
I'm out on the Giants.
Brian Daboll, you're out on Brian Daboll.
Well, I'm out on that front office that sat there and said, "What do we? If we trade Saquon Barkley,
right.
What are we going to do? What's our identity?"
So then New England's not drafting a quarterback. Jacksonville's not. Then you got the Raiders next, and then you got.
I would let him go to the Raiders.
And the Jets.
Jets out.
How about the Saints?
I really like Aaron Glenn. Jets are out.
What about the Saints? You gonna let them go there? They're a little rough.
Depends on who gets the job. We hadn't seen who gets the job yet.
I'm just saying, like, if it's dysfunctional organizations, boy, they're all climbing in there. They're in there, Jack. So it's a lot of them. So it's a tough. That's what I'm saying, man. You gonna fool around and have this kid out here down in the teens.
Hey, I don't know, man. It would be hard. It's hard for me right now to think that Deion's not. I know they're talking about it, like the Browns general manager's up there talking about, how much they like him. They don't think it's going to be difficult to get him to play there. Ooh, I don't know, man.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we think about the new coordinator with C.J. Stroud, but how could the new coordinator affect somebody else on this offense? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row, presented by Yingling Flight. The best football coverage. For 60 minutes to earn your daily entry. Then you and 3 friends could be wheels up to Vegas in March with an extra $5K in each Pockets basketball tournament experience. Just log in and listen now on the Odyssey app for your chance to win this national contest.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
CJ scrambling to the left, squaring up. CJ throwing back in the end zone. Caught Nico Collins. Touchdown, Houston. Stroud with the improvisation to find Collins in the end zone.
There it is. Mark Vandermeer on Nico Collins. That touchdown. And Nico is an interesting one when we're looking at who's going to be the next person running this offense. Clint, is it going to be the same offense? Is it going to be a new system that not only CJ has to learn, but that will use other parts differently? Anywhere from Joe Mixon to anybody else on the team. What are they going to do? If you missed it, Bill Lazor's the latest one that will interview. He'll interview tomorrow for the Texans, senior assistant, former OC for 3 different teams in the NFL. But that's the one with Nico Collins, right? Nico Collins has come on in the last 2 years and shown to be one of the best receivers in football. He followed up last year's, almost 1,300-yard receiving year, 80 catches, 8 touchdowns, with another impressive performance, over 1,000 yards, down to 12 games.
Nico has got him on fire, baby.
And I know it took you a minute. Hell, it took all of us. But it took you a minute to warm up to Nico being the player that he's appeared to be. But now there's no denying it right now. Are you convinced, though, right now, and people, you can jump in with your thoughts on this. Are you convinced right now that Nico is a player that it doesn't matter what system he's in, it doesn't matter who the OC is, it doesn't matter who's calling the plays, that he is going to be somebody that will continue the production that we've seen over him for the last couple of years?
Yeah, as long as Nico Collins stays healthy, I got zero concerns.
Yeah, he said it doesn't matter. So this isn't a big thing for him, system-wise.
No, for me it's not. I mean, you talk about a great route runner with good size that is strong through the catch. Contact at the catch point doesn't bother him. Speed to get over the top when need be. Extremely difficult to tackle after the catch. I just Nico is the full package. As I've said before, I mean, I think the one thing that whether the offense just didn't showcase it, or Nico just doesn't have, it's not as much of a strength as the other stuff. Like the one thing we haven't seen from Nico is a lot of like back shoulder type throws.
Or even fades.
Or even just straight fades. Like we didn't see a whole lot of that. Now I don't know if that's the offense or if it's Nico, but that's really my only concern with not even a concern. That's really my only spot where I look at Nico and go, hell, he's shown us everything. And I'll argue that the guys that can go out there and do the 50-50 stuff are typically sloppy in their route running. They're not very precise in their route running. So. Yeah, look, I got zero concerns about. In fact, I would say right now, as a total package, looking at each player as a total package, Nico Collins and Joe Mixon are the 2 guys that I have zero.
No matter what. See, even with Joe Mixon, no matter what system he's in,
zero concerns.
Really,
zero concerns.
That zone blocking, it seems like he has been perfect for that. Where he cut back and use things. He would be one that's a little bit more, because we watched, and I'm not saying he's like this person, but we clearly saw a system just made Dameon Pierce look like a guy who at times don't even belong in the league.
Yeah.
From a running back perspective. I can get with you on Nico. Nico, it seems to be the things that he does well should be able to find a way to be done in all offenses, right? And I to me hope that there's a coordinator that isn't afraid to move him around more.
Yeah,
I would hope is this a coordinator coming in that has the ability to say, all right, man, I'm not going to just keep him in a box because of his size and just leave him out there. We've seen him, man. If we get the ball to him, hell. In any way, he's hard to bring down.
Yep.
He can run every route in the route tree. be enhanced by it.
Well, that's another thing, not just necessarily talking Nico Collins, but talking the next offensive coordinator, which is the hottest topic in the city right now, right? Is like that guy has to be able to do those things second nature, right? Whether we're talking about using Joe Mixon in the true pass game, or we're talking about Nico Collins doing more than just being that boundary receiver. Unless they load up again with Tank Dell and Steph Diggs and a group like that, you're going to have to move Nico Collins around and get more pre-snap out of Nico Collins, right? I mean, the truth of the matter is Nico can do it all, but, boy, I mean, what's he capable of doing, one, if he stays healthy for 18 weeks, 17 games, and there's an offensive coordinator that's going to move him around a little bit. There's no telling, man. There's no telling what kind of year this dude could go up.
MFer.
Yeah,
that's right,
someone also said the only reason why it wasn't good because he didn't have CJ. Because you do see a clear difference. And to me, I think there may have been a little bit of both. I think the system and what they did may have fit him more. And obviously, CJ Stroud is different from the other quarterbacks. But you look at it in 2022, he's 37 catches, 481 yards, 2 touchdowns. There's some injuries there. And that jump under Bobby Slowick with C.J. Stroud then jumps to 80, 1,308. And then it continues. And I think he probably would have topped those numbers.
Well, I mean,
had he
look,
not missed 6
he was a lesser player. The quarterback was a lesser player. The play caller was lesser than Bobby Slowick. And the building, the Texans themselves were extremely dysfunctional to exist in the middle of. And so it's no wonder that Nico didn't flourish until all of that was cleaned up. Yeah, I mean, hell, it obviously.
Yeah. So, Nico Collins, somebody that shouldn't be greatly affected by the new OC. That is the running game, though. That to me is one, like, if you want to stay in this system, because that's one I could see it being affected. That's one I could see, like, hey, man, they've been running this cutback thing, and Joe Mixon may be the best, at least, in the game. Him, Christian McCaffrey, the guys that really running that system. And until we were just talking about that, I didn't think about the thought of that system change for a runner like him. And he got so many yards and did so many good things for Joe Mixon to run that. That, to me, could be a deal of thought of, hey, do we really want to change all this? Do we really want to change not just the terminology, but what it is that we do? Because I do think Joe Mixon fits this, like this style that they run in right now. And I wonder if it is a change to a more downhill thing. Like, I think Joe Mixon would, I don't think he would fall off the map the way that Dameon Pierce did in a change. But I don't know if this suits his vision and his skill set as well as other things could.
Yeah, look, I think he's a total back. I think he can do it all. I don't think he is scheme dependent. Clearly, he's really, really good in the zone scheme. You look at this offensive line was not good in the zone scheme. This offensive line wasn't good in any run scheme, but they were not good. I mean, they had their times, they had their moments, if you will, but
we sucked.
They weren't really good in any scheme, but not the zone scheme either. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm less concerned about scheme and more concerned about who the hell's doing it. Like, there better be some familiarity with the scheme and the terminology if you're bringing in a guy that's never done anything before. That's never called plays before. But if you're bringing in a guy like Chip Kelly, who is like, hey man, I got this offense, D'Amico, you handle the team and the defense. I got the offense. Then I have zero concerns that if the guys that are in house don't fit, he'll find guys that'll get it done.
It's hard to see it, and with whoever the new coordinator is, with those talents, you would hope that, hell, even if they have to grab some stuff from the previous offense that maybe isn't what they do, that they would implement that with their talents. Like can you make move and add that kind of stuff? And Nico Collins, great on screens. Well, hell, maybe that's something you really push up in the offense. Some of the zone stuff, maybe that's something you really push up on the offense. Brandon Scott coming up here in just a bit. Caitlyn Clark really disappointed me with this.
What'd she do?
Caitlyn Clark has declined the NBA's offer to participate in the three-point contest. during the Star Weekend.
Shut him down, huh?
Sources said Clark is not interested in a three-point shooting contest. Like, that was cool when Sabrina went against Steph Curry last year. It was it was the only good thing that happened in All-Star Weekend.
Wrong size ball, man.
They let her use the regular balls.
Oh,
I mean, they let Sabrina use the women's balls. And I remember
you could say ball. You don't have to put an S on it.
Well, it is. It's more.
No,
balls.
it was that was childish of me, but it was funny.
It's
in my
a rack
mind.
of balls that go all the way around.
He did it on purpose.
I didn't. I'm just saying. Listen, man. I'm just doing the job here. Rack of balls that fit around. And they
You're referring to the size of the ball. You don't need to put an S on it.
The same balls.
They
same
do
balls
use
they're
multiple.
shooting. They're multiple
You're
shooting.
using a men's ball or a women's ball.
And that
Or
bonus
they're
balls.
shooting the women's balls at the racks or the men's balls.
No, they're all the women's balls.
I like the bonus balls.
Yeah, the women's balls is
It's a
what
bonus
she was
ball.
shooting. And they get the bonus ball, yeah. But no, it's 4 of them. So there's bonus balls. They're in there each rack.
I love my immaturity.
They are. No, but I'm disappointed. And listen, I'll be honest. It's very LeBron-like. And it's one of the real disappointments that I have with LeBron. That LeBron never
that and his hairline.
That he never just Sabrina, obviously your word doesn't matter and your friends' words don't matter. And he's just like, this isn't anybody else's fault with the hairline anymore. It's clearly him being stubborn and putting his foot down. And he's just not going to do it. Really not going to be forced. He's 40, it's done. But he's just walking around like this. But no, one of the most disappointing things is LeBron never competed in the slam dunk contest.
Well,
and I feel like this is kind of what Caitlyn's doing. Like, nah, man.
Man, she's doing it for the women's game. That was her reasoning. She doesn't want.
I can respect that.
She doesn't want it. She doesn't want to.
She could do both.
No,
they can really shine the light on.
She's trying to get in good graces, man.
That's a good point.
She's trying to
really shine the light on both.
League, man.
This would be a bigger thing. This could shine the light on the women's game.
She doesn't want to
go 1-on-1 against Steph Curry.
She doesn't want to get involved in a 3-point contest until it's a WNBA All-Star.
I'm actually with Rod on this because she could, if she performed well, then she's doing interviews with everybody on the court afterwards.
I'm just telling you what she said.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, no, I know. She should be doing it.
I'm telling you, I'm disappointed.
Why don't they invite Steph to her damn game?
Well, that just wouldn't be fair.
Sure, do it, but let's hey man,
she ain't doing it.
The Citadel doesn't get to host home games on Alabama. All right,
bet you Cheryl Swoops would participate.
Let's get a couple of these. Then maybe Alabama will visit South Florida coming up here. I'll be honest with you, All-Star Weekend. If they put Sabrina and Caitlyn and let those two go 1-on-1 a 3-point contest, it would be better than anything else.
Is Sabrina the attractive
NBA All-Star Weekend puts together?
Real attractive one?
For me, it's the shooting. I'm not.
She's a good looking gal, but I don't think it's the one.
I don't look at her.
You're thinking of Kelsey Plum.
Yes.
Chelsea Plum.
Same. I believe that's
traded.
one.
She just got traded.
Did, man. She's strong.
Like to pick her like a plum.
Yeah. Waller's not really been able to recover since then. All right, coming up, Brandon Scott, Rockets report. He's going to be in studio. I'd already talked to him. We already had half the segment during one of the breaks earlier in the hallway. Brandon Scott, he'll join us coming up next.
I bought and sold a lot of houses in my time.
That's 800-790-9617. Again, 800-790-9617.
Orange Theory Fitness. Book your first workout class for free at orangetheory.com.
We're talking hoops, H-Town. Our guy B. Scott has all the latest from the hardwood in Clutch City.
Ain't nobody in here acting like no bitches.
It's the Rockets Report.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, Houston fans, I am so happy.
All right, it is now Rockets Report time every single Wednesday. Right here, 4:40. Brandon Scott joins us, and Brandon, this feels a little different than the regular Rockets that we're covering. Reminder: check out the H-Town Hoops podcast. You can find it anywhere. Odyssey app. You can find it anywhere you find your podcast. Him and Adam Spolane do multiple episodes a week. Check it out.
New one dropping tomorrow.
New one dropping tomorrow on Thursday, so check it out. And listen, the Rockets, I heard you say this earlier this week on In the Loop, and I was with you. It was after that Boston game. It was very much to the thought of, hey, like it's really sinking in that this is a team that's going to be in the playoffs. This is the team that's going to be a factor, and I think probably going to be a top 4 seed. It feels like that is like, yes, I know in the Western Conference you could have a bad week and drop a couple of seeds, but it feels like the Rockets are going to be a team that's something to deal with all year long, and it's going to be a preparation not just for the play-in, but a play.
And I remember when we were having the conversation of could they win 50 games? Like, is it a 50-win team? You know, and now where are they now? It looks like
30, 32, 33.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to probably get pretty close to that. And now, like, the point is the expectation for the team has consistently changed the better that they play, and more importantly and more specifically, the more that they show up against worthwhile opponents. I think the timing of all of this is really cool. How, you know, you just had this game against Atlanta last night, and where I really started looking at the Rockets in this way, really started taking them seriously like this, is a couple of weeks ago, middle part of the month, when and they're playing Memphis tomorrow, right? When they've got those back-to-back games against Memphis. There was supposed to be an Atlanta game in between them, but it got postponed. That's the game that they played last night, the reschedule of that one. And they win both of those games against Memphis. You fast forward to a few days ago, and they win those back-to-back games against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Memphis, Cleveland, both real legitimate teams. And then you get to the Boston game, and that happens. You're like, oh, well, wait a minute now. They're showing up on a nightly, consistent basis against teams that you expect to be in the mix in the playoffs, and that's not something that you would have said. Like, you could see them show up a night here or there or get up here or there. The back end of a back-to-back against a team like Atlanta, and to show up and still be able to win that game like you're starting to see a mature win, more consistent winning characteristics of this team.
How real do you think it is, B. Scott? I mean, because you talk about it like the basketball significant better, but you're talking about the two right now in the West, and I mean, right now, if you just look at records and let's be honest, look at the wins, the quality wins. I mean, this is a team that's up there with anybody. Do you believe right now at this point in time, are you ready to put it out there that the Rockets can make a real run in the playoffs?
Yeah, from where we sit right now, and look, things could change. They could go the opposite direction, and somebody could emerge. Like, there are teams that are behind the Rockets that have more like proven and well-established players and veterans and teams that have done it before. Like Denver is a good example, right? Dallas, you got different teams that are out there that could make a run, that could do some things that could change your mind. But right now, from where we sit, as you asked me the question, I don't have a team that I would count them out against other than Oklahoma City. Like, it's Oklahoma City. They're the clear class of the Western Conference.
You're talking about in like a 7-game series in the playoffs.
Just based off of what we've seen so far. Now, if we want to factor in history, pedigree, and who do you trust, like, I wouldn't say I trust them more than some of those other teams, but based off of what we've seen them do so far and what we've seen those other teams do so far and who we've seen them beat, I would put them in the mix with anybody other than Oklahoma City right now.
All right, Brandon Scott, Rockets Report. I do want to get to some of the reports about De'Aaron Fox And we've heard kind of mixed things from Kelly Iko, also different from Chris Manick. I do want to get into that, but it feels like to me, and I'll speak for myself but others, the shift really has come in like the last month, and that's been the emergence of Thompson. If you just go to it and look at what his points per game are right now, his numbers like 12, 13 a game, whatever, that is not what he has started to trend towards. It seems like in the last month, I told Clint yesterday, it feels like he's grown in dog years just in the last month to step up to become this type of player. It feels like the change has started with him. Describe, because what is he? He's a great player. I heard you say you think he's already the best player on the team. But you look at his game, how do you explain it?
Yeah, it's hard to explain, and it doesn't – one way I would describe it is like it's not going to look like, or at least right now, it doesn't look like your traditional thought of what the best player on a team looks like. And that is, hey, you feed them the ball, they go get you a bucket when you need it. Hey, that's who you lean on for that particular thing, and that's your best player, right? And it's kind of easy to establish that. It doesn't quite look like that because it's not like he's the guy that you're running sets for. But clearly you can. That's the evolution of his game now. Like, you can call a play for him, but you absolutely don't have to. All you got to do with Dameon Thompson is put him on the floor and ask him to be himself, and he's going to go and, like, y'all see the sequences where on this end it's a block shot, then it's a rebound, or it's a block shot, it's a pass, and it's a dunk, and then it's a rebound, and you're like, wait a minute. 45 seconds passed, and he did like 4 different things. Right. He just recorded like 4 different stats. And so that's what the best player in his version of best player looks like as a Kobe.
Is there somebody comparative to that? That you would think of that is, because what it sounds like you're saying is somebody who has been like a number 2. What you sound like you're saying is Scotty.
I think you got to just like rethink the numbers, because it's like you could
Draymond at his best when he scored.
You could compare him to Russell Westbrook. You could compare him to like a bigger Russell Westbrook. You could compare, because he can't shoot, but he can do pretty much everything else. Yeah. But he's bigger, so he can guard.
He defends so much better than Russell.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. So like Russell Westbrook, Scottie Pippen, Kawhi Leonard before he really got his bag. Like there's so many different like hints of a player that you can find in him.
That's a good
but he's truly unique already.
Kawhi growing into the offensive game. Kawhi, his offensive game really picked up from those early years with the Spurs. And that's the ceiling part. That's a good one. And I like that.
And even if it's just right now, it's hey, you run your offense through your best offensive players, that being Şengün and Jalen Green, especially when he's on. Like if Jalen Green is having a Jalen Green night, you might want to ride that hot hand. But that's where your offense is kind of centered around, but also keeping in mind that, hey, Dameon Thompson, if the ball's not going through the net, Dameon Thompson is going to be right there to grab the ball and start the fast break. You need somebody to guard the best player, no matter how big he is or what exactly his skill set is. Dameon Thompson might be qualified to do that. And it's almost like, a high-level Swiss Army knife, a sharp Swiss Army knife.
The was obviously big for Dameon Thompson, but to me it was more than the big number he put in the box score. Like you mentioned, he's getting rebounds, he's scoring around the bucket, but then he turns around and he's able to D up, 2 of the best players, in the league, kind of deal on the other end that are bigger body, longer players, and he gives them fits.
Yeah,
like that. That's just the other thing to me with Dameon Thompson. Like I think the biggest compliment that could be paid to him or feather in the cap is the way when guys have been injured recently, the way that Ime Udoka has clearly built it around him.
Yeah.
Like, and I picked it up from Ime Udoka, one of the post-game pressers. He was talking about how Jabari went down and how that, Dameon Thompson stepped into some different roles and ends up bringing the ball up the floor. And there was so much you could tell was built around his flexibility.
Yeah.
And Ime Udoka was really leaning into that. Like, I just think that's telling me that Udoka's confidence in old buddy is through the roof, man.
When you can do all the things,
sure,
then you can play with anybody.
Yeah.
Right? Like his only weakness in his game is his shooting. By the way, that's looking a little bit better than it had before. Like even then, he's got a little bit of confidence, had the confidence to shoot that shot at the end of the game against Boston.
Yeah.
Like, even that seems to be improving. We would say that that's the weakness in his game, but pretty much everything else he does. And so that allows them to play him with anybody. I've said this. I don't want him coming off the floor unless something's wrong with him.
Yeah.
Right? Unless he really needs a breather or if he's injured, obviously. But other benefit, dude doesn't seem to get tired. That's another Russell Westbrook comp. Like, he's got like the motor on top of the skill set. It is a very unique situation that they got with this dude.
What's your thoughts on what we're hearing about Chris Manick yesterday said that the Rockets are a team to watch now that it's been reported the Kings are willing to hear talks on De'Aaron Fox, the point guard, with the Kings. And then Kelly Iko today said that he doesn't, from sources he's hearing, that the Rockets won't be pursuing De'Aaron Fox. First, from what you're hearing, where do you believe the Rockets may lean? And then your thoughts on maybe a move for a player like that.
Yeah, I would trust anything that Kelly reports is gospel when it comes to the Rockets. And for what it's worth, also, I point out that Adam Spillane has heard some of the same things that Kelly has. And they travel in the same circles, same information circles. So that is consistent with what we are hearing here as a station at Sports Radio 610, that they are not really in on not just De'Aaron Fox, but any of these big swing types. The way we kind of characterize it on this show is like taking that big swing. They're not as interested in that, but they're always going to be a team to watch so long as they have these Suns picks that they went out there and got. So, like, they're dangling the Suns' future in the Suns' face and any other team that has a superstar that they might be interested in. So you can't count them out because they're one of the teams that clearly has the capital to go out there and execute this deal. And they have an obvious need for it, right? They're an up-and-coming team trying to get over the hump. So the logic but as far as what they're actually interested in and what we're hearing about, they feel comfortable with this core that they've got in the way that it has emerged in front of us.
How many off-limits guys you think is in that? Like, as you said, they're comfortable with the core, but, you know, obviously there is a player that potentially would change them up. Anybody on this team that's just off-limits?
I would say Amen Thompson is the one off-limits guy, and I think that Şengün and Jalen Green are pretty close to it. I don't think they're off-limits, but it would take a lot. Like, it's not going to be a star that they like a lot. They got to be in love with him. And could it be like a Devin Booker situation? De'Aaron Fox fits that mold of player. We've heard that they're not as interested in that. But I would say that Amen Thompson is the one untouchable.
Hang up the phone. Right?
Hang up the phone. Hang up the phone. The other two are close, but I think Amen is the one. Hang up the phone, absolutely not for nobody.
All right, B. Scott, I know you're enjoying covering this team, and you'll be doing your thing as they continue to march through. They're off tonight, but they do face the Grizzlies coming up. They just keep playing the damn Grizzlies, it seems like, here of late. That's B. Scott. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire, the very latest on the OC search and some football news around the league for some teams that are trying to make some moves. That's coming up next.
Hey, y'all, you may not know this, but Underdog Fantasy
Go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Blonde Tip Bomber, as well as T-Mill and also known as Psycho T. Moneybags, you learn from him. We'll get into his evening last night. He was on a roll. Still, I think above 50%, or at least at 50% for the week. So we'll get more into that. All right, we will get into more of the feelings of Clint Stoerner with where this OC search is headed. But I do want to get to the very latest here, Clint, is the Texans. They are to interview senior offensive assistant Bill Lazor for their OC job coming up tomorrow. Lazor previously was a coordinator for the Dolphins, the Bengals, and the Bears. And in those stops, he was the coach for Ryan Tannehill, Andy Dalton, Justin Fields, and Mitch Trubisky. So he does have some experience. Bill Lazor's been in the building for the last couple of years under D'Amico and working with Bobby Slowick and company. Specifically on this, we'll get to here in a bit, coming up in about 20 minutes or so, your thoughts of how this thing has gone thus far, this search. But specifically, Bill Lazor, the thought here.
Look, I don't like the thought of hiring from within the building based on what we watched all year long, which was enough to fire the offensive coordinator. This was a collaborative effort offensively from jump. At least that's what they told us from jump multiple times. And to think that this offensive line struggle, I'm not talking about the mechanic and the mechanical side and the technique side of things. I'm just talking about schematically, the inability to communicate and the inability to just protect the quarterback as a whole. The inability to get your receivers to run routes consistently with detail at the right depth and on time. The struggles that we talk about every day with the tight ends, all of it. If there was an analyst, a consultant that had been an offensive coordinator before that was in the building, and this was a collaborative effort offensively, I don't know how that guy is the answer to replacing Bobby Slowick and getting better and upgrading from Bobby Slowick. So this one, to me, again, is one of those where I understand the in-the-building guy because you don't change terminology, you don't change scheme, you don't change anything about the chemistry in the building from coaches to players. Totally get that. But that, to me, that's more reserved for Gerard Johnson than it is Bill Lazor.
Fellas, say to yourself, and I'm asking both of you this, and the listeners as well. When you heard that the Texans were moving on from Bobby Slowick, feel positive about that? When you heard that move, did you feel positive about that?
Yeah, I mean, I felt
that they were moving on.
I felt it.
Yeah.
Felt positive about that. And if I told you, all right, here we go, yes, all right, because I remember the things you said is, hey man, they're not playing around now, baby. They're serious. They are seeing that this is a right now thing. There's a sense of urgency. We got to make the move.
Yep.
Tyler, I'm ready to move. Many of you, hey, this is a thing where many of you, the only thing that many of you agree upon is your dislike for me and Bobby Slowick being let go. You agreed upon this. And if I told you this, say it out loud. Yeah, we got Bobby Slowick out of here. Here we go. With next, and the new OC is Bill Lazor. That ain't it. That don't seem like that. That don't seem like that's the expectation or the hit. I mean, listen.
Makes it hard to make sense of firing Bobby Slowick at that point in time.
Bill Lazor, who had Ryan Tannehill at his worst, and then we saw another coordinator in Arthur Smith have Ryan Tannehill look like a Pro Bowl player that got $90 million. Andy Dalton, even in those years, that wasn't the best Andy Dalton that we saw. Justin Fields, Mitch Trubisky, they're backups, still struggling. I'm not saying that's all his fault, but I'm just saying if I told you, all right, we moved on from Bobby, this is the guy that we're rolling with. That can't be it.
Well, here's
bring on Gerard. I'm with you, Tyler. That can't be it.
Well, here's the other side of that thing is the more, if they're seriously considering these guys, which I don't think they are in the building, but a lot of people do. How bad was Bobby Slowick? And I'm not even talking about the part that we can see. Like if Bill Lazor gets this job, or I'll be honest with you, the fact that he's even being interviewed for the job. It pushes me in a direction where Bobby Slowick must have been a real a-hole in that building.
Dang it, Bobby.
I mean, Bobby Slowick must have been he must have been the dude.
Yesterday said.
He must be more than that. Like if you're going to hire a guy from within the building and all you do is remove Bobby Slowick from the equation and you think that you got better, how bad was Bobby? And I mean, I'm not even talking about the X's and O's. I'm just talking about in the building. Clearly, he was. If that is the case, he wasn't listening to anybody, right? He wasn't taking CJ's, strengths and weaknesses and CJ's suggestions into account. Like he must have been the only way you can make sense. Let's be honest. The only way you can make sense of a Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor hire from within the building is Bobby must have been significantly worse than we're aware of. To me, with Bill,
Gerard, it could be we really think this dude is young and special.
Fair.
That one. But Bill, that would be, hey, Gerard, stay at quarterback coach, and Bill, you're going to slide in, and be the OC. I mean, this ain't Gary Kubiak. Like, that's got, great success and pelts on the wall. This
also an Aggie, though, like Gerard.
Okay, well, this is Bill Lazor. Like, I mean, this is –
okay.
I mean, that ain't like that. That would be – That would be, and then it would bring up the facts of, all right, well, hell, when did this start? Should y'all have moved on from Bobby Slowick? What prevented you and stopped you from moving on from Bobby Slowick? Maybe earlier when the offense, in your mind, maybe still had a chance to perform. So I don't know. This can't be it. It's just got to be due diligence of doing everybody that's in the building, and we'll see. We'll get Clint's thoughts and our thoughts a little bit more coming up here in about 10-15 minutes on thoughts with the search and how it's going right now. I also want you all to do this. Listen up to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey app each day, and really, hell, any of the stations that are connected to the Odyssey app. But listen on the Odyssey app each day for your chance to be entered in our National Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. National Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. And remember, this is what happens. The winner will be headed to Vegas with flight, hotel accommodations for you and 3 guests. Plus, you'll get $20,000, $5,000 apiece. Or maybe you want to be selfish and you keep $15,000, and then maybe you disperse that $5,000 amongst the other 3 guests, however you want to do it, but $20,000 to fund an ultimate viewing experience for the first couple of rounds of the college basketball tournament. You'll be in Vegas. You can do that. All you got to do is listen for 60 minutes. 60 minutes right here. You can listen to The Drive for 60 minutes. You can listen to Sports Radio 610 for 60 minutes. But if you do that, you'll have yourself entered in for a chance to win this great contest.
Yeah, hey, correction real quick. It is $20K to the winner. They can do whatever the hell they want with it.
They do whatever the hell they want to. That's what I said. Hell, you can give $5K to your partners. You can give 20.
Yeah, man. You can do whatever the hell you want to. Each one of your friends ain't. We had to clear that up from yesterday. $20K, baby. What you need to do is make sure.
That would be nice of you to do.
Yeah, that'd be the right thing. It'd be a thing you could do. I probably wouldn't do it. If I won, I ain't giving all 5. I ain't give each one of them 5.
I'm a nicer guy.
I mean, I went. I know you damn sure wouldn't split it.
All of it.
Hold on, so
we'd get about $1,000 each. D.
No,
That's
that
wishful
is not
thinking.
true. We would all have the same amount on the trip.
If you won a trip to Vegas,
we would all
for
have
March
the same
Madness,
amount of the trip,
and you get to invite 3 friends,
we would all have the same amount on the trip.
and you won $20,000. You would say, fellas, will you go on this trip with me? And if you accept it, you get $5,000 each.
Now, that's not what I said. I said we will all have the same amount on that trip.
Is that my boy Ron?
I might put 10 away, and then maybe we split that other 10, and we all have the same amount. But we'll all have
I knew it.
We'll all have the same amount. 60 minutes. That's all you got to do.
We going to Las Vegas.
5 o'clock fire.
Nevada, as I believe is what he said. All right. You were talking about head coaching openings yesterday, and there's only one there left, and it appears, Clint, one of your favorites, Kellen Moore, the OC with the Philadelphia Eagles, is thought to be the front runner for that job. He is currently in the Super Bowl as the OC calling the offense for the Eagles. He had some good years in Dallas, and then not so great with the Chargers and Justin Herbert, but bounced back big time. And obviously Saquon Barkley had the season he had, and that Eagles offense. It looks better with the Saints. Your thoughts on that move with Kellen Moore being the head coach?
I've actually flipped on Kellen Moore in terms of as an offensive play caller. I have no idea about him. Clearly, he's at least in a decent candidate for a head coach job because people keep interviewing him. I don't know what kind of head coach. Has never been around the guy, but I know as an offensive coordinator, I was really soured on him. The vertical pass attack, just consistently drive the football down the field, take a ton of risk with the football, and continue to put up big numbers, but you just can't get over the hump. That really concerned me with him as an offensive coordinator. What he's done in Philly, and you can say he's been forced to, but what he's done in Philly with Saquon Barkley and Jalen Hurts and their ability to be a run-first football team, for me personally, changes the game for Kellen Moore. If he's now got that in his bag, as well as when he's got an elite arm in the NFL, an elite passer of the football in the NFL, the ability to drive the football down the field and be more aggressive. With guys, Dak wasn't elite, but Dak is elite enough to spin it around the park like that. And Justin Herbert, again, obviously has an elite skill set, but hasn't polished everything yet. But the point is he now on his resume has the ability to go run heavy or vertical, aggressive, attack mode offensively. I like what Kellen Moore can bring to the table from an offensive coordinator resume spot. I don't know nothing about him as a head coach.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know. And I'm looking at the Saints. Obviously, they better give him some time. You would think it. I'm looking at this roster. They're still rolling with Derek Carr right now. Spencer Rattler. We'll see what happens. Kamara's getting up there in age. Probably a time to move there. I think their best piece is Chris Olave right now with that team. So, I mean, it's a tough gig. That is not one of the top gigs that you would be walking into with Kellen Moore and somebody. I don't know, man. There's a lot that you could see when guys actually get into the job. I don't know. We'll see. I think he deserves an opportunity, and he's shown what you should do as an offensive coordinator. It's just when I watch him, it's head coach isn't what you think for me. But doesn't matter. Mike McDaniels. I don't like that. He doesn't come off as head coach, and some of these other guys don't. And we've watched a lot of offensive guys have some success in the league. So that's one to watch. Where it looks like he will fill the final vacancy there with the Saints and being the head coach there. We'll see what other moves they make, but there it is. Nick Sirianni potentially going to have to lose another coordinator. I think he's safe with Vic Fangio, unless Vic just wants to retire. But this will be the third offensive coordinator he has had to replace up there, which is wild for a team that's been to the Super Bowl. They go to the Super Bowl, they got to replace people.
Mm-hmm. Fire.
All right, this is something to watch for during the offseason, Clint, and that is we know that Pete Carroll went and took over the Raiders job in Vegas, and now the reports are it could be a reunion between him and Russell Wilson.
That's right.
There's a wonder if Russell Wilson, who is a free agent, returns to Pittsburgh. And the thought is the Raiders seems like a place that he could go and start. Maybe, who knows? I think they probably still draft a quarterback if they can and get up there. But Russell Wilson and Pete Carroll, does that reunion make sense to you with the Raiders?
Well, I think it ends up being a lot of the reunion side of it. No, I mean, yeah, it makes sense. If he really likes him, and which I would imagine he does. He won a lot of football games with Russell Wilson, so
Super Bowl with him.
If anybody would know, it would be him. But to me, this is similar to the New York Jets Aaron Rodgers situation in a sense of, you've got an option at quarterback that I don't know that everybody else has. Now, I know anybody could go out there and make a run at Russell Wilson, but I'm just talking about the familiarity with the head coach and Russ. That would play a big role, I would imagine. So you've got options. Like, Tom Brady being involved in the hire, Tom Brady being involved in I would imagine, the draft. I don't know if they're going to feel real inclined in a year when there's – two quarterbacks right now that everybody thinks are kind of the next up and come. I don't know if they're going to feel real inclined after quarterback at this point.
I don't know how them feel like Stroud and Daniels.
Yeah,
right. I don't know how many people feel that way.
Yeah. No, I think Russ makes a lot of sense in Vegas with his old coach, assuming his old coach feels strongly about him.
Yeah, cheap and
familiar, safe. I think safe.
Yeah. And maybe they still draft a quarterback. Maybe they do that, and even that he could still come out there.
Yeah.
And I think, and maybe I could be wrong. I think Russ knows what time it is and knows where his career is right now. I don't think he has delusions and thinking that, this is my gig. I'm about to take this thing over. I think he saw what happened. There you go with Pittsburgh, and let's just be honest. Like, there were times where Russ was pretty good this year. There were times, and to me, I think he changed that team, right? And a lot of people are like, "Oh, keep going with Justin Fields." You immediately saw a difference with Russ, and when he came into the offense and their passing game. And I'll be honest, I don't know if they make the playoffs if they don't make that move to Russ the way things were going. So we'll see. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially right now when you're sitting there with, Aiden O'Connell and Desmond Ridder right now, and we'll see with Gardner Minshew there, who played a lot of games as well. All right, coming up, there's a phrase. I think the phrase is "this is a joke," used by one of us in the description of the current OC search with them more. Coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
All right, y'all. It starts with maybe just a little tweak of the knee or tweak of the hip or shoulder, right? Just a little nuisance, and you just put up with it, right? And then that awful joint pain.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we gave you the latest info on Bill Lazor, who I just refuse to believe will be the next offensive coordinator for this team. There is nothing about Bill Lazor being the guy that says, ooh, yeah, that's it.
Cool
That's
name. Makes me think of dodgeball.
It was cool at first.
Blade. Laser. Blazer.
It was cool at first, but now, like the last, once you get fired 3 times for being an OC, like it feels like the laser, like the coolness of the name.
Damn.
No, I'm saying, like,
no, you're right.
When you first heard,
You're
like,
right.
damn, this William Lazor.
Who's this laser guy?
He's got to be a William. Like, it's got to be William Lazor. It can't be. Like, are there anybody? Do you know anybody whose name's Bill that isn't William? Anybody just roll with Bill? Anybody just name Bill? It's got to be.
Only, I think Bill Burr, and obviously I don't know him.
Is
He's a celebrity.
his real name? Maybe ask his brother.
His brother's Billy.
His brother's Billy. They're both Bills.
Yeah,
right,
his dad just didn't.
Age. It just didn't differentiate.
The Burr father didn't care to get creative with first names for his sons.
Yeah, but I don't think Bill Lazor is going to be the guy. And I don't know if I wonder if any of these guys are going to be in the last day. What we've heard is Bill Lazor and old Nick Caley. Nick Caley, who is the passing game coordinator and tight ends coach under Sean McVay with the Rams. Now, to be fair, Sean McVay has had a lot of success of guys taking over underneath him. Kevin O'Connell would be one. Matt LaFleur would be another. They have had some great success, just like Kyle Shanahan has had some good success as well. But Clint, for you said this is just this hiring process up to this point, and I don't know if maybe Bill Lazor softens it for you a bit, but
not one
you
bit.
You said can we just stop with this?
No, I mean, look, this is exactly what I was scared of when you hired DeMeco Ryans, a defensive-minded head coach, right? Everybody relax. I'm not saying you shouldn't have hired DeMeco Ryans. What I'm saying is when your head coach is not your offensive play caller, you end up hiring and firing guys left and right. And unfortunately, you're firing a guy in Bobby Slowick to then go out there and hire who? Right? There. It doesn't seem like there was a plan when you fired Bobby Slowick. Now, look, if the whole Chip Kelly things come to fruition, there sure are a lot of connecting the dots with Chip Kelly. Then that'll all make sense. But right now, we got to just get real with this OC search that's going on in Houston. I mean, this is an absolute joke. Are you kidding me?
You mean up to this point for you? This ain't hidden.
My biggest fear was you fire Bobby Slowick, and then you have this long, drawn-out, underwhelming search for an offensive coordinator. That you just can't. That can't be the plan, man. This thing has to come together in a way of that DeMeco and Nick already knew who they were going to have, who they were going to hire, and this is working towards that direction. Right now, I tried to be patient, but right now, we got Gerard Johnson, Thad Lewis, Nick Caley, Jeff Nixon, and Bill Lazor. Right?
No scoring at home. That's Nikson, not your normal run-of-the-mill Nixon. It's not Nixon.
Correct. And to me, the only one on that list that makes sense is Gerard Johnson. It's the only one on that list that
Bill
makes
Lazor,
sense.
too. Don't forget about
I already put Bill Lazor in there. Now, Bill don't make no sense to me either. Like, Gerard Johnson is up and coming, has spent time with a lot of those guys you just mentioned out of the McVay tree, O'Connell being one of them, has now spent time with Bobby Slowick out of the Shanahan tree, has spent a lot of time with C.J. Stroud. There could be hey, this guy just needs a chance. And nobody would know that better than DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio. That one makes sense. The rest of them, Come on, man. You got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me. It just doesn't. And I'll be honest with you, because I know the next question is, well, hell, Clint, what who do you want him to interview? That's not the point. I don't care who. I don't care. Like that. There's no like real slam offensive coordinator hire out there. You made the decision to fire Bobby Slowick. You made the decision to fire Bobby Slowick at a time when you need to take the next step from divisional round playoff to the AFC Championship to the Super Bowl. You made the decision to fire Bobby Slowick when your quarterback's got 2 to 3 years left on this rookie contract before it blows up to $60 million a year. Right? You're the one that made that decision. Right? I don't know who the hell you should be interviewing, but I know you got to have a better plan than Thad Lewis, Nick Caley, and Jeff Nixon. Bill Lazor.
Maybe we haven't gotten to the other part of the.
You got to have a better plan than that. I mean, come on, man. That look, I get it, man. Bobby was not good. Bobby struggled this year, but if you're gonna move on from a guy that called plays where you won 20 games in 2 seasons, where your quarterback was rookie of the year and threw for damn near 8,000 yards in 2 seasons, 40 some odd touchdowns and 17 interceptions, as I said yesterday. Like, if you're gonna fire that guy. I mean, you come on, man. Bring it. Let's ride. Let's go. These guys aren't it.
Text line coming through. They're doing, first off, Backstreet on YouTube and Twitch said, Clint agreed something in the milk ain't white. I've not heard that phrase, and I'm going to steal it. Also coming through, what? They're doing their due diligence. This is the best OC job in the NFL, coming from somebody else. Bobby Wing is better. Okay, that's
all right. Let's bring David Culley back.
Can I tell you what this reminds me of?
What's that?
And actually, Tyler, you kind of walked me into that. You remember the cast of guys they interviewed when they were looking for their head coach, and they finally stuck with David Culley? Remember the cast of guys that they were interviewing, and they finally couldn't get Josh McCown like they wanted to because of the situation with what's his name with the
Jack?
With the Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores. That kind of shook them off of that scent, and then they end up going with Lovey. Do you remember when they were interviewing guys? We were all sitting there like underwhelmed by the candidates.
Yes.
I wanted to punch myself in the nuts.
Like, do you remember? It was like, I remember for some reason the Joe Lombardi guy sticks out. He was like the OC for a year for the Chargers, and it was like, what the hell is going on? It's Josh McCown. It was like a crew of like none of the guys. You were like, yes, that's who I'd want to be the head coach. You remember the D'Amico cycle? First off, it felt like D'Amico, that was pretty quick. They interviewed Sean Payton. Bill's on par.
Right.
Like, all right, there you go. That's a real candidate. They interviewed Shane Steichen. All right, he went on to be the head coach of the Colts. They interviewed Jonathan Gannon. Pew, pew. Anyway, he went on to be the head coach of the Cardinals. The other person they interviewed, offensive coordinator young at the time, Ben Johnson.
Pretty serious about that hire,
right? Like when you look at that list, you've been like, all right, those guys could be.
Due diligence wasn't a part of that one, Ron.
I'm just saying when you look at this, you're like, okay, that's a list, and then you compare it to the other list. That's D'Amico. All of these guys are head coaches now. Every last one of the ones I named, and other people were interviewing. Now we got the OC Nixon. Hell, I enjoyed Fran. I didn't think his OC was going to get poached. I'm not saying these guys aren't going to get the job, and maybe it is Chip Kelly. But it just reminds me of those processes. We sat here for 3 straight years, them hiring coaches, and we were just watching them for 2 years interviewing people, and nobody Hines Ward was one of them. They were interviewing people that nobody else was interviewing.
Yeah.
And then they ended up hiring coaches that nobody else interviewed. Then the year when they go get D'Amico and hit a home run, hell, they put themselves in a good position to hit one. Yeah. You look at the guys they've talked to. This is, again, they may have the plan. and they may have the Chip Kelly thing going, or somebody else we're not thinking of, or somebody else that makes sense. But to the point you're making, this is a tough list.
It's hard to wrap your head around, because it's like, again, this is another one of those situations. I say it all the time. I don't need to agree with the hire. I just want to make the math to make some sense. And it's hard unless Chip Kelly's that guy within the week. It's hard to make sense of this right here.
Well, it's interesting. Yeah, I don't.
And again, y'all missed me with who do you want him to interview? Okay, my pushback to that is, well, you shouldn't have fired Bobby Sloak if this right here is the list.
Yeah, but I mean, Chip Kelly makes sense. And what the hell happened to Byron Leftwich?
Talk about a fall off.
But I don't even know why it happens. He's just completely been out of coaching for 2 years.
Yeah.
But he said he was supposed to interview for the Patriots head coaching job, and he said he's ready. Hell, he would walk. If he walked into the door.
I remember when he was in Tampa. I mean, he was highly regarded.
He is somebody who said, "No, I'm not working with Trent Baalke." He was supposed to be the head coach.
Yeah,
I'm not working with Trent. Liam Cohen was able to swing his hips and get Trent out, and then Byron left coaching. Don't. Hell, I'd like to hear from him. Interesting point here. I just like, none of this says fired Bobby Sloak. I mean, I know he annoyed many of you, but good Lord, man, they were 10-7. He had one amazing year. Like, listen, he took a step back, C.J. Stroud, but he wasn't Will Levis.
Yeah,
like, to go back and say, all right, man, we're gonna shut this down for Jeff Nixon.
Yeah, right. The only way to make sense of this current Texans OC search, right, is Bobby Sloak was so toxic, DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio had to make a move. Like that's like, there's clearly
the toxic Bobby Sloak, but that's
I don't see it either. This isn't a bad. It doesn't seem like this is about bad football, because again, if that was the case, then the receivers coach needs to have his ass up out of here. The tight ends coach needs to have his ass up out of here, along with the O-line coach who's already gone, and Bobby. Like, there's. If this were just about what's on tape with the Texans offense and you're going to fire guys over it, there'd be a bunch of guys gone.
My man right here, and I'm with you. Bobby must have been terrible if they fired him without a replacement plan.
Yes.
He's slow,
but it had to be.
Do you feel like that? You feel like that is what's happened? Or do you feel like they're just?
Well, I don't know. I didn't see that part coming. But if they hire Gerard Johnson or Bill Lazor, then it's the only thing you can come to. Like it had to be so bad where DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio said, if we remove this dude right here and his personality and his approach, we keep his offense and we keep the terminology, we keep his entire staff, we're going to get better and we're going to make the most of C.J. Stroud's final 2 years on this rookie deal. It had to be about a lot more than X's and O's.
And yeah, and you could see DeMeco really wanting and believing in this system and wanting to run this system with all his time in San Francisco.
Sure.
And you could see that, and that would be something.
That's either Bobby Sloak was so toxic that the Texans had to get him out of the building with no plan to follow up, or Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans are out there interviewing guys to see if they want to be a part of Chip Kelly's staff. And Chip's the guy. It's the only way this makes sense. I mean, if not, this is an absolute CF.
Yeah, I don't want to go there yet. It's still early. The reason why I brought up the previous head coaching hires is the time that they hired someone that they hit a home run with. He was a name that everybody thought, yep, that makes sense. Yep. Everybody, other people want it. Yep. If you want to get him, and it wasn't 5 days. It wasn't 5 days.
Right.
When you got him. It was DeMeco, it was connected, it was
exactly
early.
Where you were going.
It was a Zoom, it was in person, and then at that point, like it was felt. I don't know about any of these names.
Yeah.
That scream it. But we'll see. I would, if it's Chip Kelly, I'd expected that Chip Kelly would have made his way in here. If everybody like that, we would have heard an interview with
you. Think so?
That we would have made his way in here. That was it. All right, coming up, we'll get to T Mill's best bets. 62%. 62% is where he is right now for the week. You want to make some money, stay in for his best bets as we continue to roll through right here on The Drive.
God bless, brother.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
The Texas coordinator search, high up on the priority list, should be, I'm going to rule with an iron fist, and I don't want to be anybody's friend. I'm coming in here and I'm putting my foot down, and we're going to demand perfection across the board.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back here as we continue to roll through on The Drive. Coming up behind us, Area 45, the Hall of Famer, John McClain, will join the boys at 6:40 to talk about what we were just talking about, the coaches, the offensive coordinator search for the Houston Texans. So they'll be going on. Keep an eye on
Show Cool.
Thank you, John. But they'll be on at 6 o'clock going till 10 o'clock. Bijani, Creighton, and Santiago. So stay tuned for that. T Mill's best bets are coming up soon as well. Somebody texted because they're talking about Bobby must have been real.
Toxic Bobby.
Real, apparently. Toxic Bobby, badass Bobby, cuss a guy out in the draft, pre-draft visit Bobby. It's all going around. Bobby, you're going to have to come out here. I'm going to have to find me a mic. I'm Bobby.
Sounds like behind closed doors he became Bob.
Why don't you just catch him in the drop-off line? He'll be dropping them kids off.
Man, Bobby about to say, man, I'm about to get myself on IG or something. Bobby need to go IG Live or something. Now, look, damn it. I ain't never done any of this stuff they talking about. Bobby, I would love to get Bobby that mic. Shoot, yeah, you want to know what my sophomore slump was? Because my bad here, somebody texted and said quarterbacks are allowed to have a sophomore slump, but coaches aren't. That boy Bobby over there probably saying to himself, I mean, you don't know what my sophomore slump was? His name is Kenyon Green. His name is Shaq Mason. His name is Dalton Schultz.
Stop
being
a
my
dumpster
sophomore
fire.
slump is. That's my sophomore slump. I bet they're gonna have to give Bobby a mic here. Bobby out here playing it cool with this stuff. Maybe it is real. Maybe Bobby's like, yeah, I did that. So I did that. I don't know. But no, that was an interesting text though. How come CJ's allowed a sophomore slump, but Bobby Slug wouldn't?
Offensive coordinators aren't, but quarterbacks are.
No, he lost that. He lost that opportunity. All right. Speaking of C.J. Stroud, you can jump in on this conversation. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, text line as well, 713-572-4610 before we get into T-Mill's best bets. You still got 100% confidence that you have a quarterback that can compete with anybody in the league? And I mean, I'm talking about today, right now. Because I'm telling you, last year when the season ended, hell, I believed that you could play a game against Joe Burrow. We watched it. You could play a game against Lamar. Now, we haven't seen that yet, but you felt like it when the season was over. Mahomes, whatever. Felt like you had a guy that you could say, hey, yeah, that guy, somebody can play with anybody. He can get on the field, and we got a shot. We're not sitting there as a franchise or a team that is clearly overmatched at that position. And I believe you should have felt that way. I believe the Texans felt that way. I believe, Clint, that's why they said, hell, man, let's add to this team because we got a guy. We got a dude. Where's your confidence level in that right now? Where's your confidence level now that this season ended? Last year, I believe it was 100%. Is it still there? Are you still there in a space where you're like, C.J. Stroud, yep, we got a dude. I know we got a new coordinator, but we got a dude. C.J. Stroud is a dude. You still feel that way about your quarterback?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I absolutely do. I think that rookie year from C.J. Stroud, and a lot of the times this year, I know it was spotty, but there were several times this year where he showed some similar play. Look, when I look at C.J. Stroud, I'm absolutely confident this guy can take you to a Super Bowl. Not only take you to a Super Bowl, but he can be the reason that you win a Super Bowl. We're talking about an elite arm with that ball placement specialist tag that he put on himself. We're talking about an elite processor. There's no doubt about that. He played the game in a very Brady-like fashion to the tune of leading the league in passing yards per game, as well as leading the league in touchdown-interception ratio as a rookie. Elite processor. He loves the game. He'd up with doing everything he can to be great.
God bless, brother.
Yeah. Look, I think C.J. Stroud is absolutely a guy that the Texans can still make a run to and win a Super Bowl.
You got the same level of confidence that you did at the end of last season?
Yeah. I do. I still feel like because I had a lot of confidence in C.J. Stroud. It was never because of anything that I question at this point in time. Like right now, the only part of C.J. Stroud that I think that I personally question or the jury's still out on is what caliber leader is C.J. Stroud? What caliber alpha is C.J. Stroud? Can C.J. Stroud be the alpha on the offensive side of the football that pushes any and everybody on his team to be their best at all times? Fair or foul, the incident where C.J. Stroud falls apart in the first Kansas City game when Tank Dell hurts his knee. Like, I get it, you're an emotional dude, but like an injury in a game can't impact a series or two or even a quarter and really, I mean, put a real strain on your team's ability to win that game. Like, those kind of things can't happen. So I question whether CJ can be the lone wolf, the lone alpha, the tip of the spear, the dude that hold the glue that holds it all together, the way Brady was, the way Peyton Manning was, so many greats were. I have no concerns about his talent and his ability to spin the football and process the game at a high level the way the greats have done. So my only concern, Ron, is on that one side of leadership and being that alpha in the room with C.J. Stroud.
Text line coming through, as I said, you still have the same level of confidence that you had at the end of last season. When that season ended in Baltimore, you walked away from it upset, happy with the season, I think, but mostly that, oh, man, we got a dude. We got a dude that can compete with anybody. Next year, he is going to compete with anybody. I see here from the text line, I still have 100% trust in CJ. If he didn't trust Slowick, then he doesn't believe in the play calling, and he is less confident sitting back there in the pocket taking licks all game. That was his issue. I just want to push back a little bit. Go ahead.
You can't pick and choose what year you don't want to like the offensive coordinator. You trusted the hell out of him to the tune of leading the league in yards per game passing. Like you don't get to the next year, all of a sudden you hit a little struggles, and you don't get to go, I don't like the guy now. That goes back to my original point of like those are the kind of, and I don't know if that happened or not. I'm not saying CJ did, but to me that's the kind of things that concern me. Is boy, when the getting was good, CJ was straight. I mean, we're going to Super Bowl. We're going to radio roll everybody, right? Now the getting's wasn't so good this year, and you're not getting all the love. You're not getting stroked, and now it's. And again, I'm not saying CJ said that. It's a fan that said it. Yeah, obviously. Now all of a sudden, CJ don't like his offensive coordinator.
That made me think of something, and I'm asking y'all straight up because I'm not sure if it fits into this discussion, but it just might. Y'all remember how we were all looking around at each other at a certain point this season, well into the football season, and we kept hearing from the podium from CJ and other Texans players about, yeah, man, with this offense, everybody's just really got to buy in. Like, they were saying that weeks 8, 9, 10, 11.
Later than that.
Like, that may have been besides the awful offensive play, that may have been the first giant red flag that something obviously shifted from CJ's rookie year to now.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I see many people talking about, I've got 100% in him. I still have confidence in him. Some said, how can I have confidence in him? He just got his OC fired after a great first year. I don't think it's just CJ that got him fired. I'll just say this. It's certainly not to the level of confidence that I had after last year. Coming into this year, yes, it has changed. It's more of a 100% confidence to I think so. And the big thing for me and what I look at quarterbacks is what's your fixer ability? Like, and I just saw somebody text in and go get him a good offensive line. You get him a good wide receiver and a tight end in free agency in the draft. Then CJ's our guy.
They're all fixable.
I mean, hell, that's everything on the offense, right? And the thing that I said is what I looked at CJ is what he showed last year. He can have offensive line struggles. He can have injuries, just one receiver, whatever. He was a fixer. That slowed down. That slowed down a lot last year to me, which was to me the biggest surprise for me is that when adversity hit, he didn't rise and pull everybody else up. Hell, he got pulled down further at times. And I understand it was a high level of adversity with the offensive line and stuff. But I thought, like, the one thing that makes him special is all this other stuff is he can just raise his level. And he just didn't do that. And I'm not saying he can't ever do that again, but that is a clear difference to me in my thinking from what I was thinking last year to this year. I mean, he'll go and play, all right, I just got Nico Collins, all right, bet. All right.
Yeah.
But, this year it wasn't like that. They scored 2 points against the Ravens late in the year, and it was
even them.
Yeah. So that's the only difference. To me, I'm more of I think he is. I think he is instead of just as confident as I was. Coming up again behind us, John McClain, 640 with the fellas, Area 45, as the crew will take over as soon as we get done. So stay tuned. Let's do this thing. T-Mill's best bets. He was 4 for 4 on Monday, and then he went 1 for 4. Getting in the Dylan Brooks business of betting on points. A rough one for him in that, but he's going to try to get back on the right track. Try to get back on the right track tonight. Let's see what his best bets are. Let's hear him, Tyler.
Yeah, we're still, it no doubt was a terrible night of best bets, but we're still over that 60% threshold. Want to keep it there. And this will be my last best bets of the week because I'm out of here after today, people. But mark it down because we're getting back on track. I got 5 NBA bets tonight. First, I got the Raptors and Wizards. I got the over in that game in the first half, 112.5 points. Next, I have an under for you. Denver Nuggets, New York Knicks, under. It's a whopping number, 242.5 points. Now, they're going to score.
Knicks been scoring, man.
Yeah, they're going to score a lot, but I like that under. Then I got the Suns money line as they host the Minnesota Timberwolves this evening. And then 2 player props for you. Karl Anthony Towns, over 1.5 made threes for the Knicks.
You going to do this again?
You hate that one.
Well, I didn't hate it. I'm just saying the last time it was this number, and he didn't. And he took 2.
Failed me.
Yeah, he didn't even shoot him.
He'll get it this time. I have faith. And then another Donovan Mitchell prop for you. Over 26.5 points for him and the Cavs tonight. I've hit some point props with Donovan a few times this year. Those are the 5 best bets around the NBA. Ron, Clint, what do you like? Obviously, you don't like that Karl Anthony Towns one.
What do they say when you assume?
Makes an ass out of you and me.
Well, stop doing that.
Damn.
I actually do like the
right
Karl. I do like the Karl Anthony Towns bet because he's going to be dealing with Jokic, and I think instead of going into the paint, I think he's going to want to stand out there and shoot threes. And I do think they're going to want to space the floor.
Let it rain, fella.
I think he's more inclined to get up threes than he is to go into the paint against Jokic.
Okay.
And we watched that in the Minnesota Timberwolves series last year. He stayed out there. I think he shot double-digit threes one game in that one. That under with the one, that's interesting.
That one's going to be fun to watch.
I like the Donovan Mitchell one, too, man. He's been kind of struggling here a little bit of late.
I'll take the Donovan Mitchell one with you.
Yeah, I like this.
Benji?
Yep.
Gotcha.
I mean, the Miami Heat, who knows what they're dealing with? Jimmy's quitting.
Yep.
Who knows?
Dude, that soap opera.
It's the greatest thing. I enjoy the hell out of it.
Make me a quick hearing.
Every day. All right, Clint, great job as always. Tyler, great job. I appreciate Brandon Scott for joining the show. Also, lights out. Sean Merriman, we appreciate you joining the show as well. Enjoy yourself, Tyler, on your vacation.
Y'all be safe heading to New Orleans, boys.
You be safe heading to Florida. I am Ron. The show, as always, Houston. We love you, baby.
Hey, man.
Where'd it end, John?
Doggy.
I don't know how. I don't know if I can talk.
everybody else is
I'm
doing,
not
but
trying to get the FCC on my key.
Where'd it end, John?
I'm gonna be completely honest. I don't want the FCC on me.
I've had me a round or two in a rig.
That's
kitty cat, kitty.
Wasn't shaving no legs.
Flip that middle console.
Slid that Garfield, huh?
Oh man, yeah, had the hairless version of those. All right,
slid that Garfield.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and just get out of Dodge before I get in trouble.
These double D's get me every time.
Have you heard? Sports Radio 610 is taking over New Orleans for Radio Row, presented by Yingling Flight. The best football conversation. exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
This is a journey into...
Much as you try to bury it, the truth is out there.
The truth lives right here, Houston.
On this day, I see clearly.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome in to another episode of Area 45. Alongside...
No, not another episode.
What do you mean? It is.
No, it's not.
What
Today
is it?
Today is a very special episode.
Is it special because we have two guests?
No.
Is it special because this is our last show with Chris Santiago before he leaves us?
No.
Is it special because we have pizza waiting for us down the hall?
Also, no.
What the hell? I don't understand why.
What is today's date?
The 29th.
Today is the 1-year anniversary of Area 45.
Holy crap, why didn't I know this?
You're a bad person. Because you're so busy masking around as Freddie Mercury, you forgot you were Sean Bijani.
I thought we started after the Super Bowl last year.
We started in January 29, the week before.
Well, congratulations.
Uno, Gyro.
Where's the beer?
In the fridge, staying cold.
Is it non-expired beer?
It is potentially non-expired beer.
Does it at least have alcohol in it?
It has alcohol in it.
What the hell? We'll shotgun later then. Hey, happy 1-year anniversary to Area 45 listeners. How about that, man? I did not know
1-year
that.
anniversary of this show.
That's cool.
And Sean's like, what are you talking about?
I had no freaking idea. I knew you.
You did not whiff 1 anniversary, did you?
No.
That you had to think about that is a little concerning.
Because it was hard. Me and my wife had been together for 7 years before I popped the question.
Only 7?
7, yeah. Maybe 8. It was close, maybe closer to 8.
It was only 3 years for me. And the previous year and a half was getting it from the lady, getting it from my mother, getting it from her mother.
Oh, yeah. Like, what are you waiting on? What are you waiting on?
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello?
I was there. But you know what? None of that affected me at all. Like, hence how I was able to stave it off for 7.5 years, whatever it was. I wish I had that level of I don't care at this point in my life like I did then. But, I mean, I still have a lot of I don't care.
It's called ZFG, Sean.
Yeah, but it's not to the level that I used to have.
Do you know how essentially they got me to commit to a date to ask the question?
How they got you to commit to a date? No.
Her grandmother refused to allow her to live with me until she had a ring on her finger.
Dang. So she's like a hardcore traditional kind of family? Was that kind of a sticking point?
Grandma, yeah. Well, actually, Grandma was kind of against it even as engaged. She really wanted it to be.
Why? She didn't like you?
No, she loved me, but she wanted it to be when you're married, you live together, which is a very traditional style.
Yeah,
But
she was like, you guys are getting old, hurry up.
She made the compromise. You know, you've been together a long time, we know where it's going. But you have to ask her.
Yeah.
Before I will give you my blessing for her to move in with you. So I asked her on July 3rd.
Yeah.
On the beach in Long Beach.
Nice. There you go.
And the first time I asked her, she stared at the ring, didn't say a friggin' word.
She had to pick her jaw up off the floor.
She just stared at it.
Mm-hmm.
And I waited.
Tripped you out.
I don't know how long it actually was. It was probably like 30 seconds, but it felt like an hour.
Yeah.
So I asked her again.
Oh, boy.
Like.
You're like, so.
So I asked her again. And she says, I don't know what to say. And I looked at her, I'm like, well, yes would be a good start. Then I got, yes. So she was definitely starstruck by the ring because there is a very large diamond on that ring. And that is not one of those lab-made diamonds. That is a real-made diamond.
It is not a cubic zirconia?
It is not. I bought that diamond in 1999.
Damn.
And we didn't have all these fancy.
Almost a Y2K diamond.
It was You know how they said the 6-month salary guideline?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was 6 months of
Well,
salary.
you
right?
actually taught me that many years after the fact, and I did the math once upon a time ago in my head. I was like, yeah, I'm way good on that one.
See, today's like a 3-month salary guideline.
Yeah.
But the idea of what you're going to invest in a ring. Well, I invested a large sum of money in that ring, which today is now worth a larger sum of money and is heavily insured because I can never replace it.
I don't know if I could buy a expired ring pop these days.
You know what's crazy?
What if it's blue?
My girlfriend keeps asking me, "Is like, when are you gonna pop the question? When are you gonna pop the question?" She's like, "You don't even have to buy a ring. All you gotta do is ask my mom." And she said that her mom's gonna give me a ring to give to her.
Well, listen,
winner.
For anyone who doesn't know this, it is 1,000,000% imperative you ask her parents for permission to marry her.
Yeah, of course.
Before, a lot of people don't know this.
No, they don't. Yeah.
It is 1,000% imperative you ask her parents permission, you get their blessing to ask your girl to marry you.
Mm-hmm.
You always do that. You have to remember, you're not just marrying her, you're marrying the whole family.
Yeah, no, well...
And if you are at
I learned
odds,
that one a little too late, but yeah, that's definitely true.
If you're at odds with the whole family from day one, you're either A, eloping and saying goodbye to the family, or you're going to live a life of misery until you get it right with them.
Yeah.
And sometimes there ain't no getting it right.
I'm not exactly like, Everybody Loves Raymond, like close to the family, like where I could say literally like out the front door, like, hey, but, if I cut all the trees down, I could maybe drive a golf ball to their house. So I'd be like, 4, something like that. We're close.
Window! Don't! Get insurance!
So yeah, you better like the fam before you even do that. So Chris, she's bugging you about popping the question.
Oh yeah.
Is anybody else on her side bugging you about popping the question?
No.
All right. Are you concerned that they're not bugging you at this point in time about popping the question, or do you think they're just hoping that you don't pop the question?
No, they're hoping I do pop the question.
Okay, so they like you.
Yeah, they do like me. Yeah.
I mean, they like you good enough to where your girl thinks her mom's going to give you the ring to give to her. So that's...
No. Her mom is going to give me the ring. She's told me, she's like, all you got to do is ask my mom.
What about a dress?
I don't know about.
What about a place to eat and celebrate?
I don't know about.
All right, because
I haven't thought too.
These are all cha-chingers right there. That's going to drive the price.
Yeah, I know.
You got to make sure, like, just because you're saving money on the ring doesn't mean you can splurge on like food, event center, and all of the other stuff. You got to lay the law down a little bit.
Did you see what Garza sent on the text line?
No.
PC should have stayed with that crazy psycho B he dated.
Which one?
That's the answer. Which one?
We've heard a lot of stories. Which one?
Boy, I got a laundry list of crazy psycho bees that I've dated. It's almost like there was an animal, like a magnetic attraction to them. I walked around with a sign and said, "Are you nuts?"
Erwin texted in. Erwin, no, leaving us for the rest of the week because he's going to go be a big baller on the drive.
Baller.
Tyler's taking a vacation, doing Tyler things. Probably has like an Aggie cult convention or something. So Chris is going to be filling in for the rest of the week.
They will not be drinking any Kool-Aid at this Aggie cult convention, but they probably will drink whiskey.
Cow blood.
They'll bathe in that.
They sacrificed Bevo and drink his blood.
Doing that little that weird Aggie dance that they do. It's so I don't know if y'all seen it.
What's the weird Aggie dance?
Does it look like the Icky Shuffle? But
yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
What do they call the yell leader dude?
Yeah.
Did you see the video this past football season of that quack? Like getting everybody hyped up. And
that's exactly what I'm talking about.
That's the guy you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
I legit asked Tyler because he's not, it's not fake. He and John Lopez are really Aggie weirdos. And I was like, Tyler, tell me this ain't for real. Like, this is like AI or this is like some spoof. This is like a guy goofing off. They don't really do this all the time, do they? And he was like, yeah.
Yeah.
Like with a straight face. Yeah, they do. That's how they get people revved up, fired up, man. Like, and he was serious. I'm like, this guy's lame. It's horrible.
It's bad.
It's the worst I've ever seen.
And then what's crazy, Tyler just texted. He said, go watch some Bobcat softball, Chris. Y'all know nothing of tradition. All right.
Yeah,
I guess.
I see that. Speaking of like college programs, like real college programs, the Cougs, they're in action tonight. Taking West Virginia. They whooped that ass. I don't know, a couple weeks ago, 79-54. So we'll see if they can put up maybe a 90 spot on West Virginia tonight. But the Cougs, I'll never forget this. One of my very
said it wrong.
You can't do it every time.
Every time.
One of the very first games I took my wife to, like we went to college together, so we went to a lot of football, basketball games, like when we were going to school together. But like as a married couple or whatever, we went to see U of H and somebody. Oh, it was Grambling. And, you know, like Grambling's really known for their marching band and like being badass. So Grambling comes out and they are freaking amazing. Amazing. And then U of H's marching band comes out and they are just like, the first 30 seconds of this was like the lamest thing. Like you were embarrassed to be sitting in the stands. It was like dun 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 dun, dun like baton twirlers, and it's lame and you can barely hear it, and they're playing flutes and it's stupid. But dude, no lie, they literally did like a record scratch. It was like, and they kicked Grambling ass. Like the marching band made them look like a bunch of bitches. Like U of H brought the house down.
They didn't kick their ass. They kicked their ass.
It was awesome. That was one of my favorite moments. I don't even know I would imagine it was Grambling. They suck. Probably beat their ass too. But it was a really cool moment back in the day. So what are we going to do to celebrate tonight?
We're going to have an awesome show. We're going to talk to John McClain at 6:40, get the latest on your Houston Texans.
That puts a lot of pressure on the show tonight. Like, we can't be ass.
We're never ass.
On the 1-year anniversary, like, you got to step your game up.
We're going to talk with Kevin Aioli. Huge fight coming up this weekend with David Benavides. And David Morrell. That is going to be a massive fight, and there's really big implications.
They're both undefeated, are they not?
Benavides is undefeated. I'm not sure about Morrell. Morrell might have one loss. I got to look at Morrell's record. But Benavides is undefeated. And there's really big potential ramifications for that fight, who they might fight next. There could be a really big opponent on the other side of that. And
Mike Tyson.
Kevin Aioli is going to get us the latest on what's going on with this is a massive month in boxing. There are so many big fights this month, and Kevin is an amazing job of breaking all that down. So we'll talk to him at 7:40, and we're gonna have a lot of fun tonight, dude. I want to know how the hell. So
I'm gonna get a beer next segment.
It took 7 years for you to propose to your wife.
It did. It just now hit you.
Did you start dating at 16?
No, I was on the 6-year plan in college, and so we met my senior year. So I was 24. 24, yeah.
So you started dating when you were 24.
Uh-huh.
You didn't propose. You won.
Yeah, but it was a badass proposal. And made up for all those years.
How long were you engaged?
A year.
So another year. So 8 years.
Hell yeah.
Before you got to the altar.
Drag that shizzle out.
That's what I'm doing. So
drag it out.
Don't feel too bad.
Chris,
I'm going that same route.
How long have you been with your girl?
5 years.
5 years. How old are you?
I'm 28.
Okay, so yeah, you're
you got time.
Yeah, I know.
You're kind of you're kind of at that, like, you know, this is the, you know, handle your business or get off the pot moment. 5 years, like, you know, or you know.
Oh, I know. It's just hold on, just hold on. You know what I mean? but it's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. It's just a matter of when. And I already told her that. So
are you gonna have a real wedding, or are you getting married in somebody's backyard?
I don't know. I haven't really thought that far ahead.
You should think that far ahead. Because a real wedding requires an investment.
Oh, yeah.
And a backyard wedding requires you trying to convince people that they should show up.
Oh, don't worry. Hey, I'll invite y'all. Just make sure you just know y'all will be invited to my wedding.
Well, thanks, but we don't know when the hell that's going to happen. I mean, we might not even like each other.
Dude, I might be dead
by the time your ass gets married.
You know how old I am? I might be dead.
This would be the 5th year anniversary of Area 45.
And I'm still not married.
His ass is still ain't married. And you know what? Like, here's the thing. Oh, I'll invite y'all. Where does Chris go like every 2 months? He goes on a cruise to Mexico somewhere.
Dude, I'm going to that.
He's going to get married on the beach, and my poor ass can be like, yeah, sorry, bro. Like, you got a Skype or can I Zoom?
Come on, we can fly Southwest. It's cheap.
Can I Zoom you, please?
Nah. I'll buy a ticket. I'll put you in the suitcase.
I'm going to have to do a GoFundMe or something for Santiago's wedding.
We'll get
I'm all
T-Mill.
for it.
We'll get T-Mill and his Aggie friends to put up the money.
Yeah, you bastards. You got money. Throw me a little something. Throw me a little something.
Talking about T-Mail,
Get a charitable contribution.
He just sent a picture. He said, y'all going to love this. Guess where I proposed to my girl?
Chuck E. Cheese.
Okay, well, it's got to be something to
Kyle
do with A&M.
Field.
Yeah.
Aggie campus under the Century Tree.
Okay, I don't know any. Is that is Toomer's Corner?
Is T-Mill's wife also an Aggie?
I think so.
Oh, well, that explains that.
Aggies don't marry non-Aggies.
That is true. That is true.
That's like...
that sounds like inbreeding.
I mean, that's like a Catholic marrying a Protestant. Like, it just doesn't happen.
Incest
you know what I mean?
is best. Keep it in the family. Is that goes on there with A&M?
It just can't happen. You know, somebody...
Aggie family only marries Aggie family?
Oh, okay. Boy, this is awkward. Hey, one of the coaches from North Shore just texted me. He goes, "That's real disrespectful to think U of H's band beat my alumni ass. The game, yeah, but band, no." And I said, "Who dis?"
You forgot to say new phone.
No, I can't do it. I've had the same number since it was singular. Like, it is what it is. I'm like,
new phone. Who dis?
Who dis? It's like I ain't worked over there in 4 years. I didn't know I needed numbers. I'm saying you, coach. I got
had
you back
singular,
in there.
man. I had the Sony Ericsson, the super phone. Like $1,000. I had a flight in from Europe.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but like my first communication device was a pager, and I got it when I was like maybe a junior in high school, maybe a senior, and it was singular. I think it's the same number. Is that possible?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, because I have the same number as singular.
That's what I think. But like the same number as your pager that you were able to carry over and make a cell phone?
Oh, well, I never had a pager.
Well, you had the pager, then you ported it into a cell phone?
Yeah.
You could do that back then.
Okay, I guess that's the case then.
I used to have a bag phone.
It's just been a while.
Where the battery for your phone was in a bag, and it would last like 30 minutes. That was like how long the battery life lasted.
I'm sorry, what?
A bag phone.
A battery?
A bag phone. So there was a phone in a bag, and the bag was in the bag. The battery was in the bag. The battery would last like 30, 35 minutes. Airtime was like $6.99 a minute.
Damn, you old.
And you only used it when the job was going to pay the bill. Then they hardwired a phone into my car. Like today, you're not supposed to talk on the phone. Back then, we had hardwired phones in the center console.
Like your job
of our
did that
car.
for you?
Yes.
Big baller, man.
And then we had the SkyTel pagers, where it was a screen where you could, like a whole message, not just like a phone number. People would call a number, give a message to an operator who would then text it into this fancy pager that would spell the whole thing out for you.
Voice to text.
Genius. You call the number, and there was an operator, and then you told the operator what you wanted to say. That was SkyTel. Then we all had Crackberries.
Oh, yeah, I had a Crackberry.
I had a lot of Nextel.
I swear to you, I would still have my BlackBerry if they still made them.
Oh, me too.
They still
100%.
make Blackberries.
No, they don't.
They do. Blackberries still exist. Not very good, but they still exist.
You can buy a BlackBerry?
You can buy a BlackBerry.
You know what's crazy? I had the first one, like the touchscreen one, and then my friend pushed me from behind and it broke.
Oh, you should have.
That was your first one.
No, that was my second one. My first one was the one with the little rolly ball in the middle.
That's the one I had. That's
you
what
had
I thought
to
was
at
the big
least hit him
baller
with
one.
an RKO out of nowhere.
Whoa, he was older than me, so you.
So shot to the nuts, Ric Flair style, then RKO out of nowhere.
Yeah, something.
I'm just
like
trying to think of like the operator that used to handle like those messages back in the day. It's like who's the chick on Ghostbusters?
Ghostbusters, what do you want?
Yeah, I feel like that's why like every operator sounded
Annie
like,
Potts.
Every operator sounded like that back in the day. All right, I guess we're off and running on our 1 year anniversary show. Who knew? Coming up next, we will get to the Texans' most recent interview. It's absolutely going to pump you up. Probably not, but I think I can explain it away. We will get to it next. It's Area 45.
The best football breakdown is here on Sports Radio.
Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, and Chris Santiago. We have got you till 10 o'clock this evening. Be a part of the show, 713-572-4610, 572-4610. You can call or text. Reminder before we go any further, make sure you keep listening to Sports Radio 610 on the Odyssey. Download if you have not done so yet. It's free, so just do it. But if you download it and you create a login and listen on the app for an hour each day, you automatically enter into a slam dunk contest. It's the Vegas National Contest. The winner goes to Vegas with a flight and hotel accommodation secured for you and 3 guests. Plus, you get $20,000 to fund the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. So that's pretty badass. We'll continue to remind you of that all month long and multiple times during a show because, well, it's what you do when you have such a badass prize to give away like we are doing. So make sure you download the Odyssey app.
Hey, there's a development going on right now.
Development.
That could impact the Astros and Alex Bregman.
Okay, I bet I was going to bring this up to you later on, but go ahead, tell me. It might be something different.
So, according to John Heyman, Pete Alonso has laid down the law.
Okay.
With Scott Boras, get me back in New York. End statement.
Wow.
That's his home. That's the only team he's ever played for. That he desperately wants to be back with the Mets. Fumbled bag or no fumbled bag. He wants to be a Met where he's a fan favorite and a cult hero. And despite, you heard negotiations with Boras, with Alonso, have been exhausting.
Yeah.
And
is there a reported offer that the Mets have made to Alonso?
Oh yeah, they've made offers to him months ago, and they all got rejected.
Like legit offers?
Yeah, legit offers, like money.
I mean, are we talking like 3 years or closer to what Alonso and Boras have been wanting, which is like 8 or 9 years?
Well, Boras is out there trying to get freaking 9 years and $200+ million, but the Mets had offered him $7 and $158.
Jeez.
And Boras was like, "Oh no, well you'll get more. You'll get more in free agency."
$7 and $158. Yeah. Well, okay. Let's see. $7 and $158. That's 22 and a half.
They also offered him a $3 and $70.
Okay. Well, what is $3 and $70? Quick math. Whoops. Oopsies. 3 and 7. I mean, that's 23 and 23.3. So that's a bump up of like $800,000 AAV. I'm just trying to think like, hey, Christian Walker's 34 years old, and he got what? 3 years?
What, $60 million? 66, something like that.
I thought it was like 65 from the Astros or something like that. But he's basically like some
3 years, $60 million.
3 years.
Yeah,
so he's a $20 million a year player. And how old is Pete Alonso? And how many more home runs does he hit? And
well, Pete Alonso is also a statue at first base.
Well, and he's arguably the best first baseman defensively there is as well. So,
but yeah, you know what? If Pete can get 22, 23 million a year, considering Pete doesn't profile as a guy who's going to age very well. He already can't move. He goes on a base clogger.
Who's that real big fella the Mets had? Not Vogelback, but it was another big dude.
They had Vogelback at one point.
Yeah, but it was another guy, wasn't it? Or am I thinking of Vogelback? There was a big old hefty dude they had.
Oh, they had Mo Vaughn for a while.
No. There's like current. Like he still plays in the bigs, I think, or at least did like within the last couple of years. It could have been Vogelback.
Probably Vogelback.
Vogelback was a big dude.
He's definitely team round
and
guy.
No, I'm not thinking of Bartolo Colon, who was also very entertaining.
Big sexy.
Still playing ball somewhere in Mexico, I think. I think he's playing for the Mexican League. Like hitting bombs.
He hits a home run, the helmet comes flying off. But, according to Heyman.
No, that's a big one.
Pete Alonso has basically told Scott Boras, get me back in New York, go get on the phone with Steve Cohen, and make this happen.
Is there or else in there?
Well,
because I would really enjoy that if there was an or else in there.
The important part in here is, if that's the case, that basically is where Scott Boras has to eat the crow and say, I lost, I failed.
Like he did last year with Jordan Montgomery and Blake Snell and Matt Chapman.
Well, Matt Chapman and Blake Snell eventually got the contracts they wanted.
Eventually, but, I'm talking about in the offseason.
But his whole thing was, you sign for what's ill, and then we'll get the money again. Well, 2 out of 3, it worked. Here, you have Alonso, who is beloved in New York, who is like, you know what? Get me home. How long before Alex Bregman, who is beloved in Houston and has 2 championships, is a freaking hero here, tells Scott Boras the same thing, or maybe it's already happened and it just hasn't been reported yet?
Yeah, well, that was essentially my question, because you've got, February 13th. So you're like right around 2 weeks before pitchers and catchers reports and 2.5 weeks before you have your first full squad workout. Like a guy like Alex Bregman, I don't think would be too keen on the idea of reporting late to anybody's spring training. So I think time is of the essence for Alex Bregman. And, Bregman's in a peculiar spot. Maybe not so peculiar. I think it's kind of obvious. Like, it's not the same as Chapman. It's not the same as a Snell or a Montgomery. Like, Bregman's 31 years old. He's 31 years old. So I don't know that Alex Bregman would be willing. And I don't know how Scott Boras would think this would be smart. Like, if you do like the 1-year bridge kind of a deal where you get your money and then it's going to come back to us after you have a badass year in 2025. Like, there's no guarantee, 1, Bregman has a badass year, and then 2, Bregman's going to be 32 going into the next offseason. Who's going to want to give him a 6-7 year contract time? Why would it be different next offseason versus now? Seems to me, the iron is as hot as it's ever going to get for Alex Bregman in his individual market. And it's just not going to be the same. He's never maybe going to be worth more now than, later than he is now.
No, the older you get, the less you're worth.
Yeah. Yeah, it'd be one thing if he was 27, going into 28. Then, we could talk. Like, he's not Kyle Tucker. He's Alex Bregman.
The only team that has given him a 6-year offer besides the Astros is the Blue Jays. And every report says Alex Bregman does not want to play in Toronto. And between the tax ramifications,
along with everybody else,
the fact that team is in total flux, the GM's on the hot seat, their 2 best players are free agents at the end of the year, and they're not going to get an agreement on one, and they're not close to an agreement with the other.
Yeah.
The Blue Jays are not a place that you'd want to go. Like, if you care about organizational stability, structure, and winning, that ain't it.
Yeah, well, again, another one of my points, like, I don't know amongst the teams that we've heard actually involved, interested in Alex Bregman, can offer winning even just by itself a better opportunity than that of the Houston Astros.
Look, if Alex Bregman comes back to the Astros, they're the favorites to win the AL West. It's not a question. They are the favorites to win the AL West.
Yeah, and they were probably a top 3 team at worst, I would say, to win the American League.
If the pitching doesn't die, like it's died for the last 2 years, if they can actually get some guys back and stay healthy, and Astros will rival the Yankees.
And that is, I wonder, is that
and
something?
I don't care about the number of wins they get in the regular season.
Sure.
I care about the postseason when it really matters.
Sure.
Which is the Astros can stand toe-to-toe with the Yankees if they have Alex Bregman back in the fold.
Is that something we're not talking about enough, or at all, like pitching? There was a story yesterday with a couple of pitchers, Dylan Cease, and I can't remember the other guy.
Michael King.
Michael King. They're going to be moved, maybe. And
they're going to get a king's ransom from Michael King because Michael King is still cheap, and he's terrific pitcher. Dylan Cease probably also going to get them a ransom, but whoever acquires Cease is then going to have to write the big check.
But look, we know the Astros are going to continue to have to play in the margins because of money being an issue for Jim Crane. Like, are we not talking about this? Like,
they'll go over the tax line for Bregman.
We know there's question marks, multiple question marks about their pitching situation going forward. You feel good about it You want to feel better about it, but we've said since day one, like, hey, the Astros probably need to go out and get a guy, especially since they didn't bring back Kikuchi.
Well, what they did was they brought in Hayden Wisniewski.
Yeah.
And they'll probably, let A.J. Blueball get a few starts. And they're also, while they said that they don't expect Garcia and McCullers to be ready for opening day, the expectation is that at least Garcia is not that far away from opening day, meaning a couple of weeks into the season, Garcia might then be ready. So Garcia might only miss a couple of weeks.
Yeah. Well, when didn't look bad in his videos.
And he's throwing breaking stuff,
yeah,
which is important because when you have forearm issues and issues with your ligaments, issues with your tendons and your forearm, breaking pitches hurt like hell.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's able to throw his breaking pitches is a good sign. And if McCullers is ready by the start of May, I mean, look, McCullers and Garcia are going to have innings limits anyway. So it doesn't matter if they're not ready to start the season. What matters is they're ready to get back in here relatively soon, and they're ready to finish the season.
He's Patrick Creighton, Sean Bijani. We'll save the Texans stuff for John McClain. We got him for not one but two segments anyway. So we'll talk to the general coming up next on Area 45. Attune.
Payne and Pendergast.
I don't need the Astros to spice up their offense.
Got a 6-month backlog, and New York scumbags I'm still trying to put behind bars.
Come out to the coast. We'll get together, have a few laughs.
Who gives a f***?
Yes, I was wrong about you.
You're not such an
Ass. How's that, ass? Shh, it's okay. I've done this before. I'm that Energizer Bunny. Listen to me.
Sister Teresa called me Mr. McLean in the 3rd grade. Friends call me John.
Off.
You're neither, shithead.
Yeah, I got a deal for you.
But I let you live.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
He is our resident Hall of Famer. He is also our resident movie star and longtime expert on all things Houston sports. He is the General John McClain. John, how are you, brother?
I'm great, guys. How are you?
Awesome. Appreciate you hitting us
Great.
up.
Be always honored to be on with the great Crate and Scoop.
Scoop. There we go. Hey, and you're on our 1-year anniversary show. How about that? I just figured that one out about 30 minutes ago.
Well, I'm honored, and I say Scoop because you got a big scoop on the Texans' new president. What's his name? Towen. What's his first name? Mike?
Yep, Mike Toman. Big baller. Big baller. I wanted to, since you wanted to start there, your thoughts on the hire. Like, immediately everybody's mind went to, like, hey, this guy's history in stadium development and, all of that stuff. Like, he's going to be in charge of a lot with the Houston Texans. Your thoughts on that and what it might mean for renovations or maybe a new stadium down the road?
There'll be a point, man, on trying to get a new stadium, the rodeo and the Texans. When you start having renovations that get into the hundreds of millions, you start talking about a new stadium. It's been very quiet so far. And I'd like to say Greg Grissom for 25 years was a first-class act, and I like Greg. He always treated me with respect, and I wish him the very best. And I'm interested to see what Toman can do.
Yes, sir.
John, if they were going to explore a new building, where would it be?
Well, first of all, that wouldn't be till the 30s. And teams that have stadiums about as old as NRG cities are getting new ones, like in Nashville and Buffalo. And so you have to be in the parking lot. It's not going to be somewhere else. But they're a long way from that. But I know, and the rodeo would benefit just as much. And so I wish them the best of luck.
Well, how long away are the Texans from getting another offensive coordinator? They've interviewed 4 now by my count: Bill Lazor, Thad Lewis, Jeff Nixon, Gerard Johnson. They're supposed to interview Nick Caley tomorrow, according to reports. What do you think of the guys that they've talked to so far?
I'm so tired of people because they waved at Sean McVay at an airport getting jobs. And if you get a guy who's never called plays, you don't know if you're going to get Kevin O'Connell, who didn't call plays there, or if you're going to get somebody that's just not a good play caller. So many come from the Rams and the 49ers. It wouldn't surprise me if Bobby Slowick doesn't end up back with the 49ers at some point for some job, because I know how highly Kyle Shanahan thinks of Bobby. And the thing to me, if you're going to hire a guy that can call plays, just hire Gerard Johnson. Gerard's there. He knows more about him than Nick Caley. And I don't care if Caley worked for the Patriots all those years. That shouldn't have jack to do with squat. Where they went to college shouldn't have jack to do with squat. And and we never know for sure. I see all these people saying, well, boy, I'd love to see him. So I'm like, why? Why would you think that? We don't know if the guy can call plays or not. Bobby Slowick last year did a great job calling plays. This year he didn't. So the fact is, I don't know. But if you're going to hire a guy who hasn't called plays, why not just elevate the guy that knows everybody and everything? And I'm not talking about Bill Lazor. I'm talking about Gerard Johnson. Now, if you want to call, I don't know if they've ever even interested in Chip Kelly. That's probably like Alex Bregman and Deion Sanders. That's mainly driven by the media. I'll be stunned. Of course, I was wrong about D'Amico firing Slowick. And so I've been wrong before, and I may be wrong for this, but I don't see Bregman coming back here. I think that was all linked by Boris to try to stir more interest in the Red Sox, Blue Jays, and the Tigers, and it's certainly done it. And then Gerard got interviewed. He knows Stroud better than anybody. He was there to see the mistakes that were made, and he knows, as D'Amico knows, most of the offensive problems were created by the offensive line.
Yeah. Well, look, I might be wrong on this, but it doesn't sound like I am, because I haven't seen any report that, has linked the Texans to Chip Kelly in terms of like asking for an interview or anything like that. But
no. Do
you think there is anything to the fact that the Texans have talked to two guys, in Thad Lewis and Jeff Nixon, and really Bill Lazor, if you count that too? There's three that have ties to Chip Kelly and worked underneath and with him at various stops since 2013.
No. If they wanted Chip Kelly, they could get Chip Kelly, but obviously they don't want him. They hadn't interviewed him. And I remember Jeff Nixon was at Baylor, and so I saw that, and I'm like, I don't remember him being highly thought of. Now, maybe since he left Baylor, he was there under Matt Rule, I believe. And I called three friends of mine who covered the team and said, yeah, they thought he was a good position coach, would probably be a position coach the rest of his career. Now, he may have done a lot of improving. You know, Kaylee's got 2 Super Bowl rings from being there with the Patriots. So Nick Caserio knows him very well, but the decision's up to D'Amico Ryans, not Nick Caserio. And D'Amico's not going to take anybody he doesn't feel comfortable with. He has to feel the most comfortable with the guys who are there. But do you go outside the organization? And I'd love to see it be Chip Kelly. I thought when they fired Bobby Slowick, they were going to get a proven play caller, a veteran. I thought about Doug Peterson. I thought about Chip Kelly, probably a couple others out there, but that's not an issue. And, the running game worked well. It was the passing game. It was the pass protection. If they fix their offensive line and get an offensive line coach that knows what he's doing, and I keep saying I wish they'd hire Mike Munchak, one of the best ever. And yes, and I would love to see him here, but and he is acknowledged as one of the best ever. So, and he's out there. And I don't know if he wants to come back to coaching, but it wouldn't hurt to check. But the OC is going to be able to get who he wants if that guy's available. And I hope they get it done by next week, because these guys are getting lapped up by other people.
John, it's funny you mentioned Doug Peterson, because Doug Peterson's a guy that I've been, talking about also. And, normally when you have a guy who comes in and he's a young head coach, he's a first-time head coach, there's at least one coordinator who's the experienced guy, who's kind of the mentor role, who makes sure that things kind of stay balanced. The Texans didn't have that with D'Amico. They were all guys who were kind of their first time in each said role. And I said, once you let go of Bobby Slowick, because, look, it didn't work out the second year, and, whether you want to chalk that up to inexperience or whatnot, but it certainly plays a role in it. Hey, this is their opportunity to get somebody who is an experienced play caller, an experienced quarterback developer, and this way, it felt to me sometimes like, while D'Amico's the head coach, it's like his defense, and then it was Bobby's offense. And if you're going to
exactly what it was,
if you're going to have that kind of setup, then don't you want to have an offensive coordinator who has had success? Like, okay, it's your offense, and we know you're going to be good. Is it the wrong idea, maybe in your opinion, that they go and try to find another inexperienced, proven guy to run an offense when you are now not looking at yourself as a rebuild? You're looking at trying to get to the next level, which is competing with the Kansas City Chiefs.
They had 2 guys in 2023, Bill Lazor's multiple offensive coordinator jobs. Shane Day had been in the league forever on offense, so they brought them in there as senior advisors or whatever their titles were, and then Day left to go with Jim Harbaugh with the Chargers, and Bill Lazor stayed. And I think at one point Lazor coached the offensive line, but I don't care what they do as long as they get somebody that does a better job and they get an offensive line coach. They change offensive line coaches over there like we change socks about every 2 years. Who was the guy that lasted 1 year, 3 years ago? Came from Jacksonville. His name George something. I can't even remember.
It doesn't matter what his name was.
The last one that lasted more than 2 years, I believe, was Mike Devlin. And I remember O'Brien's first offensive line coach. He tried to get Munchak. Munchak went to the Steelers, and the guy he hired was out after 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
So they just at probably non-coordinators, the most important coach is an offensive line coach. They've got good defensive line coaches. They've got good linebackers, secondary, and Matt Burke does a really good job helping D'Amico, who makes the calls. And they need that kind of setup on offense, so they better get it right. And I don't care if it's a guy who was born yesterday if he can coach.
John McClain, our guest on Sports Radio 610 Hotline.
George Warhop.
George Warhop. Yeah, very good.
The immortal George Warhop.
Let me ask you, because me and PC were going through the Texans, free agent list this offseason last night. They've got 20 unrestricted free agents. There's maybe more than a handful of guys that I feel like are impact players that the Texans really need to consider bringing back, and just asking them the question, can we do better on the open market than these guys? But I'm going to ask you from an offensive line standpoint. Like, I know we're talking about, yes, they need an offensive line coach and an assistant coach and a coordinator and all that stuff, but does anything change from a personnel standpoint in terms of the offensive line as far as, like, the quote-unquote starters are concerned?
Well, first of all, I think Kenyon Green's gone. I think Shaq Mason's gone. And Shaq Mason had a terrible season. Now, I wouldn't give up on Juice Scruggs. They've moved him around, center, left guard, right guard. Put him in one position and let him focus on it. Jared Patterson, if he's going to be the center, that's fine. But they're going to have to get it, to me at least, 2 new starters in the interior offensive line. And Nick Caserio's not going to be able to do as much in free agency as he did last year when he had a great free agent period because he had more money to spend under the cap. Now, he can redo deals and push the cap down, which he should do because they need help. They don't have a lot of free agents to go. Now, I'd like to see them keep their defensive tackles because the tackles played so well. But on the other hand, I thought they're going to be in trouble after they let last year's tackles get away. Mm-hmm. It's almost like D'Amico and Matt Burke. Those guys know it's not that anybody can play, but they know what they want, position specific, and they get the most out of them because they're well coached and they understand what's going on in the defensive line. And so that's what they got to do on offense. I don't see they don't have a star. There's a lot of teams that have stars on the verge of getting big contracts, and they got to decide what in the world they're going to do. By the way, if you hear anybody say anymore, like they better do this while Stroud's on his first contract, that is BS. Is Patrick Mahomes on his first contract?
No.
Is Jared Goff on his first one? Jalen Hurts on his first one? No. If you know what you're doing, it doesn't matter what contract the quarterback's on.
That's John McClain. He'll stick around with us as we roll into the 7 o'clock hour. More from the General and the Texans. And, hey, we got to get his take on these Astros and Rockets as well. All that coming up next. It's Area 45.
We're bringing the best sports talk